Chapter 1. Hell on Earth. The incessant drizzle has lingered for an entire week, with dark, ominous clouds occasionally releasing wisps of mist. The weather is simply abysmal, leaving one to ponder when the sun will finally break through and dispel the dismal gloom. A month has elapsed since his arrival in this world, yet Sun Wukong remains bewildered, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Just a month prior, he was an ordinary young man, fresh out of university and stepping into the world. However, after a nightmarish ordeal, he awoke to find himself in the Dragon Ball universe, as Sun Wukong's eldest son, Sun Wufan. But this realm is not the familiar one he once knew. Instead, it is the dystopian future envisioned by Trunks. In this world, all the Z fighters have perished, and he is the sole remaining warrior capable of battle. This calamity unfolded merely 2 months ago, resembling a nightmare from which he is yet to awaken, and he, Sun Wufan, is still just an 80-year-old child. 2 years prior, Sun Wukong succumbed to a viral heart disease. With his departure, the awakened androids, 17 and 18, wreaked havoc unchecked. Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu fell, one after another, as the androids laid waste to city after city, turning the world into a veritable hell on Earth. Survivors lead lives of displacement, perpetually seeking refuge. At that time, Sun Wufan had missed the battle while gathering Dragon Balls, a stroke of misfortune that ultimately spared his life. Yet, this fortunate twist only deepened his sense of guilt, plunging him into despondency, tormented by his own anguish. After enduring a month of torment, Sun Wufan fell gravely ill. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed, his outlook brightened significantly, much to the relief of his mother, Shishi. However, only he understood that his soul had been exchanged for another's. "You are but a child, yet you bear such immense suffering. No wonder you struggle," Sun Wufan murmured, glancing at his diminutive hands before softly declaring, "From this moment forth, I shall live for you, and I will strive to change this world." This marked a farewell to the former Sun Wufan and a rallying cry for his current self, setting a new objective. Taking a deep breath, he rose, opened the door, and ventured into the rain to gather a few stalks of vegetables, returning with a light jog. Upon reaching the threshold, a surge of energy coursed through him, causing the droplets on his skin to evaporate instantly, leaving his clothes dry. He pushed open the door and made his way to the kitchen with the vegetables in hand. "Mom, I brought back the vegetables," he announced to Shishi. Due to his inherited memories and blood ties, he genuinely regarded Shishi as his mother, and the term mom came from the depths of his heart. Though Shishi was merely in her late 20s, her appearance betrayed her true age, marked by the toll of grief. The loss of Sun Wukong had devastated her. Had Wufan also perished, she might have descended into madness. When Wukong was still alive, Shishi radiated youthful exuberance. They may not have lived in luxury, but happiness filled their days. In recent months, however, Shishi had become weary, striving to uplift her sorrowful son, nearly succumbing to depression herself. Fortunately, with Wufan appearing more cheerful lately, Shishi felt a renewed sense of joy. "Wufan, you could just place the vegetables there, I will wash them myself," Shishi smiled, gesturing for him to set them on the table. "Mom, let me help you wash them. It will be quicker with 2 of us," Sun Wufan replied, rolling up his sleeves and swiftly moving to the faucet to clean the tender green leaves. Shishi no longer insisted otherwise. Witnessing her son's thoughtfulness brought her an indescribable comfort. Due to the rampant destruction wrought by the androids, Paoju Mountain had long been without power. The electricity they used was borrowed from Bulma's backup batteries, sufficient only for basic lighting, while cooking required wood fire. The mother and son soon prepared their evening meal. As the gloomy sky darkened entirely, they sat at the table, illuminated by the soft yellow glow of the backup power. It is uncertain how Saiyans possess such hearty appetites. Bowls of rice disappeared rapidly as Sun Wufan filled one after another. Each bite brought a smile to Shishi's face, affirming that her son's improved mood had also rekindled his appetite, prompting her to savor the moment alongside him. "Mom's cooking is truly delicious," Sun Wufan beamed, shoveling rice into his bowl. "Then eat plenty, Wufan. You are at the age where you are growing," Shishi encouraged with a smile. "Mom, I would like to visit Aunt Bulma tomorrow," Sun Wufan stated. "Oh, is there something you need?" Shishi turned to him, curiosity evident in her eyes. "Well, I want to ask Aunt Bulma if the spaceship Dad returned in is still around." "I need to borrow that spaceship," Sun Wufan replied, looking earnestly at Shishi. This was something he felt he must do, but he also wanted to clarify it with her first. "A spaceship? Where do you intend to go?" Shishi was taken aback. She gazed at her 80-year-old son, worry flooding her heart. She truly could not bear to lose him as well without him. she would have no will to live. Mom, the androids have thrown this world into chaos, and survival is becoming increasingly difficult. If we do not eliminate them, who knows what this world will become? I want to ask Aunt Bulma about that spaceship. If it is still available, I will journey to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls. I believe we can use them to resurrect Uncle and Dad, Sun Wufan declared resolutely, sharing his plan. Shishi initially wished to refuse, but her son's unwavering tone began to sway her resolve, though her concern for his safety remained paramount. But you're still just a child, this is too dangerous. Shishi began, her words faltering as she struggled to articulate her fears. At that moment, Sun Wufan reassured her, Mom, worry not, I have my own plans. Besides, Namek is far safer than Earth. I need to first inquire about Aunt Bulma's spaceship, and whether it is available is another matter. Very well, I shall not hinder you. Just be careful, I cannot bear to lose you, Shishi said, her eyes welling with tears as she embraced Wufan tightly. In the wake of Wukong's death and the ensuing turmoil, Shishi no longer insisted that Wufan pursue academia, for schools had ceased to exist in a world plagued by fear. As for the journey to Namek, it was a decision Sun Wufan had contemplated for quite some time. In the Dragon Ball universe, he knew Trunks and Wufan had never embarked on such a quest for the Dragon Balls. It was likely that at the time, Trunks was merely a year old and Wufan only 8, making such a venture impossible. Wufan, too young, may have forgotten about the Namekian Dragon Balls, or perhaps, as a child, he lacked the courage to pursue it. Ultimately, when they grew older, the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Balls would be lost. Too much time would have passed, exceeding the dragon's capabilities. Later, Wufan himself was slain by the androids, leaving Trunks as the sole survivor, struggling to uphold the future world. In Trunks' reality, merely surviving had become a formidable challenge, and the prospect of the Dragon Balls was beyond reach. Having arrived in this world, Sun Wufan was determined not to be crushed by the wheels of history. He would find a way to survive and thrive. The first step in his plan was to reach Namek. If the Dragon Balls were present, there would still be a chance. After finishing their dinner and clearing the table, to conserve their meager electricity, Shishi and Wufan switched off the lights, plunging the world into darkness, save for the sound of rain pattering outside. In truth, turning off the lights served not only to save battery power, but also to foster a sense of security in the pervasive darkness. Illuminated lights would attract unwanted attention, and one could never know when the androids might appear. If they did, any light would hasten the demise of the living. Sun Wufan sat cross-legged on the sofa, extending his senses to observe the surroundings. Although the androids 17 and 18 did not emit any discernible energy, he was not foolish enough to let his guard down. Moreover, this served as a form of mental training. Having arrived in this world for a month, Sun Wufan's initial sense of novelty has begun to wane. In the beginning, he soared into the skies using the technique of void dance, eager to relish the exhilarating sensation of free flight. However, to his dismay, he discovered he suffered from acrophobia. Once airborne, a chill coursed down his spine as he gazed down at the ever-diminishing earth, his legs growing increasingly unsteady. In that moment, Sun Wufan could not help but mock himself, lamenting how he had brought disgrace upon the Saiyans and the esteemed time travelers. Though he possessed the power to obliterate planets, he was hindered by a fear of heights. Who would believe such a contradiction? After enduring this discomfort for a fortnight, Sun Wufan gradually acclimatized to the sensation. As for the application of other combat techniques and energy manipulation, he fared quite well, likely due to the innate abilities of the Saiyan race. In this regard, he encountered no obstacles, wielding his powers with ease, a skill perhaps linked to the inheritance of the original Sun Wufan's memories. Kiki observed her son and sat beside him, closing her eyes in meditation. A martial artist by nature, entering a state of tranquility came effortlessly to her. Before marrying Goku, she had diligently practiced her martial arts daily. However, after giving birth to Wufan, she gradually set aside her training to devote herself entirely to caring for her husband and son. Meanwhile, in the residence of Bulma in West City, she had constructed a vast underground chamber beneath the former Capsule Corporation, utilizing the sturdiest materials, including adamantium, for the ceiling. This ensured that even if androids unleashed their energy blasts above, the chamber could withstand the assault for a time. Off course, this was contingent upon the androids not intending to detonate the planet. Were they to do so, the underground sanctuary would undoubtedly be obliterated. Once the subterranean refuge was completed, Bulma relocated crucial items there and made it her living quarters. Dr. Brief and his wife were still alive, and he had been assisting Bulma with new research in the underground facility. Trunks, meow, meow, meow. It's time for bed. Bulma gently rocked her 1-year-old son, Trunks, who had violet hair. Trunks obediently closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep with a smile. Observing her son's compliance, Bulma's face broke into a long-awaited smile. She believed that there was still hope. Chapter 2. A Visit to Bulma. Before dawn had even broken, son Wufan awoke, vaguely recalling that it was his mother who had carried him to bed after midnight. Thus, he had chosen not to rouse himself, allowing sleep to envelop him completely, resulting in a delightful dream. Upon descending from his bed, he completed 200 push-ups, and, as the sun began to rise, he gazed out the window to find that the week-long rain had ceased. The white mist gradually dissipated, and the air appeared remarkably refreshing. A glance outside revealed lush greenery adorning the trees, vibrant with hope, which lifted his spirits considerably. After dressing, Sun Wufan made his way to the bathroom for a brief wash, emerging to find Kiki had prepared breakfast. No matter where one is headed, a mother always rises earlier than her child. Breakfast consisted of a large pot of gazelle meat porridge and several poached eggs. The gazelle, which Wufan had captured on the mountain days prior, was the size of a small dinosaur, enough to satisfy two for quite some time, with a considerable portion still remaining. The steaming porridge was a sight to behold, stimulating Wufan's appetite. With a cheerful expression, he thanked his mother before diving into his meal, the sounds of slurping creating a delightful symphony of flavor. "Slow down, my child, no one is competing with you," Kiki cautioned as she served herself a bowl of porridge, watching Wufan eat. After finishing, Kiki handed Wufan a capsule, saying, "Wufan, this contains half of the gazelle. Please deliver it to Bulma. Life in the city is not as bountiful as our mountain fare, so it would be a shame to arrive empty-handed. Please extend my regards." Wufan accepted the capsule, stowed it securely in his pocket, zipped it closed, and assured her, "Don't worry, Mom. You'll return quickly once I arrive there, you needn't fret." "Be cautious on your journey," Kiki urged repeatedly. "I understand," he replied. Once their exchange concluded, Kiki watched her son depart before turning back home to tend to the family garden. The distance from Baozi Mountain to West City, where Bulma resided, was considerable. If Wufan flew at full speed, he could arrive in mere minutes. However, walking would take him several days. Traveling by jet would also consume over half a day. Yet during this time, no one dared to fly due to the conspicuousness that might attract the attention of the androids. Of course, Wufan had no access to a jet. Not only was safety a concern, but his family also did not possess one, and even if they did, he would not know how to operate it. He opted for a compromise, reducing his energy to a minimum and flying low to the ground. While this method significantly slowed his speed, it was comparable to that of a jet, allowing him to reach West City within half a dia, method most suitable for Wufan, who still grappled with a slight fear of heights. Fight nodded slowly, his emaciated fingers delicately caressing the petri dish before him. He pondered aloud, why do we still encounter failure? The genetic serum has been significantly reduced since our last attempt, and we have notably increased the biochemical agents aimed at stabilizing the Scion's emotions and psyche. Why then? Does success elude us? Is it truly the case that the perfect genes of the Scions are beyond my reach? After a prolonged silence, Fight's expression morphed into a sinister grimace. His fingers clawed frantically at the metallic glass exterior of the dish, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue as he growled. "Extract that specimen for me. I shall administer the injection myself." The target of his finger was none other than Best, the Scion infant yet to complete its normal physiological growth cycle. The top of the oval petri dish opened like a blooming flower, and a colossal mechanical arm brutally extracted the fragile infant, placing it upon the cold dissecting table as though it were livestock awaiting slaughter. "Awaken, Scion." The sharp blade of a scalpel effortlessly sliced through the tender skin of the infant, revealing the delicate pink muscle fibers beneath. The operator wielded the instrument with exceptional skill, ensuring not to sever any blood vessels and cause unintended harm to the specimen. A slender mechanical arm extended, its tip adorned with 6 spiraled syringes containing advanced genetic serums. Fight, grasping the scalpel, felt a surge of youthful vigor return to him. He straightened his posture, striving to appear less somber and diminutive, his face radiating a solemn reverence towards scientific inquiry. He retrieved a 100 cubic centimeters vial of the mixed genetic serum from the mechanical arm, approaching Best's tender muscle fibers with a sense of sacred duty. The icy touch of the needle elicited an indescribable discomfort in the slumbering Best, who instinctively attempted to turn away from the prick, but alas, his frail body was already secured upon the frigid dissecting table, unable to escape Fight's frenzied experimentation. Taking a deep breath, Fight unhesitatingly injected the entirety of the 100 cubic centimeters mixed genetic serum into Best's veins. The costly concoction rapidly activated within the infant's diminutive form, and as the serum coursed through Best's bloodstream, it caused his veins to swell, resembling elongated earthworms writhing beneath the skin, as if they would soon burst forth. The sight was both chilling and repulsive. The electronic synthesis sound resumed, and a three-dimensional screen swiftly began to eliminate all unnecessary elements from Best's body, meticulously documenting the myriad changes occurring within the specimen. Several researchers typed furiously at the control panel, their fingers moving so swiftly that they left only a blur in their wake. Several robust mechanical arms meticulously secured biochemical agents capable of repairing genetic damage and stabilizing the emotional state of the subjects, extending towards the dissection table, continuously administering life-essential injections to the suffering infant before them. Strictly speaking, the mixed genetic agents were products from the previous generation at the Cosmic Research Base, initially intended to activate dormant gene fragments within living organisms, revealing the most primitive aspects of these beings amidst their gradual evolutionary journey. Their production was limited and not widely recognized until the arrival of Fit, who propelled this medication into prominence, significantly increasing its output year by year and yielding remarkable profits for the base administrator. Fit incessantly refined this agent for the cultivation of elite warriors with exceptionally high combat capabilities. Generally, a low-tier soldier with a combat power of around 200. Upon receiving this genetic medication and surviving, would witness a staggering enhancement of 56 times their original prowess. If their ancestral genes were indeed exceptional, the medication could induce mutations, reverting these warriors to their race's most formidable form. Regrettably, this seemingly invincible ace in Fit's hand proved less effective on the Scion race, whose genes were so outstanding that they rendered the Scions unable to reap the benefits. The energy unleashed by their perfect genes was overwhelmingly potent. Once it erupted, it exceeded the fragile bodies of ordinary Scions. While their combat power soared, they were ultimately unable to withstand the ferocity of this unleashed force, leading to their inevitable demise. However, after over a year of experimentation and countless injections on various subjects, the research base did not lack examples of success or those trending towards it. Deep within the underground laboratory of Experimentation Room 1, two relatively successful subjects were preserved. Their individual strengths, once stimulated by the medication, reached a combat power of 30,000 and an astonishing 60,000, respectively. Even during their period of containment, their combat prowess continued to surge wildly under the influence of the genetic agents. Alas, these two subjects remained nothing more than unresponsive vegetative forms, no matter how high their combat power rose or how swiftly it increased. They were ultimately mere husks devoid of utility. In truth, Fit had long deciphered from his research reports that the genetic samples of these comparatively successful subjects originated from a high-ranking Scion. In fact, the majority of the numerous cases trending towards success also stemmed from this blood sample. This indicated that Scion nobility was far more compatible with the perfect genes than the commoners. However, it was a source of embarrassment for Fit that he had already exhausted that precious blood sample. As mentioned earlier, Scion genetic samples were exceedingly valuable. Using even a small amount diminished the total, with no possibility of recycling. It was precisely due to the research base's reckless application of the genetic agents that the integrity of the Scion perfect genes was compromised. Indeed, the genetic fragments within the clones were unstable and could not be cloned again. It is precisely due to Fit's belated realization that he has repeatedly missed golden opportunities. However, he has not completely relinquished hope. He endeavors to cultivate and blend the existing genetic samples, striving to generate newer variants. It can be said that the numerous Scion clones within the research facility are all derived from the second generation of the original genetic recreations. Yet, these second-generation clones have not undergone the natural processes of fertilization and gestation, and thus their genetic perfection bears certain inherent flaws compared to the first generation developed earlier. Nevertheless, the existence of any specimens is better than none, and Fit has always yearned for the emergence of a miracle. Moreover, he has learned through certain unconventional channels that the Scions have not been entirely extinguished. At the very least, 3 genuine Scion warriors still exist under the despotic Frisia, one of whom is a noble and another of royal lineage. Once my reconnaissance team returns, the Super Saiyan project can truly commence in earnest. Lost in thought, Fit hastily concluded his tasks and handed over the seemingly lifeless Best to his subordinates. He then wandered through the laboratory, hands clasped behind his back, a frown etched upon his face. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he turned away, the poor infant, fixed upon the dissection table, suddenly opened his previously shut eyes. gazing in bewilderment at the blinding surgical lights above, his lips twitching slightly, resembling the shape of a full moon. In the guard room, several oddly featured extraterrestrial guards stared agape at the enormous creature that had manifested in the laboratory of Sector 6, terror etched across their faces. How terrifying! Is this truly the Saiyan infant transformed? Although they had witnessed the entire process of Best's transformation into a great ape through the surveillance footage, the guards still could not believe that what was unfolding before them was real. A mere infant, no larger than a palm, had abruptly morphed into a towering black gorilla dozens of meters high? Who would believe such a tale? Yet, the reality was indeed as it appeared. Its combat power had surged to 12,000. This monster, just moments ago, it was barely 5,000. One guard stared intently at the surveillance footage, his bulging eyes bloodshot. As the energy detector affixed to his right eye flashed erratically, rendering him momentarily dazed. In this unprecedented scenario, the energy detector, overwhelmed by the strain, suddenly exploded, severely burning half of the guard's face, causing him to scream in agony. The other guards, witnessing this, were drenched in sweat, panic overtaking them. Doctor, Fit is still in the Sector 6 laboratory. We must hurry. If we do not neutralize this creature quickly, it will flay us alive. Another guard exclaimed, his face paling in alarm as he dashed out of the guard room. The others, understanding the urgency, followed suit, racing towards Sector 6, praying fervently that Fit, the madman, would not hold them accountable for this calamity. However, if that Saiyan beast could eliminate Feet, it would indeed be a favorable outcome. Remarkably, the thoughts that flickered through the minds of these individuals were strikingly similar. Yet, they dared not voice such sentiments aloud. Amidst the primal and anguished roars, a colossal black gorilla, towering several meters high, pounded its chest with tremendous force, unleashing a barrage of pale energy beams from its gaping maw, instantly reducing everything in its path to ashes. The vast experimental area was constructed from the most renowned superalloy materials in the cosmos, capable of withstanding the immense devastation caused by a meteorite impact. Yet, even such formidable materials were powerless against the overwhelming might of the Scion's transformation. With a thunderous crash, the superalloy roof of the experimental zone was effortlessly torn apart by the gorilla's brutal assault, allowing it to leap into the outer fringes of the cosmic research base, commencing a new wave of destruction. Amidst the blaring alarms, numerous single-person combat airships swiftly ascended, circling the gorilla like hawks, unleashing a frenzied barrage. A torrent of high-energy projectiles battered the gorilla's imposing form, yet only served to incite its ferocity further, inflicting no substantial harm. After fruitlessly attempting to assault the airships, the gorilla propelled itself into the air with a powerful push from its massive hands, simultaneously releasing a concentrated beam of energy that precisely struck a cubic structure. Though the berserk Best was driven by the primal instincts and destructive desires inherent in Saiyan genetics, he had not entirely lost his rationality. On the contrary, his gradually resurfacing consciousness allowed him to make subjective judgments about his current situation, thus influencing the trajectory of his attacks in his transformed state. Take, for instance, the earlier strike. In truth, Best was unaware of what lay within that cubic structure. Yet, having encountered such forms in his past life, he recognized that these buildings were often utilized for storing extremely hazardous industrial materials or for refining oil, both highly flammable and prone to explosion. Hence, he endeavored to attack it. As anticipated, upon impact, the energy beam struck the structure, resulting in a spectacular eruption of flames that engulfed the entire research base. 3 adjacent experimental zones were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere rubble. Furthermore, the violent shockwave generated by the explosion swept through the area like a super typhoon of unprecedented intensity, causing even the gorilla to stagger. The single-person combat airships fared far worse, aside from a few skilled pilots who managed to escape with their lives. The majority were either vaporized by the explosive energy or hurled into the experimental zones of the research base to crash. The casualties were nothing short of catastrophic. The gorilla, with its bloodthirsty and savage crimson eyes, gazed down upon its handiwork, suddenly filled with a sense of satisfaction. Dominance over all, both above and below. This was indeed the essence of that feeling. Certainly, no one can fathom the thoughts that dwell within the heart of this terrifying behemoth. The entire experimental base is now thrown into chaos, with panic reigning supreme. In this tumult, who has the presence of mind to offer concern? In a corner of Zone 6's laboratory, slender fingers emerged from the rubble, struggling to lift the heavy slab pinning them down. It was the ancient yet unyielding Fit. Resembling a lifeless dog beneath the debris, gasping feebly for breath. "Do you require assistance, my dear Dr. Fit?" A voice laced with mockery echoed from outside, making Fit feel as though salvation had arrived. Casting aside all semblance of dignity, the old man exclaimed, "Abaz, hurry, extricate me from this wretched place." "As you wish," came the voice, accompanied by a faint smile, as Fit's diminutive form was effortlessly hoisted into the air by a large hand. Ignoring the rudeness displayed towards him, Fit struggled to descend, staring in shock at the utterly devastated experimental base with tears of despair threatening to spill. Gritting his teeth in anger, he suddenly recalled something crucial. His expression shifting dramatically as he inquired of the mutant extraterrestrial named Abaz, "What about that monster?" Abaz gestured towards the direction from which explosions continued to emanate, responding coolly, "It is wreaking havoc outside. You imbecile, why do you not intervene to halt it?" Fit's emerald-hued avian visage appeared to shift in color from rage, as he raised his cane to reprimand Abaz, oddly refraining from unleashing a bolt of lightning as he typically would against the researchers. Abaz smirked, retorting, "The original agreement only obliges me to ensure your safety. It did not include the duty of safeguarding the base. Fool, if the base is entirely destroyed, the medication you require daily will also vanish. Do you not comprehend this fundamental concept?" Fit continued to shake his cane, persisting in his tirade. Upon the mention of that medication, Abaz's expression shifted slightly. He cast a turbulent glance at Fit, an unsettling fire flickering in his eyes, as if contemplating a release of pent-up frustration, yet ultimately the moment passed without resolution. "Grant me a minute. I shall deal with that monster," he stated, straightening his posture with an air of indifference. "Dealing with it? No, no, no. I require it alive, a living specimen. Do you understand?" Fit's excitement surged, his voice growing somewhat disjointed, yet his face betrayed a palpable fervor. Abaz huffed but acquiesced to Fit's demands, for certain reasons rendered him incapable of resisting the old man's orders. A combat power of 36,000? That is indeed a formidable opponent, but to me, you remain insufficient. The flames soared skyward, leaving behind a landscape littered with the remnants of obliterated structures. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred debris and the remnants of explosions. The black gorilla wreaked havoc in the very place that had bestowed upon it life while simultaneously stripping it of its freedom and dignity, its heart brimming with a sense of vindication. Suddenly, as it diligently dismantled the spaceport of the cosmic base, the gorilla's ears twitched slightly, instinctively tilting its dark head. A blinding beam of light shot past its cheek, carrying with it a menacing implication of potential obliteration. This is an overt provocation. The furious black gorilla suddenly straightened its massive frame, nearly 100 meters tall, resembling a small mountain as it charged toward a tiny point suspended in midair. The momentum was astonishing, as if the colossal creature's every movement harbored the terrifying power to obliterate the world. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The minuscule figure floating in the air, none other than Abaz, the exclusive bodyguard of Fit, struck a punch without a hint of hesitation, directly colliding with the brutish force of the transformed scion. The disparity in size between the two was staggering, a thousandfold difference, easily discernible even to the most naive observer. Yet, the outcome of their initial clash was utterly shocking. The seemingly formidable gorilla staggered backward, ultimately crashing to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Witnessing this, Abaz could not suppress a scoff, shaking his head in disdain. What a foolish creature. Possessing over 10,000 in battle power, yet relying solely on primal instincts and brute force to wreak havoc. You lack even the most basic understanding of energy manipulation. It seems I have overestimated you. Before the gorilla could regain its footing, Abaz had already descended upon its colossal form like a meteor, delivering a tremendous blow that thrust much of the gorilla into the ground. In a swift motion, he then hurled the beast into the air, where it collided intimately with an energy sphere that had been lingering above. This encounter ignited an exceedingly violent explosion, illuminating the long-dimmed cosmic base with a blinding white light. The intensity of this explosion surpassed that of the previous energy accumulation by tenfold. In the epicenter of the blast, even Abaz could not guarantee his own safety, let alone that of a creature whose battle power paled in comparison and which could not properly wield its inherent energy. He believed that his previous strikes could have reduced the monster to its last breath, ensuring a smooth completion of his task. Even in a slightly adverse scenario, it would merely result in the creature's accidental demise. Under such circumstances, he could not be held accountable. After all, the beast appeared so robust, yet was utterly incapable of withstanding even a fraction of the assault. Beyond these considerations, he could hardly conceive of any unforeseen complications. Indeed, Every formidable warrior possesses a profound confidence in their judgment, a conviction that serves as their lifeline and is honed through countless encounters at the brink of death, becoming almost instinctual in battle. Any miscalculation could yield grave consequences. Take the transformed beast, for instance. How could a Saiyan warrior, activated by genetic enhancements, be judged by ordinary standards? As the smoke from the energy explosion dissipated, Abaz gazed at the imposing black gorilla floating majestically above. His laughter abruptly halted. The expression on his face transformed dramatically, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness and caution. Remarkably, the creature was healing itself. Abaz squinted as he scrutinized his opponent, who loomed before him like a small mountain. To his astonishment, he noticed that some of the wounds on the adversary's body were healing at an astonishing rate. Even the more grievous injuries, which should have been serious, were scabbing over and regenerating flesh in mere moments. This revelation caused Abaz's expression to darken. As his perfectly executed series of strikes had evidently inflicted no substantial damage on his foe, it felt as though he had been dealt a stinging slap across the face. Simultaneously, the combat power detector affixed to his right eye began to emit a relentless series of beeps, continuously updating the monstrous opponent's combat power, pushing Abaz's psychological limits. Combat power, 57,000. Humph, let me see just how formidable you truly are. Abaz swiftly removed the detector and shattered it in his palm with a resounding crack. He advanced once more towards the gorilla, delivering a lateral kick aimed at its massive head. However, to his surprise, the gorilla, despite its previous injuries, had significantly enhanced its combat awareness and agility, effortlessly dodging the impending strike. In that instant, a colossal, furry fist shot through the air, colliding with Abaz's whipping leg. Seeing this, Abaz felt a surge of excitement, believing he had once again found the beast's weakness. Yet, as their powers clashed, an overwhelming force surged forth, leaving Abaz momentarily blinded, his ears buzzing as if a swarm of flies were swirling around him. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he felt a pressure building in his chest that he could not express. In contrast, the gorilla was not faring much better. The sound of its thick wrist bones cracking echoed ominously. Yet, its recovery ability was astonishing, surpassing Abaz by half a second. With a fierce roar, it launched a savage counterattack against the once dominant ant that had previously dealt it such a blow. The powerful extraterrestrial warrior found himself flung about like a ragdoll, battered by a relentless barrage of strikes, unable to find solid ground beneath him. Despite possessing immense power, Abaz felt utterly constrained. The gorilla's gaping maw twisted into a grotesque semblance of a smile as its massive hands enclosed around Abaz, squeezing with all its might, eliciting cries of agony from him. Nevertheless, the disparity between them was vast. Even though Abaz had experienced some enhancements prior to this encounter, his opponent's combat strength was still far superior. After a brief but intense onslaught, he eventually managed to escape the gorilla's grasp, gasping for breath. Abaz, you fool! What are you doing? Do not allow it to grow stronger. Transform and subdue it at once. In the desolate ruins, a cacophony of futile outcries erupted from fight. Oblivious to the fact that the target of his vitriol, consumed by shame and anger, harbored a burgeoning impulse to annihilate the entire cosmic experimental base. You wish to survive, do you? Very well, I shall grant you that. At this moment, Abaz, his visage marred by bruises and blood, garbed in tattered clothing that rendered him a pitiful sight, had long abandoned his previous demeanor of coldness and acuity. With hands clasped in fervent supplication, he unleashed a formidable shockwave from the gaps between his fingers, engulfing the charging gorilla and a section of the experimental zone within its tumultuous embrace. Amidst the blinding waves of light, the anguished cries of the gorilla, teetering on the brink of death, resonated. Driven to madness, Abaz was evidently unsatisfied. With a resounding roar, the shockwave veered sharply, hurtling into the vastness of space. Miraculously, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the gorilla had not perished. It lay feebly within a colossal pit, desperately attempting to rise. Suddenly, Abaz, his expression dark and brooding, descended before the ailing creature. Observing the indomitable spirit and wildness reflected in the gorilla's eyes, he sneered. What use is resistance if you are destined to die? Aren't you capable of self-healing, of augmenting your combat prowess? Heal yourself again. Grow stronger once more. With a thunderous impact, Abaz's fist, fueled by malice, struck the gorilla's forehead, finally subduing the resilient beast. In the aftermath, a gushing torrent of blood followed, accompanied by the frantic, cat-like yelps of Dr. Fight. 2 years had elapsed. 2 long years since Fight had brought back Best, whose life hung by a thread. He had tirelessly sought ways to revive this singularly successful experiment. Alas, Abaz's attack had been exceedingly vicious, warping 30% of Best's skeletal structure to near obliteration, displacing his internal organs and causing significant hemorrhaging. Most critically, Abaz's final hate-fueled punch had shattered Best's skull, injuring his brain and nearly resulting in immediate cerebral demise. Under such horrific circumstances, survival seemed implausible for any ordinary individual. Yet, through the remnants of the cosmic experimental base and Fight's formidable expertise in biological research, Best was indeed brought back from the brink of death. However, certain traumas to his body remained beyond the reach of the base's technological capabilities to heal. This is unacceptable. What are you worthless fools doing? After all this time, you still cannot produce a single viable plan. What use are you? Fight's voice erupted in a frenzied roar within the laboratory. The guards stationed at the door immediately stood at attention, their anxious glances darting toward the entrance, silently contemplating who among them would bear the brunt of Fight's wrath this time. In the past 2 years, Fight's temperament has deteriorated significantly, becoming far more terrifying than his previous capriciousness. He frequently resorts to executing 1 or 2 researchers as a means of venting his frustrations. The cause of this turmoil stems from a report that circulated within the experimental group. It was revealed that Best, who had narrowly escaped death, had his perfect genome irreparably damaged due to a series of explosive incidents. The resultant genomic fractures are beyond repair, at least not within the expertise of the personnel at the laboratory. Initially, this might not have seemed like a significant issue, but those very fractured genes were precisely what Feet desperately craved. Thus, a predicament arose, having come so close to success. He now faced the disheartening reality of an endeavor gone awry, a disappointment that not everyone could bear, especially not someone as peculiar and inherently cold-blooded as Feet, a Cambartian. Unwilling to accept failure, Feet resorted to extreme measures after exhausting all conventional treatments on Best. He accelerated bone marrow hematopoiesis, implanted mutated cells, and cloned genetic samples. In a final act of desperation, he even employed highly radioactive cosmic mutation radiation to bombard Best's body, hoping to reconstitute his perfect genome. However, despite the good intentions, the harsh reality proved unforgiving. Every method failed to salvage Best's perfect genes. A specimen that had once seemed a successful experimental subject now lay frozen in the basement of Laboratory 1. As anticipated, 2 guards were promptly summoned to handle the grim task of disposing of the lifeless body of a researcher, while the others fled in trepidation, nearly sprinting away from this perilous environment, unwilling to remain in such a hazardous place. In the laboratory, more accurately described as Feet's private office, the master of the space was in a frenzy, tearing apart documents and reports strewn across his desk, his face contorted in a snarl as he growled. It's all that bastard's fault. If he hadn't been so heavy-handed, how could my plans have been halted? If it weren't for him, my Super Saiyan project would have already succeeded. The he Feet referred to was, of course, his personal bodyguard, Abaz. The relationship between Feet and Abaz is quite intricate. Originally, Abaz was a renowned cosmic warrior with a battle power exceeding 10,000. After undergoing a tailored radiation mutation designed by Dr. Feet, Abaz ascended to become one of the elite warriors in the universe. Furthermore, the cosmic mutation radiation unexpectedly activated a long-dormant innate ability within Abaz's race, a transformation that had long since regressed. It is worth noting that among cosmic warriors, certain exceptionally unique races exist, whose fighters possess inherent combat prowess. And upon awakening their bloodlines, their individual power reaches a truly formidable level. Yet, it is precisely because their formidable combat prowess largely stems from genetics rather than personal cultivation that they find it challenging to harness such immense energy. At times, forcibly wielding this power can overwhelm their bodies, potentially leading to self-inflicted injuries. To circumvent the inconveniences brought about by excessive energy and to conserve their strength during ordinary activities, these individuals opt to transform, thereby compressing their energy to a manageable level. When necessary, they can release this energy at will, often yielding a surprising advantage. In a similar vein, Abaz, in his normal state, possesses a combat strength nearing 80,000, which can escalate to a staggering 160,000 following a transformation. Such a combat capability is exceptionally rare, even among the elite forces of the Kurdish king. For instance, the captain of the Jinyu force, renowned as the strongest in the universe and the top ace under the Kurdish king's youngest son, boasts only a maximum of 120,000 in combat power. The implications of Abaz's augmented strength are evident to all. At that time, Fit was already harboring rebellious sentiments toward the Kurdish king, reluctant to see his creation become a tool for the adversary. Consequently, he clandestinely eliminated the information regarding Abbas's successful transformation, keeping him forcibly by his side. However, this alone proved insufficient. The Kurdish king and his sons maintained control over numerous elites and vast resources not solely through their formidable strength, but also due to their innate leadership qualities and compelling charisma. What did Fit possess? Merely the persona of an unremarkable old man, who, if not for his irreplaceable position in the Kurdish king's research domain, would be deemed insignificant. Thus, to seize control over the powerful combat resource that was Abbas, Fit resorted to alternative means, employing drugs, potent substances far more powerful than any narcotics known on Earth. The formula and the resultant products of these drugs were firmly within Fit's grasp, enabling him to coerce Abbas into submission. However, Abbas's presence had evidently become an impediment to Fit's ambitions. This individual was exceedingly arrogant and rebellious, showing little regard for his master and failing to execute the commands given to him. The recent incident had further illuminated for Fit the necessity of removing this defiant character at the earliest opportunity. Regrettably, the task was daunting, for no one within the entire base could rival Abbas in a confrontation, and any attempt to oppose him would likely result in Fit's own detriment. Thus, he was left with no choice but to endure, biding his time while allowing the arrogant individual some days of leisure. Once the collection team he dispatched returned with the blood of the Saiyan Prince, the first to meet their demise would undoubtedly be Abbas. Chapter 8 of the Scions, The Avenger's Gift. Experiment Zone 1, Underground Laboratory. This is a forgotten corner of the world. This place was originally established as a site for experimental research by the creators of the cosmic base, once the very heart of the entire facility. However, now the laboratory's numerous significant research achievements have been stolen by the nefarious Dr. Fight, who employs them for his inhumane vivisection experiments. Consequently, the research room has been abandoned, transforming into Fight's private repository of specimens. After several expansions, the original appearance of the underground laboratory has long since vanished. The desolate corridor resembles a corner of a cemetery, with imposing iron boxes, each over 2 meters tall, meticulously arranged along either side. A chilling draft continually rises from the gaps in these iron boxes, condensing on the ceiling into icicles that hang ominously. At the end of the underground laboratory, 3 massive steel frameworks are suspended from the ceiling, vertically securing 3 oval, black-purple luminescent entities. Technically speaking, these luminous objects can also be considered a peculiar type of culture dish. However, their purpose lies not in cultivation but in suppression. They utilize advanced technology to forcibly halt all cellular activity within a living organism, inducing a prolonged state of suspended animation. This method is far more sophisticated than merely freezing a life form to halt its physiological processes. Yet the exorbitant cost and singular effect of these culture dishes are beyond the means of ordinary organizations. Even this vast cosmic research base possesses only a few remnants left by the former head of the facility. Otherwise, given Fight's miserly nature, he would never have invested in such arrangements. Following the commencement of the Super Saiyan project, the 2 experimental subjects, perilously close to success, became a source of torment for Fight. These comatose warriors possess boundless potential for growth, their power escalating at an alarming rate. Alas, he could only look on enviously, as no technology existed to awaken them for his use. Observing the increasing combat capabilities of these comatose warriors, yet lacking the means to rein them in, Fight feared that their eventual exposure to King Kurd would lead to his own undoing. Yet, he could not bring himself to destroy these nearly perfect specimens. In his distress, he recalled a batch of refuse in his laboratory that could conveniently be utilized to preserve these 2 experimental subjects. Thus, the current situation came to be. Fortuitously, as the only successful experimental subject, Bastur occupies a position here, thanks to the miraculous properties of these special culture dishes. No one pays heed to these specimens that may remain entombed here indefinitely, despite their formidable individual combat metrics. The inherent flaws and dangers they harbor condemn them to be deemed failures, destined to be forgotten over time. The cosmic research base remains a hive of activity, with each individual diligently laboring at their stations, immersed in their work as if the distinction between day and night were non-existent. The brooding Fight strides through the lengthy corridors of the various experimental zones, surveying the researchers' endeavors. Abbas remained in his usual nonchalant demeanor, meandering leisurely in a forgotten corner of the base. At that moment, none among them anticipated that a seed of hatred was rapidly germinating and erupting in a neglected nook. By the time they truly recognized the impending crisis, it was far too late. Tick-tock. In an underground laboratory where temperatures had lingered around a frigid -50 degrees Celsius for years, the sound of dripping water resonated. A nearly melted icicle plummeted vertically, precisely striking a red button on the control panel, producing a soft ping. Simultaneously, an old searchlight detonated with a loud bang, and a shard of razor-sharp cosmic glass fortuitously pierced a frayed, exposed wire. Instantly, the power supply sustaining the laboratory's refrigeration systems was severed, plunging the entire facility into darkness. It may sound unbelievable, yet it transpired in reality. Had there been someone overseeing the underground laboratory, it might have been possible to avert the catastrophe that loomed over the entire cosmic experimental base. Regrettably, such places were devoid of human presence, even lacking a solitary surveillance camera. Thus, this series of eerie events unfolded unimpeded in the absence of scrutiny. In the darkness, 3 massive steel supports suddenly sprang to life, cracking apart with a sharp sound, causing 3 flickering luminescent objects to tumble to the ground amidst a muffled commotion. Devoid of electrical support, the energy contained within the glowing entities rapidly dwindled, gradually dimming. From one such exhausted luminescent object, a child, appearing to be 6 or 7 years old, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. With a swift motion, the child's untrimmed nails, akin to sharp blades, effortlessly etched 2 long marks within the glowing object, intentionally or not forming a cross. He then raised his arm and delivered a punch, creating a gaping hole at the cross's intersection, just large enough for the child to escape. Moreover, as the refrigeration systems in the laboratory ceased to function, the temperature began to rise, causing the metal boxes that had remained undisturbed along the corridor to tremble slightly. As seconds ticked away, this quivering escalated into a frenzied convulsion. In the shadows, an unknown multitude of mutated creatures erupted from their icy confines. They licked their sharp fangs, frantically surveying their surroundings. A few relatively weaker mutants soon became prey to the more powerful, and almost instantaneously upon their emergence from the metal boxes, they were torn into fragments by countless bloodthirsty companions. These mutated monsters are genetically engineered beings that were conceived by Fight prior to the initiation of the Super Saiyan Project, each one infused with the DNA of over 3 cosmic entities. Furthermore, these genes originate from exceptionally bloodthirsty and warlike beings of the universe. The amalgamation of these genetic materials has resulted in the terrifying creatures that lie before us. However, at that time, Fight, eager to commence the Super Saiyan plan, had yet to devise a means to adequately control these engineered beings. Consequently, these bloodthirsty and highly aggressive creatures were relegated to a state of temporary cryogenic suspension, awaiting future handling. Little did anyone know that these monsters would eventually be unleashed by a vengeful entity, transforming into instruments of Fight's downfall. Though their numbers dwindled as they devoured one another, the remnants consisted of the most formidable specimens, each possessing a combat power approximating 10,000. They are cunning and ferocious, endowed with an almost instinctual prowess for battle, far surpassing that of the lesser genetically engineered beings known as vegetable people. It can be asserted that each of these creatures is an embodiment of immense strength. The remaining mutated monsters are dispersed throughout the subterranean laboratory, forming a standoff. Yet they dare not approach the depths of the facility where the 3 luminous entities reside. The instinctual awareness inherited from their lower biological origins allows them to perceive the presence of 2 exceedingly powerful beings in that vicinity. And the oppressive aura emanating from these entities is steadily escalating. This is an energy they cannot resist, so formidable that they are left with no option but to submit without entertaining any other notions, to attempt to strike preemptively while their adversaries have yet to fully regain strength. A jest, for they would likely be torn to shreds before even reaching their foes. These bloodthirsty monsters, born of genetic manipulation, not only inherit the savagery of their cosmic progenitors, but also their cunning and decisiveness. Recognizing the futility of inflicting harm upon their adversaries, they promptly abandon their wise course of action and retreat. Where to retreat? Naturally, they seek refuge in the upper level of the subterranean laboratory, known as Experiment Zone 1. As for the chaos that would ensue should these malevolent creatures escape the underground confines, Best, the orchestrator of these unfolding events, awaits with great anticipation. In truth, the seemingly coincidental occurrences at present are but shadows of Best's machinations. The genesis of these events traces back to when Best was rescued by Fight and subsequently subjected to extensive genetic recombination experiments. At that time, Best had been left in a disoriented state by Abbas, with his head sustaining severe trauma to both neural and cerebral tissues, while fight ensured Best's survival. His primary focus lay in researching how to reconstruct the fractured Saiyan gene chains within him, disregarding any other ailments Best may have suffered. During the concluding exposure to cosmic mutagenic radiation, although the severed gene chains within Best did not fully restore, they inadvertently catalyzed a mutation in the pooled blood and necrotic tissue within his cranial cavity, endowing Best with a remarkably unique ability. This ability, distinct from a Baz transformation, Goodoo's time suspension, and Jinyu's body exchange, bears a notable resemblance to the extraordinary powers of dumplings on Earth, yet it is undeniably far more formidable. At that moment, Fit remained oblivious to the changes occurring within Best's cerebral domain. Subsequently, in a state of disheartenment, he commanded his subordinate researchers to conduct the final tasks, thereby remaining unaware that the experimental subject he had been scrutinizing had undergone some fascinating transformations. It was Fit's negligence that afforded Best a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Even as he was consigned to the underground laboratory for confinement, the mutated neural tissue within his brain miraculously safeguarded his consciousness, preventing him from succumbing to a prolonged dormancy. During this interval, the ever-alert Best calculated countless scenarios, ultimately orchestrating his successful escape. However, this achievement fell far short of his intended outcomes. The previously encountered mutated creatures were merely appetizers, inciting chaos at the research facility, yet they could not genuinely aid him in fulfilling his vendetta. Best's true reliance lay upon his two compatriots, Scions whose combat prowess had exceeded 100,000. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, too swift for immediate comprehension. Dozens of mutated monsters almost instantaneously tore through the alloy steel ceiling, creating gaping holes as they roared and leaped into the fray. From his subterranean refuge, Best could already hear the screams and wails emanating from above, filled with despair and terror. The profoundly distorted persona of Best no longer resembled the law-abiding citizen of his past life. He felt no guilt regarding these occurrences. In truth, having witnessed Dr. Fit's relentless torment of Scion test subjects to their demise, Best had long since shed his fear of death, finding even a modicum of solace within it. Moreover, those before him served the nefarious faction of King Kurdish, their hands stained with countless atrocities. Their fates could only be deemed just, their deaths far from innocent. The gaping holes in the ceiling allowed light to flood the basement anew. In a moment of inadvertent glance upwards, Best was startled to discover that his eyes had taken on an eerie shade of blood red, cold and indifferent, resembling a stagnant pool of ancient water. This was a lingering consequence of Abaz's devastating blow. Lacking timely medical intervention, the clotted blood had obscured his vision. Following exposure to cosmic radiation, this crimson hue had seeped into his very eyeballs, rendering it irrevocable. Now, no matter what Best beheld, he was met with a landscape tinged in blood red. How long shall you remain in slumber? Must you witness your kin being brutally slaughtered one by one before you awaken? Observe. The dignity and pride of the Scions have been trampled into the dust. Why do you still endure? Have you forgotten that the blood coursing through your veins belongs to the proud and indomitable warrior race, the Scions? Best's low murmurs resonated, his eyes glimmering with a fearsome light. His words were akin to a sorcerer's incantation, incessantly prodding the two Scion warriors, stripped of their self-awareness, in a bid to awaken the dormant essence of their true selves nestled deep within their memories. Indeed, it is their true essence we speak of. Do not forget that these Scions are mere clones, crafted from the genes of a long-extinct lineage. Though they have yet to fully mature, their original forms were battle-hardened warriors, seasoned by the crucible of combat. Who among them has not brushed against death? Who lacks a wealth of combat experience? It can be said that the memories inherited from their original selves constitute the most invaluable treasure possessed by these clones. Cloning is akin to rebirth. Yet this rebirth is not complete. It merely reanimates the life of an individual through advanced replication technology, without delving deeper into the memories and experiences slumbering within their genes. Or perhaps, the creator, Fit, never intended to pursue such depths. Why grant a test subject true rebirth? It is far more manageable to control a newborn than an adult. This has resulted in clones that are bewildered and ignorant, forced to start anew. Yet, one cannot deny the existence of the memories inherited from their originals. They simply remain unawakened. Thus, what Best seeks to accomplish now is to some extent, awaken the buried consciousness within their genes, aiding himself in his grand scheme of escape and vengeance. Awakening their deeper consciousness cannot merely be achieved through words. Best relies on the mutated brain tissue resulting from cosmic radiation. This mutation has caused a formidable protrusion at the back of his head, resembling a severely advanced tumor. In truth, this mutated brain tissue is indeed a tumor, one that not only prevents hair from growing on Best's scalp, but also incessantly exerts pressure on his brain. Each episode of agony rendering him nearly unbearable, as if the only relief would come from shattering his skull. Yet, while this mutated brain tissue inflicts excruciating pain, it simultaneously grants him a means of survival and establishment. This duality evokes a complex blend of affection and resentment, reminiscent of the feeling of gain and loss. The functionality of this mutated brain tissue can be described as remarkably formidable, yet it remains only partially comprehended by Best. However, even this limited understanding proves to be sufficient. Two vigorous psychic forces, akin to sharp iron hooks, deeply penetrate the skulls of the two Saiyan warriors, subsequently exploding with fervor. Though not damaging the cerebral cortex of the Saiyan fighters, it induces severe convulsions. As vivid images of tortured Saiyan clones are mercilessly thrust into the fractured consciousness of the two warriors by Best's telekinetic might, this violent intrusion shatters the fragile protective shell of their souls, awakening their long-dormant core consciousness. Ultimately, Best's mental energy manifests into two colossal images, devoid of any embellishments, solely depicting two figures. Accompanied by waves of turmoil and rage emanating from the depths of their souls, the figures within these images become increasingly vivid. One figure is a diminutive old man with a large bird-like head named Fight, while the other is a tall, arrogant extraterrestrial warrior known as Abbas. Remember, it is these two individuals who conducted experiments on us Scions, ruthlessly exterminating our offspring as if they were mere ants. They are the ones responsible for transforming you both into these wretched, inhuman forms. Eliminate them. Avenge our Scion kin. In a furious, thunderous roar, two specially cultivated vessels shatter instantaneously, unleashing a frenzied surge that sends Best crashing against the wall, leaving a profound dent in its wake. Before Best can regain his composure, the two awakened Scion warriors have already torn through the ceiling, bellowing as they seek their vengeance. As they traverse their path, the ground convulses violently, resulting in tremendous explosions, with moist vapor mixed with sand and debris shooting up to over 10 meters, instantly engulfing several individuals and reducing them to mere fragments. Gulping down a mouthful of spilt blood with great difficulty, Best suddenly leaps up like a cheetah, fastening himself onto a severely warped metallic ceiling panel. Below, a hissing sound emerges, revealing the presence of a colossal insect resembling a mantis that had stealthily remained behind, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Clever creature. It did not join the other mutated monsters in fleeing outside. Best, unwilling to linger, scoffs upon realizing the mantis has singled him out as its prey. Grasping a section of the metallic panel, he swiftly flips himself out of harm's way. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the mantis possesses even greater speed. Before Best can land, a massive scythe, reeking of blood, appears before him. Seeking death, Best smirks, his body instantaneously cleaved by the enormous scythe. How could he be so easily vanquished? This unexpected turn renders the mantis momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, a hand with long, sharp nails is thrust onto the mantis's bulging eyes, pressing down forcefully. Instantly, yellow-green blood splatters everywhere, and the giant mantis emits a pained shriek. Its enormous sides flail wildly, yet they cannot reach the already vanished Best. In a desperate struggle, the creature finds itself in a predicament far more challenging than simply eliminating its adversary. In the pursuit of his objectives, he found no reason to risk his life by defeating his adversaries. In essence, Best possessed the combative bloodline of a Scion, yet lacked the relentless disposition to vanquish his foes at all costs. He refrained from action unless he was assured of success. When he did strike, it was with the intent to inflict critical harm. This was his greatest reliance for self-preservation. Time slipped away, and Best gritted his teeth, weaving through the labyrinthine corridors of the research facility with the swiftness of the wind. Whenever confronted by the intricate terrain, he resorted to using his fists to forge a path, violently smashing through walls to create a direct route. His urgency was palpable. His actions were not the result of madness, but rather a premeditated escape route he had meticulously charted from the outset. Remarkably, during his previous transformation into a colossal ape, which had wreaked havoc upon nearly a third of the space station, Best had retained a mental blueprint of the facility's structure. With the enhanced capabilities of his mutated brain tissue, he could vividly recall the details of that chaotic experience, as if replaying it in slow motion from every conceivable angle. This was akin to navigating a high-performance computer, which continuously fed him vital information, affording him opportunities for analysis and strategy. As he sprinted, Best traversed countless laboratories filled with sophisticated instruments and incubators, witnessing the nascent Scion clones curiously observing their surroundings, blissfully unaware that their lives had been marked for termination. Some endured excruciating struggles after being injected with genetic agents, ultimately succumbing to their body's inability to withstand the torment and exploding in despair. For this, Best felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He pressed on, lowering his gaze to avoid witnessing their plight. His heart was not devoid of compassion, but he himself was precariously situated, like a clay Buddha crossing a river, at constant risk of being annihilated, leaving little room to concern himself with others. The defensive network of the space station had already activated, unleashing countless particle cannons and airships that soared between tightly packed structures, alongside towering war machines that launched ferocious assaults on the mutated monstrosities rampaging within the facility. Under the relentless barrage, buildings swiftly collapsed into ruins, and innumerable life forms were reduced to mere pulp by the indiscriminate firepower. The small robotic enforcers showed no regard for the identities of those they gunned down. They executed their orders with chilling efficiency, eliminating any life form visible under infrared detection. Cold and merciless, it must be acknowledged that such reckless assaults have proven to be remarkably effective. The dense barrage of firepower successfully thwarted the advance of dozens of mutated creatures, while also swiftly eliminating several high-level variants with combat capabilities exceeding 10,000. In truth, the last time Best was able to wreak havoc upon the entire research facility single-handedly was solely due to his unique status as the only successful subject of the Super Saiyan Program. Had it not been for fate's impulsive decree to capture them alive, the guards would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Moreover, the current situation is entirely different from the previous one. Despite Best's tumultuous actions, he remains but one individual, capable at most of destroying a few experimental zones and taking some lives. With a brief period of recuperation and the abundant resources of the facility, he could quickly return to his former state. Yet this time, the mutated creatures are in full revolt, many of which possess terrifying reproductive capabilities due to genetic mutations. Their frenzied demeanor clearly indicates an intent to consume all humans and annihilate the entire research base without respite. Fate, who played a pivotal role in cultivating these biochemical weapons, is acutely aware of the danger posed by these mutated beings. Thus, he reluctantly issued an order to eradicate them at all costs, aiming to mitigate the escalation of the crisis. Little did he know, disaster was already upon them, with the true peril lurking just beyond the horizon. The two awakened Scion warriors were ruthlessly sweeping away everything in their path, eliminating all living beings they encountered, and engaging in an exceptionally brutal duel with the facility's premier warrior, Abaz, whose power level reached an astounding 160,000. The clash of their formidable forces momentarily slowed Best's frenzied pace, although the perfect genetic chain within his blood had fractured, depriving him of the qualification to ascend as a Super Saiyan. He nonetheless bore the combative blood of the Scion race. Such a conflict did not instill in him the anticipated fear. Rather, it ignited a fervor within him, a thrill that sent his blood boiling. One can only imagine that had Best been a pure-blooded Scion, he would have been irresistibly drawn to the fierce battle, not only refraining from fleeing, but perhaps even recklessly rushing to the scene to witness it firsthand. There is no doubt that the Scions are a fiercely passionate race. Although he could not witness the battle with his own eyes, Best could surmise the unfolding events. Abaz was indeed formidable, far beyond the capabilities of the two recently awakened Scion warriors. Despite their own power levels of 100,000, their inherent consciousness had only recently been awakened, leaving them still adjusting to their long-dormant physiques and the surging energy within. It was akin to Jinyu, the captain of the special forces with the peculiar ability to swap bodies. When faced with a stronger opponent, he opted to exchange bodies with Goku, yet regrettably, he lacked mastery of the Kaioken technique and could not harness his ki to enhance his combat prowess. Even though he possessed an incredibly powerful physique, he could not unleash a formidable energy of 180,000 like Sun Wukong. The circumstances of these two Scion warriors mirrored that of Jinyu. Their physical might was indeed substantial, yet they were relatively weak, capable of only exerting about 4 layers of their physical combat power, which hardly qualified as formidable. Had Abaz summoned all his strength to confront them, he could have swiftly dispatched these two mediocre opponents without any lingering concerns. However, The painful lesson from their previous encounter rendered him paranoid and excessively cautious, fearing that it might be a trap set by his adversaries. Reluctant to expend all his energy in battle, this hesitation prolonged the confrontation, allowing the two Scion warriors to continuously enhance their combat abilities. By the time Abaz finally realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Humph, indeed you're strong. But you cannot surpass those two monsters who have unleashed the perfect Scion genes. Just give them 5 minutes of growth time, and your so-called combat power of 160,000 will be utterly trampled beneath their feet. Alas, these two Scions are destined to perish. The so-called Super Saiyan plan is ultimately an unattainable task. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Best's stern face. As the first subject to unleash the perfect Scion genes, he knew all too well the consequences of such an eruption. It was a Pandora's box imbued with mysterious power, one that ordinary Scions could never hope to grasp. You may open it, but you shall never control it. Once unleashed, you become ensnared by its magic. Madness, bloodlust, volatility, and rage consume you, driving you to annihilate everything in your sight, ultimately leading to your own ruin. This sensation was more addictive than any drug, yet Best was resolute in his refusal to experience it again. In truth, he felt fortunate that his genetic chain had fractured. Perhaps in this world, only that individual possessed the qualification to unlock this enigmatic box. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 11. Indelible hatred. Approximately a minute had passed, and Best had been sprinting for an entire minute. Miraculously, he had not paused even for an instant, navigating the labyrinthine experimental area without a hint of hesitation. It seemed as if he was charging recklessly, yet he consistently seized the initiative, successfully evading several lurking mutated beasts that lay in ambush. While also avoiding detection from any points of firepower, he had effectively breached the encirclement. However, until he successfully reached the cosmic base's spaceport, his situation remained perilously precarious. The primary structure of the cosmic base's spaceport consisted of a spacecraft docking station and a large hangar, covering a total area of 95,000 square meters. Visually, it resembled a massive bird's nest. Within the docking station rested thousands of medium-sized and small warships, battle airships, invading UFOs, and an array of peculiar space transport vehicles. This place resembles an international exhibition center for spacecraft, encompassing every conceivable image of spaceships, meticulously arranged, creating an immense visual impact. When Best first entered, he was struck by a sense of clarity, quickly followed by a slight dizziness. Until now, Best had been an ordinary individual, having witnessed numerous incredible and almost fantastical events. But encountering such a grand spectacle for the first time was undeniably overwhelming. "Hey, you little brat!" A guard, who was climbing aboard a single-person airship, suddenly noticed Best standing at the spaceport and called out to the oddly appearing child. To his surprise, the child merely cast a fleeting glance with his blood-red eyes before closing them and walking towards the docking station. "No, this child is not from our base." Realizing this, the guard attempted to apprehend Best, but his foot unexpectedly slipped, causing him to tumble down from the airship's ladder. Normally, such a fall would be inconsequential. Guards in the cosmic base typically possessed combat abilities exceeding 300, and if a mere slip could lead to disaster, it would be a monumental joke. However, this time was different. A sharp screw lay ominously on the smooth ground, as if it had been waiting there for an eternity. Caught off guard, the guard was suddenly pierced in the right eye by the screw, embedding itself deep within his brain. He convulsed twice before becoming utterly motionless. Best, like a traveler burdened with thoughts, walked with his hands clasped behind him, stepping firmly on the solid ground, exuding an air of gravity rather than frivolity. Although his steps did not leave distinct impressions, they conveyed a sense of depth and steadiness. Strange occurrences unfolded. The aliens still lingering in the spaceport momentarily hesitated in their actions. Though they quickly regained their composure, it seemed as if an invisible force had tainted them. As Best proceeded, the aliens mysteriously succumbed one by one, with deaths ranging from the mundane, screws, wrenches, and mechanical parts, to the catastrophic, such as internal system failures leading to inexplicable explosions, all becoming instruments of death. In the end, none of the aliens managed to escape this bizarre cycle of demise. Best let out a muffled groan, abruptly opening his eyes. At that moment, it appeared as though a torrent of blood surged within them. He pressed his fingers heavily against his temples, massaging them, his face pale and ghastly, yet he spoke to himself with nonchalance. "The burden on my mind is truly excessive. And when encountering a true master, the effect may be minimal." As Best reached a corner of the spaceport, He gazed at the neatly arranged space pods and suddenly smiled. You may not be familiar with the term space pod, but you certainly recognize the three iconic vessels associated with the Scions during their invasion of Earth: the spacecraft, battle suits, and power level detectors. The battle suits and combat power detectors were no longer remarkable. Even the minions of Frisia's malevolent forces possessed them. However, the single-person flying device known as the space pod was a rarity, most commonly seen during the appearances of the elite special forces. Despite its unassuming exterior, this aircraft was not only swift and energy efficient, but also boasted exceptional durability, seemingly designed as the ultimate tool for elite individuals engaged in solitary operations. Hence, Best was immediately captivated by this rounded flying device, preparing to use it as his means of escape. Just as Best was about to bid farewell to this soon-to-be-destroyed place, he heard hurried footsteps drawing near, frantically approaching the spaceport. His expression darkened. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them entirely. Their survival would be a testament to their luck, and Best would not squander his precious time for their sake. However, this was different. The sound of those footsteps had echoed in his ears countless times, bringing him near the brink of madness with rage. It was the very person who had crafted this body, granting him a second life, and in doing so, had reduced him to this wretched, half-human, half-ghost state. Best's hatred far outweighed any gratitude he might have felt. If given the chance, he would ensure that scoundrel experienced a fate worse than death. And now, that opportunity had finally arrived. Best trembled with excitement, fixating on the spaceport and the long corridor before him, gritting his teeth and sneering, "Fett, you've delivered yourself to me on a silver platter." Fett, oblivious to the fact that a foe more ferocious than the mutated monsters outside awaited him within the spaceport, felt the weight of despair settle upon him. He had grossly underestimated the terror of the creatures he had created, never anticipating that the two Scion experimental subjects would awaken abruptly and unleash such catastrophic repercussions in their battle with Abbas. The situation had spiraled beyond redemption. The entire base was on the brink of annihilation. In such circumstances, escape would be impossible. Furthermore, news of the destruction would swiftly reach Kurd, who would not spare him. The thought of the malevolent leader made Fett stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. Though he harbored rebellious thoughts, he dared not provoke Kurd without sufficient strength. The destruction of the experimental base meant the obliteration of the power he had painstakingly built over the years, casting him into a life of desperate flight. Akin to a stray dog, the mere contemplation of such a fate filled him with profound sorrow and anguish. Fortunately, his Super Saiyan project had finally shown some promise. With a little more time, he could create an invincible army. Filled with turmoil, Feet pondered deeply. In his hands, he clutched two aluminum cases, each nearly half his height, devoid of any other luggage. Even his beloved alloy cane, which he often wielded to exude an air of sophistication, was nowhere to be found. His cautious demeanor suggested that these cases contained something of immense significance. Suddenly, a blinding flash obscured his vision, followed by a staggering blow to his face that sent him soaring into the air. As he tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise, a boot pressed down upon his swollen cheek. "Greetings, Dr. Feet," came a voice that, though seemingly casual, was laced with a profound malice that sent chills down Feet's spine. His body stiffened in fear as he craned his neck to discern the face of his assailant. Upon recognizing him, he gasped in disbelief. "How can it be you?" Upon hearing this, Best's eyes ignited with a chilling bloodlust. Gripping Feet's throat, he hoisted the diminutive elder into the air, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. "I knew you were planning to leave, so I took the liberty of waiting for you here. You. In that moment, realization dawned upon Feet, his complexion paling as he stared at Best in horror. "Trembling," he stammered, "you retain your memories. You remember everything. Has your Scion consciousness remained awake all this time?" "One could say that," Best replied thoughtfully before, with a sudden crack, he twisted one of Feet's arms into a grotesque shape, eliciting a shrill scream from the old man. Gazing fearfully at the impassive face before him, Feet gasped, "You mustn't do this. I created you." Yet before he could finish his plea, another sickening crack echoed as Best crushed one of his legs into oblivion. "To hell with your creation," Best spat, flinging Feet harshly to the ground, his chest swelling with a tumultuous rage that threatened to explode. Just as he prepared to end the blood-soaked villain before him, he hesitated, his expression shifting to one of perplexity as he grasped one of the aluminum cases. "Do not open it. Do not open it." In a desperate act, Feet, barely clinging to life, lunged at Best, attempting to seize the case from his grasp. However, he forgot that he was merely a frail researcher, lacking the prowess of a formidable warrior. With a single kick, Best sent him sprawling against the wall, several ribs cracking under the force, rendering him immobile. What could possibly instill such fear within me? Was it not this very thing that had called to me moments ago? Best furrowed his brow, brutishly tearing the lid off the aluminum case. Then he beheld, to his astonishment, an infant, strictly speaking, a newly born scion baby, preserved in a state of cryogenic suspension. This child bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary scion infants Best had previously encountered, yet uniquely, it was missing its tail, the emblematic symbol of the scion race. The telekinetic force within Best's mutated cerebral tissue surged forth like a torrent of mercury, yearning to penetrate the infant's being and uncover its essence. However, in the next moment, a searing pain erupted in his mind, as if his brain had been struck by a thunderous blast, causing an uncontrollable flow of blood from his nose. Why was this happening? Best clutched his mouth and nose, gazing in astonishment at the diminutive baby in his hands, which trembled slightly, as if gripped by fear. Powerful, frenzied, brutal, and ferocious. No combination of words that Best could conjure could adequately encapsulate the profound sensation he experienced upon intersecting with this scion infant. In that fleeting instant, an unprecedented wave of terror and depression washed over him. For the first time, Best felt alarmingly close to the specter of death. It is worth noting that Best had once achieved a peak combat power of 60,000, although later diminished due to genomic ruptures and the loss of his great ape form, which severely depleted his physical energy, reducing him to near his original state. Nevertheless, he retained nearly 4,000 units of energy, a fortunate outcome amidst his misfortunes. The telekinetic strength of Best's mutated brain tissue surpassed even his physical energy, enabling him to contend with adversaries boasting combat powers exceeding 10,000. Yet, the recent experience felt as though the very fabric of reality had been inverted. Not only did Best fail to discern the true nature of this scion infant, but he was also wounded by the tempestuous, volcanic energy pulsating within it, an energy brimming with aggression and ferocity. Moreover, Best realized with astonishment that this child had not been subjected to genetic enhancements. Its scion genetic chain remained remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of impending eruption. This indicated that the energy within this child was innate, born with a formidable power exceeding 10,000. In truth, the infant's combat power was not as grand as Best envisioned. It was merely the result of excessive depletion of his own telekinetic force, leading to an inflated perception of the child's capabilities. Best's lips began to twitch as he recalled another scion who shared a similar circumstance with this child. If this were indeed the case, the situation had taken a fascinating turn. He glanced at the baby, still ensconced within its icy confines yet exhibiting an increasingly vigorous heartbeat, and then at the crumpled figure of fate, half alive in the corner. Unable to contain his emotions, Best exclaimed with excitement, "You madman! You have synthesized a legendary Super Saiyan, an abominable Super Saiyan akin to Broly. I must say, you are truly a genius." Fit was utterly oblivious to the fact that the artificially synthesized scion infant he had created was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan. He merely regarded this child as an exceptionally remarkable experimental mutant, completely unaware that it embodied the very outcome he had tirelessly sought for years. Yet, even if he were to realize this now, what could he possibly do? In his current state, reduced to a pitiful condition where he could scarcely utter a coherent sentence. Did he really dare to dream of contesting with Best for the fabled Super Saiyan? Was that not a farcical notion? Aware of his bleak prospects for survival, Fit cast a venomous glare at Best, gritting his teeth in impotent malediction. "Do not rejoice too soon. You shall meet a fate far worse than mine." Best glanced towards the depths of the corridor, bent down, and with a light chuckle addressed Fit. "Rest assured, I shall not take your life. However, others will come to deal with you. Moreover, I graciously accept these two gifts of yours." As he spoke, he cradled the so-called legendary Super Saiyan infant in his arms and casually lifted another aluminum case, striding away with an air of triumph before Fit's eyes. "I swear by the name of the great Aba Gong, as long as I draw breath, that wretched child shall pay the price it deserves." Fit coughed violently, inwardly vowing his bitter oath, yet it was evident that the great Aba Gong had not favored him. For, at that moment, a scorpion-like mutant creature had crashed through the alloy walls, staggering towards Fit. In the depths of his terror, the creature's grotesque mandibles suddenly opened wide, and in one swift motion it sealed the conclusion of Dr. Fit's existence. Meanwhile, Best had successfully boarded the space capsule with his research achievement, escaping this nightmarish place. Abaz lay helplessly amidst the rubble, gasping for breath, while two mindless Scion warriors, their muscles bulging as if inflated, filled their bodies to the brink despite their grievous injuries. Their flesh in tatters. One even bore a massive gash in his abdomen. Yet, this seemed to have little effect on them, as their natural recuperative abilities were astonishingly rapid. One Scion warrior seized Abaz, lifting him by his hair, and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen, provoking violent retches from the once proud cosmic warrior. "You monstrous fiends!" Abaz barely managed to open his eyes, spewing forth a torrent of purple blood, only to be slammed back onto the ground by the Scion. The earth trembled with a resounding crash, dust swirling like a tempest, engulfing all within sight, and the ground itself cracked, fissures spreading wide. Another Scion warrior, his face twisted in a snarl, approached menacingly, gripping Abaz by the hair to hoist him up. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow to this dying wretch, Abaz unexpectedly lifted his head and violently collided with the warrior's forehead. The Scion staggered back in pain, releasing Abaz to the ground. Energy cannon. Seizing this opportunity, Abaz unleashed his final surge of power. A flicker of lightning danced within his left palm, and suddenly, a violet sphere of light erupted, plunging into the unhealed wound of the Scion. In an instant, a tremendous explosion occurred, reducing this seemingly indomitable foe to mere dust. Abaz, of course, had not forgotten that a more formidable adversary lingered nearby, yet he had exhausted every ounce of energy and was rendered immobile. As he observed the figure emerging from the dissipating smoke, he was disappointed to find no trace of the rage that ought to accompany the death of a comrade on the Scion's face. In fact, both of these warriors had exhibited not a hint of emotion since their appearance, presenting themselves as nothing more than emotionless automatons. Having relinquished all thoughts, Abaz regarded the approaching Scion with indifference, suddenly breaking into a smile as he calmly remarked, "Fit to create such an aberrant creature, you are indeed a genius." King Kfila, as expected, learned that incidents were indeed transpiring at Fit's cosmic research base. In the vast expanse of space, millions of meters from the Cosmic Research Facility, a colossal spacecraft, over 10,000 meters in diameter, hovered silently, capturing the unfolding events at the research base and transmitting them swiftly to the enormous screen within the cockpit. In the main seat of the cockpit sat a relatively petite alien, exuding an aura of malevolence, who rested his chin on one hand, watching with keen interest the fierce confrontation among the two Scion warriors and Abaz. It was only after Abaz finally eradicated one of the Scions that he, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, "Poor little insect, defeated so swiftly." Below the screen, 3 individuals stood observing. Among them, a robust and imposing figure humbly remarked, "After all, their combat power is inadequate. My perspective differs from that of the Hercules. The combat power of those 2 peculiar warriors has been escalating rapidly, seemingly without pause. It has nearly doubled by now. Furthermore, the internal functions of their bodies are continually improving. If they are allowed to grow unchecked, they will become another formidable force." A relatively slender frog-like being, seated above them, calmly analyzed the situation, his tone suggesting a desire to eliminate the threat. King Kfila smiled slightly, shifting his gaze to the one who had yet to speak, and gently inquired, "Saviza, what are your thoughts?" Saviza gradually tore his gaze away from the screen, kneeling before Kfila under his scrutinizing gaze, and quietly stated, "King Kfila, the defeated warrior was my brother from the planet Breach. I wish to retrieve him." Upon hearing this, Donnie and Hercules exchanged glances, taken aback as it marked the first time they had heard their captain share such news. In an instant, the figure on the luminous screen, seemingly awaiting death with closed eyes, evoked an unusual reaction. Beneath Kfila's eyes, 2 peculiar crimson streaks emerged, resembling the blood tears that flowed from his gaze, strange yet imbued with an air of authority. He fixated on the enormous display, and after a considerable pause, he spoke slowly, "I hope your brother possesses the potential for greatness. I have no need for the useless." "Thank you, my lord," exclaimed Shaviza, filled with joy, his handsome visage betraying gratitude and excitement. He hurriedly opened a hatch on the colossal spacecraft, and a tremendous force from outer space immediately drew him outward, threatening to compress him into a mere mass of flesh, much like an industrial press crushes steel cans. However, in the next moment, a powerful energy erupted forth, akin to a solar ion explosion, creating a vast vacuum around Shaviza's form. Simultaneously, his body, brimming with explosive power, surged violently towards the cosmic research base, resembling a meteor trailing a long tail of flame, a stunning spectacle imbued with the chill of impending death. Should one employ a combat power detector at that moment, They would be astonished to discover that the seemingly frail body of the young Greek star dwelled within an energy reservoir reaching the detector's maximum threshold of 90,000 watts. Inside the cockpit, Quila slowly closed his eyes, reclining against the seat's backrest, and remarked with a hint of disdain, "How ludicrous is this notion of familial affection." Tony and Leisure remained silently beneath the screen, their hands deftly tapping on the control panel, relentlessly expanding the view of the high-power cameras to every corner of the research base in search of something useful. Suddenly, Tony stumbled upon an object and promptly retrieved what the camera had detected: a space capsule. "There are 2 energy signatures within," he exclaimed in surprise. Leisure scoffed. "Just 2 fleeing researchers. What is so remarkable about that? Let them be." Tony frowned, but something about this space capsule seems amiss. Quila, still with his eyes shut, replied indifferently, "Merely 2 insignificant ants. Let them go." Despite Quila's command, Tony felt compelled to comply. Thus, he allowed the space capsule, carrying the infants of Biceta and Scion descent, to drift away, unaware that in years to come, these ants would bring forth unimaginable misfortune upon them. 3 years prior, Quila's arrogance had allowed a capsule, containing the last hope following the devastation of planet Vegeta, to fly from his sight, a missed opportunity that weighed heavily upon him. On this day, 3 years later, Quila had made the same grave error once more, a blunder far more severe than the previous. His family was destined to face extinction due to Quila's hubris. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 13. Brother Papyrus 6 years later, on a secluded and still primitive azure celestial body. Towering green forests intertwined and entwined, their great trees rising majestically, embodying an overwhelming grandeur. At a height of several dozen meters, a broad, crown-like canopy emerges at the summit, lush and verdant, nearly obscuring the sunlight. Although it is now around 8 in the evening, the remnants of the setting sun linger by the seaside, casting a blood-red glow over the land on the verge of fracturing, enveloping the entire continent in an atmosphere of melancholy and sorrow. It appears almost ethereal in its beauty. Mere moments later, a thunderous roar reverberates from the heart of the land, the last cry of a prehistoric behemoth on the brink of death. Following this, the land that extends into the sea violently shatters into 2 segments, a vast chasm unfurling between them like a serpent, widening to a staggering distance of over 100 meters. Ultimately, the surging seawater pours in, irrevocably severing what was once a unified expanse of land. At the epicenter of this continental rupture, a small boy quietly grasps the tail of a colossal creature, effortlessly hauling it from the jagged fissure between the 2 land masses. Despite the creature's substantial weight, several tons at least, the boy, appearing no older than 10, seems impervious to its heft, evoking astonishment in those who witness this feat strangely. The child displays no sign of surprise or effort. It seems he is accustomed to such tasks, his expression remaining stoic and impassive. Yet, he inadvertently miscalculates his strength, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. If his brother discovers this, he will undoubtedly be angry. The boy gazes at his youthful hands, murmuring to himself in a low voice, a hint of concern breaking through his otherwise wooden demeanor. "My strength has been increasing lately. I can't seem to control it. Should I tell my brother?" Suddenly, a fluffy, spherical creature tumbles out from the disheveled woods, playfully bouncing onto the boy's shoulder and emitting cheerful gurgles. The boy glances calmly at the small fluff ball, unperturbed by its playful tugging at his hair, and continues to drag the Leviathan's carcass towards the opposite side of the land. He appears to be an exceptionally good-natured child, making it difficult to reconcile the terrifying creature in his grasp with the gentle demeanor he portrays. Deeper within the forest, another youth, clad in the pelts of wild beasts, is tinkering with several intricate instruments in a rudimentary workshop. This boy is slightly older than the previous one, perhaps around 12 or 13 years of age, and he exudes a more composed presence. His appearance is markedly unusual: a bald head, sparse brows, and eyes of a profound, dark red hue, devoid of luster, with even his pupils seemingly lost in the depths of that intense color. His expression is devoid of emotion, radiating an air that suggests he is not to be approached, surrounded by an oppressive aura that nearly suffocates those who draw near. The youthful boy incessantly disassembled and swiftly reassembled the instruments, repeating the process with fervor. As the fragmented components coalesced once more, a significant transformation occurred. It appeared that within this brief span, the boy had forcibly modified the apparatus into something entirely different. This should be about right, he mused, testing the efficacy of the altered device, nodding in satisfaction. He quickly integrated several other instruments with the one in hand, culminating in a bizarre contraption reminiscent of a baby carriage. Welcome back, Pietra. Did you find anything delicious today? He inquired, turning to greet the heavy footsteps echoing from the forest behind him, wiping the grease from his hands. A Tyrannosaurus, came the somewhat wooden reply from the small boy, who had just arrived. After discarding the massive creature he brought, he wandered to a corner, staring vacantly at the sky. Meanwhile, an unknown, furry creature frolicked around Pietra, occasionally performing odd antics in an attempt to elicit laughter from the boy, who remained utterly unfazed. Sighing, the elder brother felt a sense of helplessness towards his sibling's reticence and silence, but he could do little about it. Rubbing his head, he effortlessly tore off a robust hind leg from the dinosaur and began to prepare their dinner over a fire. After the meal, the brother tinkered with his newly crafted device for a while, ultimately relocating the baby carriage-like contraption to a clearing. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from it, casting its glow into the resplendent starlit sky. "Aha! Success!" he exclaimed, dancing with unrestrained joy as he beheld the luminous ray. Overjoyed, he embraced his bewildered brother, exclaiming, "I did it, Pietra. I succeeded. Soon, we shall leave this place and venture to somewhere grander and better." Pietra gazed at his brother in confusion, for he had never witnessed such uncharacteristic exuberance from him before. He could not fathom what was amiss with their current surroundings or why his brother wished to take him elsewhere. The concepts of larger and better were beyond his small understanding. To him, as long as he could fill his belly each day and quietly remain by his brother's side, enjoying the playful antics of the furry creature, those moments constituted the greatest joy. Moreover, he wished his brother could experience this level of happiness every day. Sensing the genuine joy emanating from his kin, the young Pietra inexplicably broke into a pure, albeit stiff, smile, unnoticed by his brother. However, the little fellow truly smiled. The legendary Super Saiyan were not merely cold and unfeeling, they too possessed emotions. Awaken. Chapter 14. Awaiting rescue 6 years ago. Best managed to escape the clutches of Fit with a Saiyan infant of remarkable potential. They drifted through the cosmos in a space pod for 2 full years, only to be compelled to land on this primitive celestial body due to the depletion of the pod's energy. It is rather unfortunate that the space pod Best originally boarded was an outdated model, repurposed for disassembly. Its energy reserves were not fully charged, merely at half capacity. At that time, in his haste, Best did not scrutinize the pod's controls nor discern the significance of the myriad colorful buttons, merely pressing them at random until by chance he activated the pod. Thus, their journey remained uncertain. And now they only knew they were on a planet within the Mustafa star system, with no knowledge of their precise location. Regarding the Saiyan infant, his origins are closely tied to Best. As the first experimental subject to achieve a significant breakthrough in Fit's research, Best's genetic makeup became the focus of intense scrutiny. Although Best's genetic chain had already fractured, inflicting irreparable damage on the perfect genes in his blood, he remained merely a second-generation Saiyan hybrid created from 2 sets of Saiyan genes. Within the numerous cultivation chambers of the research facility, there were at least 100 other subjects sharing similar or identical genetic traits. Furthermore, the extraction of blood from second-generation subjects led to the creation of third-generation individuals, resulting in thousands being subjected to Fit's lethal experiments, all of which ended in failure. Undeterred, Fit persevered, and by a stroke of extraordinary luck, he managed to cultivate a subject endowed with an energy level of 7,000 at birth. Initially, he believed this subject would catalyze a comprehensive breakthrough in his research agenda, planning to conduct groundbreaking experiments using a novel genetic serum. However, before the experiments could commence, Best's retaliation swept through every corner of the base. Ultimately, this subject, rumored to be a legendary Super Saiyan, fell into Best's hands. Thus, in terms of lineage, this infant is indeed Best's brother. Although neither of them was developed through conventional maternal birthing processes, the blood coursing through their veins is undeniably the same. This elucidates the peculiar sensation of being called that Best experienced upon encountering the sealed Petras in the aluminum box. Over the course of 4 years, as the Saiyan infant gradually matured, the anxiety that once gripped Best's heart began to dissipate. At least during their time together, this child, who was likely to become the fabled Super Saiyan, did not exhibit uncontrollable fury or the extreme ruthlessness that one might expect. He remained profoundly silent, disinclined to engage in conversation. Even when questioned, he offered only the briefest of replies, subsequently sitting in a daze for what could easily stretch in a half a day. Best had never taught a child, as he himself had arrived in this world as a mere youth of 16 or 17, lacking any experience in childcare. Entirely oblivious to whether Petrus's nature was a boon or a bane, Thus, he allowed the child to be as he was. After all, this child was no ordinary human, but a volcano poised to erupt, symbolizing death and destruction. Fortunately, the child was remarkably obedient. Aside from the occasional inability to contain his powers, which scattered landmasses into islands, he had not caused himself any trouble. This fact brought considerable solace to Best. For 4 years, Best had endeavored to charge the space capsule, yet prior to this, he had never acquired any mechanical expertise. Not only was he inept, but his efforts were pathetically misguided. In a moment of clumsiness, he inadvertently damaged the capsule's transformer. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Best dismantled the space capsule into thousands of intricate components, scattering them across the ground. Ultimately, he had no choice but to salvage the seemingly functional instruments within the capsule, embarking on a protracted journey of research. To be frank, Best could hardly be considered a genius, and he was only marginally acquainted with intelligence. However, armed with the formidable computational prowess of the mutated brain tissue within his mind, he managed to painstakingly deconstruct each precision component into its constituent parts, gradually deciphering their functions and selecting the appropriate ones for study. Over the years, Best toiled relentlessly, sacrificing sleep and nourishment. Countless failures left him disheveled and frazzled. Yet fueled by an indomitable spirit, he unexpectedly produced something of substance. By evening, the peculiar contraption he had fashioned, essentially a baby carriage, functioned as a signal transmitter capable of reflecting moonlight into a distress signal wave. Though rudimentary in design, it was a tangible product, equipped with the essential functionality Best required. As long as a spacecraft passed within proximity of the Mustafa star system during this period, it would undoubtedly receive the signal. Now, Best's task was to remain in this place, patiently awaiting the arrival of rescuers. When the time came, he would assess the situation. Should the visitors be unwilling to rescue them, he would resort to coercion, demanding they transport both himself and Petras to a populated locale. If the newcomers harbored ill intentions, it would serve them better. They could resort to violence and theft, seizing their vessel. With Best's combat prowess firmly established above 4,000, complemented by the extraordinary and fearsome potential of Petras, they possessed the audacity to confront any adversary, provided they did not encounter particularly troublesome foes. Ultimately, whether they would negotiate or engage in conflict would rest solely within Best's purview. As Best settled into slumber, he experienced an unprecedented sweetness of rest. Even the ever-taut nerves within him relaxed. The following day, invigorated and high-spirited, Best joyfully took Petra on a leisurely stroll across the largely fragmented continent, pointing at the sprawling archipelago scattered around and cheerfully exclaiming, "Petra, this is all you're doing, isn't it?" Rarely, Petra's cheeks flushed, and with her head bowed, she softly replied, "Brother, I'm sorry. Has your power increased once again?" Best pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Petra nodded, her gaze fixed solemnly on her hands as she stated, "In recent days, I have felt my strength surging each morning, and I struggle to control it." Best chuckled wryly, realizing that the legendary Super Saiyan was truly favored by the gods. At this moment, not only was Best, who had lost the Saiyan's greatest genetic advantage, a mere underachiever, but even the prominent figures like Goku and Vegeta from the Dragon Ball saga were enduring grueling training and fierce battles in the merciless realm of death, striving to touch the brink of mortality just to attain that elusive combat prowess. Meanwhile, Petra seemed to be silently enhancing her strength, unlocking her formidable potential, thus becoming an unrivaled candidate for ascending to Super Saiyan. One could only imagine the terrifying extent to which Broly, endowed with even greater talent and potential, had reached under the devilish training imposed by his resentful father, Paragus. Best shook his head. This truly is a perplexing situation. However, once we leave this place, I should be able to devise a solution for your current predicament. A month later, a colossal cosmic cruiser, measuring over 1,000 meters, unexpectedly received a distress signal while en route back through the Mustafa star system. After reporting to the higher authorities, the valiant cruiser, equipped with the pinnacle of Brada technology, altered its course toward the source of the distress signal, hastening toward a seemingly primitive blue celestial body. Recently, the dwelling of the Best brothers had diminished significantly. While remaining in the makeshift workplace, Best could feel the briny sea breeze brushing against him. In the distance, he could faintly discern a vast expanse of water surging forth, grand and magnificent, as it crashed against the fragmented land, sweeping away large swathes of sand, stones, and vegetation into the tide. A mighty wave surged, lifting colossal trees into the air, the thunderous sound resonating like a cacophony of thunder, vast and awe-inspiring. Yet, This situation bore ominous implications. For the encroaching waters were insidiously eroding the land, endeavoring to transform the remaining sanctuary into a part of the ocean, destined to become a playground for fish to frolic in countless years to come. In response to this, Best felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and deep distress. For years ago, when the brothers first arrived, the planet was a verdant paradise, teeming with life. Adorned with numerous landmasses far larger than the vast Eurasian continent of Best's previous existence. At that time, the entire globe seemed to be cloaked in lush greenery. However, after 4 years of relentless upheaval, the brothers had moved countless times. Wherever they ventured, that landmass faced impending disintegration, its lifespan seldom exceeding 3 months. Presently, the area they inhabited had become the largest expanse of land on the planet. If such devastation continued, it was likely that before any rescue could arrive, they would find themselves submerged in the depths of the ocean. Beset by a myriad of thoughts, Best contemplated the sudden emergence of a dark spot in the sky. Initially a mere speck, it swiftly expanded to a colossal size, obscuring the heavens and casting an immense shadow over the entire forest, making it impossible to ignore. Perhaps realizing that the terrestrial environment was unsuitable for the descent of the cosmic cruiser, several luminous points burst forth from the shadow, elegantly trailing long flames as they glided towards the verdant depths of this life-laden primeval forest. At last, it had arrived. As Best gazed at the spacecraft, reminiscent of a fortified city soaring above, he found himself momentarily entranced. Though his heart had long anticipated this moment, having awaited it through countless days and nights, the reality of its arrival left him feeling somewhat unreal, enveloped in a silence akin to still waters, rather than the jubilant excitement he had envisioned. Observing a small airship swiftly approaching him, Best felt a sudden shiver and instinctively touched his heart, realizing he was no longer the same. The triangular, metallic-hued vessel circled above him, hesitating before landing. A testament to Best's assessment of the caution exhibited by these rescuers. After what seemed an eternity, and seemingly assured of Best's safety, the airship retracted its triangular wings and gracefully descended onto the grass not far from him. With a soft thud, the airship tipped over, forming a stable platform for descent. 2 aliens, not much taller than Best, cautiously emerged, their demeanor suggesting a profound wariness of potential aggression. It appeared that these beings, with their oversized heads and relatively petite bodies, were not only cautious but inherently timid. As they approached, the aliens, perhaps sensing Best's intimidating presence, hesitated and began to communicate in a rapid, incomprehensible dialect. A wave of frustration washed over Best as he realized he could not understand a single word. How unfortunate! Why was it that the extraterrestrial races in Dragon Ball could converse with Earthlings, yet he found himself at a loss? At that moment, Petra, who had been out hunting, suddenly reappeared with remarkable speed, causing the ground beneath to sink nearly half a meter with a resounding thud. The small child positioned herself protectively in front of Best, eyeing the aliens and their imposing metallic craft with a serious expression, ready to defend against any signs of hostility. Petra, come here. They are here to help us. With no ill intentions, Best anxiously pulled the child behind him, casting a glance at the trembling aliens, who had huddled together in fear, and the ominous cannons extending from the hovering airship. His countenance darkened at the precarious situation unfolding before him. As circumstances would have it, the only option left was to seize the opportunity forcefully. Just as Best was resolutely contemplating this unprofitable venture, a hesitant, aged voice resonated from the vast heights of a colossal cruiser, speaking in a language that Best could comprehend. My child, are you inhabitants of the inner galaxy? The inner galaxy? Indeed, the narratives within Dragon Ball predominantly unfold in the North Galaxy, governed by the North Kai. In addition, there are the West, East, and South Kais, each presiding over their respective galaxies. This framework constitutes the primary setting of the Dragon Ball saga, while the broader cosmos remains largely unmentioned in the storyline. Yet, if it is indeed true that beyond these 4 major galaxies lies a more expansive universe, and that intelligent life from these outer realms has made contact, it would be entirely plausible for them to refer to these 4 galaxies as the inner galaxy. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Best's mind, compelling his mutated brain to rapidly process this fragmented information, discarding the superfluous, and swiftly arriving at the only rational explanation for the situation at hand. To an outsider, it would appear that Best was momentarily taken aback by the ancient voice, but he soon jubilantly exclaimed, "Indeed, we are beings from the inner galaxy. Our spacecraft has malfunctioned, and we require your assistance." Through the large screen, the elderly Brada alien aboard the cruiser observed Best's demeanor, noting that his expression of goodwill seemed genuine. and there was no apparent reason for deception. After a brief contemplation, the alien responded, "I can assist you, but the display of your strength is rather formidable. For the safety of everyone aboard this cruiser, I hope you will cooperate." The alien's voice resonated clearly through the cruiser's loudspeaker, and without hesitation, Best readily agreed. This was not an act of submission, rather, he was emboldened by confidence. He had discerned that these timid extraterrestrials harbored a sincere desire to aid him. This understanding was perceptible to Best through the extensive telepathic connection facilitated by his mutated brain. Moreover, their swift response to his distress signal reflected a commendable humanitarian spirit, suggesting their intentions were not to deliberately complicate matters for him. Most importantly, Best had reached a new level of control over his concealed lethal abilities, empowered by his formidable psychic prowess, enabling him to achieve near perfection in execution. Even if these seemingly weaker aliens harbored malicious intent and had set traps aboard the cruiser, he could effortlessly eliminate them one by one without concern. This was not mere arrogance or disdain for extraterrestrial technology. He genuinely possessed the capability to do so. Chapter 16. The terrifying figure. Soon, the Best brothers were invited aboard the cosmic cruiser and escorted by a robot into a peculiar chamber. Within this room, an exceedingly aged Brada alien awaited them. He appeared rather gaunt, with deeply etched wrinkles and sagging skin, embodying the visage of a dimming light. Upon the entrance of the Best brothers, the old Brada's murky gaze suddenly brightened, fixating intently on Best, and calmly remarked, "Child, your heart is troubled." Best was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed a remarkable energy emanating from this extraordinary elder, akin to the psychic force he himself possessed. Yet, this energy was immense, like gazing out at an endless sea or a starry sky, impossible to tally. Unlike Best's own volatile power, which governed destruction, this force was imbued with the freshness and vitality of nature, akin to a gentle breeze that soothed Best's taut spirit. Impressive. Best fell silent, aware that the elder harbored no malice, but merely sought to instill tranquility within him. Nevertheless, the sensation of defeat weighed heavily upon him. He felt as though he had already lost. Despite perceiving the elder's combat prowess as trivial, arguably weaker than an ordinary earthling, he had unmistakably succumbed in this mental duel. He realized he had underestimated the alien. Conversely, his brother Patera, endowed with formidable combat abilities, felt no such disturbance. Instead, he found the peculiar old man oddly endearing, eliciting no sense of animosity. "Young man, please, have a seat. Our journey has yet to commence. Perhaps we can converse and come to know one another." The elder Brada stated warmly, introducing himself. "I am Bibit, the elder of this vessel." With a gentle gesture towards a table, a soft glow illuminated the surface, conjuring a tea set complete with a teapot and small cups. "This is a special beverage crafted by us, Brada, designed to alleviate inner turmoil and promote a more tranquil mindset." The elder paused momentarily, pouring himself a cup, before continuing. "Regular consumption of this drink significantly enhances one's spiritual capabilities. I am Best, and this is my brother, Patera," Best declared, gazing at the unfathomable elder. An odd sensation washed over him, as if he recognized the elder's visage from some tale within the Dragon Ball saga. However, Best, having searched for information regarding this individual, found none that matched the serene and tranquil elder before him. Could he be a character from the theatrical version? No, that seemed unlikely. His appearance was more reminiscent of the enigmatic Karen, a figure associated with mystical practices. Such characters had never appeared in the theatrical adaptations. Yet, if he were not, how could my extraordinary cognitive capabilities, derived from my mutated brain tissue, fail to recall him? Nevertheless, this individual named Bibit was undoubtedly a character from the Dragon Ball narrative. Without a doubt, confirming that the other party was indeed a figure from Dragon Ball piqued Best's interest in the destination of this cosmic cruiser and the Brada aliens aboard. He candidly inquired, "Might I ask where your vessel is headed, esteemed elder?" Holding a cup of tea in both hands, Bibit took a gentle sip and replied, "We intend to relocate to a star system beyond the inner galaxy. We are already situated at the periphery of the northern galaxy." "Relocating beyond the inner galaxy? Do you not plan to return?" Best felt a sudden jolt of realization. Indeed, Bibit sighed, a touch of melancholy in his voice. "The homeland of our era has been ravaged, and the sacred relics we relied upon for survival have been taken by that individual. Each year, countless members of our tribe perish as a consequence, and our population now stands at less than 1/10,000th of what it once was. If we do not move, the only fate that awaits us is extinction." Though these events transpired long ago, the mere recollection still brought Bibit a profound sadness. Perhaps sensing his emotional lapse, He managed a strained smile at Best and his brother, saying, "Please excuse my display of sentiment. Rest assured, our vessel will pause at a star system along the border of the northern galaxy to procure supplies. This location marks the juncture between the inner galaxy and the outer cosmos, inhabited by numerous extraterrestrial beings, with technology that is quite advanced. At that time, you should be able to find a way to return home." "Thank you, Elder," Best expressed, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment for delaying their journey. Nonetheless, he was relieved, as it seemed they would have a destination to reach. The prospect of venturing to a place teeming with advanced technology sparked a glimmer of hope in Best's mind. Bibbit took another sip of tea and kindly remarked, "We must also express our gratitude to you. This planet, though still quite primitive, possesses abundant mineral resources and essential flora for our daily lives. Had it not been for your distress signal, we would not have discovered this place. Currently, some of our crew members are out gathering samples of the local plants and minerals. It may take some time. They had relinquished the opportunity to gather these resources promptly in favor of rescuing those who had sent out the distress signal." Best's understanding of the Brada aliens deepened. They were indeed a peculiar race, kind yet timid, strange yet mysterious. But could it be that I had misremembered? Had they truly not appeared in the Dragon Ball storyline? Best harbored a touch of skepticism. Suddenly, a fluffy sphere leapt from Petra, its delicate little hands rubbing its drowsy eyes, and it hopped onto the table with a soft thud. Upon noticing the teapot resting on the table, this curious creature immediately bounded over, frolicking around the teapot as if intent on opening it. Oh, it was a dodo beast. Bibbit couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of this mischievous little fellow, nostalgically cradling the lively fur ball in his arms. Strangely enough, this little creature, typically quite the rascal, would pester Petra relentlessly, never settling down. Yet, in Bibbit's embrace, it transformed into a docile companion, remaining still as he gently stroked its fluffy body. This evoked a peculiar sentiment in Petra's eyes. Meanwhile, Best had no inkling of what this furball was, only recalling that it was a creature he had caught upon his arrival on this planet, far too small to serve as a meal. He had intended to make a soup but abandoned the idea upon realizing he lacked the necessary cookware. He had carelessly tossed it into a corner and forgotten about it. To his surprise, this little creature had decided to cling to him, refusing to leave and treating Petra as its playmate, often playfully teasing the 2-year-old. Remarkably, their interactions seemed harmonious. At least Petra had not harmed the little creature. Thus, Best had eventually followed this furry companion along with Petra. Upon hearing Bibbit mention the creature's name, Best, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Does the home of the Great Elder also harbor such beings?" "Indeed," Bibbit reminisced. "The dodo beast is regarded in our homeland as a symbol of peace and abundance, a harbinger of good fortune. However, their numbers are exceedingly rare, and their reproduction is challenging, leading to their eventual extinction. So, this little creature possesses some extraordinary abilities?" Best mused without hesitation. Bibbit nodded. "Indeed. The dodo beast possesses a remarkable ability. It can instantaneously revive a mortally wounded individual, healing not only their injuries, but also replenishing their stamina. It was a companion that every high priest in our homeland carried when casting spells and exploring arcane mysteries. Isn't that akin to a living Sinzabine?" Best exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the realization that the creature he had once captured possessed such extraordinary powers. While the Dragon Ball world was filled with peculiarities, its essence remained rooted in fervent combat. With conflict inevitably leading to injuries, healing potions became the most sought-after commodities in this realm. As Best understood, aside from Sinzabines, only the native inhabitants of Namek held similar restorative abilities akin to comprehensive healing potions in games. If this little fur ball truly possessed such capabilities, Best felt he had struck a remarkable fortune. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, Best found himself endowed with an invaluable talisman of survival. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, the words of Bibbit suddenly struck him like a bolt of lightning, revealing an overlooked aspect, magic. In an instant, a character from Dragon Ball too vividly overlapped with Bibbit's visage, causing Best to freeze in place. He had finally recalled the identity of that figure from his memories. Coupled with Bibbit's immense psychic energy, reminiscent of a vast ocean, a cold sweat began to bead upon Best's forehead. Fortunately, the Bibbit before him was not that malevolent individual. Otherwise, Best and his companions would surely meet their doom. Although the location Bibbit referred to lay on the periphery of the northern galaxy, it was still several star systems away from their primitive planet. Even with the advanced aerospace technology of the Brada people, it took them a month to arrive there. During this month, Best acquired knowledge that far surpassed what he had learned over the past several years, including his prior life. He was like a voracious leech, fervently absorbing the crystallized essence of the Brada people's millennia of technological advancement, enriching his mind and narrowing the gap between himself and the Brada. In just a few days, Best appeared to have undergone a transformation, evolving from a savage society into a higher civilization. This metamorphosis was facilitated by the Brada's generous teachings, forcibly elevating his understanding and knowledge to match theirs. However, the consequences of such fervent pursuit were excruciating. The intense mental strain led to frequent eruptions of his mutated brain tissue, with each episode lasting longer and intensifying in pain, seemingly exacerbating his condition. Fortunately, the Brada provided beverage known as Clark offered some relief from the intense agony caused by the outbursts, albeit merely a temporary measure. Bibbit, the Brada's esteemed elder, candidly warned Best that he was playing with fire, risking his own life in the process. Should he continue this reckless behavior, his brain might not withstand the strain and could collapse. Even if he miraculously escaped the worst outcome, reaching the age of 20 would be out of the question. In response, Best merely smiled faintly, disregarding the warning. While he acknowledged Bibbit's good intentions, he had his own plans. Furthermore, his decision to place Petla by Bibbit's side held significant meaning. At the very least, he believed that Bibbit would not overlook Petla's hidden brutality and destructive desires. Confident that this elder, sharing lineage with that wicked sorcerer, possessed the capacity to address such matters, Best did not dare to harbor extravagant hopes. For Scions were inherently a race born for combat and destruction, particularly a special Scion with the potential to ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan. He could only wish that Bibbit would, to some extent, preserve Petrus's individuality, ensuring that he would not be dominated by the desires that might erupt within him, transforming into a creature solely aware of devastation and annihilation. A month later, Best, accompanied by Petrus and the small fur ball, found themselves in an extraordinarily grand steel city. Towering buildings, several hundred meters high, stood in immaculate alignment like a set of dominoes, radiating outward from a conical structure at the center. The layout resembled an immense chessboard, segmenting the earth into numerous broad streets and districts. Were one to gaze down from the heavens, they would undoubtedly be awed by the city's rugged and imposing design. A magnificent metropolis rising like a giant amidst vast sands. The Bradans had completed their resupply days earlier and, after bidding farewell to Best and his brother, embarked on their long journey. They would never return, having left their homeland and become true wanderers of the cosmos, seeking a planet suitable for their race. From the Bradans, Best learned much. Their warm-hearted, selfless assistance filled him with both gratitude and a sense of shame, allowing him to experience the feeling of home once more. Yet, they were not his companions, nor his family. After a heartfelt farewell, their departure was inevitable. Best could only cherish this rare friendship in his heart while embarking on a path far more arduous than that of the Bradans in search of their homeland. On the broad streets, various peculiar races from the universe strolled about. Due to the unique geographical position of this planet and the presence of countless cosmic merchants, travelers from both the inner galaxy and beyond typically came to this colossal city to rest and resupply. It could be said that this place was a major hub for extraterrestrial beings. Despite their strange appearances, most still bore a resemblance to humans, though their skin tones varied. It was still possible to discern beauty from ugliness. As for others, there were reptilian beasts and bizarre forms that could potentially belong to intelligent races. Yet they were often difficult to recognize, leading to some amusing misunderstandings during interactions. However, one should not underestimate these oddly shaped alien races, despite their unusual appearances. Their power and influence on this planet were beyond the reach of ordinary cosmic beings. As Best traversed several streets, he encountered numerous warriors with relatively high combat prowess, some even exceeding the threshold of 10,000. Although such a level posed no threat to Best at present. The sheer number of advanced fighters congregated in one place was enough to send a shiver down his spine. Moreover, what he currently perceives is likely merely the tip of the iceberg, far from grasping the true essence of this place. Yet, the more obscured the reality, the more advantageous it becomes for Best. Considering the timeline, there remained nearly 2 years before the commencement of the Dragon Ball world, let alone the distant threat of the Scions attacking Earth. During this interim, Best's most pressing desire is to establish a foothold in this realm, followed by development. Glancing at his solitary piece of luggage, a silver aluminum case, a grave expression crossed Best's face. Fate, I shall assist you in realizing your Super Saiyan plan. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 18. The shadow behind the scenes in recent years. Aegilis has experienced tumultuous changes, rife with undercurrents. Several new factions have surged forth with astonishing swiftness, toppling numerous established powers and precipitating a monumental upheaval on this trade planet, which has amassed vast wealth and cosmic influence. The roots of this upheaval trace back 3 years. 3 years ago, a cosmic merchant from Aegilis suddenly proclaimed that he had acquired a substance capable of unlocking latent potential, repairing genes, and dramatically enhancing combat prowess. Initially, this rumor failed to capture the attention of many. After all, those avaricious cosmic traders are known to spin lies into truths and can market worthless scrap metal as treasures. Consequently, few took notice at the outset. However, a select few, driven by curiosity about the mysterious, could not resist the temptation to experiment. This led to a low-level warrior named Starnel, compelled by his intrigue, spending a considerable sum to procure a potion dubbed Gene Completion Liquid from the merchant. What transpired next was nothing short of madness. After injecting the Gene Completion Liquid, Starnel's previously feeble physique underwent an uncontrollable metamorphosis, transforming him from a lanky individual of average height into a towering figure of muscular prowess. His strength surged exponentially, with preliminary estimates indicating that his combat power had escalated tenfold due to this miraculous substance. Moreover, this enhancement proved to be everlasting. The news detonated like a bombshell in Aegilis, casting the previously tranquil environment into chaos. The cosmic merchant, faced with a throng of representatives from various factions, audaciously raised the price of the Gene Completion Liquid to an outrageous level, prohibiting bulk purchases. This situation infuriated some of Aegilis' established powers. However, regardless of the threats, temptations, or olive branches extended by these factions, the merchant remained impervious, resembling a wooden puppet devoid of reason. Nevertheless, despite the turmoil, over 100 doses of the Gene Completion Liquid were swiftly snatched up. The emergence of these warriors, whose combat abilities had dramatically amplified, unleashed a tempest upon Aegilis, marking them as the protagonists of the significant changes that have transpired on the planet in recent years. Their names resonate with the divine echo, almost universally recognized and revered. Yet, it is well understood that they all belong to a certain faction. Nonetheless, the reverence for the powerful is an unalterable truth that transcends all species. Of course, not every warrior who has undergone the gene enhancement procedure enjoys such fortune. In fact, this enigmatic gene repair liquid carries inherent risks. No fewer than 10 elite warriors succumbed to fatal outcomes following its injection, unable to withstand its ultimate toll. However, history is penned by the victors. And who would remember these unfortunate souls? The brilliance of the victors allows society to conveniently overlook the minor flaws of the gene enhancement liquid. Those who perish from its effects can merely be deemed unfortunate. Moreover, certain factions have sought to procure the gene enhancement liquid to analyze its components for independent production. Yet, they tragically discovered that these mysterious elixirs evaporate completely within mere hours of being opened, rendering them ineffective. Naturally, some turned their gaze toward the merchant who sold the gene enhancement liquid, but that avaricious and unscrupulous individual seemed to vanish as if into thin air. His whereabouts eluded even the most diligent searches across the entire region of Aegilis. Consequently, suspicions lingered among several factions, fearing that the merchant had clandestinely been captured by their long-standing adversaries. This atmosphere of tension persisted in Aegilis for an extended period, and with the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, several large-scale skirmishes erupted. However, these conflicts were swiftly quelled, ultimately sparing the entirety of Aegilis from turmoil. For this planet holds immense significance for many faction leaders and cosmic merchants alike, with countless factors to consider. No individual would dare claim they could dominate it alone. Those who have made such claims have long since been extinguished. Even the notorious Kurd, infamous throughout the northern galaxy, would have to carefully contemplate whether he possesses the appetite to extend his reach here. In this chaotic, tense, and adversarial environment, yet capable of uniting against external threats, Aegilis gradually returned to his semblance of tranquility. In contrast, the establishment of a mysterious youth's experimental base in the northwest region of Aegilis a year ago has become less of a focal point. The northwest of Aegilis is an uncharted expanse, shrouded in a dim, yellowish haze. The wind carries copious amounts of dust, howling as it strikes the jagged stone peaks, erupting in peculiar yellow mists. The scorching, arid, and exceedingly harsh conditions deter most from venturing here, even if they could survive in such an inhospitable environment. No one would be foolish enough to abandon more hospitable locales for the torment of this desolate wasteland. No one would willingly choose to inhabit such a wretched place. Yet, against all odds, there are those who remain undeterred. A year ago, a small to medium-sized experimental base, claiming to manufacture spacecraft instruments and tools, settled in this very location, garnering little external attention. However, the products emerging from this establishment are indeed commendable, durable, and performing comparably to those of some renowned suppliers. Most importantly, these offerings are significantly more affordable, consistently undercutting the competition. Thus, it is greatly favored by spacecraft manufacturers. However, due to its limited production, it sells out swiftly each time, leaving no room for grievances or envy to arise. Meanwhile, within the subterranean laboratory of the experimental base, Best rose from his seat, stretching his stiff joints. He then inquired of a diminutive figure operating a computer beside him, "Duane, have you managed to simulate it?" The small man lifted his head, revealing a wrinkled, slovenly face that appeared rather unsightly. Moreover, most individuals in this experimental room bore an uncanny resemblance to this little fellow, all sharing a rather irksome demeanor. Yet, one must not be deceived by the appearance of these diminutive beings. They are renowned as the most notorious swindlers of the Aguilas region, as well as being the greatest individual inventors among the transient population, known as the Hain. Throughout the establishment and development of Aguilas, they played a pivotal role. Even now, their status remains unchanged despite the influx of cosmic inhabitants. In several significant domains, they continue to wield considerable influence, instilling a sense of trepidation in others. The Hain who was addressed pressed a button and pointed to a three-dimensional image of a cube displayed on the screen, solemnly stating, "My lord, this is the simulated graphic of the so-called mental time chamber you mentioned. I am at a loss as to why your esteemed self would propose such a peculiar notion. However, our extensive simulations conducted through computer analysis indicate that this room, possessing a unique spatial structure with a close connection to the outside world but a vastly different temporal flow, is beyond the capabilities of scientific creation and our current technology. Or rather, my lord, the so-called mental time chamber you envision does not exist in reality." Listening to his subordinate's candid doubts, Best displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he gazed at the three-dimensional image and calmly asserted, "It does exist." Duane, witnessing Best's unwavering stance, could not help but frown deeply. Just as he was about to speak again, he was restrained by another Hain beside him. This Hain appeared considerably more composed, first pressing his companion back into his seat before thoughtfully suggesting, "Perhaps there is another explanation." Initially harboring little hope for this research project, Best's spirits were unexpectedly lifted upon hearing this, and he cast a surprised glance at the Hain, asking, "What do you mean?" The Hain individual spoke without hesitation, "A spatial rift. An anomaly that does not exist in this realm, yet offers a passage for entry, akin to a gateway to another dimension. However, this passage is highly unstable, despite being imbued with a certain enigmatic force. Its instability is manifested in the temporal connectivity between this space and the external world, as well as the differential flow of time between the two. Thus, it gives rise to the so-called mental time chamber you mentioned." Everyone, including Best, was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an explanation. Yet, following their astonishment, some researchers well-versed in spatial theory began to murmur amongst themselves, deliberating the veracity of this assertion. Best had primarily focused on spacecraft manufacturing and energy issues over the years, and had seldom delved into spatial matters. However, considering the multitude of perspectives he had encountered, this explanation seemed the most plausible. Reflecting on the mental time chamber found within the Divine Palace on Earth, he found himself in agreement with the notion of an alternate dimensional space. "Ike, what do you think would be necessary to open a dimension akin to the one I described?" Best inquired with an unusual glint in his crimson gaze, fixating intently on the Hain individual who had proposed the dimensional theory. Creating a dimensional space is quite straightforward. By directing a powerful particle weapon at a relatively unstable spatial point and maintaining a barrage, there exists a certain probability of breaching a gap into an alternate dimension. However, even if we succeed, we cannot ascertain whether this space will possess the functionalities you described. It is possible that upon entry, one may find the passage of time within this realm to be even swifter than in the external world. This presents a rather perplexing dilemma. Moreover, the primary concern lies in ensuring the rift's persistence, rather than having it rapidly consumed by the chaotic instability of the space. This is the crux of our challenge. Ike, you may set aside your current tasks. This newly initiated project will be entrusted to you. Aside from a few key personnel, you may select any assistance you require from the various departments. As for funding, I will allocate 20 million pages to you initially. I entrust everything to your care. And I hope you can swiftly finalize a research proposal. Best nodded in affirmation, instantly elevating the relatively obscure Ike to a position of leadership, transforming him into the head of the group, which incited envy among many. However, none dared to oppose Best's directives, for in the short span since the Institute's establishment, they had already witnessed the formidable nature of their boss. While it was permissible to disagree with him on certain issues, obstructing his plans would lead to dire consequences, regardless of the means employed. Naturally, such high-pressure management could foster a vicious cycle, yet Best maintained a remarkably relaxed approach to internal regulation within his research institute. Furthermore, the salaries disbursed to the researchers were exceptionally generous, reflecting an attitude of treating money as an inconsequential matter. Moreover, his ability to attract a remarkable group of researchers in such a short span, while boldly developing under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful factions, would suggest that he possesses considerable skill. Otherwise, he would be courting disaster. Hence, he harbors no concerns regarding the safety and confidentiality of these researchers. However, his mind is preoccupied with another pressing issue. Duane, please report on the progress of our current research projects. Best summoned the previously mentioned Hain individual. Nodding in his direction, Duane, as Best's foremost aide, had provided sustenance and shelter to the brothers when they first found themselves in Aegialis. In fact, the substantial number of idle researchers currently present were largely sourced by him for Best. Although he had engaged in disagreements with Best on various matters, his loyalty was beyond question. Consequently, everyone regarded this colleague, who still bore the title of researcher, with a peculiar sense of reverence. The diminutive Hain individual stood once more, this time with a glimmer of joy illuminating his face, as if he had stumbled upon a trove of gold. First, our supercomputer, Campaign, has been completed. Through the myriad cosmic signals received by Campaign, we have identified the coordinates of at least 70 star systems, among which over 12,000 planets exhibit signs of life. Furthermore, more than 20,000 planets possess the energy resources necessary for our development. Additionally, Campaign has nearly pinpointed the locations of Namek and Earth, as you have long sought. We anticipate that detailed results will be available by tomorrow. Next, our energy conversion device, initial model, has been finalized. The spacecraft we have constructed has, to a certain extent, realized the concept of infinite energy capable of autonomously absorbing and converting solar thermal energy during its voyage. Currently, the research team responsible for this project is developing the second generation of the energy conversion device, focusing on the absorption and conversion of energy waves from advanced warriors. And they have already made significant progress. Lastly, concerning the composition of the perfect gene complementation solution we have been studying, the team responsible for this project finally deciphered its components yesterday. With just a few more days, we are confident they will successfully produce the first batch of the perfect gene complementation solution. The perfect gene completion serum is essentially the chaotic concoction that once stirred the entirety of Aegialis. This legacy was left to Best by Fit, initially devised for Petra S use, representing an upgraded version of genetic agents. It possesses significantly enhanced medicinal properties and can, to a certain extent, mend the genetic wounds inflicted by previous agents, thereby augmenting the safety of experiments. However, its production is scarce, yielding only a meager handful of completed vials. Ultimately, Fit never utilized these invaluable serums. Instead, they became a tool for Best to amass wealth after arriving in Aegialis. Yet, the gene completion agents circulating in the market have been tampered with by Best. They have not only been diluted but also infused with peculiar additives, rendering these diluted agents highly volatile. Upon exposure to air, their efficacy dissipates entirely within mere hours, making it impossible for anyone to deduce the composition of this concoction. Little do they suspect that the mastermind orchestrating these affairs is the young boy hiding in the northwestern desert of Aegialis. The perfect gene completion serum is indeed a terrifying entity. Best once captured a lizard-like creature native to the western desert for experimentation. A mere third of a vial injected into the creature triggered a dramatic transformation. This metamorphosis was not a mere mutation or an awakening of latent potential, but an illustration of biological evolution to a higher state. The serum optimized the creature's genes in an astonishing manner, compelling it to ascend to a superior tier of existence. It became increasingly suited to its environment, its form more rationalized, its intellect and desires more human-like, and even the primitive genetic forms hidden within its cells were awakened. Ultimately, This creature evolved into a colossal being reminiscent of a bone dragon from a science fiction realm. Fortunately, Best dispatched it before its transformation was complete. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Regrettably, despite Fit's painstaking efforts to develop his so-called Super Saiyan project, Best realized he had misaligned his focus from the outset. Although the perfect gene completion serum is indeed remarkable for those with the aberrant genes of a Saiyan, it is nothing short of a lethal poison, a poison from which there is no escape. The greater the efficacy of the serum, the swifter the demise of the Saiyan. This forms a vicious cycle. Thus, Best has no intentions of mass production. Rather, he has succumbed to a deep-seated fear of this creation. After completion, he resolved to retain only a few essential samples and destroy the rest, ensuring even the researchers are closely monitored, their memories wiped clean post-experimentation. Lost in thought and somewhat agitated, Best felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards those who acted independently. Meanwhile, Duane, assuming Best's headache had resurfaced, hurried to pour him a cup of tea, softly remarking, "Best, everything in the Research Institute relies on you now. Do make sure nothing goes awry at this critical juncture." Setting aside the formalities and the facade of seriousness associated with their work, Best's lack of displeasure at Hein's disrespect was accompanied by an inexplicable warmth. In a moment of nostalgia, he was transported back to when he first encountered this ambitious yet underappreciated individual who had taken him in during a time of personal despair. Although those days had been fraught with hardship, they were also richly memorable. He shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I am perfectly well. My old friend. For 4 years, we have traversed this path together. What is there left to fear?" Taking a sip from the tea Hein offered, a green beverage imbued with a hint of mint. Best recalled that it was derived from seeds gifted to him by the Barada people upon their departure from Igila's, an exotic drink known as Clark. A subtle bitterness blossomed on his palate, filling his mouth, yet it invigorated him, momentarily dispelling the chaotic thoughts and fatigue that had clouded his mind. "How is my brother faring?" he inquired, drawing in a breath and feeling a sense of relief as he posed the question. Duane furrowed his brow, shaking his head in response. "He has not emerged from the gravity training chamber you specifically instructed to be constructed. It has been a month now. According to surveillance, the chamber's gravity index has reached an astounding 230 times that of normal gravity. This young man is pushing himself too hard. Thankfully, you mandated a maximum standard of 250 times. Otherwise, given Petra's daily progress, the numbers would likely have escalated even further. This relentless pursuit is detrimental to his health. And as his elder brother, you ought to intervene." Best nodded solemnly. "I feel I have failed him. Since arriving in Igila's, he has endured too much suppression. While he appears silent and obedient, I know he is suffering. It is time for him to release some of that pent-up frustration." Duane was taken aback, then incredulously asked, "Are you truly considering hosting that Igila's strongman tournament? Do you realize the financial implications?" Best smiled enigmatically. "Do not concern yourself with the funds. We shall recoup them swiftly. This tournament must be grand, nothing less than spectacular." Duane, eyes wide, pressed, "How much are you planning to invest?" Best held up 2 fingers, smiling without further elaboration. Fortunately, it was merely an awakening. A few days later, news of the Igila's strongman tournament spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every town and gathering point across the cosmos, propelled by the efforts of those with vested interests. As astonishment rippled through the populace, countless individuals were drawn to the tournament, each motivated by their own ambitions, converging on a little-known town at the western desert border. This small town serves as a prominent outpost of the Western Desert Base, designed to attract cosmic merchants. However, it has now transformed into a haven for extraterrestrials seeking shelter and sustenance prior to the commencement of the Igila's championship. In recent days, the town has undergone significant expansion, capable of accommodating 50,000 to 60,000 inhabitants without issue. Moreover, the daily expenses incurred by these visitors contribute to a modest profit for the Western Desert Base. Yet, the relentless influx of people arriving from Igila's fills Duane, the overseer of the expansion, with mixed feelings of joy and concern. He finds it necessary to further extend the town's original boundaries, preparing to double its size once again. Fortunately, many of the structures are high-tech products created through advanced technology, allowing a tool the size of a finger to transform into a genuine dwelling with a simple press of a button. This convenience is remarkable. Nevertheless, the raucous atmosphere of the town does not penetrate the research facility located hundreds of meters beneath the desert surface. In truth, its inhabitants are largely uninterested in the events unfolding above them. Their focus lies solely on their work, disregarding everything else. They resemble a peculiar breed of individuals who would rather starve in the research lab than venture out for sustenance. Yet, these individuals are authentic researchers, tirelessly pursuing their dreams with unwavering enthusiasm and a profound drive for progress. Each aspires to make significant strides in their respective fields, eschewing lethargy and complacency. This fervor stands in stark contrast to the timid elites of the feat experimental base, who once trembled at the mere thought of speaking aloud. Outside a particularly unique chamber, Best sits cross-legged, eyes closed, his entire being seemingly defying gravity as he floats in midair. This marks the 13th year since he arrived in this world. Although this body appears somewhat older than his actual age due to the misuse of various hormones during his early years, no one perceives him as a mere child. In fact, everyone who has interacted with Best subconsciously regards him as an equal adult, admiring his exceptional abilities with genuine respect or unmasked envy. Yet, who could fathom that within this child's physique resides a soul not of this world? At present, he resembles a serene figure akin to Piccolo in meditation. Indeed, Best is engaged in a form of spiritual cultivation taught to him by the esteemed elder Bibit of the broader race. This meditative practice, though not particularly effective in enhancing one's internal energy, possesses ineffable benefits for the refinement of mental capabilities, rooted in the broader lineage of tranquility. For instance, Best's psychic power and energy content were initially quite comparable. However, ever since his arrival in Aegilis, he has been ensnared in a myriad of affairs, seldom tapping into the reservoir of energy within himself. This has resulted in a stagnation of his combat prowess, which has, to a certain extent, diminished. In contrast, his psychic ability has evolved differently. Amidst the entanglements of various matters, Best, during moments of utter exhaustion, would always carve out a sliver of time for introspection and to replenish his waning spirit. Gradually, this practice has morphed into a daily ritual. Unintentionally, Best's psychic power has burgeoned to an extraordinary resilience, now vastly superior to what it was upon his arrival in Aegilis. Even when faced with a high-ranking warrior whose combat strength surpasses his tenfold, Best feels confident in his ability to confront him head-on. Suddenly, a muffled sound reverberated within that peculiar chamber, as a multi-ton superalloy door creaked open with a disconcerting noise. A child emerged from the room, seemingly small yet exuding an inexplicable aura of terror. His hair stood on end, and his expression was chillingly indifferent, his gaze radiating a ferocious intensity akin to that of a ravenous wolf, deterring anyone from approaching. Accompanying him was a wave of scorching heat, akin to steam rising from boiling water, instantly elevating the temperature of the air outside the chamber by several degrees. One could only wonder how sweltering it truly was inside that room. The seemingly terrifying youth stood outside the room for merely a moment. Yet a pool of sweat had already formed on the ground beneath him. More perspiration cascaded down in tandem with the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, suggesting that he could soon leave a small puddle on the floor. After a prolonged silence, the young man suddenly inhaled deeply. A pendant of amethyst adorning his chest emitted a faint glow, gradually calming him. He fixed his gaze upon Best, his voice resonating with a deep timbre as he spoke. "Brother, you have arrived." The amethyst pendant was a gift from Bibi to Petra, said to be a sacred relic from their hometown's temple. It is believed to bring tranquility and peace to those who feel lost and directionless, shielding them from the myriad desires lurking within and the temptations of the outside world. This pendant serves to suppress Petra's growing destructive urges and thirst for bloodshed. For 5 years, it has remained with Petra, never once removed. At this moment, Best had returned to his usual self after a period of meditation. He approached Petra, gently patting his shoulder, and inquired, "How do you feel?" Petra pondered for a moment before responding with an irrelevant statement. "The machine inside is broken. I can't seem to fix it no matter what I do." Best couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, "My dear brother, do you even know how to repair such things?" It was surprising that the gravity training device, rated at 250 times Earth's gravity, had been rendered inoperable after only a few days of Petra's use. Such a pace could hardly be matched even by the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. Nevertheless, he reassured, "Uncle Duane will send someone to fix it. You needn't worry about these things." Petra lowered his gaze and expressed, "I just feel so useless, unable to assist you at all." Hearing this, Best's heart warmed, and he affectionately ruffled his brother's hair, stating earnestly, "Pursue what you love and desire. You need not concern yourself with anything else." "But brother," Petra attempted to argue, only to be interrupted by Best. "Those are the things I enjoy. As for you, Petra, you are a warrior born for battle. That is your calling. Battle. Yes, battle. Best smiled, approvingly stating, transform yourself into the mightiest warrior in the universe. This is the path every scion should tread. I understand. Petra nodded, a newfound determination etched upon his face. The goal of becoming the strongest in the universe had taken root in his heart, guided by Best's words. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 20. The inauguration of the Imitation Martial Arts Tournament 2 days later, the highly anticipated Augula's Strongman Tournament finally commenced on a brilliantly sunny day. Countless warriors from across the cosmos, drawn by the promise of substantial prizes, flocked to various designated locations to register, forming long, flowing lines that stood out amidst the bustling crowd. Naturally, many had come merely out of curiosity, swept along by the throng and inexplicably signing up. Alongside those eager to showcase their skills, they were ushered into the resting area, still dazed and unaware of the events unfolding around them. However, entry into the Augula's Strongman Tournament was no open invitation. Although it lacked the extensive rules of Earth's martial arts tournament, one must at least afford the registration fee. If one could not manage even that, it was a clear indication of their lack of strength to participate. It is not to suggest that the competition discriminates against contestants with limited financial means. One must recognize that this is not a mere talent show, but rather a battleground where the strong reign supreme, exclusively reserved for those of formidable ability. In Augula's, if one steps outside without even a modest sum of money, it is a clear testament to one's inability to thrive on this grander stage, rendering one merely an inconspicuous figure. Such individuals, aside from being ridiculed as entertainment for the audience, are utterly devoid of merit. They possess no qualification to engage in the fierce contest among the strong and are, at best, foolish mortals courting their own demise. The organizers of the competition evidently do not wish to squander time on such individuals. The once dilapidated town has undergone a remarkable transformation under Best's unwavering investment, expanding severalfold and taking on a semblance of urbanity, albeit with certain aspects still lacking. Nevertheless, the rapid construction over the span of mere days is truly astonishing. Observant individuals can discern that this mysterious desert base in the west is orchestrating such grand endeavors for significant purposes. The arena is currently rather desolate. Under the pressure of several large machines, an expanse equivalent to 15 basketball courts has been cleared, then laid with heavy stone slabs, forming appropriately sized competition venues. Presently, technicians are conducting final adjustments. After a series of calculations and tests, a burly man with a face adorned in a thick beard gave a thumbs up to the overseer in the distance, indicating that all adjustments were complete. The overseer nodded, allowing the tension accumulated over recent days to dissipate. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he felt his limbs grow heavy, yearning for a place to succumb to deep slumber. The relentless days of rigorous work had left this meticulous Heron man with no opportunity for rest. Though he merely held the nominal title of overseer, he personally oversaw every aspect of the construction in the town and arena, ensuring each phase was satisfactorily completed before he could relax. It could be said that he expended considerable mental and physical energy, far more than the workers operating the machinery. Given the generally frail constitution of the Heron people, enduring to this point was no small feat. This is not to imply that the overseer is unaware of his limitations or is overly self-assured. He harbors his own ambitions. As Best's right hand and a figure of the upper management within the base, the overseer's capabilities are not particularly distinguished, and he falls short in terms of scientific achievements compared to others. The incident in the temporal sanctuary had left him feeling humiliated. The Heron possess their own pride. They do not wish to be seen as parasites relying on past connections to ascend to high positions, becoming the subject of ridicule and scorn. A fate more unbearable than death. Thus, he eagerly took on all construction responsibilities under Best, fervently seeking to prove his worth. Best, aware of the overseer's underlying motivations and fearing the emergence of negative sentiments, agreed to allow him to assume the overseer role. However, no one anticipated the relentless determination displayed by Dwayne. After a brief adjustment, the arena opened its doors, and a throng of spectators surged in like sardines, creating a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Who could possibly know how many had entered the venue? At the very center of the 15 arenas, a solitary lift suddenly emerged from the platform, revealing a somewhat unseemly figure adorned with a small mustache. Clad in a tailored black suit, he wielded a hefty microphone. With a semblance of authority, he began to read the competition guidelines. Initially, the audience listened attentively, but soon they realized that his incessant chatter had no end in sight. They could not help but erupt in loud jeers, their collective voices barely drowning out the incessant buzzing of the host. urging him to formally declare the commencement of the competition. The Aigila's Strongman Championship adopted the format of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet it completely disregarded certain principles of restraint and the prohibition of weapons. In essence, competitors were permitted to select a weapon that would maximize their potential, and they could eliminate their opponents without fear of repercussions. The establishment of these rules significantly considered the identities of the participants. They were warriors traversing between Aigilas and the vast universe, rather than mere martial artists from Earth who required stringent regulations. Instead, they sought to unleash their full prowess and engage in combat. Bloodshed and exhilaration were the hallmarks of their fervent battles, rather than the constraints of formal competition. At this moment, the contestants who had been escorted to the lounge received their digital tokens representing their identities, and through the supercomputer's arbitrary pairing, they obtained the digital numbers of their forthcoming opponents. Each of them couldn't help but widen their eyes, scanning the other participants with an intimidating glare. Seemingly intent on identifying their rivals before the competition commenced, Petra was assigned to Group 78, facing a robust extraterrestrial warrior. However, this opponent's combat prowess was rather unremarkable, merely a trivial character at best. Consequently, Best, seated in the control room, exhibited little interest in monitoring the situation. The reticent Petra, in turn, showed no inclination to familiarize himself with his adversary's background. Thus, this unfortunate supporting contestant was completely overlooked by the two brothers. As the competition began, the audience erupted with an irresistible fervor for this unprecedented event, their voices rising in a cacophony of shouts. Alas, the matches in the first 15 groups were exceedingly mundane, featuring inconsequential characters or mismatches where one combatant was effortlessly knocked off the stage, failing to capture Best's interest. Observing the multiple screens in the control room showcasing the various angles of the matches, Best felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly causing him to erupt in exasperation. "What a lackluster display," he muttered. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the control panel, followed by the operator's somewhat astonished voice. "Lord Best, there is a high-intensity energy response at Arena 13. Startled from his reverie, Best opened his eyes wide and approached the surveillance monitor, snapping his fingers with authority. "Zoom in," he commanded succinctly. Instantly, the screens, which had been simultaneously broadcasting the conditions of 15 arenas, shifted to a live feed from Arena 13. The visuals expanded, capturing the fierce confrontation between the two contestants from various angles, detailing their movements, expressions, and even the subtle nuances often overlooked by the untrained eye. Faithfully relaying the intensity back to the control room, preliminary energy assessments indicated that both fighters possessed a combat power exceeding 30,000, categorizing them as formidable competitors. If they maintained their composure, securing a spot among the top 100 in this tournament seemed within reach. Unexpectedly, these two formidable opponents clashed in the preliminaries. As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. Both fighters were no weaklings, with comparable combat strengths, and immediately heightened their alertness, infusing the arena with palpable tension. The battle commenced with contestant 43, Ruira, capturing the attention of all spectators, igniting an electrifying atmosphere throughout the arena. The brawny Ruira charged at his opponent like a heavily armored tank, the ground beneath him shattering like a spider's web in his wake, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance to his rival, who appeared visibly startled, seemingly unable to react. A sinister smile crept upon Rue's lips as he suddenly struck towards his opponent's throat with his elbow, delivering a powerful blow. The force generated by Rue's robust arm created a thunderous sound as it sliced through the air, reminiscent of a mighty mountain shattering into fragments. In truth, the power behind Rue's strike possessed the potential to rend the earth asunder. However, to his astonishment, his opponent nonchalantly shrugged, causing what should have been a certain hit to merely graze his shoulder in an eerie manner. Immediately thereafter, Rue felt a barrage of blows raining down upon his abdomen, and as he bent over, feeling nauseated, a brutal impact struck the back of his head. The audience erupted into a fervent applause after a brief moment of silence, though some boos intermingled with the cheers. A few loud voices could be heard jeering, "That fatso! I thought you were formidable, but turns out you're so weak. What a joke." Just as the referee approached the ring to declare the outcome of the match, Rue, despite being downed, rose with an angry roar. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the contestant who had just floored him, nearly losing control as he growled, "You dare to ambush me." Mogul, Rue's opponent, was taken aback at the sight of Rue rising from the ground, seemingly unprepared for such a resilient physique that could recover so swiftly from his relentless onslaught. However, after a moment of surprise, Mogul's expression shifted to one of disdain as he sneered. "Big guy, is your strength merely for show? You're nothing but fodder for a meat shield." In a fit of rage, Rue's eyes suddenly radiated a crimson light as he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed towards Mogul. With a thunderous boom, half of the arena was enveloped in a cloud of dust, transforming into a hazy void. Rue's chest heaved as he surveyed the enormous crater left in the aftermath, nodding in satisfaction before coldly remarking, "Dare to underestimate me? I will bring you down. Is this truly your only strength, big guy? How utterly embarrassing. The energy wave you shot earlier was so slow, I could hardly be bothered to dodge." Mogul's taunting voice reached Rue's ears, causing the burly warrior's expression to harden. In a fit of madness, he swung a heavy fist backward, yet still failed to make contact. Mogul, with his bat-like wings spread wide, hovered gracefully 30 feet above the ground, looking down at Rue with a mocking gaze. He scoffed, "What a mindless brute you are. Relying solely on raw strength for clumsy destruction, devoid of any finesse. Allow me to teach you the importance of speed." With that, his body dove like a great bird, moving at a velocity that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Before Rue could react, Mogul landed a powerful kick to his chin and elegantly slid off Rue's broad back, standing on the ground with nonchalance. Meanwhile, Rue bellowed and frantically reached behind him, yet grasped nothing in his desperate attempts. When he finally regained his senses, Mogur's odious visage abruptly loomed before him, nearly brushing against his nose. "You scoundrel, perish!" Rue bellowed in agitation, though his voice betrayed a hint of trepidation. His reactions seemed perpetually a step behind Mogur, rendering him unable to reach his opponent's form. He felt akin to a living target, relentlessly assailed by Mogur's attacks, which, while not inflicting true harm upon his bones, were nonetheless restrained, as Rue sensed that Mogur was merely biding his time for a fatal blow once he was utterly exhausted. "What am I to do? What must I do?" This same question reverberated not only in Rue's mind but also echoed within Petra's heart. It turned out that during the fierce clash on Arena 13, Petra had also completed his initial battle, easily incapacitating a behemoth of a man, leaving him frothing at the mouth, unaware of his surroundings. Subsequently, he had diverted his gaze to Arena 13, utterly captivated by the struggle between Rue and Mogur. Indeed, he was enthralled. Despite Petra's typically stoic demeanor, appearing taciturn and wearing a poker face that suggested nothing could capture his attention, few would suspect that this seemingly quiet and obedient lad possessed an indescribable fervor for combat. Moreover, his yearning for battle was more intense and urgent than that of anyone else. Like Rue, Petra was a warrior of considerable strength. However, he too found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed, much like the clumsy giant. Now, Petra endeavored to place himself in Rue's position, incessantly simulating and analyzing in his mind to devise a strategy to vanquish Mogur. Yet, in reality, despite Petra's formidable combat prowess, his grasp of various techniques and control during battle was still in its infancy, merely a nascent stage. One can imagine, no matter how astute this infant may be, attempting to learn to run before mastering the art of walking would only result in a few tumbles, causing pain and injury. In the control room, Best and the other researchers could clearly observe Mogur's every movement under the slow-motion footage, which had been decelerated 1,000-fold. This lad indeed possessed remarkable skills, demonstrating absolute superiority in speed, and his overwhelming presence completely intimidated Rue, causing Rue's attacks to become increasingly disorganized and ineffective. Mogur was simply awaiting an opportunity, a chance to secure his victory. His speed rivals that of a combatant with a power level of 5, Best scoffed, turning to a researcher who was rapidly typing at a keyboard. "Display their energy levels. Let's see how much each of these contenders has left." "Sir Best." The chart indicates that contestant 43 has an energy level of 29,000 with minimal depletion. Contestant 68, however, has an energy level of 23,000, which is steadily diminishing. This aligns perfectly with your hypothesis. On the battlefield, Rue found himself entirely at the mercy of Mogur, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Several times, he summoned the resolve to concede defeat, yet each time the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back, unwilling to sacrifice his dignity. As Mogur began to exhaust his energy, his strikes grew increasingly cunning and vicious. Nevertheless, Rue, with his robust physique, remained impervious to defeat. He even uttered cries of pain yet silently endured the blows, which continued for nearly half a minute. Meanwhile, Other arenas had already seen 2 rounds of competitors come and go, but these 2 remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. The audience, growing impatient, erupted into a cacophony of shouts, some resorting to vulgarities that were almost unbearable to hear, further grating on the nerves of the combatants. Suddenly, Moger leaped to a corner of the arena, unfurling his wings once more, creating a fierce whirlwind with a few powerful flaps. Beads of sweat adorned his brow as he glared at the equally breathless Rue and declared, "Big guy, this is becoming tedious. How about we each unleash our strongest move and let that decide the victor?" Rue grinned wide, his eyes darting around, fatigue etched across his face as he nodded. "Very well, let this trash witness my most formidable technique." Such audacity. Moger scoffed, though a fleeting, peculiar smile crossed his dark green visage. He believed his expression was well concealed. Yet the ever-watchful cameras captured every moment, broadcasting it on an enormous high-definition screen, much to Best's frustration. With a deliberate elongation of his words, Moger announced, "Death Shockwave." As he stepped forward into a bow stance, his left hand extended and his right palm gravely resting upon his left wrist. Instantly, the clouds above arena number 13 seemed to dim, and with a crackle, bolts of lightning shot forth. Countless twisted black energies coalesced within the palm of Moger's left hand, rapidly expanding into a sphere the size of a basketball, a dark mass that resembled a miniature black hole, pulsating ominously as if it could ensnare souls and shatter them into fragments. Rue's eyes twitched, his expression morphing into a peculiar mix of amusement and restraint. With a sudden shift in demeanor, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Are you ready? Then prepare to meet your demise, super adhesive." Rue opened his mouth wide and unleashed a repulsive glob that splattered against Moger, encasing his entire form in that grotesque substance. "Ha! No one has ever escaped from my super adhesive. Prepare to perish, kid." Rue erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, exhilarated by the prospect of avenging his grievances. He clasped his enormous head with both hands and opened his mouth wide. Yet, to the astonishment of the audience, someone could no longer contain themselves and retched. The thunder cannon, however, was not a grotesque substance that Rue intended to expel, but rather a formidable surge of energy that erupted from his throat, illuminating his mouth like a radiant bulb, growing increasingly blinding. Just as Rue, filled with vengeful intent, prepared to unleash this potent thunder cannon, a hand rested upon his shoulder, and a grinning, olive-green visage drew near to the perspiring Rue. "That is my avatar," a voice softly whispered in Rue's ear as it swiftly struck the opponent's chin. Instantly, the thunder cannon was swallowed back into Rue's belly, and he himself was propelled into the heavens by a tremendous force. With a thunderous explosion, he disintegrated into a dazzling array of light, illuminating the dusk sky with brilliance. After a prolonged silence, the referee, trembling with trepidation, finally approached Moger and, with great difficulty, uttered the words, "Contestant number 68, Moger, is the victor." Pietro lowered his head. Yet the fierce fire of combat desire that once burned brightly in his eyes began to dim. He felt as though Moger's recent strike had landed upon him, leaving his jaw aching. Nevertheless, this ignited his competitive spirit. "Speed, I possess that too. When the time comes for you to confront me, I shall surpass you in speed." In the control room, Best recalled the final moves from the recent battle between the two, yet due to his lack of understanding in the application of energy manipulations, he was unable to replicate them. He could only place his hopes on the supercomputer, Cambrian, which was not inferior to his own mutated cerebral tissue and its formidable analytical capabilities. He spoke in a low voice, "Have you reached a conclusion yet?" 12 senior researchers connected the control room's computer to the supercomputer, Cambrian, continuously replaying the recent footage and employing highly advanced energy detection technology to decipher the energy pathways within Rue and Mogul during their ultimate techniques. Ultimately, they successfully reconstructed Mogul's deceptive doppelganger technique, which was intended to mask the genuine death shockwave, alongside Rue's powerful lightning cannon. As for that super adhesive, let's just leave that aside. As Best observed the simulated images of the 3 techniques uploaded by the computer, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The first day had granted him a remarkable start, and he hoped that even greater surprises awaited him in the days to come. Ideally, he would learn the mastery of energy control. I must uncover its essence. Awaken. Chapter 22. The Faith of Petra in the Training Room. Petra stood silently, arms crossed over his shoulders, head bowed, as if he were an exquisitely crafted human model. Hours passed without him showing the slightest movement. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered as Petra erupted into action like a predatory cheetah. He executed an explosive backflip, propelling himself into the air. his left foot striking the atmosphere with a series of rapid, forceful kicks that resonated like the whirring blades of a helicopter slicing through the air. His body curled slightly, and before he could land, the tip of one foot made contact with the ground, allowing him to propel himself into a twisting backflip. His legs sliced through the air like the scythe of death, creating a luminous arc that spanned several meters. This technique, known as the foot blade, had previously been employed by a speedster in a grand tournament, where it had felled an opponent attempting to pounce upon him. The aftermath had left a vivid impression on Petra. The opponent's body had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, bursting in a blinding display of color, a sight of utter carnage. Now, Petra was harnessing his innate combat talent to replicate the techniques he had observed. The ferocity and energy he unleashed with the foot blade rivaled the original, differing only in finesse and experience. While Best possessed a similar extraordinary capability, it was contingent upon the use of mutated brain tissue. Without the knowledge of the proper techniques, he could only mimic the form without truly mastering the moves. In this regard, Petra's talent far surpassed that of Best and even most of the Z fighters, coming close to matching the prowess of Majin Buu. After executing the foot blade, Petra's brows furrowed with intensity. He suddenly assumed a bow stance, his left hand extended flat, while his right palm, heavy with concentration, rested atop his left wrist. With a hissing sound, countless twisted black energies coalesced in the palm of his left hand, rapidly expanding into a sphere the size of a basketball. This was the death shockwave, a technique employed by Moger during his battle with Rue. The sphere grew larger in Petra's hand, pulsating as if struggling to break free from his grasp. With a whoosh, the energy ball swelled to nearly half a meter in diameter, finally slipping from Petra's control and charging forth like a wild stallion. Wherever it passed, training equipment and instruments exploded or collapsed, creating an astonishing spectacle. Even the sturdy non-superalloy floor of the training room buckled and shattered, as if weightless, drawn into the energy sphere and evaporating into gas in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Panting heavily, Pietra rushed forward. This underground base lay thousands of meters beneath the surface, and one could only imagine the catastrophic consequences if the energy sphere, brimming with destructive power, made contact with any object. The most likely outcome would be the annihilation of the entire research facility, reducing it to mere ruins. This establishment was the culmination of his brother's effort, and if it were to be destroyed due to his negligence, even if his brother could forgive him, he himself would never absolve his own guilt. With a resolute bite of his lip, Pietra recklessly dashed to the forefront of the impending death wave, arms wide open, and with a mighty roar, embraced the raging energy sphere. However, this sphere had coalesced from nearly a quarter of Pietra's own energy. Its potency was formidable. Even he could not halt its trajectory. Instead, he found himself pushed backward, until with a resounding crash, he collided violently against the wall, his body embedding itself deeply into the thick steel structure. Damn it! Why can't I control it? Pietra let out a muffled roar, his muscles bulging, veins like writhing earthworms sprawling across his arms, extending up to his neck. It appeared as though his arms had doubled in size in an instant. A frenzied glint ignited in his eyes as blood surged through him, seemingly reversing its flow, and with a forceful exhale, he crushed the energy sphere into oblivion. This was Pietra's true power, an uncontrollable force even he struggled to harness. Collapsing onto the ground, Pietra's gaze remained fixed on his hands, oblivious to the countless particles that dispersed from the dissipated energy sphere, absorbed by the walls of the training room. This was the second generation of the energy converter being developed within the underground facility, a high-tech device capable of absorbing and transforming the energy of advanced warriors. Although still incomplete, its functionality was already notable. Best had previously installed these devices in various locations throughout the underground research center, and Pietra's training room boasted 8 of them as a precaution. Unaware of the events transpiring around him, Pietra was oblivious to the device's presence, which explained the previous incident following his outburst. However, despite their impressive capabilities, these energy converters were still in a semi-finished state, lacking in certain aspects of their construction. Had Pietra ignored the consequences after releasing the energy sphere, the 8 converters might not have been able to absorb the energy completely, inevitably leading to the destruction of the training room. Pietra, of course, was ignorant of these intricate details. He was now thoroughly astonished by the sheer magnitude of the power that had erupted from within him, a force that was undoubtedly tenfold, if not greater, than anything he had wielded before. Yet, with this surge of power came a newfound clarity. He realized he could mobilize that energy in such a critical moment, unlike the usual confusion that left him unable to control it. Should I attempt it again? He silently pondered. However, Gazing at the utterly chaotic training room, which he had inadvertently destroyed, Pietro felt a twinge of hesitation. He yearned for immense power. Yet he was deeply afraid of the terrifying consequences that might arise from his inability to control the strength surging within him. Weighing the pros and cons, he reluctantly decided to abandon his pursuit and walked out of the training room. His spirits dampened to the point where he lost all desire to learn from others' combat experiences and techniques. Upon returning to his bedroom, Pietro discovered Best sitting solemnly on his bed. Feeling a tinge of guilt, he greeted, "Brother, what brings you here?" Best handed him a neatly folded set of clothing and said, "Put it on and see if it fits." Pietro eyed the garments with intrigue, raising an eyebrow. He noticed the attire was heavy and possessed a metallic texture, seemingly crafted from some form of heavy metal. Nevertheless, he had always complied with his brother's words without question, obediently taking the clothes and donning them. The upper piece was a bright yellow sleeveless metallic vest adorned with several long, deep blue lines, lacking buttons and draped open over Pietro's robust frame, showcasing the pronounced muscles of his chest, abdomen, and arms. The lower piece consisted of black tight-fitting pants, exhibiting excellent elasticity and breathability, though the belt was notably large and extravagantly designed, resembling an intricate device. In truth, this outfit was a high-tech protective suit specifically designed by Best for Pietro. While it appeared cumbersome, it was, in reality, remarkably lightweight, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities and flexibility, far superior to the protective gear provided by Frisia to his subordinates. The most significant feature was the belt, which Best referred to as an energy integrator. This device could subtly restrict the wearer's physical strength, confining it within an adjustable range. It bore a resemblance to the transformation abilities utilized by extraterrestrial beings to mitigate unnecessary energy expenditure. However, theirs was an exceedingly rare racial talent. While Best's creation was a product of technology entirely incomparable. Once Pietro donned the outfit, he immediately felt a constriction enveloping his entire being, rendering him somewhat powerless. He absently waved his arms, only to realize something peculiar. The strength within him had diminished by more than half upon wearing this strange attire. "Brother," Pietro exclaimed incredulously, casting a bewildered look at Best, struggling to comprehend his brother's intentions. Best chuckled softly, gently pressing the belt of Pietro's protective suit and tapping it a few times. "All right, now try your strength and see if it falls within your control," he instructed. Instinctively, Pietro threw a punch, unleashing a powerful strike. The force of his blow generated a surge of kinetic energy, resulting in a resounding crash as it left a deep indentation in the wall of his bedroom. Had he failed? Upon witnessing the scene, Best furrowed his brow, intending to speak, yet he found Petla lost in thought, staring blankly at his clenched fists. He murmured to himself, "This feeling, yes, this very sensation, just like what I experienced in the training room." After a prolonged moment, Petla suddenly leaped up in a frenzy, passionately and excitedly exclaiming to Best, "Brother, my power has diminished. I have succeeded. I can control it." Given his exuberance, had Best not been by his side, Petla would likely have already retreated to his bedroom to practice. Best chuckled heartily, embracing the exhilarated Petla, and joyfully remarked, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Once the initial excitement subsided, Petla recalled to inquire about the nature of this transformation. Best, with a smile, elucidated, "This is a garment designed to regulate the immense power within you, encapsulating most of the uncontrollable energy within your body. Simultaneously, it constrains your own strength to a manageable level, one that you can currently adapt to. Of course, as your control continues to grow, that sealed power will gradually be unleashed. In time, when you remove this garment, you will have truly mastered the energy within your body. In the entire universe, none shall rival you. I shall become the strongest in the universe," Petla declared, his small face lifted slightly, his deep eyes sparkling with remarkable intensity. He uttered these words with utmost seriousness, resonating with conviction, devoid of any hint of insincerity. Best nodded. "Tomorrow, your opponent will be a formidable character. Do you have the confidence to defeat him?" "Only through the battle shall I know," Petla replied, stretching his limbs as his bones cracked like popping beans. He then calmly turned back toward the training room, stating, "Brother, I am going to practice in the training room." Awaken. Saiyan Chapter 23. Shocking the audience as dawn broke the next day, the small town bustled with activity, bustling with an unexpected influx of people. In the arena's lounge, many early rising competitors, having finished their breakfast, eagerly arrived. Although it was their first time participating in such a competition, several participants naturally began to stretch and warm up without needing guidance or supervision. by the time some obviously less skilled individuals arrived. The seasoned competitors had already completed their warm-ups, their faces filled with exhilaration, thoroughly prepared for the impending contest. Though the inaugural Aigila's Strongman tournament was organized quite hastily. Over 200 participants registered. Among them were numerous skilled fighters, with 143 boasting combat powers exceeding 10,000, all prominent figures who had thrived in Aigilas for many years. It could be said that this impromptu tournament had drawn the majority of Aigila's renowned warriors to the arena, capturing the attention of the entire region. Following this match, regardless of the willingness of the Western Desert Base, it shall undoubtedly become an organization that commands the attention of all factions within the Aigila's realm. No longer will they need to conduct their research clandestinely in the depths of the earth. They are now poised to formally engage in fierce competition within the vast and intricate arena of Aigilas, pitting themselves against rival forces. There is no turning back. By audaciously challenging the authority of major factions, they are committing to a decisive confrontation, which is the true objective of BEST. The events of yesterday's competition unfolded rapidly, lacking any particularly noteworthy moments, save for a few matches that exhibited flashes of brilliance. The rest were as bland as tepid water. What transpired was not so much a display of skill as it was a series of swift and brutal encounters, often resolved in a mere heartbeat. Though such rapid engagements may showcase the prowess of seasoned fighters, the audience, comprised largely of laymen, found it challenging to discern the subtleties of these experts' movements. Thus, from their perspective, the so-called elite matches paled in comparison to the chaotic brawls among lesser thugs. Today's competition promised to be more thrilling than yesterday's. Considering that half of the participants had already been eliminated, leaving behind only those with considerable strength. As these formidable contenders clashed, it was inevitable that sparks would fly, igniting the fervor of the spectators. However, the most exhilarating moments were reserved for the climax of the tournament, where the true battle of the masters would unfold, stirring the blood of those in attendance. The earlier rounds were merely a prelude, serving to familiarize the audience in preparation for the upcoming grand tournament. Today, Petera faced an opponent of notable prowess, reportedly dispatched by a certain faction. Yet, in comparison to the multitude of skilled fighters present, this challenger appeared considerably inferior. The strength BEST had previously alluded to was merely a reference to Petera's potential when equipped with an energy integrator, not an indication of true superiority. After equipping the device, Petera's overall combat capability had diminished to a mere 95 of its usual strength, resting at approximately 12,000 combat power, while his opponent barely reached 10,000. In all honesty, such a disparity in combat strength should not have warranted BEST's concern, as Petera, by sheer numbers, possessed no real risk of defeat. However, one must consider that Petera's advantage in combat power did not translate into extensive experience. He was significantly outmatched by those seasoned warriors who thrived in the crucible of battle. Even with his exceptional learning capacity, he required an adjustment period, and facing a formidable opponent so soon could yield unforeseen complications. To prevent any mishaps, BEST felt compelled to keep a vigilant eye on the proceedings. Ultimately, it was revealed that his apprehensions had been unwarranted, as the Scion's innate combat talent proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Confronted by an adversary whose combat prowess matched his own, yet whose experience far exceeded his, Petra found himself enduring a barrage of strikes for nearly a minute. Suddenly, he erupted, returning every taunt-laden attack with a vengeance. Observing his movements, one could discern a shadow of his opponent's earlier style, now further refined by Petra into a ruthless and merciless technique, characterized by brutal precision aimed at crippling and dismantling. While the effects of such fierce tactics were not immediately apparent when employed against Petra, their reapplication upon his foe resulted in unimaginable torment, rendering his opponent unable to even contemplate surrender. The relentless brutality of Petra's matches quickly garnered widespread attention, even causing seasoned competitors, still present after their own bouts, to shudder at the young boy's ferocity. Unbeknownst to them, through these relentless skirmishes and exchanges of skills, this seemingly inconspicuous child was on the cusp of ascending as a dazzling new star, poised to rise with an irresistible force and become the ultimate beneficiary of the competition. In Arena 7, battered and bruised, Petra nonchalantly dispatched his opponent with a decisive kick that sent him crashing to the ground. As the adversary fell, the unmistakable sound of cracking bones echoed through the arena. Observers could not help but feel a chill at the sight of Petra's impassive demeanor amidst the brutality. "Curse you. I will not let you get away with this," The defeated contender screamed from the ground, his face contorted in agony, sweat mingling with dirt creating a grotesque visage. Petra regarded him coldly, while the referee, momentarily paralyzed by shock, hesitated to declare the outcome, leading the fallen fighter to believe the contest was not yet concluded. With a slight arch of his brow, Petra suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave from the solid stone beneath, propelling his opponent upward. Footblade. Petra executed a forward somersault, and as he neared his opponent's body, his toes ignited with a brilliant crescent-shaped light blade, resembling a radiant crescent moon, bursting forth in an exquisite display. Yet, behind this splendor lurked a harrowing brutality. The majority of his adversary's form was instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp, blood erupting like a fountain, splattering across the ground in a hauntingly beautiful bloom of crimson. Is this the beauty born from the sacrifice of a life? Petra pondered amidst the silence that enveloped the arena, furrowing his brow as he addressed the referee. Have I won? The referees were merely temporary workers hastily recruited, lacking any systematic training. While they could manage minor repairs, they had never encountered such a bloody scene. Overwhelmed, one of them retched involuntarily. To his astonishment, Petra, whose demeanor was far from pleasant, approached him, instilling a sense of dread. He stammered repeatedly, "You won. You won." Contestant number 130, Peter, or rather, Petra, emerged victorious. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 24, Recruitment Plan. In the waiting room for the reserve contestants, a tall man clad in a black bodysuit stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding around him. Yet, his icy gaze occasionally swept across details unnoticed by others. Was it mere coincidence, or had he uncovered something significant? The man appears rather unremarkable, merely tall and robust. However, the pronounced muscles beneath his skin reveal an undeniable strength. The sheer force he can unleash in an instant is truly formidable. Just moments ago, he cast a seemingly casual glance towards several concealed surveillance cameras positioned in the corners of the base. For an ordinary person, this may have seemed genuinely incidental. Yet for this man, Best, it was a matter of concern. His seemingly casual glance had inadvertently exposed the positions of 7 or 8 cameras. Observing the close-up of the man's face, Best mused to himself, an intriguing individual indeed, yet most bases and studios are equipped with cameras. Even if you have noticed them, what real insight can you truly gain? At this moment, the man's attention was captivated by the unfolding events outside the arena. He abruptly raised his head to gaze outward, just in time to witness Petra executing a stunning kick. A look of disbelief etched across his face. A towering blue-faced alien warrior approached, equally mesmerized by the spectacle in the arena. Suddenly, he slapped the man on the shoulder and boomed, "Kieran, I can't be mistaken. That little rascal employed your technique. When did you teach him?" "No, I have never taught him," Kieran, the man in question, vehemently denied, yet his eyes remained fixated on Petra, who was descending from the arena. He hesitated before adding, "Although it bears a striking resemblance. His method of exertion and the retraction of his leg differ significantly from my kick. His strike lacks the force I deliver. Yet the speed of his execution is notably accelerated. Quite an ingenious approach. However, how on earth did this little imp achieve it? Why not simply ask him?" The colossal alien warrior, with eyes resembling large bulbs and yellowed fangs protruding from his thick lower lip, bore a fierce countenance as he spoke, striding towards Petra. However, before he could take even 2 steps, he felt a tight grip on his arm. It was Kieran, whose stature was considerably smaller. Kieran shook his head and replied, "No need for that. I wish to observe him for a while. Moreover, if the opportunity arises, we shall undoubtedly meet in the arena." Meanwhile, in the control room, Best transferred the monitoring task to a subordinate hyene, stepping aside to pour himself a glass of Clark and sip it leisurely. On the coffee table lay a thick stack of documents, containing comprehensive analyses generated by the supercomputer, Cambane, regarding the upcoming top 800 competitors in the arena. These records meticulously detailed each contestant's birthplace, age, affiliation, and an array of combat statistics derived from computer analysis, including combat power, explosive intensity, mastered techniques, and speed, among others. Nearly all their abilities were documented, except for some ultimate techniques yet to be revealed. With this information, devising strategies against them would prove significantly easier. Best swiftly eliminated data on competitors with combat power below 5,000 who lacked special abilities, carefully selecting 200 profiles. He addressed a cunning-looking middle-aged hyene, saying, "Husky, your task has arrived. These individuals are scattered agents of Ogulus. Some are wandering rogues without allegiance to any faction. Your mission is to recruit them. I care not how you accomplish this. For each one you bring in, you shall receive 2,000 BGs. Husky, known for his mercenary instincts and a fervent obsession with wealth, brightened at the words, responding with a sly grin. Rest assured, my esteemed Lord Best. Just as I did with those gene enhancement drugs, you know my methods well. I will ensure that not a single one of these 200 individuals escapes my grasp. Best nodded slightly and chose to remain silent. However, the Husky nonchalantly picked up the stack of documents and began to peruse them with great interest. For understanding both oneself and one's adversary is crucial to achieving victory in countless battles. As a shrewd merchant, the Husky knew that before delving into any trade, it was imperative to comprehend the value and specifications of the goods in question. This knowledge would enable him to leverage their characteristics to promote them effectively, thereby enhancing their worth exponentially. The same principle applies to people, merely requiring a shift in perspective. The Husky held a profound confidence in this undertaking. Following a substantial transaction involving a batch of potions, Best had, out of concern for safety, kept him stationed at the base, restricting his movements. This confinement proved to be a torment for the business-minded Husky, who incessantly lamented his desire to venture out. Now, it was high time for him to showcase his talents once more. Attracting capable warriors was of paramount importance to Best's plan. Expansion necessitated combat strength, and relying solely on Best and a still-maturing Petrara was evidently insufficient. After the Agilis Strongman tournament, the Western Desert base was destined to become a target, likely to be purged by the established powers of Agilis. Best had resolved that immediately after the tournament, he would escort Petrara to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, aiming to resolve numerous issues plaguing both him and Petrara. Remaining in Agilis to squander time with the current individuals was not an option. Thus, Best needed to enlist characters overlooked by the major powers and unattainable by the smaller factions. While perhaps these individuals might not even qualify as cannon fodder in the later stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, they still held significant potential for cultivation and development in the early stages. One must not underestimate their capabilities. It is essential to remember the perfect gene enhancement serum currently being tested in Best's laboratory. While these serums might be lethal to Scions, they could serve as miraculous enhancers of combat prowess for other races. Should the serums prove successful in this final phase of experimentation, these individuals would become the first beneficiaries. If they could endure the process, each would see their combat strength increase by at least tenfold, elevating them to the ranks of Agilis' elite warriors. While this might not rival the super warriors possessed by some of the older factions, their sheer numbers could easily surpass the collective strength of these established powers, compensating for their individual weaknesses. At that point, should the older factions wish to take action, they would need to carefully consider whether they could handle such a formidable challenge. Ultimately, if the entire planet were to be destroyed in a cataclysmic confrontation, none would emerge unscathed. Moreover, these individuals were merely intended to address the current circumstances. Best's Super Saiyan initiative had already commenced, with 1,000 meticulously selected fourth-generation Saiyan embryos having undergone countless trials, extracted from their aluminum containers and placed in optimal incubation dishes for a gradual and meticulous development akin to a full-term pregnancy. Under Best's substantial financial investment, the growth cycle of these Saiyan embryos was meticulously simulated to mirror that of a natural gestation, ensuring their births would be marked by minimal defects and issues, each progressing towards a robust and healthy existence. Certainly, Best's intention in nurturing these individuals was not for mere experimentation, but rather to cultivate these nascent beings into true Super Saions, utilizing the advanced technology available at the base. Given a span of 1,015 years, these fledgling Scions would mature and become formidable in their own right. Best's actions were not solely aimed at expanding his own influence. They also served as a means to ensure the continuation of the Scion race. After all, in this lifetime, he too was a self-proclaimed Scion, and there were certain endeavors he would pursue if the opportunity arose. Returning to the matter at hand, Best was indifferent to the loyalty of these recruited warriors and whether they would fight valiantly for the base. In truth, the scientific talents currently within his experimental facility had been deceived and recruited under the influence of Duin, subsequently brainwashed by Best. This ability, derived from his mental prowess, proved remarkably effective, almost akin to the method employed by Baby in GT, wherein he used living eggs to achieve complete control over a host. There was little concern regarding potential betrayal. It was reminiscent of the nefarious sorcerer Babiti's control magic. In fact, when one reflected upon it, Best's current abilities bore some resemblance to those of Babidi, albeit without the benefit of systematic magical training. All his skills were self-taught through exploration. Babidi, on the other hand, was an expert in various mystical arts, including control, enhancement, sealing, magical barriers, and environmental manipulation, and was hailed as the most formidable evil sorcerer. Eventually, their paths would converge. Best drained the last of his Clark beverage and abruptly inquired of an operator engrossed in the computer, "Has the contestant named Moger emerged victorious?" The operator responded in detail. "Moger's match commenced 3 minutes ago against contestant number 599, Rigla, whose battle power exceeds 15,000 and is quite formidable. However, Moger ultimately triumphed using the death shockwave." Best nodded. "Very well. Arrange for him to compete against Petra in tomorrow's battle." The operator hesitated for a moment before swiftly acknowledging, "Understood, Lord Best." Awaken, Science. Chapter 25. Ultimate Death Ball. On the third day, the number of participants in the Agilis Strongman tournament had dwindled to 446, yet the intensity of their conflicts had escalated. The tally of casualties and injuries continued to rise, filling the town's morgue and hospitals to capacity. Each time a match concluded, it was the local doctors and nurses who found themselves most occupied, inundated with a stream of injured competitors. The fatalities were regrettable, but the living posed a considerable challenge, leaving medical staff overwhelmed and in disarray. However, the hospital's plight was merely an unfortunate side effect. During these past few days, the spectators in the town were the most exhilarated group, their numbers not only remaining steady, but increasing daily. It was said that the Strongman tournament would attract a continuous influx of individuals from various corners of Agilis, contributing immeasurably to Best's financial gains. Furthermore, due to the remarkable performances of certain competitors on the arena, coupled with the intentional promotion by the Western Desert Base, many names have become well known among the audience. As these individuals traverse the competition grounds, regardless of their previous fame, they have now emerged as the new darlings, igniting the enthusiasm and cheers of the spectators. This phenomenon brings immense satisfaction to many participants. In this bustling world, where life and death intertwine, the pursuit of fame and fortune remains paramount. Most among them are drawn by the allure of substantial rewards, and achieving both renown and wealth fulfills their aspirations for glory. Thus, discontent is an unlikely sentiment. Of course, those who partake in the competition with ulterior motives are not included in this narrative. The increasingly fierce contests cater not only to those seeking visual delight, but also primarily benefit the Western Desert Base. In truth, when Best initially conceived the Agilis Strongman Championship, he did not anticipate the financial influx it would generate. Rather, he was focused on the profits it could yield for himself. This may sound perplexing, yet one must not overlook Best's origins as a genuine traverser. If he were to neglect the immensely significant gambling industry within the competition, it would be a profound waste of opportunity. Although the gambling sector in Agilis remains in its nascent stages, this does not dampen the local populace's fervor for this lucrative game of chance. Perhaps it is more fitting to describe their enthusiasm as akin to a volcanic eruption. Naturally, the audience's fervor fluctuates with the progression of the competition, peaking towards the finale. Thus, under Best's clandestine orchestration, the timely introduction of the Gambling Fist, an initiative aimed at promoting the audience's physical and mental well-being, further heightened the event's excitement. Winning brings joy, while losing results in sighs of despair, compelling participants to continually invest their money into this bottomless pit, transforming them into patrons of the Gambling Fist. Unbeknownst to them, regardless of the outcomes of these wagers, the Western Desert Base remains the ultimate and greatest beneficiary following the conclusion of the competition. In a gruesome arena rife with violence and bloodshed, the 11-year-old Petra stood out distinctly. This attention was not solely due to his tender age, but rather because of the cold indifference and brutal tactics he had exhibited in previous matches. His actions not only satiated the morbid psychological cravings of the audience, but also repeatedly echoed his name, allowing all to witness the formidable aura of a future champion. As anticipated, Petra's opponent this time was the remarkably swift warrior, Moger, who had previously dazzled the crowd with his exceptional performances. Although Petra had begun to master his own powers and was continuously improving his combat techniques, facing an adversary with supersonic speed would undoubtedly pose a challenge. However, it was merely a challenge. Defeating Petra was an impossibility for Moger. In the heat of intense combat, the Scion's innate ability to strengthen and absorb the strengths of his opponents while optimizing his own weaknesses came into play. This remarkable talent, however, had a singular flaw. It necessitated battles, countless battles. The Aguilas tournament was precisely the platform that best had prepared for such enhancements. On the arena floor, Moger regarded the young boy, who had provoked an uproar of cheers, with a contemptuous gaze, feeling rather irked. As if to vent his frustrations, Moger arrogantly lifted his chin and disdainfully declared to Petra, "Little brat, all that awaits you here is death. You might as well scurry back to your mother for comfort." Unfazed, Petra merely beckoned him forward with a single finger, causing Moger's expression to freeze, transforming into one of displeasure. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Moger suddenly lunged forward, vanishing from sight. Almost instantaneously, a dark green figure materialized before Petra, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek that sent the child staggering backwards. "Don't think you're impressive just because you've won a few matches," Moger bellowed, his voice nearly drowning out the cheers from the audience. "This is not a playground. Come, face my might." A flurry of punches rained down upon Petra from all directions, lifting his body momentarily off the ground. Suddenly, Moger seized Petra by the hair, yanking him down while raising his knee to deliver a brutal blow to Petra's abdomen. The impact elicited a pained gasp from the boy, who curled into the shape of a letter C. Releasing his grip, Moger watched as Petra collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Observing his opponent's weakened state, Moger couldn't help but mock. "What's the matter, little brat? You were so boastful a moment ago. Where's your bravado now? Did you not have enough milk this morning? Your strength lies solely in this." Petra raised her head and replied softly, which caused Moger's expression to darken once more. With a powerful kick, he sent Petra's diminutive form soaring into the sky, while an aura of terrifying energy erupted from him, akin to a mighty gust produced by an explosion, sweeping outward. In the next instant, his figure appeared above Petra, his arm raised high, poised to strike. "You stubborn little demon, perish!" Moger's fist descended with tremendous force, anticipating that this blow would be sufficient to pierce through the wretched creature's body, allowing him to relish the exquisite sound of bones shattering and the agonizing cries of impending death. However, what met his fist was not Petra's body, but a dazzling crescent-shaped blade of light. The two immense forces collided with a resounding impact, resulting in Moger, the previously boisterous adversary, howling in pain as he was hurled backward, clutching his injured arm. Petra, adeptly stabilizing herself mid-air, furrowed her brow and, with a sudden burst of speed, pursued him closely. The speed of this little rascal is astonishing. Could it be that he concealed his true power just now? Before Mogold could ponder further, he swiftly turned his head, only to have Petra's fist, imbued with a sense of annihilation, nearly graze his temple. However, the ferocious force emanating from that punch was not to be underestimated. It left a deep gash across Mogold's face. With a whoosh, Petra's next blow struck with irresistible momentum, piercing through Mogold's body. His lifeless form was propelled high into the air, still reflecting a sense of unwillingness and agony. Petra could even discern a hint of malice and mockery hidden within the membranes of his eyes. A smirk? Suddenly, Petra seemed to recall something and lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Indeed, another Mogold, his expression contorted, stood aloft, arms raised as if he were an indomitable giant, cradling a massive black orb of light with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. Ultimate Death Ball. As Mogold's voice echoed, the colossal sphere slowly rolled from his hands, accompanied by layers of terrifying energy waves hurtling toward Petra with formidable force. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 26. Take the hit as the enormous orb descended from the sky. All present were momentarily struck dumb. Perhaps sensing the looming threat of death, the once boisterous crowd fell into an eerie silence, followed by waves of anxious unrest. Many involuntarily rose to their feet, frantically rushing toward the exits. Panic spread through the throng like a rapidly proliferating plague, radiating with astonishing speed. Petra remained steadfast in the air, an enigmatic aura beginning to emanate from him, akin to a burning flame. His actions were perplexing. Faced with an attack capable of effortlessly annihilating a planet, this boy not only refrained from evading, but also assumed a serious stance, adopting a horse-riding posture. One hand was positioned at his waist while the other extended outward, fingers slightly curled, as if to grasp that terrifying sphere of light. Although his intentions were unclear, his posture unmistakably conveyed a determination to confront Mogold's ultimate death ball head-on. "You insufferable little brat, cease your underestimation of others. Let the ultimate death ball reduce you to dust." Mogold, witnessing Petra's stance, could not help but let out a derisive laugh fueled by rage. Suddenly, he unfurled the wings upon his back and forcefully fanned the air. Instantly, torrents of inky flames erupted, surging into the ultimate death ball, causing the already terrifying orb to crackle with horrifying lightning and swell in size dramatically. In this moment, Petra's heart was remarkably tranquil. The ultimate death orb had locked onto his position at the instant it tumbled from Mogur's grasp. All possible escape routes were sealed, leaving him with no alternative but to confront it head-on unless he could teleport. He had already experienced a similar situation in the training room of the underground base. When this colossal sphere of destructive energy made contact with Petra, it appeared as if the child had willingly extended his hand to meet it, invoking a sense of dread in those who beheld the scene. Unbeknownst to all, at the moment Petra extended his palm, a seemingly diminutive black orb coalesced within his hand. And as his palm met the ultimate death orb, it penetrated the vast sphere. Energy neutralization. The surging lightning on the orb's surface suddenly turned ferocious, akin to raging flames, relentlessly coursing towards Petra's hand, searing his entire arm. Strangely, however, the orb did not detonate. Instead, Petra grasped it in a peculiar manner, albeit at great personal cost. Yet, in comparison to the terrifying force of an explosion from the ultimate death orb, this pain was negligible. What? It was blocked. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Mogur's forehead, cascading down like rivulets. Even this could scarcely convey the shock and helplessness he felt upon witnessing his most formidable technique being thwarted by a single hand. The ultimate death orb could be regarded as an enhanced version of the death shockwave. Under normal circumstances, Petra would find it nearly impossible to withstand such an onslaught. And even if he survived, he would sustain severe injuries. By sheer coincidence, Petra possessed the ability to employ the death shockwave, but not the rudimentary version he had once devised. Instead, it was a new variant that combined Mogur's internal energy dynamics, deliberately imparted by Best, and was even more potent than the original. In that fleeting moment, Petra, risking the potential loss of an arm, channeled his death shockwave into the ultimate death orb. As their energies neutralized, Petra effectively gained indirect control over the ultimate death orb. To the outside observer, it appeared as though he had single-handedly absorbed Mogur's powerful attack. And judging by the circumstances, he seemed to do so with relative ease. Instantly, those discerning experts shifted their gazes towards Petra, their expressions turning grave, unanimously concluding that this seemingly unassuming child was concealing much of his strength. In truth, this was indeed the case. Only a handful could truly comprehend the events that had just transpired. Although Petra had managed to hold the ultimate death orb, the layer of electricity surging across its surface remained beyond his control, continuously radiating powerful currents that scorched his arm. Remarkably, the child appeared impervious to pain, his complexion merely paling slightly, while he lifted the massive orb, suddenly directing it towards Mogur, who stood dumbfounded, gazing upwards. Mogul's eyes widened in astonishment as he let out a startled cry, frantically flapping his wings, barely managing to escape from the suffocating layer of the ultimate death orb. Before he could catch his breath, Petra had already materialized beside him, delivering a sharp elbow to the top of Mogul's head. The blow caused this beleaguered creature to clutch his head in agony, screaming as he plummeted toward the ground. At that moment, the ultimate death bomb erupted, breaking through the cloud layers and bursting in outer space. The dense clouds were shattered by the shockwave of the explosion, and a massive bulge appeared on the surface of the Ogulus planet, resembling a burning bubble. Although this bubble quickly dissipated, the destructive force it unleashed left indelible scars on Ogulus. Had the energy sphere detonated on the surface of Ogulus, its power would have been sufficient to raise the entire western desert to the ground. Do not underestimate this figure, in terms of area. Ogulus is indeed over 1,000 times larger than Earth. The western desert alone occupies 5% of Ogulus's total area, equivalent to 50 times that of Earth. This figure is astonishing. As Ogulus's commercial prosperity burgeons, coupled with its unique geographical position, it has become a coveted prize for various cosmic powers. However, no single force could possibly consume such a vast territory. Consequently, the influx of these powerful factions alongside the rise of local forces has inevitably led to the peculiar coexistence of various factions. This very situation accentuates the precious nature of the planet Ogulus. To prevent certain overzealous individuals from wreaking havoc on Ogulus, the long-standing forces stationed here have united to implement a series of measures, including a ban on high-powered techniques by elite warriors, those with combat power exceeding 10,000 on Ogulus's soil. Violators face certain death. This means that Mogur, in a moment of reckless abandon after launching the ultimate death bomb, has already sealed his fate. His resentment towards Petla has intensified manifold. As he felt the cold, murderous gazes of countless onlookers directed at him, he grew increasingly furious and agitated. Suddenly, Mogur with bloodshot eyes, rose from the debris, ignoring the referee's frantic calls and staggering towards the arena. His eyes, seemingly filled with blood, fixated venomously on Petla, who was slowly descending onto the arena. With a sudden roar, he charged forward like a wounded beast, intent on taking that detestable young man down with him. Petla, taken aback by the unexpected aggression from the defeated opponent, found himself momentarily flustered and unable to respond. Having expended most of his energy to counter Moger's ultimate death bomb, one of his arms hung limply at his side, leaving him temporarily incapacitated. He could only barely match Moger's speed, managing to keep pace, but nothing more. It must be acknowledged that the speed exhibited by Moger post-eruption can rival that of warriors boasting a formidable combat power of 560,000, specifically referring to the elite with a combat prowess of 60,000 who belong to the speed-oriented category. In contrast, the swiftness of Moger becomes evidently apparent. Under these circumstances, the only recourse for Pietra is to shield his vital areas, allowing his body to endure the relentless barrage of attacks. Once he acclimatizes to this velocity, the enigmatic genes within the Saiyan will elevate his speed significantly, bringing him to a comparable level to his adversary. At that juncture, it would be his moment to turn the tide. Yet, Moger, brimming with overwhelming murderous intent, clearly has no intention of granting Pietra the luxury of a protracted battle. Recognizing that one of Pietra's arms is incapacitated, Moger strikes fiercely with an elbow, akin to a heavy iron rod crashing against Pietra's visage. Instantly, the boy's features are marred, blood streaming forth like serpents, rendering him momentarily dazed. By the time Pietra regains his senses, Moger has already darted behind him, his hands unexpectedly slipping beneath Pietra's arms, lifting and locking him in place. Moger's grip is precise. The joint he targets is devoid of muscle and strength. Coupled with Pietra's considerable loss of energy from injury and the incapacitation of an arm, escape is utterly beyond his reach. Damn it, what are you doing? Pietra writhes desperately, but Moger's hold tightens as if to fuse their flesh together. A tingling sensation courses through Pietra's limbs, rendering him weak and drowsy, such that even 1,000 pounds of strength would not avail him. You insufferable wretch, let us dissolve into dust together, and these people shall accompany me to the grave. Moger, spitting blood, screams frantically. His dark green form contorts, resembling a mirage on the verge of evaporation. Initially, the onlookers were perplexed by Moger's reckless approach to take blows. However, clarity dawns upon them. Their expressions shift dramatically, the thrill of witnessing the spectacle evaporating. It is unfathomable what this deranged individual might do. If he is to perish, he intends to take everyone with him, perhaps even seeking to obliterate the entire Ogulus. Yet, he lacks the strength for such an endeavor. While he might have had a chance when fully charged, the present moment brooks no room for idle speculation. One by one, they transform into valiant heroes, charging towards Moger, including several formidable individuals with combat powers exceeding 100,000. However, as these brave souls enter Moger's vicinity, it is as though they have stepped into an unseen mire. Not only is attacking Moger rendered futile, but even their own movements become encumbered. Twisted veins pulse upon Moger's forehead, grotesquely coiling and extending to his neck. This madman trembles, his lips quivering as he mutters curses. This damned game of supremacy has brought me to such ruin. Very well, if you wish to take my life, then let us all perish together. As he spoke, Moger's energy surged rapidly, astonishingly breaking through to 60,000 in a mere instant. His method of amplifying energy was not the familiar manipulation of chi that best understood, but rather a technique akin to igniting explosive substances. To put it in a rather crude analogy, Moger now perceived himself as a human bomb, with the residual energy within him serving as the explosive material. What he was endeavoring to do was detonate this portion of energy, releasing its immense power in an instant. The immediate consequence of this approach was Moger's own obliteration, yet the energy within him could be compressed and unleashed 100-fold. Such might, even if it could not annihilate Igilas, would undoubtedly obliterate all life forms on this planet in an instant. Stop him! Several warriors cried out in terror, desperately attempting to escape Moger's bizarre spatial control. A few of them, their hands acting of their own volition, conjured forth energy blasts that rained down upon Moger like a torrential storm, aiming to reduce him to mere ashes. Yet their efforts proved futile, as they were thwarted by a man who appeared as ethereal as mist. By doing so, you hasten your own demise, the man remarked calmly, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. He was Syndra, an extraterrestrial warrior who had successfully evolved through the injection of a gene enhancement serum. Now, He stood as one of Agilas's 3 strongest warriors, boasting a combat power of 250,000. Faced with such a formidable adversary, even the reckless Moger felt a flicker of trepidation. However, this momentary fear was quickly cast aside, replaced by madness and arrogance. With his form expanding like a balloon, Moger erupted into maniacal laughter. Syndra, in the past, I feared you, but today, I shall risk everything. Let these people accompany me in death. You cannot stop me. Syndra regarded Moger coldly and stated, Cease your actions. I assure you by my name that you shall not perish. What? Upon hearing that he might still have a chance at survival, Moger's momentum faltered, and his once bulging form shrank slightly. Who would not desire to live? Yet, upon hearing that there was a glimmer of hope amidst impending death, many, fully aware of the self-deception, chose to believe, for they did not wish to embrace their fate. As a prominent figure within Agilas, Syndra possessed a credibility that could warrant Moger a promise of life. But was the situation truly so simple? In that moment of distraction, a barely perceptible flaw appeared in the illusionary barrier formed by Moger's racial abilities. A flicker of brilliance shone in Syndra's eyes. Just as he intended to seize this opportunity to subdue the madman before him, Moger's expression suddenly morphed into one of sheer horror. As if he had been struck in the chest by a colossal iron hammer. His body swayed precariously, and he uncontrollably expelled a thick mist of blood. Now, a voice resonated directly in Petra's mind, without any medium. Pietra's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the fleeting moment when Moger's grip slightly loosened, Pietra did not retreat. Instead, she thrust her head backward, delivering a powerful collision to Moger's chest. Simultaneously, her legs shot upward, reminiscent of an exceptionally agile gymnast, elevating to an astonishing height as they clamped tightly around Moger's neck. A sharp crack resonated, announcing the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing within Moger's neck. The tale is far from over. After snapping Moger's neck, Petra found himself suspended above his opponent, leveraging his strength to propel Moger's grotesquely swollen body into the air. With a powerful thrust, he executed a somersault, crashing Moger down upon the ground with tremendous force. The earth fractured, fissures radiating outward in a shocking display. As powerful gusts of air erupted, swirling dust and debris violently in all directions. The raw strength of Petra surged forth, as he used the might of his legs to hurl Moger into the heavens. The death shockwave, a rapidly spinning black sphere, materialized in the palm of Petra's hand, only to be unleashed in a shockwave that surged skyward. From a distance, it resembled an ink-stained masterpiece upon a sprawling canvas of yellow dust stretching into the horizon. Strikingly prominent and bizarre. In an instant, Moger's form disintegrated into particles, rendered to nothingness by this extraordinary technique. Thus, he met his end fittingly. Meanwhile, others stood in stunned silence, gazing at Petra, the boy who had turned defeat into a miraculous victory, momentarily at a loss for words. A corpulent alien, resembling a small mountain, broke the silence, turning to his bewildered companion with a grin. Kiran, you can't deny it now. That boy just employed your technique. Outside the arena, in a secluded alleyway, 2 slender figures were stealthily observing the match, sweat beading on their brows as they fiddled with the device. See? I was right. That little brat's energy just surged over 10,000. Damn it, it's already reached 40,000. One exclaimed, excitement coursing through his voice as he glanced at the device. The other, gripping the pointer tightly, replied incredulously, incredible. To turn the tide and kill Moger under such circumstances. Earlier, one had scoffed, that arrogant fool. I warned him to be cautious before the match, but he paid me no heed. Now he is dead. And it serves him right. With one less competitor, we'll have more to share. As he spoke, a wicked grin spread across his face, and he licked his lips with a purple tongue, reveling in the misfortune. However, Tangda pondered, but this little brat is rather peculiar. Should we report his situation to the boss? The other, still clutching the device, hesitated. Hearing this, Tangda too felt a twinge of doubt. Their primary objective was to feign participation in the tournament, drawing the attention of the crowd. Such a cold and detached individual as their leader would likely show little concern for the lives of his subordinates. However, this particular little imp proved to be quite troublesome, seemingly mastering a method to rapidly enhance its own strength following battles, which greatly intrigued them. Yet, the current situation was such that even if the 2 of them wished to take action, they were no longer a match for this little demon. Thus, it became imperative to report the matter to their superior, so he could intervene and capture the creature. Each battle granted a significant boost to its power, though not comparable to that other entity. The allure it presented to individuals was undeniably irresistible. their leader would feast. And those of them who reported the intelligence could at least expect a taste of the broth. Although this outcome was somewhat unsatisfactory, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. It must be reported to the boss. Tangda gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring. However, I'm not entirely sure. Another one gulped nervously, his voice tinged with fear. What if that little demon concealed its strength using racial talents or some other peculiar means? Gradually revealing it only during combat? Wouldn't what we report turn out to be false information? If the boss were to get angry, we would be doomed. Upon hearing this, Tangda hesitated momentarily, but the temptation of acquiring immense power swiftly dispelled his doubts. He clenched his teeth and declared, no way. If that little demon possessed such formidable strength from the outset, it would never have allowed itself to be beaten like that. Mogul could never withstand even a single blow from it. Do you think it is foolish? With such overwhelming, superhuman strength at its disposal, would it deliberately engage in prolonged battles with those inferior to itself, only to unleash its power at the end to eliminate its opponent? That is utterly illogical. I refuse to believe such a fool exists in this world. The other person opened his mouth, intending to speak again, but was silenced by Tangda's fierce glare. Clenching his fists tightly, he passionately exclaimed, Tony, stop being so wishy-washy. If you're scared, let me handle it alone. You stay here. When the Predator squad returns with that thing, you will still be the lowly warrior mocked and looked down upon by others. Those arrogant ones like Mogul, who possess little strength, will be able to command you, leaving you without even the qualification to speak loudly. In their eyes, your status is inferior to that of a dog. In speaking of Tony, he was, in truth, also reflecting upon himself. Having endured the ridicule and scorn from his own kind for an extended period had severely twisted his psyche. Without formidable strength, he would never earn the respect of others, which fueled his desire for power, to grow stronger and trample those who looked down upon him. Thus, this time, he was determined to take a risk. Tony's lips twitched as he gazed into his companion's earnest eyes and felt the weight of his words. For a moment, his resolve solidified. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in terror, as if witnessing something exceedingly horrifying. In the instant Tangda turned around, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, doubling over in agony, clutching his abdomen and convulsing in pain. Who is there? Tangda turned his head, only to be met by a pair of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a ferocious beast brandishing its sharp claws, lunging towards him with reckless abandon. A gasp escaped his lips as he raised his hand, intent on conjuring an energy sphere to defend himself. However, the tendons wrapped in skin and armor around his arm felt as though they had been violently twisted and then severed. In an instant, one of his arms was rendered useless. With his mouth agape, Tangda stared in disbelief at his limp arm, which hung helplessly no matter how hard he tried to move it. Filled with dread, he lifted his gaze to the demon slowly approaching him and stammered, Your Excellency, why? Why are you targeting someone as insignificant as me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Yet, the demon was merely a youth, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, with a gleaming bald head and well-defined features that projected a seemingly harmless demeanor. However, his eyes were a source of genuine terror, instilling a fear that discouraged any attempt to meet his gaze, as if prolonged eye contact could summon unimaginable horrors. This boy was Best. A faint smile crept across Best's face as he observed the terror-stricken Tangda, a smile that plunged the latter deeper into despair, chilling him to the bone. Simultaneously, as Tangda let out a wretched scream, his limbs were twisted by a force that invaded his very being, causing him to collapse onto the ground like a puddle of mud, utterly incapable of escape. I seek you out for a reason, Best stated as he approached, delivering a single punch that sent another would-be escapee crashing to the ground. He then placed a foot on the fallen man's cheek and smiled. I find your affairs quite intriguing. If you don't mind, would you share them with me? What affairs? I have no idea what you mean, Tangda stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he gritted his teeth to maintain composure. The truth about your participation in the championship. And what the Predator squad sought to seize, Best inquired, as flickers of faint electric light danced between his fingers, rapidly coalescing into a sphere the size of a bowl, which appeared rather novel. However, when aimed directly at him, it only incited a profound sense of dread and an overwhelming pressure akin to the brink of death. How do you know? Wait, I'll tell you. Faced with the energy sphere that hovered ominously above his forehead, pulsating closer to his face, Tangda's pallor turned ghostly. We are Yuri's subordinates. He brought us here. That does not address the crux of the matter, Best remarked, pausing momentarily before slowly advancing the energy sphere toward Tangda's face. The major factions of Igilas are acutely aware of Yuri's ulterior motives and have been observing him closely. He brought us here to divert their attention and mislead them. Meanwhile, the predators were secretly dispatched by him to acquire a fruit that can rapidly enhance one's strength. What fruit? Best furrowed his brow, as if pondering something, yet still uncertainly inquired, "Is it the spirit tree? The fruit born from a divine tree known as the spirit tree?" Tangda trembled all over, his eyes tightly shut, for the energy sphere had already arrived before him. Indeed, it was that very object. Best let out a cold laugh, his fingers curling as the energy sphere vanished without a trace. He gazed down at the two rather inconsequential individuals beneath him, and a thought flickered through his mind. Do you two wish to grow stronger? Awaken. Saiyan. Chapter 29. The Saiyan in the side story Yuri was a figure Best had heard of, rumored to possess immense power and a ruthless disposition. He reveled in combat and slaughter, targeting not only those who opposed him but also innocent civilians, leaving no one safe from his predatory instincts. When in high spirits, he would even spare no mercy for his own subordinates. He was a character as cruel as a demon, cunning and troublesome in equal measure. It must be noted that Yuri's rise was intricately linked to Best himself. 2 years prior, Best had sold over 100 vials of gene enhancement liquid through the vast market of Igilas, most of which were swiftly seized by various factions of Igilas through diverse means, whether through outright threats or assassination of the buyers, ensuring they obtained a portion for cultivating super warriors. Only a few vials trickled down to the common folk for personal use. During that time, an exploratory team traversing between the outer realms and the inner galaxy inadvertently acquired one of these vials, dividing it into 6 portions and administering it to 6 warriors aboard their spacecraft. This led to a tremendous enhancement in their abilities. One of those warriors was Yuri himself. The exploratory team had made a brief stop in Igilas before hastily departing. 6 months later, the now powerful Yuri returned with a few subordinates from other star systems. Curiously, all members of the original exploratory team, except for him, seemed to have vanished without a trace, never to return. Rumors circulated that the team encountered an asteroid field during their voyage, leading to severe damage to the spacecraft's hull and the failure of various instruments, resulting in an explosion in the cosmos. As a being capable of surviving in the harshness of vacuum, Yuri emerged as the sole survivor of this calamity. Furthermore, he was exposed to the unique radiation of cosmic rays, which further augmented his strength. Of course, only Yuri truly knew the facts surrounding these events. What was clear was that upon his return, he became exceedingly vicious and bloodthirsty, committing a series of heinous massacres within mere weeks, becoming a terrifying presence in Igilas that instilled fear in all. However, due to his overwhelming power, having reached a combat strength of 180,000 upon returning from space, he was subtly on the brink of claiming the title of Igilas' 4th warrior. The various factions in Igilas were understandably reluctant to challenge such a formidable and troublesome figure over inconsequential matters. As long as Yuri did not cross too many lines, they allowed him to wreak havoc as he pleased. It was only when they learned of Yuri's unorthodox intentions that they decided to send someone to investigate the matter. The Western Desert Base, which served as a shield for Yuri, naturally became the object of scrutiny for various factions. The 2 individuals now captured by Best were among the first followers who rallied to Yuri's side, possessing knowledge of certain aspects of his dealings. They found themselves conveniently exploited by Best. After a tumultuous journey, the expedition spacecraft had crash-landed on a desolate planet. This planet was peculiar, according to the ship's navigational coordinates. It should have been a world of advanced civilization. Instead, they encountered an eerie silence, a barren wasteland, and the remnants of countless lifeless flora and fauna. Upon investigation, they were astounded to discover that these organisms had not perished naturally. Rather, they had been drained of all nutrients and vitality by a bizarre plant's roots that spread across the planet's surface, leading to their swift demise. The true source of this devastation was a colossal tree, towering thousands of meters, its crown extending for hundreds of kilometers, with roots permeating the planet's crust. Suspended among its branches was a small child, gluttonously devouring bright red fruits, and notably, this child had a tail. An exploration team member who encountered the child was immediately met with a frenzied assault, resulting in the demise of several team members. Although the extraordinarily strong child was ultimately overpowered by the expedition's elite warriors and gravely injured, he managed to escape. Yuri, the elite soldier tasked with overseeing this peculiar captive, unexpectedly stumbled upon intriguing revelations. However, the truth was shockingly compelling, igniting within him a tumult of dark desires. Unable to suppress these urges, He ruthlessly eliminated his comrades in a bid to monopolize the discovery, which revolved around the secret of the spirit tree. By consuming the fruits born of this mystical tree, Yuri's combat prowess surged dramatically from 30,000 to 180,000, a rate of enhancement surpassing even the effects of steroids, and without any adverse consequences. Yet, Yuri found himself dissatisfied. Before he could consume the remaining fruits, the colossal spirit tree, deprived of nutrients, rapidly withered. Its branches, roots, and fruits decayed instantaneously into lifeless wood, thwarting his ability to relish the miraculous bounty. Through relentless pursuit, he eventually gleaned further insights into this extraordinary plant known as the spirit tree. Most notably, he learned that while the spirit tree drained a planet's nutrients for its rapid growth, it also produced a singular, vital seed at the pinnacle of its crown, ensuring the continuation of its species. However, despite scouring the entire crown, Yuri could not locate this essential seed. His thoughts turned to the tail-bearing child he had seen upon his arrival. After thorough investigation, he became convinced that the seed was in the possession of this child. By the time he sought to reclaim it, the child had already escaped aboard a spacecraft, taking the precious seed with him. With a blend of disappointment and newfound arrogance, Yuri returned to Aguilas, harboring ambitions of dominance. Over the years, all his endeavors have merely served to disguise his true intentions, which revolve around the meticulous gathering of various data and information to trace the whereabouts of that child from long ago. It is crucial to understand that a spirit tree cannot simply be planted anywhere and expect it to take root and flourish. It requires suitable soil and abundant nutrients to sustain its growth. Therefore, the planet must not be too small, and it should possess lush vegetation and vital energy for the spirit tree to extract sustenance. Such planets are rare in the universe, and most have already birthed intelligent life and civilizations. Given the conspicuous growth patterns of the spirit tree, it is not difficult for those with keen interest to uncover some clues. Consequently, Yuri managed to track down the child who had fled with the seed. However, he could not pursue the matter personally, as his unorthodox methods over the years had aroused discontent among various factions, including the three formidable warriors of Aegilis, who were paying close attention to him. Thus, he devised this elaborate ruse, bringing a small team to participate in the Aegilis Strongman tournament, leading others to mistakenly believe that there was a special connection between the Western Desert Base and Yuri, diverting most eyes to this location. To this end, he even went so far as to attract one of the three strongest of Aegilis, Syndra, indicating the considerable stakes involved. The hunting team he dispatched consisted entirely of super soldiers replicated from his own blood samples, each possessing one-third of his own strength. However, they lacked independent thought, acting solely on the directives issued by a computer. Thus, he harbored no concerns about rebellion or failure on their part. If he could secure the seed of the spirit tree this time, the fruits of the spirit tree would no longer be a concern. Given time, he would surpass his limits and grow ever stronger. At that juncture, not even the three strongest of Aegilis, nor the nefarious leader of the North Galactic Forces, Cooled, would stand a chance against him. However, his aspirations now appeared to be slipping away, as Best was evidently poised to intervene and see some advantage for himself. Carrying two limp figures resembling dead dogs, Best arrived at the laboratory of the underground research facility. Addressing several researchers working on the stability of blue spiral serums, he commanded, "No need for further testing. Inject these two and implant the super chips developed by Dr. Mark. I require their utility. Sir Best, how much should we administer?" A researcher hesitantly inquired, glancing at the living test subjects. "Administer whatever you typically use for experiments. Is this something I need to teach you?" Best replied, his expression darkening as he shot a glare at the researcher. Suddenly, he reached out and struck the heads of the two unfortunate souls. They emitted muffled groans, their eyes rolling back as blood streamed from their orifices. Best harnessed the force of his hand penetrating their brains, obliterating their consciousness. Thus, he no longer feared any complications arising during the experimentation process. Chapter 30 of the Science. Using a knife to kill the unfortunate duo was subjected to the very first batch of experimental subjects produced in the laboratory. The potency of the concoction was evident and robust, yet alarmingly unstable, rendering it prone to safety mishaps. Despite the relentless dedication of the researchers, who had been tirelessly refining the formula since the inception of the trials, it was regrettable that the concoction had yet to meet the safety standards established by the original creation of Fight. In a typical experimental scenario, the two individuals brought by Best would undoubtedly endure considerable turmoil, with a success rate of barely 50%. However, Best was eager to utilize their potential and would not easily permit their demise. The genetic serum, upon activation, primarily targeted the aging cells and organs within the organism, using external stimuli to catalyze evolution or mutation, thus elevating the life form to a higher tier of existence. This transformation was excruciating and did not possess the formidable willpower akin to the divine water on Earth, which could sustain one through such suffering. The serum dismantled the inner structure, devouring the weakened and aging cells, compelling other healthy cells to incessantly divide and evolve, all while ensuring the organism's survival. It was noteworthy that individuals endowed with a robust willpower could endure the torment inflicted by the pain. Yet their internal cells might be annihilated by the serum if the pace of evolution lagged, ultimately resulting in failure. Thus, the strength of one's physique was a crucial determinant in the success of the experiment. It could be asserted that this genetic serum was designed from its inception for formidable warriors, with those of greater strength reaping the most benefits, albeit relatively so. As this was not an absolute rule, the inherent instability of such serums could lead to catastrophic failure at the brink of success, potentially erasing one's existence in an instant. For ordinary individuals, the notion of such a serum was utterly forbidden and unattainable. The two brought forth by Best possessed combat prowess of merely around 6,000, just barely qualifying for the injection, rendering their prospects rather dim. Best's confidence stemmed from an additional treasure he possessed, the little fur ball, a revered creature once worshipped by the Brada people. With its extraordinary abilities, the fur ball could bestow new life upon those teetering on the brink of death, healing not only their wounds, but also replenishing their vitality. Moreover, it was noted that Bit, in his past references, had only hinted at its capabilities without fully elucidating them. Through years of Best's minor experiments, he discovered that the light emitted by the fur ball not only had healing properties akin to the sins of beings, but also possessed the power to dispel ailments and purify all toxins from the world. While seemingly ancillary, this ability proved remarkably potent in certain circumstances. Indeed, in recent days, despite returning battered and bruised, Petra would rise the following day, invigorated and unscathed. All thanks to the little fur ball. In stark contrast to other competitors, who languished in cumbersome healing pots, soaking in restorative liquids for hours to mend their injuries. Not only is the duration lengthy, but it also fails to match the collective prowess exhibited by the little fur ball, at the very least. The energy expended in their battles cannot be replenished by mere pharmaceuticals. This inevitably hampers their performance in the subsequent day's competition. One can easily envision the plight of an athlete who has endured a sleepless night facing a match the following day. Should fortune favor them, and they encounter an opponent in an even worse condition, victory might be within reach. However, should the circumstances be otherwise, they may find themselves on a treacherous path leading straight to despair. With the assistance of the little fur ball, the experiment proceeded with remarkable fluidity. Compared to the dismal success rates of prior trials, this occasion marked an unprecedented triumph. The researchers in the laboratory erupted into exuberant cheers, fully aware that their success hinged upon the aid of the extraordinary creature in Best's possession. Yet, they were witnessing the fruition of years of diligent research, receiving commendation from Best himself. What could be more significant than witnessing the fruits of one's labor? The accolades from higher authorities pale in comparison. Such recognition is truly incomparable. The two unfortunate souls completed the experiment without incident, achieving a singular combat strength of 120,000, a staggering 20-fold increase. They had, in essence, reached the caliber of the elite commander of the Gignot Special Forces, fulfilling their aspiration for formidable power, albeit without the privilege of witnessing this moment themselves. The modifications in the laboratory were far from over. The next step involved implanting super chips into their minds. Through the supercomputer, Cambane would synchronize the two chips, transforming them into something akin to soulless automatons, fearless of pain, tireless, incapable of betrayal, and entirely under one's control. Notably, under the supercomputer's influence, they retained all their pre-mortem combat awareness and memories, further enhancing their combat capabilities. Additionally, their bodies were infused with special substances that would allow them to detonate their own energy in the face of insurmountable damage, achieving mutual destruction with their adversaries. Henceforth, they could no longer be regarded as human, but rather as tangible instruments of war, powerful consumables brimming with energy. In the following days, the competitions unfolded as usual. The number of participants dwindled daily, while the audience grew increasingly larger. Amidst the packed stands, filled with cheers and applause, the arena bore witness to relentless clashes. Yet, one could not help but lament the distortion and degradation of human nature. The disappearance of the two competitors garnered little attention from others, not even eliciting a notable reaction from their leader, Yuri. In contrast, Best meticulously arranged a few gifts for this uninvited guest, preparing to reciprocate at an opportune moment. As the competition progressed from the top 200 to the top 50, Best's covert manipulations ensured that Pietro encountered opponents who were not only closely matched but also capable of imparting valuable techniques during their bouts. Consequently, his strength burgeoned rapidly. Almost every match imparted substantial learning, with the increase in power being undeniably significant. From battling opponents with a combat power of 10,000 to effortlessly defeating advanced warriors boasting strengths of 70,000 to 80,000 in merely a few days, his astonishing rate of growth is bound to attract attention. Yet, what significance does it hold if such attention is garnered? At this juncture, Pietro's prowess has far surpassed that of the majority, leaving even Sindra hesitant to act against him. Sindra remains uncertain of Pietro's background, but he comprehends that the power capable of nurturing such an exceptional warrior is undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even beyond his own capacity to offend. In this context, establishing such an adversary is an unwise endeavor, both publicly and privately. However, he has no desire to provoke trouble, yet trouble seems intent on finding him. An enmity of deep-seated grievance has ignited Sindra's fury, one of the three formidable warriors of Augulus, to the brink of unleashing his wrath, threatening to reduce the entire town to ruins. Nevertheless, he diligently restrains himself, for an opportunity for vengeance is imminent with the commencement of today's competition. It turns out that during yesterday's match, a companion accompanying Sindra encountered their target, Yuri, resulting in a dismal defeat for his ally. While this alone would not have been significant, the situation escalated when his companion's condition deteriorated after utilizing a healing pouch, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. This ignited Sindra's wrath, for the deceased was not merely a companion, but also Sindra's illegitimate son, whom he had kept close over the years, showering him with affection, perhaps out of guilt for their unacknowledged relationship. Upon acquiring this information, Best utilized it to his advantage, orchestrating the current circumstances to perfection. The anticipated confrontation between Sindra and Yuri today was meticulously planned to incite conflict, as he aimed to turn their discord into chaos, letting them engage in a battle of wills. As the competition commenced, Yuri found himself somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. The encounter with Sindra's arrogant son yesterday, followed by another chance encounter with Sindra himself, seemed almost improbable. Unbeknownst to him, Sindra's son had met an untimely and unnatural end, and all eyes were now directed at Yuri. With his appearance on the arena, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of Sindra's wrath, one of Augula's three great warriors. Unfortunately for Yuri, he remained oblivious to these developments and was unaware that a portion of his own forces had mysteriously vanished. Devoid of vital information, Yuri resembled a self-assured blind man, navigating the arena with a false sense of security, completely unaware of the impending danger. Otherwise, given his nature, he would not have brazenly presented himself in the arena, acknowledging the formidable strength of his opponent. Yuri offered a courteous smile and graciously declared his intention to forfeit the match. For him, participating in this absurd competition was merely a guise, indifferent to the outcome. His objective had been achieved, awaiting only the news from the hunting squad. At that moment, he would acquire everything he desired. It was a sensation akin to ascending to the heavens, an unfathomable feeling to others. Of course, reaching such heights required immense patience, enduring the present solitude and weakness. When his strength accumulated to an unparalleled level in secrecy, it would erupt in a singular burst, delivering a fatal blow to his adversaries. Unlike others who fiercely contended for trivial gains, wearing their victories and defeats upon their faces, Yuri embodied the essence of a formidable leader. His ascent was not solely due to his exceptional strength but also significantly attributed to his ability to endure. He firmly believed that one day he would stand atop the pinnacle of power and strength in this world, achieving heights unattainable by the average individual. At that moment, he would be the true victor behind this intricate game. However, would Sindra grant him this opportunity? The instant Yuri declared his intention to forfeit the match, the smile on his face utterly froze. He beheld Sindra standing opposite him, her face slightly raised, revealing eyes filled with bloodshot madness and unrestrained hatred, unmistakably radiating a palpable intent to kill. As Yuri's expression shifted, a sudden realization dawned upon him, enveloping his heart with an ominous sensation that nearly rendered him breathless. Before he could utter a word, the fierce Sindra across from him clenched her fists, her body trembling inexplicably, her gaze filled with unbridled murderous intent. She enunciated with chilling clarity, "I want you dead, to accompany my son in death." Yuri inwardly lamented the dire turn of events, bewildered as to how someone he had merely subdued could meet such a mysterious demise. However, the gravity of the situation left him no room for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, Syndra had closed the distance between them, emitting a low growl as she fixed her penetrating gaze upon the horrified Yuri. It was as if a wounded beast, facing the brink of death, turned its ferocious eyes upon its adversary, savage, brutal, and imbued with a reckless madness. The atmosphere thickened with palpable terror, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in shock, their hearts racing in tandem with Syndra's frenzied assault. What? How could this be? Yuri stared in disbelief at the crazed Syndra, the pressure mounting exponentially. In a moment of distraction, Syndra landed a powerful punch to his abdomen, propelling him with explosive force, akin to a cannonball crashing into the stone of another arena. The earth trembled violently. Amidst the gasps of the audience, a cloud of dust and debris erupted, sweeping across the arena like a scalding, chaotic tide. With a deafening roar, Syndra plunged into the swirling haze, accompanied by a chilling scream. The sound of flesh meeting a blunt instrument reverberated, heavy, resonant, and painfully clear, assaulting the eardrums of all present, instilling a sense of dread as if they themselves had been struck, causing their hair to stand on end. Within the dense smoke, the ground quaked once more, giving rise to the illusion of an earthquake. Yet, the billowing dust suddenly halted, drawn inexplicably into a corner, merging with a surge of potent energy that erupted skyward, a manifestation of Syndra's wrath, her ultimate technique, the tenfold celestial cannon. The distant figure in the sky was swiftly engulfed by the tenfold celestial cannon, a scream piercing the air, yet it did not disintegrate under the overwhelming force. Instead, it found the strength to escape, darting southwest with increased velocity. Run, but where can you flee? Syndra murmured to herself, her head tilted back in a silent contemplation. Her eyes, sharp as blades, swept across the arena, and simultaneously, cries of anguish echoed from every corner. One by one, the disemboweled corpses tumbled to the ground as Syndra, with blinding speed, sought out and eliminated Yuri's remaining elite forces, cleansing his minions with ruthless efficiency. With her hands stained in copious blood, Syndra's brow remained unfurrowed as she coldly ascended, pursuing the direction in which Yuri had fled. Only deep, bottomless pits remained, alongside a battleground that lay in disarray, ravaged and unrecognizable. In the control room, Best rested his chin on one hand, coldly observing as Yuri and Syndra departed in succession. Suddenly, he stood up, startling those around him. With the removal of these two troublesome figures, tranquility reigned. Best remarked cheerfully in the control room, his demeanor relaxed and natural, as if he had merely swatted a bothersome mosquito, an act of little consequence. However, those privy to the truth felt a chill of apprehension, their hearts gripped by dread. Duin, still unconvinced, inquired, "This won't lead to trouble, will it? Both of them are top-tier powerhouses from Aguilas, capable of annihilating a planet with ease. If Syndra pursues Yuri relentlessly, cornering him to the point of mutual destruction, it would spell disaster." Best chuckled, "That won't happen. If Syndra goes after Yuri, it is Syndra who will suffer, not Yuri." "How can that be? Surely you're jesting." Duin and the others stared incredulously at Best, their expressions akin to viewing a fool. While both were formidable warriors, there was a clear disparity in their combat prowess, a chasm of a full 60,000 units that could not be crossed. Even a child could discern who was stronger. Yet, Best's assertion that the mightier Syndra would falter against Yuri was astonishing. Had they not known Best's character well? They might have doubled over in laughter or scolded him for his mathematical ineptitude. Nevertheless, Best exuded confidence as he proposed, "Shall we place a wager?" Duin raised his somewhat punchable face, carefully weighing the strength difference between the two, glancing at his companions. In hushed conversation, they unanimously concluded that it was impossible for Syndra to be the one at a disadvantage. Duin took the initiative to ask, "What shall we bet on?" Best smiled and replied, "Let us wager that Syndra will pursue Yuri to no avail and may even fall victim to his cunning. Meanwhile, Yuri will escape Syndra's grasp, only to be captured by my dispatched agents. If I lose, I shall grant you all a raise and an extended vacation. If you lose, you will assist me in planting trees." "What? Plant trees?" "Awaken. Scion." Chapter 32. The entire universe is my chessboard. Best's audacity in making such a confident bet with Duin and the others was not without foundation. For this day, he had meticulously orchestrated events, from Yuri injuring Syndra's son to the latter's eventual demise, culminating in an irreconcilable conflict between the two. Best had gathered extensive intelligence and strategically deployed numerous plans, all culminating in this moment. There was no room for unforeseen complications. In fact, Best was already well acquainted with Yuri's situation, having devised several contingency plans for the potential scenarios that could unfold today. Even in the direst of circumstances, Best remains confident in his ability to eliminate threats without a trace. Moreover, he is fully aware of Yuri's every move, and the situation unfolds precisely as he has orchestrated. To exercise caution, Best has discreetly laid several traps to ensure absolute certainty. It could be said that everything is meticulously prepared, awaiting the moment when the big fish bites. Given that Yuri is now gravely injured and more anxious than Best himself, he may resort to some cunning tricks to deceive Syndra, potentially even striking back. However, such actions, while preserving his life, are undoubtedly akin to quenching thirst with poison, inflicting further harm. He will inevitably seek treatment at the locations Best has already anticipated. Otherwise, he could not endure for long. Those very locations are already factored into Best's calculations, which is why he exudes such confidence. The urgency with which Best desires to capture Yuri stems from the latter's considerable danger, instilling an unsettling feeling within Best. A figure like Yuri, reminiscent of a formidable warlord, harbors immense ambition and acts without scruples, frequently pursuing his objectives without moral restraint, where good and evil are merely a matter of thought. He is akin to a bandit, elusive and cunning, lurking in the shadows like a venomous serpent, poised to strike unexpectedly. Current signs indicate that this wily serpent has clearly set its sights on the base that Best has painstakingly developed, intending not only to use him as a shield but also to potentially expose Best's faction or even replace him altogether. Let us not forget that even if Yuri's hunting party succeeds in acquiring the spiritual tree species, he will require time to cultivate them on other planets. At present, the official regulations in Aguilas regarding various flying apparatuses are exceedingly stringent, necessitating registration and certification, effectively monopolizing all resources related to this endeavor. To avoid drawing the attention of the greater powers, Yuri must seek advanced means of transportation elsewhere. In this regard, Best's base could very well fulfill his requirements. Although Best remains unafraid, this period marks a critical juncture in his plans. Any unforeseen complications are unwelcome. Furthermore, as the day approaches for Best to conclude the competition and seek the Dragon Balls on Namek, any disruptions that delay his predetermined schedule could alert the powerful factions of Aguilas, jeopardizing his carefully laid plans. Should this occur, it would be too late for Best to lament his misfortune. Thus, Yuri must be eliminated. However, such actions must be executed with utmost discretion, employing the principle of boiling a frog, gradually increasing the heat to ensure a lethal outcome rather than forcing him into a corner. This is crucial, as individuals of Yuri's ilk are not only ruthless but also decisive in their actions. Should he be deprived of even a sliver of hope, he would undoubtedly choose to take drastic measures, leading to mutual destruction and ensuring that all of Aguilas perishes alongside him. This fear of provoking him to such unconstrained actions is a significant reason why the major factions of Aguilas hesitate to confront him. Hence, Best has diligently crafted this series of traps, allowing Yuri to unwittingly ensnare himself, while cleverly leveraging his cunning, decisive, and suspicious nature to present him with an exquisite gift. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently plunged into the fray. This maneuver also served, to a certain extent, to undermine the various factions represented by Syndra, redirecting their attention once more to Yuri, a maniac capable of any outrageous act. It afforded his side a precious moment of respite. However, another debacle awaited Best to address. Following a series of prior events, particularly the fierce clash between Yuri and Syndra, the circumstances within the arena had been significantly altered. Both individuals were renowned figures within the Aguilas realm, and their conduct was far from the restrained demeanor typical of other competitors. Instead, they exhibited a ferocity that was alarming. Although their encounter lasted but an instant, it wreaked havoc upon several arenas, leaving traces that could not be promptly repaired. Most critically, the violent energy unleashed during their battle had impacted the spectators. This was not merely a matter affecting one or two individuals. Rather, the overwhelming majority had been caught in the aftermath of their onslaught. Several competitors in adjacent arenas had perished, with scarcely anyone managing to depart unscathed. The frail spectators bore the brunt of the debris and smoke, their bodies marked by the chaos, amidst a chorus of lamentation. The scene was indeed gruesome. They had come to witness a spectacle, not to court death, and thus a portion of the crowd swiftly fled, with this atmosphere of dread spreading throughout the town, suggesting that the number of those still present would dwindle further. Even some of the remaining competitors were gripped by trepidation, with numerous individuals opting to forfeit their participation, seeking to escape the turmoil. Consequently, Best faced a dire situation, one that was far from easy to resolve. In stark contrast to the frenzied Duane, whose anxiety was palpable upon hearing the news, Best maintained a calm demeanor, or rather, his reactions were entirely anticipated, observing Duane's frantic gestures. As if he wished to lead a group into the town to prevent those intending to leave from doing so, Best couldn't help but chuckle softly. Offering reassurance, "Let them depart. We shall proceed with our competition without such concern." Duane, in response, exclaimed in alarm, "What do you mean we shouldn't worry? If you don't devise a plan, everyone will flee." Best replied nonchalantly, "It is better to let them go than to try to stop them. Those who wish to leave cannot be restrained, and those who do not wish to depart may not be compelled to do so." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on the large screen in the control room. Although a few of the cameras had been damaged by the residual effects of the battle, the majority remained steadfast in their positions, faithfully transmitting the unfolding events within the arena to the computers. It was now evident that the audience in the stands had diminished by more than half, with the remaining spectators embroiled in heated arguments with the staff Duane had stationed there, their faces flushed with ire. Only a handful remained seated, calm as mountains amidst the uproar. Conversely, most of the competitors had chosen to stay, with only a select few having departed. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would drive other organizers to madness, participants without an audience, rendering the event meaningless. Isn't it a waste to organize a competition only to spend money on it? However, Best is entirely untroubled by such concerns, as his previous ventures in the boxing project have yielded substantial profits, sufficient to cover the expenses of this competition. Moreover, the event has now reached a critical juncture. Although the audience has departed, as long as the situation is broadcasted across various cities in Aegilis, synchronously engaging in boxing betting, lotteries, and other related gambling ventures, and handed over to his cunning associates, it will inevitably attract greater attention, thereby generating even larger profits for him. Best himself need not worry in the slightest. In Aegilis, there are no constraints or regulations to hinder the development of such matters, and the law is merely a hollow concept, lacking any practical applicability. As long as they do not encroach upon the foundations of the major powers, they dare not challenge him. Furthermore, the emergence of such novelties prompts not suppression, but rather the recognition of immense commercial opportunities. They will adopt methods that highlight their strengths to emulate Best's approach, leveraging their advantages to overshadow competitors, thereby securing a larger share of this newly discovered wealth, rather than stifling it. They do not reject innovation. They merely concern themselves with how much profit they can derive from it. Given this opportunity for learning, it is unlikely anyone could resist such temptation. Moreover, those who would succumb to such a lure are, by nature, astute businessmen. Yet, when that moment arrives, will they still have such opportunities? Best scoffs at this notion. In his estimation, as long as he and Petla can successfully return from Namek, Aegilis will undoubtedly be his to command. At that point, no one will be able to rival him, and he will be free to unleash his full potential without reservation. Consider that Dr. Gero is merely a humble earthling, whose civilization lags far behind the colonial technologies of the universe, and whose scientific and production capabilities cannot be compared to those possessed by Best. Yet, this individual, after losing the financial backing of the Red Ribbon Army, has managed to create a series of artificial beings, formidable weapons of mass destruction, fueled solely by a desire for vengeance. One might reflect on the early days of Dragon Ball, when Goku encountered the artificial being number 8 Frankenstein, followed by the devastating number 17 and number 18, and later the powerful number 13 and others comparable to Super Saiyans. Even the emergence of Cell, a being of unparalleled destruction, underscores this point. If we exclude the ultimate artificial being, Super 17, from Dragon Ball GT, even the perfect form of Cell holds power rivaling that of a Super Saiyan in its second stage. In the original narrative, this exceedingly troublesome entity, upon resurrection, managed to elevate his strength to a level that could overpower Super Saiyan 2 Gohan with ease. In the midst of a stalemate, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage, his arm injured and half of his energy depleted. Had it not been for the encouragement from the deceased Goku to confront the challenge and Vegeta's diversionary assault on Cell, Gohan would have had no opportunity to summon his full strength and unleash the Kamehameha wave. The eradication of Cell would have been an impossible feat here. We do not extol Cell's prowess, but rather marvel at the genius of Dr. Gero. Judging by the numbering of the androids, it is astonishing that after merely 5 iterations following Android 8, Dr. Gero had already elevated his expertise in android technology to a level that even the elite of the best could scarcely aspire to. It is difficult to fathom how, With the relatively rudimentary technology and equipment available on Earth, and devoid of the financial backing of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero managed to independently develop such formidable weapons of mass destruction. If there were no hidden secrets, it would indeed be quite suspect. Best harbors skepticism regarding the extraordinary capabilities of Dr. Gero. Furthermore, Best's ambitions extend far beyond the confines of Earth or the four cardinal galaxies. He aims to integrate the advanced civilizations across the cosmos, amassing countless talents for his own endeavors, transforming the abundant resources scattered across various planets into his personal wealth. Awaken. Science. Chapter 33. Reactions from All Sides, Part 1. Meanwhile, the arena, nearly reduced to rubble, was shrouded in sorrow and despair. Amidst the debris of concrete and metal scaffolding, numerous bloodied and mangled individuals were being evacuated to the nearby town for urgent medical attention. One individual supported a particularly large and corpulent extraterrestrial warrior. Following the directives of the evacuation personnel, swiftly yet cautiously guiding his companion to a hastily erected first aid tent. However, his expression was grim, with furrowed brows nearly converging, and his fiery gaze fixed upon the horizon, revealing a fury that had reached its zenith. "Karan, I'm fine. Do not worry about me. By the way, I was knocked off before the match even began by those two rascals. This does not count as a loss, does it?" The contestant's physique was excessively large, rendering the makeshift first aid tent barely capable of accommodating half of his body, coupled with the numerous horrific wounds he bore. Purple blood mixed with fat oozed from these injuries in a repulsive and troublesome manner, creating a chaotic scene within the tent, redolent with the acrid scent of blood. The medical personnel, however, displayed commendable dedication, displaying no signs of discontent as they diligently stitched his wounds, tirelessly working for hours without even a sip of water, clearly exhausted. In stark contrast to the somber demeanor of the emergency doctors, the severely injured patient was markedly more restless, fidgeting and expressing discomfort to the doctors laboring on his back, even attempting several times to crawl out of the first aid tent, much to the alarm of the surgeons at work. However, with a companion by his side, he exhibited a certain honesty, gradually engaging in conversation with his comrade, refraining from any further astonishing actions. This, however, caused the emergency medical team, doctors and nurses alike, to break into a cold sweat. Kiran, the robust warrior who had assisted the large fellow down, gazed at his companion's dire state, his heart seething with rage. Yet, he managed to suppress his fury, placing a reassuring hand on the other's shoulder, softly whispering, "Porter, it's all right. I'm here for you." The large man, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "That's unacceptable. When we came here, we agreed that you would take first place, and I would take second. The prize is meant to aid everyone in hardship. We were to journey through the cosmos in our small spacecraft. It cannot merely be you alone claiming victory. Moreover, I wasn't defeated by an opponent, but rather by the shockwave unleashed by those two unexpected ruffians. If anyone should be judged, it should be those two miscreants who have already been flung from their arena." The large man's naive words elicited a chuckle. Yet understanding the deeper meaning behind his statement would undoubtedly chill one to the bone. In truth, when Yuri was knocked out of the arena by a punch from Syndra, their subsequent clash took place precisely in the arena of this large man. The residual force from their battle had instantaneously torn apart hundreds of square meters of ground, leaving a massive crater in the earth. Porter's adversary, a formidable warrior boasting a combat power of 100,000, was reduced to ashes by this tremendous force. Porter, caught in the heart of the battlefield, had withstood a devastating blow from one of the two combatants. It was Kiran who later unearthed him from the debris, miraculously still alive. Given his current condition, stable, articulate, and seemingly free from imminent danger, it was a testament to the remarkable vitality of this corpulent man. Were this on Earth, he would likely become the subject of a throng of journalists, a focal point for experts and scholars alike. "First place, you say?" Kiran mused, furrowing his brow as he cast his gaze toward a particular spot. There stood a child with spiky hair and an underdeveloped physique. For reasons unknown, this young boy emanated an air of aloofness and indifference that compelled those around to instinctively shy away, even avoiding direct eye contact. It was as if he were a ferocious beast, poised to lash out at any moment. Even without those two scoundrels, simply contending with this little brat, I suspect claiming first place would be quite the challenge, Kiran contemplated silently. Yet, his thoughts soon turned to the desperate Kaltarians back in Porter's homeland, who were in dire need of various supplies, weighing heavily on his heart as if an invisible hand were squeezing it relentlessly. To prevent his expression from betraying his inner turmoil and affecting Porter, Kieran nodded and calmly reassured him, "Rest assured, I will secure the prize. You must hold on. Your father and kin are counting on us to deliver aid." Porter responded with a faint acknowledgement, perhaps due to excessive blood loss, as his eyelids grew heavier. Before long, he succumbed to slumber, the sound of his snoring filling the air. It evokes both laughter and tears, yet who truly comprehends the heavy burdens he carries? Had it not been for Kieran's fortuitous stay on Colt Star, witnessing the dire plight of the locals and rescuing this childlike, rotund fellow, it is likely that he would have already sacrificed himself for his kin. As the mightiest warrior on Colt Star, Porter's fate would have been to fill the ever-erupting Fire Eye, an inferno that, once every century, engulfs the planet, bringing but a fleeting peace to his tribe. With the environment of Colt Star deteriorating increasingly, the inhabitants of that world cannot escape the grim fate of extinction. Kieran cast a rare smile at the slumbering Porter and inquired of a nearby physician, "Could you prepare a healing capsule for my friend? Might I offer some collateral?" The doctor regarded Kieran with a peculiar glance and replied, "Our healing capsules are provided free of charge to injured competitors. No fees are required. However, your friend's size presents a challenge, as we do not have capsules of the same dimensions readily available. Rest assured, once we tend to his wounds, we shall deliver it to you." Kieran nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude, yet his gaze inadvertently caught a hidden camera surreptitiously filming him, causing his brow to furrow slightly as he descended into contemplation. In the depths of the western desert, amidst swirling yellow sands and howling sandstorms, a blinding sphere of light erupted, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, enveloping thousands of miles in a pallid, chaotic glow. As the sphere dissipated, a figure gasped for breath, plummeting from the sky, his legs faltering as he collapsed among a vast expanse of translucent glass-like shards, sand that had crystallized under the terrifying heat of the earlier light. The scene appeared surreal. From above, it resembled an endless stretch of white, reflecting an almost blinding luminosity. The fallen figure was none other than Syndra, who had been pursuing Yuri. Their chase had inexplicably led them deep into the western desert. Perhaps realizing the futility of escape, Yuri, cornered and desperate, launched a counterattack, engulfing himself in flames and hurtling towards Syndra like a colossal fireball. Caught off guard, Syndra bore the brunt of the assault, though it was but a single strike. It was one that cost Yuri his life, its potency rivaling that of a self-detonation. Under normal circumstances, even with Syndra's superior combat prowess, both would have perished in an act of mutual destruction. Yet, inexplicably, Yuri's attack proved less formidable than anticipated. Akin to a damp firecracker, impressive in appearance but lacking the expected impact. Syndra pondered this anomaly, albeit briefly. Surviving such a suicidal strike was already a stroke of fortune. Should he desire that Yuri's attack had been more devastating to seal his own fate? Now, with Yuri deceased, he could at least consider himself avenged for his son. Moreover, this Yuri has long been a malignant presence within the Alliance, causing great distress to the minds of its leaders. The prospect of eliminating him would indeed bestow significant merit upon himself within the Alliance, ensuring that he would not be devoid of rewards. With this thought, a sense of equilibrium settled within him. Awakening. Chapter 35. The Demise of Yuri. On the other side of the Aigila's western desert, approaching the eastern fringes of the vast desert, the landscape starkly contrasts with that of the best experimentation base. Here, one encounters extensive remnants of abandoned experiments and crumbling edifices left by predecessors. Legend has it that a perilous experiment, conducted in secrecy by certain researchers in this very locale, culminated in a catastrophic leak, which ultimately led to the desiccation of Aigila's once lush forests and the degradation of its fertile soil, giving rise to the now infamous Aigila's desert. The sky in this place is ominously overcast, perpetually shrouded in a thick, grayish-purple mist that exudes the sharp stench of alcohol and industrial pollutants, obscuring both sunlight and the vastness of the heavens. As a result, flora and substantial biological populations have failed to thrive here, rendering the environment lifeless and devoid of light. It is a locale so desolate that even rats would hesitate to linger. Yet today, this place has become the unexpected gathering ground for a group of individuals. Clad in heavy radiation-proof garments and donning gas masks, they wield an array of sophisticated high-tech instruments, silently converging in one spot, as if plotting a significant undertaking. Hours hurriedly pass, and one among them glances at their wristwatch, nodding in affirmation before suddenly raising a hand to signal the others into action. Several swiftly retrieve sets of disassembled instruments from a concealed location, expertly reassembling them. Before long, a machine resembling an arcade game, equipped with a small radar, comes into view. One individual, fingers flying, begins to tap rhythmically on the device. Initially, the massive screen displays a chaotic blur, but it quickly resolves into a three-dimensional representation of a pyramid-shaped structure. With a few deft taps, the individual navigates through the intricate layout, pinpointing every room within the pyramid as if conducting a thorough search. Soon, they detect a life sign emanating from the core of the pyramid. Under the operator's guidance, the image magnifies, revealing the source of the life signal, a humanoid being, limbs outstretched, submerged in a viscous solution surrounding a colossal egg-like object. Is this Yuri? One onlooker murmurs, involuntarily voicing the thought. The others, too, refrain from reproaching him, for the sight of this notorious super soldier, whose prowess ranks just below the three great warriors of Igilas, stirs palpable tension among them, their heartbeats quickening uncontrollably in that moment. Only the captain, managing the machine, retains composure, nodding as he observes the displayed image. Indeed, this is the infamous maniac Yuri, our target for today. Has he truly lost the ability to resist? A team member inquires anxiously. The captain casts a glance at him, responding coolly, "There's no need for concern. He remains blissfully unaware of our presence. We have meticulously orchestrated everything in the shadows. Not only have we infiltrated his lair, but we have also tampered with the vital solution he requires for healing." At this moment, Yuri's entire nervous system is likely paralyzed by toxins. He may struggle even to open his eyelids. A mere child could vanquish him. One of the team members reflects with a sense of awe. Our Lord Best is indeed formidable, as if foreseeing the future, preparing everything in advance. Even a brute like Yuri is but a puppet in his hands. Upon the mention of Best, the expressions of these individuals instantly transformed into fervor, their captain included. Resembling a bewitched cultist, as fervent and reverent words flowed from their lips. This was only to be expected. What could Lord Best not accomplish? In his eyes, Yuri was merely a minor figure, easily dispatched with a mere flick of his wrist, had it not been for his potential utility. Were it not for this, Yuri would have long since descended into the abyss. This phenomenon was a result of Best's long-standing indoctrination of his subordinates, molding them into a devoted cadre unwaveringly loyal to him, always ready to sacrifice themselves for his grand designs. Their faith in Best rivaled the fervor and veneration that cultists hold for their leader, perceiving him as the singular true deity of the world, obeying Best's every command. Even if it meant facing death, they would do so without hesitation, not even a blink of an eye. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of Best's psychological control, effectively seizing the individual's body and soul, compelling them to serve him. Although the time invested far exceeds that of Buffett's control magic, the efficacy of Best's mental conditioning is certainly formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of Buffett, an expert in this domain. After all, that lofty sorcerer disregarded the psychological state of his subordinates, casually sacrificing his most loyal underlings in his quest to test the power of resurrected Bu, ultimately leading to their tragic demise at the hands of Fat Bu. In the end, he was merely a reckless fool, utterly incomparable to Best. Upon confirming Yuri's situation, these individuals swiftly mobilized. Yuri's hideout was evidently an ancient relic left by predecessors. Not situated on the surface, but rather buried deep within nearly 10,000 meters of earth, concealed exceptionally well, rendering ordinary detection devices utterly ineffective. Initially, Best's subordinates faced considerable challenges in uncovering this location. It was thanks to the supercomputer, Cambane, housed within the base laboratory, that they managed to penetrate the interference waves and chaotic signals enveloping the area, transmitting signals to this almost isolated locale and conducting a comprehensive scan of the region. This led to the discovery of Yuri's trace several tens of thousands of meters beneath the surface, enabling the capture team dispatched by Best to infiltrate the area and prepare everything in advance, patiently awaiting the catch of this significant fish. Yuri, in fact, was a tragically solitary figure. Within his vast ancestral home, he was utterly alone, devoid of any trustworthy subordinates, akin to a colossal prison, confronting only cold machinery each day. His cunning and cold demeanor shaped him, yet also led to his downfall. His failure today was intricately linked to this very disposition. When the capture team ruthlessly employed the shortwave emitted by the earlier machine to dismantle the defensive programs within his home's computer, it was as if they had mercilessly stripped away his final veil of protection, exposing this place in its entirety to the world. The members of the capture team pressed forward unimpeded, quickly arriving at the chamber where Yuri resided. This place can be regarded as the very heart of the entire pyramid structure, exuding an ancient aura imbued with a sense of reverence. According to the instruments, several adjacent laboratories contain faint life signals, which, of course, are not human. The previous capture team had already conducted inspections. These are the laboratories where Yuri conducts his experiments to replicate his clones. Within, the clones, which Yuri regards as his trump card, are merely embryonic forms resembling fists, connected to an array of tubes, presenting a somewhat grotesque sight. However, the arrival of the capture team has disrupted the computer systems here and severed the power supply. The incubators that sustain the growth and respiration of the hunters have long ceased to function, rendered inoperative, leaving them awaiting only death. Yuri, the target of their mission, lies wide-eyed and contorted, submerged within a massive egg-shaped healing pod, resembling a corpse, a pallid, waterlogged body swollen in death. One of his hands feebly clutches the oxygen mask entangled around him, as if attempting to remove it to escape. It is evident that after his misfortune, Yuri has come to some realization, struggling against his predicament. Yet, the toxins mixed within the healing fluid are potent concoctions painstakingly extracted by Best. Even a minuscule amount could incapacitate a dinosaur. It is a substance that Yuri cannot withstand. Moreover, after his battle with Syndra, he bears numerous injuries, one arm grotesquely broken, bones protruding with strands of bloodied flesh. In such a state, immersed in the healing solution, the effects of the toxins only intensify, leaving no possibility for salvation. Although Yuri's eyes can still slightly shift upon the entry of the capture team, startling them, his fate as a tool for Best is now inescapable. It is a tragic end for such a formidable figure, a conclusion that few would have anticipated. Awaken. Saiyan Chapter 36, the main event. Best is acutely aware of the profound impact that this series of orchestrated events will have on Aguilas and knows precisely how to conclude them. He is but a step away from success, yet this seemingly brief stride is the crux determining the triumph or failure of all his endeavors. Should he take this step, Best would find himself unbound and free, with no lingering concerns. Should he falter, he would forever confront the myriad threats posed by Aguilas' local forces. With his sanctuary at risk of being obliterated, rendering all his efforts futile, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape to Namek and fulfill his aspirations. This pivotal step hinges on the madman Yuri, whose existence is the greatest reliance for the success of Best's scheme. It can be said that despite Best's outward confidence, he secretly sweats over the arrangements, fearful of any unforeseen complications. Until the news of the capture team arrived, Best let out a long sigh. Feeling the tension in his muscles dissipate entirely, a moment of unparalleled ease. On the arena, after a period of respite, the competition proceeded as usual. The organizers received Best's directive and chose not to respond to the previous incidents. By the time this news spread across the major cities of Aegilis, all the public scrutiny would be shouldered by the alliance represented by Syndra, relieving Best of any concern for resolution. As for the competitors, aside from a few who opted out of fear and some like Porter, who were severely injured and unable to compete, most were able to adapt to the arrangements made by the organizers and continue to participate in the matches. The organizers expressed their sincere apologies to the unexpectedly injured participants, offering to retain their eligibility for the competition and allowing them to resume once they recovered. Best was indifferent to the minor financial implications, willingly providing healing potions for their use. Even the gravest injuries could be mended within a day, causing little delay. Thus, the competitors were soon organized, and the contest continued as planned. What remained were the scattered guests, with only a few intrepid souls still seated, lending an air of silence and solemnity to the arena, diminishing its usual clamor and restlessness. After several rounds of rather lackluster matches, it was evident that the earlier events had impacted the competitors. The once fearless and self-assured warriors now exhibited a clear sense of trepidation, having tempered their aggression. Their strikes were measured, lacking the previous ferocity, as if they were tentative, afraid to make overly bold moves, creating a rather comical spectacle. Consequently, the duration of the matches extended significantly, yet the content felt tedious and uninspiring, leaving the audience disheartened. Fortunately, Best had not organized this competition for the sake of ratings. Otherwise, such a situation would surely have driven him to distraction. Nevertheless, a few reckless individuals continued to act with reckless abandon on the field, their boldness affording them certain advantages. They left their opponents in disarray, crying for mercy, and their remarkable displays became the sole highlight of the day's contest of champions, at least until the main event orchestrated by Best unfolded. After a prolonged wait, it was finally time for Petra to take the stage. as he stepped onto the arena, which had been repeatedly damaged and subsequently restored. His opponent emerged from the opposite side. With steady and deliberate strides, the man approached, exuding a formidable presence. Tall and clad in a form-fitting black outfit, he appeared cold and understated. Though seemingly robust, the bulging muscles concealed a tremendous explosive strength within. Though the two had yet to engage in combat, or even meet face-to-face, and were oblivious to each other's names, they possessed an uncanny awareness of each other's techniques and attacking habits, as if gazing into a mirror, intimately familiar with every inch of their being. At least, prior to their confrontation, each held this perception of the other. "You are formidable, truly," Kieran remarked, admiring the young boy before him, his voice finally breaking the silence after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Petra, however, remained unmoved, adopting an aggressive stance and regarding Kieran with a seriousness akin to that of a meticulous scholar, his expression perpetually grave. Kieran managed a wry smile, straightening his posture as he slowly spread his legs into a bow stance. To be candid, he had no desire to fight this boy, as other competitors would say. This little imp was akin to an indestructible monster, a veritable cockroach of combat, growing stronger with each strike. Engaging him would devolve into a war of attrition, a contest no one could hope to win. Moreover, the peculiar child possessed an alarmingly formidable talent, capable of absorbing and swiftly replicating techniques with ease, rendering him extraordinarily fearsome. Many of Kieran's own signature moves had inexplicably been learned by this boy, and the same was true for others. Yet Kieran was not without recourse. He still harbored a concealed trump card, a technique learned during his travels across galaxies, possessing immense power and serving as one of his most potent weapons. He was confident that this boy would be incapable of countering that particular move, nor could he hope to learn it after a mere glance, for it transcended the ordinary understanding of combat. This phenomenon was not a matter of innate talent, but rather a deeply ingrained philosophy, one that few could adapt to swiftly. It was akin to informing a 15th-century individual, even one of the era's most brilliant minds, that our Earth is spherical. Would they readily accept such a notion? Even if they could believe it, digesting that information would take considerable time. Kieran intended to exploit that time, enough to potentially defeat this troublesome opponent hundreds of times over. "Come, let me witness your true capabilities," Kieran challenged, his lips curling into a rare smile as he faced his opponent, who stood just within reach. Years ago, he too had been like this boy, yet time's relentless passage demanded growth and the courage to confront challenges. With the sharp blast of the referee's whistle, the much-anticipated bout between Petra and Kieran finally commenced. Awaken. In the sharpness of the whistle, Petra's form suddenly blurred, reminiscent of an old film reel that, when played, became obscured before fading into nothingness. Meanwhile, a swift shadow of a leg swept toward Kieran from 10 meters away, accompanied by a roaring wind that howled like a steel whip aimed directly at him. At a critical moment, Kieran suddenly raised his arm to shield the side of his head. With a resounding thud, his arm collided with the whip-like kick, producing a dull sound before they swiftly separated. Petra, harnessing the force generated from that strike, advanced rather than retreating, unleashing a flurry of kicks that intertwined with Kieran's barrage of punches. The arena erupted with intense fluctuations, each burst resonating like a series of explosions, sending waves of scorching heat that surged outward like steam rising from boiling water. A flicker of fervor ignited in Petra's determined gaze, akin to a fuse igniting the power within him. His blood surged through his veins as if it were boiling, roaring forth with an unstoppable force, yearning to erupt like a volcano. Kieran watched, somewhat horrified, as this almost frenzied youth grew stronger with each passing moment. The intensity of Petra's battle spirit escalated, and Kieran found himself increasingly unable to withstand the onslaught. At this juncture, he could finally comprehend the plight faced by those warriors who had previously clashed with Petra. This child was not just an indomitable creature. He was a beast that became ever more formidable, unyielding in his courage, seemingly devoid of fatigue. In combat against him, regardless of one's advantages or even possessing lethal techniques, they were rendered nearly impotent unless they vastly outmatched him, capable of delivering a decisive blow. Otherwise, one would inevitably be overwhelmed by his momentum. The phrase "defeated before the battle" aptly described the situation where one initially succumbed to the opponent's aura, losing the courage to resist and becoming a target for relentless strikes, with little hope of a comeback. Kieran, though a pure warrior himself, understood this truth. He realized that if he allowed Petra to continue his assault, he would find himself ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, risking a downfall that could very well lead to his own defeat. Resolute in his decision, a fierce expression flashed across Kieran's face. He ceased to resist Petra's attacks head-on and swiftly ascended toward the sky. Petra, his expression sharpening, followed suit, astonishingly outpacing Kieran, surpassing him by a head in mere breaths. His leg muscles contracted and expanded like a bow drawn to its fullest, suddenly snapping forward with lightning speed toward Kieran's head. The friction between his toes and the air generated a crescent arc several meters long, dazzling and imbued with an otherworldly beauty, a technique derived from Kieran himself, the foot blade. In the control room, Best observed the scene with a slight shake of his head, frowning as he remarked, "This is not good." Indeed. A sudden smile appeared on Kieran's face, as if he had anticipated the event. Just before Petra's foot blade could strike him, Kieran's head jerked back with a startling swiftness. This evasive maneuver was both abrupt and perilous, as the magnificent blade barely grazed his nose, the gap between them perhaps measured in mere centimeters. In that fleeting moment after unleashing his full strength, when Petra had exhausted his old power yet new energy had yet to arise, Kieran seized the opportunity with impeccable timing. A surge of energy coursed through his entire being like a whirlpool, and with a sudden, resounding shout, he unleashed a punch. Petra, utterly defenseless, could only watch as Kieran's fist collided with his abdomen, a thunderous impact that elicited a gasp of anguish and a flush of abnormal crimson across his face. Kieran's strike was insidiously powerful. Although it inflicted tremendous force upon Petra, it was contained, erupting within his body and manifesting as excruciating pain. For those familiar with Dragon Ball, it is well known that the formidable strength of its characters can send opponents flying hundreds of meters with a single blow. In reality, martial artists like Bruce Lee demonstrated similar prowess, capable of propelling adversaries several meters with a single kick, thrilling to behold. However, such displays are merely for exhibition and lack true lethality. There is significant nuance involved. When one is struck and sent flying, the force dissipates throughout the body, diminishing as the distance increases. Thus, much of the impact is exhausted during the flight. In contrast, Kieran's attack was different. His punch directly penetrated Petra's body, seemingly leaving him unscathed on the surface while inflicting catastrophic damage to his organs and bones. The destructive power was immense. To illustrate, it is akin to a bomb detonating nearby. One might be fortunate enough to survive, but should it explode within one's very being, the unleashed force would be sufficient to rend one asunder, leading to an irrevocable demise. Kieran's solitary punch had delivered an unprecedented blow to the careless Petra. While it was not fatal, it was sufficient to strip a person of their combat capabilities. However, after countless rounds of selection, could those who stood here to compete be mere ordinary individuals? Moreover, this youthful contender had consistently defied odds and achieved remarkable feats. Could he afford to be negligent? Thus, Kieran's assault did not conclude there. He thrust his arms forward, seizing Petra by the neck and forcefully yanking him down. As Petra attempted to resist, he was met with Kieran's colossal knee, hurtling towards his face with a deafening rush. Startled, he instinctively crossed his arms in defense. Yet, the earlier blow from Kieran had inflicted considerable damage, leaving Petra convulsing in agony, unable to muster strength in that brief moment. Consequently, Kieran's knee struck Petra's face with devastating force, plunging the young boy into darkness, blood erupting from his visage like a blossoming flower. His body was sent flying by the immense force, helplessly plummeting towards the ground. Kieran stood upright in the sky, shaking his head at the rapidly descending Petra, lamenting the youth and lack of combat experience. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Petra was destined to fall outside the arena and lose the match. As Petra continued his descent towards the edge of the arena, Best in the control room furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed as he noticed a blinding beam of light erupting unexpectedly and at the perfect moment, just as Petra was about to make contact with the ground. This beam was a shockwave of energy that Petra had managed to gather after a brief respite, though its offensive power was not particularly lethal. However, the impact generated upon contact with the Earth was tremendous, akin to the thrust produced by high-pressure gases escaping from a rocket engine, propelling the rocket in the opposite direction of the exhaust. It was this potent force that allowed Petra to regain altitude, averting a fall that would result in his defeat. Seizing the momentum, he executed a flawless roll, landing gracefully on one hand, steadying himself back on the arena floor. Within the arena, a massive screen replayed Petra's narrow escape at a pace suitable for the audience, ensuring everyone could witness the spectacle clearly. The series of breathtaking maneuvers left the remaining spectators in awe, their astonishment culminating in a fervent round of applause. Even several competitors who had been closely watching the match between Petra and Kieran could not help but express their amazement, as if witnessing something extraordinary. The referee had been poised to blow the whistle and declare Kieran the victor when Petra unexpectedly turned the tide and returned to the arena. In that moment, the referee swallowed the breath he had intended to release, leading to a fit of intense coughing. Kieran, too, was left agape, incredulously gazing at Petra's re-entrance, and, observing the boy's tenacity and fervor, could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable kid. He has returned. It seems I cannot underestimate him after all." Petra, clutching his abdomen, took a deep breath towards the sky. Though his insides still throbbed with pain, the power that Kieran had scattered began to coalesce once more within him. The boy stood up as if nothing had transpired, raising his gaze to the imposing figure of Kieran above, his eyes blazing with a fiery determination, growing ever more animated and eager. A stubborn child, clearly still not fully recovered, yet resolutely persisting. "This time, I shall not grant you another opportunity." Kieran cast a penetrating glance at Petra, murmuring to himself softly. In an instant, he accelerated, diving towards Petra like a hawk swooping down from the sky. His speed was astonishing, akin to the flash of lightning, leaving a clear silhouette in the air where he had once stood. However, the intense heat generated by the friction of his body against the air reached Petra's face. Petra felt a sudden pressure in his chest as a blurred figure loomed before him, akin to a formidable weapon slicing through the air with an unstoppable momentum, crashing towards him like a landslide or tsunami. At the critical moment, Petra's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively crossed his arms to shield his chest, bracing himself for the impact. From the techniques he had learned from Kieran, it was evident that Kieran excelled in leg techniques. The force unleashed by his legs, which seemed almost ethereal, was several times that of a fist. This kick, propelled by his rapid descent, was executed with an unparalleled ferocity, far exceeding his usual strength. Petra, still reeling from the initial shock, could muster only a fraction of his strength, which proved insufficient to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, he was struck as if by a speeding freight truck, propelled away by the sheer force of the blow. Yet Petra's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, giving the impression that he was sliding backward with great velocity, leaving long trails on the solid surface of the arena while kicking up debris and dust. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred matter. A cruel smile played on Kieran's lips as he followed through with his kick, landing gracefully in a bow stance, one arm raised high. With a thunderous shout, a blinding orb of light burst forth from his palm, radiating with the brilliance of the sun. "Blinding flash cannon," he bellowed, swiftly turning his palm to aim directly at Petra's face. Almost the moment Petra regained his balance, a colossal golden beam, resembling a divine sword cleaving through the heavens, tore through the arena with terrifying might, bearing down upon him. In the blinding light, the spectators found themselves engulfed in chaos, their vision rendered nearly non-existent in the instant the shockwave erupted. The only discernible entity was the beam of light, eclipsing all else. Kieran's blinding flash cannon left an indelible mark on every onlooker present. As a few seconds passed and vision slowly returned, the astonished audience beheld the once basketball court-sized arena now cleaved in two by Kieran's powerful attack, a deep and broad trench stretching across to the far end. However, what astonished them even more was the sight at the trench's end. Petra stood defiantly at the edge, where the ground had collapsed under the immense pressure. Yet he remained resolute, facing Kieran without yielding an inch. Most people appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly unsure of what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Only a select few, along with the technologically advanced best, grasped the situation. In truth, Kieran's colossal flash cannon had yet to strike Petra, while the young adversary swiftly unleashed a shockwave to counter Kieran's assault. Although Petra's shockwave lacked the grandeur and might of Kieran's and was somewhat hastily executed, it possessed remarkable endurance, effectively withstanding Kieran's formidable flash cannon, thereby sparing Petra from peril once more. Kieran and Petra stood at a distance, their expressions darkening. After deploying his flash cannon, Kieran found himself slightly breathless, while the tenacious boy across from him exhibited no signs of fatigue, appearing as vigorous and spirited as ever. This was a state that could not be feigned. It indicated that the boy had not expended much energy thus far, aside from being momentarily caught off guard. He had likely suffered little to no depletion. How infuriating! What manner of creature is this boy? No matter how fiercely I strike, he seems utterly unfazed. Is he truly invincible? With no other recourse, Kieran contemplated resorting to a particular technique. Meanwhile, Petra had already approached him, halting about 5 or 6 meters away. Gazing up at Kieran with a hint of regret, and unexpectedly remarked, "You are quite impressive for having inflicted such damage upon me. You make for an excellent opponent." However, you are no longer my rival. Kirin regarded the diminutive child before him, whose serious demeanor elicited a mixture of amusement and exasperation. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "That was merely a warm-up. Now, I shall unleash my full power." Oh. Petra's eyes sparkled with excitement, his warrior spirit igniting once more. With unwavering focus on Kirin's serious countenance, he uttered a line that was both humorous and absurd. "I await your best moves. Please, do not let me down." Petra's seemingly straightforward words subtly reflected the Scion's arrogance and hubris. In truth, this trait was not exclusive to him. Throughout the Dragon Ball saga, every Scion character exhibited a form of almost reckless confidence. Even the protagonist, Goku, was not an exception. A particularly ironic moment occurred when Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber and effortlessly defeated the second form of Cell, possessing the capability to eliminate him entirely. Yet, in a bid to gauge his strength against Cell's perfect form, Vegeta foolishly permitted him to absorb Android 18, prompting Trunks to attack his father in an attempt to thwart this reckless decision. Among the Scions, the most formidable, obsessive, and unhinged is undoubtedly Broly from the movie adaptations. This legendary Super Saiyan, despite possessing certain psychological flaws and an overwhelming ferocity, is marked by an extreme sense of self-confidence and pride. On 2 occasions, he met his demise, though technically 3, as the third incarnation was a mere clone, a biochemical imitation that does not warrant consideration. His excessive self-assurance led to his downfall, as he repeatedly squandered opportunities to eliminate Goku and his son, as well as Vegeta, ultimately being vanquished by those whose strength paled in comparison to his own. The essence of Scion confidence, flamboyance, and pride is epitomized in his character. Now, Kirin perceives this very confidence and flamboyance in the gaze of Petra. However, unlike Broly's arrogant disdain for others, Petra yearns for battles with the strong, seeking to hone himself through encounters with formidable opponents, striving to grow ever stronger. This aspiration bears a striking resemblance to Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga. Observing the child's earnest and fervent expression, Kirin inhaled deeply, placing his fists at his waist as his body gradually lowered into a horse stance. He cast a penetrating glance at Petra and suddenly spoke, "If you strike now, you may still have a chance to win. Once I unleash my full power, you shall have no opportunity whatsoever." Petra, adopting a combat stance and wearing a serious expression, replied, "Unleash your full strength. I am ready." "Well done, young one. You are an exceptional warrior." Kirin closed his eyes, and the veins on his forehead began to swell like serpents, while a guttural roar reminiscent of a beast emanated from his throat. Suddenly, without warning, the garments adorning his upper body erupted, and an astounding wave of energy surged forth from him, cascading in layers like an earth-shattering avalanche, sweeping across the surroundings. At this moment, anyone equipped with devices to detect the combat power of others was astounded to witness their detectors flashing wildly. The numerical representation of energy intensity fluctuated dramatically, escalating in an almost unbelievable manner, spiraling upwards uncontrollably. As a result, the majority of these detectors could not withstand the intense computational load, leading to the burning of circuits and chips amidst a series of faint explosions, rendering them nothing more than heaps of useless scrap metal. However, a select few possessed exceptionally advanced detectors that barely managed to endure such rapid calculations. Yet, their operators lacked the fortitude to cope with the overwhelming data. They gazed in horror at the spiraling numbers on their devices, which incessantly challenged their psychological limits, causing them to scream in sheer panic. A combat power of 140,000. This is impossible. The machine must be malfunctioning. It must be broken. How could this be? That individual has surpassed 160,000. The combat power continues to rise. Could this person have been concealing their true strength all along? Bang. Some individuals resorted to smashing their own detectors in frustration, shouting frantically, "The machine is faulty, or it's being interfered with." I refuse to believe these numbers. When a fixed mindset is ruthlessly shattered, it inevitably impacts the emotions of those individuals, delivering a profound psychological blow. Many of them may have descended from generations of warriors, having fought their entire lives with pride in their prowess. But suddenly, someone informs them that their previous methods of combat were erroneous, and that they could easily enhance their strength and defeat them through an alternative approach. How would you react? Initially, disbelief would reign, however, as others presented undeniable evidence and dismantled long-held convictions before their very eyes, stripping away their proud FA aids and leaving them exposed. The sensation would be far more intense than any physical blow, an ordeal few could endure. In contrast, those spectators who grasped the underlying principles found themselves perplexed. Watching the frenzied competitors with a mix of confusion and curiosity, pondering, what on earth is happening? Why such agitation? Within the control room, Best also wore a look of astonishment, as if struck suddenly by a profound revelation, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, soon after, exhilaration surged within him, an overwhelming excitement. He was certain that this was the very knowledge he had long sought to master, the essence he yearned to explore. As for the nature of this essence, or how to harness it, the tale of Dragon Ball seems to lack a definitive explanation. However, there was a moment when Gohan, while teaching his future wife, Mr. Satan's daughter, Videl, remarked, "He is, I suppose, what ordinary people refer to as power." As for the explanation, even the scholarly half-scion, Sun Wukong, who is well-read and knowledgeable, seems at a loss. Best, too, is unlikely to possess any insights. In truth, Best resembles a researcher. The innate combat prowess of the scions appears to have been redirected to the realm of study, making him a unique genius in this field. Yet, to expect him to grasp the essence of Qi without any prior information is akin to a blind man attempting to comprehend an elephant, utterly futile. However, Kirin has now presented him with an opportunity to thoroughly analyze this phenomenon, a chance to significantly enhance his own faction's power. How could he possibly let this slip away? Almost instantaneously, Best urged those around him, "Quick, connect to the supercomputer. I must uncover the nature of this damned Qi." Under the immense temptation posed by Kirin, Best found it difficult to maintain his composure. An eager, impulsive anticipation radiated from him. This was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, which had always seemed calm and collected, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned with peculiar expressions. Nevertheless, spurred by Best's urgency, they diligently began their work, fingers flying over the keyboard, preparing to utilize the supercomputer's formidable computational power to meticulously analyze everything that had just been recorded. On the arena, Petla mirrored Best's expression, filled with fervor and impulsiveness. Albeit driven by a thirst for combat against a formidable opponent, Kirin once again kindled this desire within him, igniting his excitement. Though ignorant of Qi and devoid of a battle power detector, the blood coursing through Petla's veins instinctively alerted him to the overwhelming strength and terror of his adversary, causing his muscles to swell uncontrollably. He sensed something brewing within him, intensifying with the rhythm of his heartbeat, growing more substantial by the moment, as if it might erupt at any instant. Suddenly, Petla surged forth, unleashing a golden aura that enveloped his entire being. The ground beneath him seemed unable to bear the terrifying pressure emanating from him, fracturing and splintering, sending wide cracks sprawling in all directions. "Come on, I am ready," Petla called out to Kirin, his expression transformed from tranquility to one of fearsome, trembling madness. In this moment, a breakthrough has unexpectedly occurred, truly a remarkable anomaly. Yet, the disparity in strength cannot be bridged by mere momentary courage. Kurong silently mused as his soaring battle power finally plateaued at 190,000. Presently, Petra, whether in speed or strength, lagged significantly behind him. Judging by the circumstances, Petra's aspiration to triumph over Kurong was an insurmountable task. The atmosphere in the arena was palpably oppressive, inducing discomfort. All eyes were now fixated on Kurong, filled with fervor, doubt, envy, and an unmistakable tinge of jealousy. Taking a deep breath, Kurong abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a formidable, tumultuous surge of energy that erupted like a storm, akin to a mountain torrent, accompanied by shards of rock the size of millstones, crashing towards Petra like a tidal wave. The chaotic tempest clouded Petra's vision, rendering his surroundings hazy, and the onslaught of the fierce wind compelled him to instinctively retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Kurong commenced his assault. With a single stride, he traversed a distance of over 10 meters in an instant, appearing before Petra like a high-speed train, leaving a trailing illusion in his wake. He then raised his arm, clenched his fist, and struck with precision. Each movement flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times before, tearing through the chaos ahead with an unstoppable momentum, charging towards Petra. Petra instinctively sensed a colossal force advancing towards him. Although it was merely a single punch, it evidently surpassed the earlier kick in sheer power, overwhelming him with its intensity. Reluctantly, Petra took a step back and quickly crouched down, narrowly evading the blow. Kurong's fist grazed his scalp as it passed. Before Petra could regain his footing, Kurong's massive knee surged forward, crashing heavily into him. Unfortunately, this assault too met with failure, as Petra reacted with remarkable swiftness. As Kurong unleashed his tremendous force, Petra deftly pressed his hands against Kurong's attacking knee, using the momentum to propel himself upwards, akin to a missile launched from a platform, soaring to the heights in the blink of an eye. This little rascal possesses such rapid reflexes even under these circumstances. With 2 failed attacks, Kurong furrowed his brow slightly, tilting his head to pursue Petra, only to be startled as the sky suddenly illuminated, followed by a colossal beam of light that appeared from nowhere, akin to a divine sword cleaving through the heavens. The blinding radiance enveloped half the sky, descending with a ferocious impact. What? The grand flash cannon. Kurong gazed incredulously at the golden beam crashing down from the sky, his heart quaking involuntarily. This was undoubtedly one of his most prized techniques, and he was acutely aware of the immense power it harbored. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The Great Flash Cannon belonged to a category of ki blasts characterized by their remarkably rapid attack speed and tremendous destructive force, in terms of sheer destructive capacity. It stood unrivaled among various powerful ki techniques. Nonetheless, it was not without its shortcomings, as its efficacy could only be sustained for a mere 6 or 7 seconds at most. Beyond that, the user would experience considerable strain, rendering it nearly impossible to maintain. Consequently, the execution of this technique demanded exceptional control over ki, a precise output of power, and adherence to specific movements. Even Kirin had only conceived it after mastering the manipulation of ki, having experimented countless times before finally perfecting the maneuver. However, he had not anticipated that this impish boy named Petra, lacking any understanding of how to harness ki to regulate his own energy and bodily functions, could, relying solely on his innate talent, grasp a technique that had taken Kirin so long to refine in such a short span of time. This revelation instilled a profound sense of defeat in Kirin, who often prided himself on being a combat genius. In truth, the boy before him was the true prodigy of battle. The disparity between his own talent and Petra's was akin to that of a mere mortal standing in stark contrast to a sage. Of course, Kirin's musings on Petra were brief, for given the current circumstances, no matter how exceptional Petra's aptitude or insight might be, he could not bridge the gap between them in such a short duration. In the face of absolute power, all efforts would be rendered futile, unless Petra could, like Kirin, adeptly wield his ki to enhance his internal energy. Otherwise, the prospect of turning the tide was nothing short of a pipe dream. Let me bring this to a conclusion. Kirin extended his hands, firmly grasping the end of the golden beam, allowing the overwhelming force of the Great Flash Cannon to push him to the edge of the arena. Then, with a resounding shout and a vigorous thrust of his arms, he dispersed the golden beam unleashed by Petra, which vanished as swiftly as a shooting star. Remarkably, Kirin employed a technique of brute force to shatter the Great Flash Cannon's overwhelming destructive potential before it could fully manifest. Petra clasped his hands together, evidently intent on launching another attack, but Kirin was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. In a flash, he materialized before Petra and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the boy's cheek. This time, he struck true, his elbow crashing into Petra's face, causing a rush of warmth to surge from the boy's nose, filling his mouth with the metallic taste of blood. Yet, before Kirin could revel in his success, Petra, unexpectedly, entangled himself around Kirin's elbow, locking his legs around the warrior's waist and retaliating with a fierce punch to Kirin's face. The blow was heavy, landing squarely on Kirin's jaw, leaving the stoic fighter momentarily disoriented. As he regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. For Petra seized the opportunity to unleash a frenzied barrage of punches to his lower torso. "Get off me!" Kirin, in a fit of rage, sought to detach Petra from himself. However, he was taken aback as the impish boy exhibited a newfound agility. No longer stubbornly resisting, but instead maneuvering like an incredibly nimble monkey, darting around him with remarkable speed, delivering swift punches and strikes that left Kirin utterly helpless. Within the control room, best observed as Petra was thoroughly overwhelmed, suffering increasing injuries with each futile counterattack. Growing increasingly anxious, he urgently inquired, "Have you managed to analyze it yet?" Beside a colossal machine, several technicians, drenched in sweat, operated the intricate controls while responding, "Almost there. But it will still take a few more minutes to fully decrypt." "What? It will take that long?" Best furrowed his brow, pressing his palms heavily against the control panel, leaving 2 distinct imprints on the steel surface. He stared blankly at Petra, who was entangled in a relentless struggle with Kirin, his frown deepening. "My objective has already been achieved. Even if Petra loses this match, he will ultimately grow stronger." However, with his stubborn nature, would he ever concede defeat? Unthinkable. He will not surrender. The Saiyan temperament is inherently unyielding, and I cannot alter that. Yet, we must wait several minutes for results, minutes during which Kieran could easily destroy Petra multiple times. Damn it, the only solution now appears to be this. Best suddenly lifted his head, a formidable psychic energy cascading forth like mercury. His gaze fixed intently on the large screen in the control room, observing Petra's resolute expression. He sighed. Petra, listen closely. You can discard that garment now. Kieran, a super warrior with a combat power of 190,000, undeniably surpassed the previous Yuri and had seized the upper hand in the arena. He would not be bested by Petra's seemingly reckless tactics. Thus, after a brief moment of disarray, a composed Kieran quickly devised a countermeasure. His chest heaved as if he were an inflatable balloon, every pore on his body seeming to widen. Get down, Kieran bellowed, unleashing a tempestuous aura that enveloped him like a raging fire. In an instant, the tranquil sky appeared to be struck by a tremendous bomb, erupting with a thunderous boom amidst the clouds. Petra felt darkness engulf him, as if a colossal hammer had struck him in the chest, sending him careening backward under the force of the overwhelming impact. The intensity of this power was so great that blood, like tiny serpents, began to seep from his orifices. The entirety of his body was marred with countless wounds, flesh torn and bloodied, leaving scarcely a spot unscathed. In truth, the technique employed by Kerrang was remarkably simple, one that many within the Dragon Ball universe could wield. It was particularly prevalent among Saiyans during their battles against adversaries. Generally speaking, this technique manifests as a fiery aura, an outward projection of potent energy that symbolizes the indomitable spirit and formidable power of Dragon Ball warriors. To a certain extent, it serves to enhance one's strength and defensive capabilities, rendering it exceedingly beneficial. Thus, the occurrence of such energy emissions during combat is quite frequent, not a mysterious or esoteric maneuver. If one were to consider it, even the golden aura that enveloped Petla during his earlier surge could be classified as such. However, Petla lacked any understanding of energy control methods and was incapable of utilizing it effectively. The aura emanating from him was still in a primitive stage, merely a surplus of energy seeking release to alleviate the internal pressure. Aside from being visually striking and fleetingly dazzling, it bore little other utility. Nevertheless, Kerrang had the remarkable ability to cause this external energy to explode, forcefully propelling Petla away and inflicting some degree of injury upon him. This demonstrated Kerrang's exceptional prowess in energy manipulation, likely having reached a level of mastery that allowed for effortless control and fluid movement. Such a character should never be underestimated. Petla, having been blasted several meters away, bore significant injuries, and his strength was gradually waning. Yet, his spirit remained undaunted, his eyes gleamed with intensity, fixed upon Kerrang with a predatory gaze that set Kerrang's heart racing, making him feel as though the true advantage lay not with him, but with the young adversary across from him. At that moment, Petla raised an eyebrow, suddenly grasping the collar of his peculiar vest, which instilled in Kerrang a sense of foreboding. Almost instinctively, he darted to the side of Petla's body, delivering a knee strike that forcefully impacted Petla's abdomen, halting the boy's impending actions and causing him to bend over as if he were a shrimp curled in a bowl. Following this, Kerrang extended his arm, seizing hold of Petla's disheveled yet steadfastly upright black hair, and unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 punches upon this seemingly indomitable child. The assault resembled not a mere act of violence, but rather the rhythmic blows of a blacksmith wielding a massive hammer against a glowing piece of iron, steady, profound, and powerful, yet capable of rendering one's insides to ruin. I do not wish to kill you, boy. Concede your defeat. Kieran firmly grasped the child's head, observing his desperate struggles and unwavering spirit. Suddenly, a flicker of compassion surged within him, prompting him to speak. Upon hearing this, Pietra's body stiffened momentarily before convulsing violently. He lifted his head, his expression not one of gratitude, nor of resignation from lost hope, and certainly not the previous silence and stubbornness, but rather one filled with a palpable animosity. It was savage, fierce, and brimming with an unmistakable intensity that quickened Kieran's heartbeat and sent tremors through his body. What an extraordinary expression! Kieran wagered he had never witnessed such a visage before, nor did he wish to encounter it again. For it was the first time he felt such a close brush with death, a raw and unavoidable terror. How dare you look down upon me? Pietra growled from his throat, his eyes now glowing a deep crimson. Almost simultaneously with Kieran's instinctive attack, Pietra countered by seizing Kieran's fist, halting its advance completely, not allowing it to progress even a centimeter. Pietra's seemingly casual block effortlessly nullified the full force of Kieran's attack. which was formidable enough to reach a combat power of 190,000. What? Kirin exclaimed in disbelief, startled by Pietra's sudden surge of ferocious strength. Before he could fully process the shock, an intense pain shot through him, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, as Pietra's overwhelming grip crushed his fist into near oblivion. Simultaneously, the metallic vest Pietra wore erupted with arcs of electricity. As if unable to withstand the mounting pressure, it violently shattered. Kirin trembled, drenched in sweat, his throat emitting raspy sounds of disbelief as he gazed at Pietra, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. In truth, Kirin, who understood how to sense fluctuations in the energy within others, had already discerned that in that fleeting moment, Pietra's aura had surged explosively. Akin to a wild stallion breaking free, multiplying several times over. It had transcended Kirin's own power, reaching a level capable of effortlessly annihilating him. On the arena, the once invulnerable combat power detectors suffered the same fate, exploding unexpectedly, leaving their operators bewildered and gasping in unison, yet none could comprehend the unfolding events. Nevertheless, they could still feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Pietra, akin to an overwhelming abyss. Under this suffocating weight, they lacked even the courage to look up. These proud and confident elite warriors now resembled drenched, defeated fowls, uncontrollably trembling, soaked in sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse, crushed beneath the terrifying aura radiating from Pietra. The fury of the Scions had finally erupted. How infuriating, for there could have been an alternative path to victory. Now, most of his power has been unleashed, yet it is influenced by his nature, rendering him irrational and frenzied. One can only hope that Petla endures and does not transform into a monstrous being akin to Broly, who knows nothing but relentless destruction, lost in the vortex of his own might, unable to extricate himself. Otherwise, Best observes the sudden shift in the arena brought about by Petla, yet he feels no joy. Indeed, he cannot find happiness. The concerns he has harbored have finally come to fruition. The wrath of a Scion is indeed fearsome, a notion that resonates deeply with many. In the Frieza saga of the Dragon Ball narrative, Goku's fury ignited when his longtime companion and fellow martial artist Krillin was brutally slain by Frieza, propelling him beyond the limits of a typical Scion and allowing him to ascend as the first Super Saiyan from an ordinary Saiyan lineage. Similarly, during the Cell saga, Gohan's immense potential erupted following the poignant words and subsequent demise of Android 16, surpassing all Z fighters in the Cell games and achieving the second transformation of Super Saiyan, almost bringing the seemingly invincible Cell to ruin. It is worth noting that the rage of a Saiyan is not solely the domain of the Super Saiyan. Even those who have not attained such a level can be equally terrifying when angered. This is exemplified in the tale of Bardock, Goku's father, during the climactic battle of a warrior's destiny. After witnessing the deaths of 4 comrades and suffering grievous injuries from Dodoria's ambush, he resolutely returned to planet Vegeta, determined to rally his fellow Scions against their foes. Yet, none believed him. In his despair and fury, Bardock single-handedly challenged the tyrant Frieza, only to meet with failure and be obliterated alongside planet Vegeta, but his courage and resolve remain unmatched by any Scion warrior. If the fury of a mere Scion is formidable, what then of the legendary Super Saiyan? Although Petla, at present, does not possess the qualifications to be deemed a legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, he is not even a typical Super Saiyan. Underestimating him would be a grave error. To draw a rather inappropriate analogy, if the Super Saiyans, including Goku, are likened to stable chemical reagents in a laboratory, then Petla and Broly represent volatile and explosive substances left exposed to the elements. In the latest updates, since his birth, Petra has never fully acknowledged the formidable power within him. Instead, he has been increasingly burdened by this growing strength, leading him to become more withdrawn and even to doubt himself. Despite Best's ostentatious gathering of over half of the elite fighters from the entire Igilas for a so-called Tournament of Might, none could truly compel Petra to reveal his genuine prowess. Consequently, he remains uncertain of his true strength, engaged only in relentless battles, seeking solace in his victories to prove to his brother that he is not worthless. This aspect remains unknown even to Best. However, when Petra is defeated by Kirin, who ostensibly possesses far greater strength and finds himself unable to reverse his fate despite employing every tactic, the resilient Petra is surprisingly met with sympathy from Kirin, who urges him to concede and cease his futile struggles. This moment of compassion ignites Petra's fury. Like a powder keg set ablaze, it awakens his dormant ferocity, unleashing his full power. In this state, devoid of reason and consumed by primal rage and a desire for destruction, He epitomizes the true Saiyan warrior, one who can fully embrace and adeptly wield the might of his body. Now, Kieran faces an enraged, bloodthirsty Saiyan, a being rendered uncontrollable by his own unwitting words. At this juncture, he comprehends the true magnitude of the so-called monster before him. Unable to contain his fear, he recklessly kicks out, attempting to keep the advancing Petra at bay, even if it's just to create a slight distance. The terrifying aura emanating from Petra has utterly shattered Kieran's psychological fortitude, leaving him devoid of the confidence to continue the fight. Amidst the howling winds, a thick, powerful leg swiftly slices through the air like a curved blade, tearing apart everything in its path with an intensity reminiscent of a cataclysmic avalanche. The air reverberates with a series of explosive sounds, signaling the sonic boom produced by Kieran's kick, which has surpassed the speed of sound, compressing the air ahead and resulting in a thunderous eruption. Yet, even in the face of such a terrifying assault, Petra does not so much as blink. He merely raises his head coldly and delivers a punch. This seemingly mundane strike, however, is executed with precision, colliding forcefully with the sole of Kieran's foot. Instantly, a powerful gust erupts, creating rippling waves of white energy that surge outward from the two combatants, akin to a torrential downpour. With a resounding crack, Petra's unadorned yet overwhelmingly powerful punch shatters Kieran's leg bone. At that moment, an overwhelming force surged forth, violently coursing through Jiren's injured leg. In an instant, a pain akin to the excruciating sensation of bone scraping against flesh erupted from his limb, nearly rendering this stalwart man unconscious. This was precisely the dark energy Jiren had previously directed at Trell, now returned to him in its entirety, and with even greater ferocity. It became evident that this was his true strength. Jiren let out a painful groan, a cold sweat covering his forehead in a dense sheen. He gazed incredulously at the terrifying child standing before him, suddenly grasping a profound realization. His lips twitched slightly, betraying a bitter smile as he uttered, "So it is. I should have seen this long ago." The individual behind the Western Desert base possesses a cunning mind, willing to provoke the ire of all the forces of Igelas to awaken your latent power, compelling them to divert their warriors to monitor you, even to participate in the contest for supremacy. They have unwittingly become the instruments that trigger your potential strength. It is laughable how fiercely they compete amongst themselves, entirely oblivious to their manipulation. Not only have they failed to gather any information about you, but the warriors they dispatched have been systematically eliminated by you, or have been led into a self-destructive conflict, exacerbating the pre-existing tensions among these factions. As your power gradually unfolds, even if these forces discern the anomaly, they find themselves powerless against you. It is likely that your original plan was to wait until this so-called contest of the strong, at which point your full strength would be unleashed, allowing you to contend on equal footing with Igelas's 3 formidable warriors, thereby rightfully claiming your place among them and seizing a substantial share of this grand prize. And we, the neutral warriors lured by the promise of rewards, are merely the targets you seek to eliminate or entice. Am I not correct? The words spoken were indeed profound, yet Kieran overlooked a crucial point. Given the astonishing potential of Petla and the amassed strength within the base, does Best truly need to share with those decaying forces? Best had never entertained the notion of retaining those avaricious individuals. In his eyes, anyone who obstructed his ambitions deserved to perish. Moreover, Kieran had misjudged his audience. Speaking such words to a scion on the brink of madness was akin to playing music to a deaf audience. Thus, as Kieran finished his discourse, Petla had already approached him, seizing him by the throat and coldly declaring, "You have lost. Awaken." Chapter 43. Techniques akin to the King's fist. You have lost. Though merely 3 simple words, they left Kieran, who had already resigned himself to death, momentarily stunned. Having yet to receive the lethal blow he anticipated, he opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at Petla, a figure reminiscent of a legendary demon. His lips twitched slightly, yet he found himself at a loss for words. In such an environment, enveloped by that atmosphere, he was unsure what else could possibly be said. All he could do was widen his eyes and gaze dumbfoundedly at this formidable madman before him. A torrent of thoughts and confusions surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a question that had long plagued his mind. What manner of person is this child? At this moment, the distant sky was tinged with a delicate crimson, heralding the descent of the sun and the transition from day to night. If one were to listen closely, the howling roar of the fierce winds sweeping through the depths of the desert could be heard, sharp and unyielding, much like the seemingly frail and diminutive child before us. This youthful figure, though appearing weak and vulnerable, harbored an inexhaustible spirit of combat and an almost fanatical conviction. As long as the flame of his life flickered, and the enemy remained unvanquished, he would continue to fight, tirelessly and unafraid of pain, until one of them fell. It is a brutal reality, yet fitting for a valiant warrior's iron will and fate. Battle begets battle. After vanquishing wave upon wave of foes, more adversaries await. There exists an endless cycle of conflict that persists until death. Perhaps this is the tragic life of a remarkable warrior. Beneath the fading glow of the sunset, Kieran could clearly see the vivid crimson scars and bloodstains upon his opponent's visage, marred by patches of dust. Yet, what captivated him most were those eyes, forever glimmering with confidence and defiance, oblivious to the notion of surrender. In that moment, the madness and brutality swirling within the child's gaze were gradually receding, returning him to a state of clarity, albeit tinged with anger. He appeared tenacious and obstinate, yet there lingered a hint of bewilderment. It seemed even he was unaware of the tumult that had just transpired within him. Ah, it was the crystal pendant. The sacred artifact revered by the Brada people truly possessed extraordinary qualities, capable of dispelling negative emotions. Regrettably, this object was a mysterious magical creation, beyond the realm of the technology one currently wielded. Otherwise, the conundrum surrounding the Scion's innate ferocity and propensity for losing rationality could have been easily resolved. In the control room, Best, who had initially prepared to employ certain special measures, resumed his seat with a sigh of relief, perhaps feeling a sense of relaxation. He suddenly became aware of a tingling sensation on his scalp, prompting him to absent-mindedly touch his smooth head. To his astonishment, he discovered a layer of perspiration had formed, unbeknownst to him until now. Naturally, as Petra's negative emotions were dispelled by the Brada crystal pendant, the extreme persona that governed all his physical power swiftly faded into oblivion. It can be said that it arrived with great rapidity and departed even more swiftly. Kieran could sense the transformation within Petra, although his surging aura remained unchanged. There was an unsettling quality to it. The force exerted by Petra's hand, which had gripped his own throat, fluctuated between heavy and light, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. It was as if he were tormenting himself, savoring the taste of suffocation and pain before his demise. Yet Kieran understood that there was no necessity for such self-infliction. He keenly perceived that this young boy appeared to have lost control over his own power. It seems that he can no longer achieve that state of flawless control and ease he once had during his moments of frenzy. I see now. I understand. If I were to counterattack at this moment, the odds of turning the tide would exceed 70%. However, in reality, after being defeated by Petra, Jiren's injuries were limited to a single leg. Although this has somewhat impaired his combat prowess, he is not devoid of the capacity to retaliate. At the very least, he still retains a significant portion of his energy. This body, which harbors a battle power of 190,000, if unleashed recklessly, could obliterate the entire Oculus and reduce it to cosmic dust. It can be asserted that should he choose to strike now, Jiren would have a considerable chance of victory. Even the possibility of slaying Petra would not be insurmountable. Yet, he is confronted by an individual whose capabilities defy conventional understanding, one who has already manifested numerous miracles. No one can assure that further surprises will not unfold. He has been subdued by Petra, and has neither the energy nor the will to contend with such a veritable anomaly. Thus, he swallowed hard, ultimately refraining from making another move, and with a wry smile, conceded, I have lost. Upon uttering those words, Jiren distinctly observed a faint smile emerging on the typically stoic visage of the child opposite him. Though the curve was slight, it was indeed a smile. Beneath the child's innocent grin, Jiren found the bitterness on his own face considerably alleviated. He felt the hand that had gripped his throat release, and he instinctively moved his neck, descending silently. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed been defeated, and by a child at that. Had anyone suggested such a notion to him beforehand, he would have never believed it. He has now come to grasp a profound truth. Within the realm of the strong, there are always those who surpass them. One mountain stands taller than another. One must never underestimate anyone, even if they are merely an elder or a child. At this moment, the supercomputer's analyses regarding Jiren's ability to harness and amplify the energy within his body for combat purposes were nearing completion. When a large optical image manifested before Best, even his typically composed mind was momentarily shaken, prompting him to exclaim, What? This is based on the same principle that Moger employed when he compressed the energy within himself, attempting to self-detonate. A staff member, with sweat pouring down his face as if he had just endured a fierce battle, looked up and, in a feeble voice, confirmed, Indeed, my lord. They utilize the same underlying principle. However, this contestant named Jiren has achieved an astonishing level of control over his internal energy, enabling him to compress and unleash it almost at will. Yet, his body lacks the requisite strength, thus he can only maintain his energy at approximately 190,000 units. Exceeding this threshold would lead to his physical collapse and an explosion. In fact, according to the supercomputer's analysis, if he were to compress his energy further to its limits, the combat power he could unleash in an instant might reach an astounding 300,000 units, sufficient to obliterate the entire Aegilis in a mere moment. At this point, an uncontainable fear flickered across the staff member's face, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Aegilis' annihilation. However, should that occur, he too would not survive. Best added calmly, lowering his head and muttering to himself, "It seems that Jiren's methods are far more advanced than I had anticipated." The King Fist learned from the King of Worlds by Sun Wukong appears to be akin to this. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 44. The Ruler of Aegilis. A magnificent metropolis. The product of generations of labor, constructed from countless towering steel edifices, stood proudly. It appeared rugged and unrefined, resembling a colossal giant, defiantly rising amidst the vast sands to the south of Aegilis, conquering this barren land. Miraculously, it flourished and expanded until it achieved a scale that left onlookers in awe. This was not merely a visual spectacle, it offered a spiritual uplift, creating a subtle resonance akin to that of the steel giant. Every newcomer experienced a profound impact, leaving indelible marks in their memories. Furthermore, this colossal steel city served as the economic and commercial heart of Aegilis, housing over 40% of its population. Countless merchants, adventurers, and warriors flocked from across the universe, choosing this very place to land, procure supplies, exchange goods, and indulge in lavish expenditures to reward themselves, thereby significantly influencing the economic development of Aegilis. According to incomplete statistics, the population flow in this super city during peak hours can exceed 1 billion daily, sometimes even surpassing the total population movement of other regions in Aegilis. However, prosperity comes at a price. It was the extraordinary Lord Jabbar who rose with astonishing speed, employing iron-fisted methods to consolidate the various forces rampant in Aegilis, compelling them to sign a resolution to cease internal strife and unite against external threats. The newly formed alliance then asserted its dominance over Fengdu, causing the myriad factions that once occupied Aegilis to coalesce, sharing both glory and shame, rendering the planetary defense system nearly inseparable and impregnable. Even the ever-greedy Kurds, who coveted this planet, could only harbor resentment, fearing to act rashly lest they disrupt this intricate web of relationships and incur the wrath of the cosmic merchants with whom they had long traded, resulting in immeasurable losses to themselves. Thus, during Jabbar's 30-year reign as the supreme leader of the alliance, Aegilis and this steel city experienced their golden era. He guided the people of Aegilis towards prosperity, bringing peace and abundance, despite the underlying tensions and surging currents of unresolved conflict beneath the surface of tranquility and stability. During this period, the common folk indeed enjoyed a good life, living securely like true human beings. They no longer feared being caught in the endless struggles of the factions, nor did they worry about shockwaves descending from the skies, sending their families to ruin. Consequently, they held deep admiration for Jabbar, their wise and great ruler, hoping for his continued governance. Jabbar occupies an irreplaceable position in the hearts of the people of Aegilis. In some areas, this fervor born of personal adulation has even deified Jabbar, transforming him into a deity that the local populace must revere. This reflects Jabbar's true wisdom beyond mere military prowess. When this vast number of oppressed people, madly devoted to their leader, broke free from the shackles that bound them, no longer subjected to the coercion and exploitation of the factions, they were able to leverage Aegilis' unique geographical position to develop rapidly, gradually becoming staunch supporters of his regime. Over the past 30 years, Jabbar's initial vision has indeed materialized. His subjects support him, the populace cherishes him, and rival factions fear him. No one has ever managed to shake his position as the sovereign of the alliance. Even the most powerful, brutal, and fearsome leader of the malevolent forces in the northern galaxy had to exercise restraint around him. This satisfaction with his current state led Jabbar to become complacent, slowly evolving into arrogance. 30 years is ample time for transformation. Even a being with an extended lifespan cannot withstand the corrosion of time. Jabbar remains the same Jabbar as before, yet his heart has long ceased to be the ambitious and aspiring heart it once was. Jabbar has now entered the twilight of his years. At the heart of the steel metropolis stands a conical structure, encircled by towering skyscrapers, majestically perched upon a massive, seemingly floating peak, soaring into the clouds like a celestial ladder bridging the realms of earth and sky. From a distance, it presents a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. This edifice serves as the residence and office of the supreme authority of the Alliance, symbolizing the paramount power within the realm of Aegilis. It is akin to the Eiffel Tower in Paris or the Sphinx in Egypt, representing, in a broader sense, Jabbar, the monarch who has reigned over this land for more than 3 decades. To the ordinary inhabitants of Fengdu, this structure is shrouded in mystery and sanctity, akin to a holy mountain governed by divine beings, revered and untouchable. However, today, the revered sanctuary is enveloped in a pall of sorrow, the atmosphere thick with tension, almost tangible, rendering breath itself a laborious task. Inside a grand hall adorned in pristine white and complemented by a vibrant red carpet, devoid of ostentatious colors, Jabbar sits imperiously upon a vast throne, his piercing gaze surveying the few individuals prostrating at the foot of the steps. He slowly inquires, "What has transpired to induce such trepidation among you?" Under his scrutinizing gaze, the assembly feels a biting chill, as if a razor-sharp, icy blade grazes their skin, awakening a shiver that ripples through their bodies, raising goosebumps in unison. A warrior, distinguished by his white hair and blue skin, who might be deemed handsome by earthly standards, raises his head. Placing his left hand upon his chest in a gesture of respect towards his sovereign, he speaks with reverence. "My lord, Dr. Lake has reported that the super detector within the palace has detected several powerful energy responses emanating from the western direction. The most significant of these responses seems to have reached 57 watts. His revelation elicits a collective gasp from those present, even causing Jabbar's countenance to shift. Yet, before he can respond, a diminutive figure, who has been acting like a devout acolyte beside Jabbar's throne, leaps forth, his voice sharp and impatient as he exclaims, "Nonsense! This is utterly impossible. Clearly, your machines have malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could such absurdity occur? Do you think the elites dispatched by my lord and the energy detection devices placed throughout Aegilis are worthless? To remain unaware of such a formidable presence infiltrating Aegilis is unacceptable. Instead of hastily reporting this ludicrous machine failure and disturbing my lord's repose, you should be focused on rectifying the super detector." As the imposing hat was placed upon them, a wave of indignation swept through the crowd, causing even the scientists who had been crouched beneath, ready to report information, to engage in fervent debate. The previously stoic warrior glared in fury at the Kambarshan beside the throne, who had ensnared their leader's mind, this very individual being a compatriot of our esteemed Dr. Fight. A deep-seated aversion arose within him, prompting him to exclaim, "My lord, we have remained loyal to you for over 30 years, never faltering in our duty. Yet, since this Kambarshan has graced your side, not only has he contributed nothing of merit, but he also seeks to tarnish the reputation of your faithful subordinates, subjecting us to unjust ridicule. I implore you, my lord, to execute this vile creature and restore our honor." Others, who had long endured the Kambarshan's caustic demeanor, joined in the clamor, collectively demanding that Jabral condemn this insidious alien to death. Unbeknownst to them, Jabral's countenance darkened with each passing moment. Teetering on the brink of an explosive reaction, the Kambarshan, sensing the tide turning against him, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his instinctive comment would incite such vehement resistance. Realizing that those who were once his allies might conspire against him, he was paralyzed with fear. Hastily kneeling before Jabral, intending to pledge his fealty in the name of the great Abagong deity. However, a tempestuous gust of wind swept him aside, sending him crashing violently against the white granite wall, leaving him dazed and on the verge of unconsciousness. In the haze, he barely discerned a voice, filled with wrath yet resonating with authority, intoning, "Enough. Look at yourselves. Do you still consider yourselves the elite of my retinue?" Jabral's chest heaved with palpable anger, signaling that his fury was indeed ignited. Time had corroded the once mighty king's resolve and fervor, leaving him indecisive and suspicious, much like many rulers in their twilight years, who relish flattery yet become enigmatic. Nevertheless, this did not signify a loss of discernment. His intellect continued to fuel his mental faculties, allowing him to make astute judgments. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from this decaying sovereign, reminding all present that Jabral remained Jabral, the king of Aegilis, the soul of the Alliance, renowned as the mightiest man in all of Aegilis. "Leak, you speak," Jabral commanded, his once dull glasses regaining their vitality, becoming sharp and lucid. reminiscent of a majestic eagle surveying its prey. His gaze swept over the assembly, pausing momentarily on the most vociferous warrior, before swiftly shifting to a diminutive elder. With a stoic expression, he opened his mouth to speak. Note: the promotional content has been omitted for relevance. Rest assured, everyone, in no more than 5 chapters, the story I am crafting will officially intertwine with the Dragon Ball narrative. At that juncture, the plot will undoubtedly become far more exhilarating than it is now. Dr. Lake, a diminutive figure with a face etched in wrinkles and sparse whiskers, appears exceedingly aged and unkempt. His peculiar visage unmistakably marks him as a member of the Hain race. However, this Dr. Lake is not merely one of the earliest indigenous inhabitants of the planet Aegilis. He is also among its most distinguished scientists and a staunch supporter of Jabril, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to him, a fact that requires no further validation. Upon hearing the news, this earnest little old man slowly rose, trembling as he made his way to a corner of the palace, where he pressed a concealed button hidden in a certain location. Instantly, the once brightly lit hall dimmed, revealing an enormous screen that descended from the upper reaches of the chamber. My lord, here is the situation. Initially, we followed your instructions and utilized super detectors to explore potential hiding spots for Yuri, so that we could relay information to Lord Gauss at a moment's notice. Although the site of Yuri's disappearance was obscured by an unknown signal, hindering our ability to ascertain his whereabouts, we have made progress through a series of investigations and analyses. It is now confirmed that Yuri is concealed in the death zone at the eastern edge of the Great Desert. However, we are still in the process of locating his precise hiding place. Just half an hour ago, several super detectors in our laboratory simultaneously detected an unusual energy fluctuation. This energy, initially around 130,000, surged dramatically within mere seconds, akin to a snowball effect, ultimately escalating to 190,000, surpassing even Yuri's peak state. The super detectors issued a danger alert, prompting everyone to be on high alert. As Dr. Lake spoke, the colossal screen suspended from the ceiling displayed a series of maps marked with pulsating red dots, captured by satellites from outer space in response to the energy readings. Undeniably authentic. With the continuous switching of these maps, the visuals became increasingly vivid, culminating in a close-up of the face belonging to the possessor of that formidable energy. Gazing upon that indifferent, unremarkable visage, who could fathom the immense power concealed within? Just as the assembly marveled at the might of this enigmatic warrior, Dr. Lake shifted his narrative, dropping a bombshell of revelation. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. What I truly wish to convey is the existence of an even more powerful energy signature, an extraordinary warrior with a strength of 576,000. What? Such a person truly exists. The once tranquil hall erupted into a cacophony, buzzing with astonishment. In truth, the individuals currently gathered in the Grand Hall are not solely Jabbar's subordinates. Many among them are significant figures within the Alliance. They have come here primarily to discuss Yuri with Jabbar. Unaware of the substantial events that have transpired in the Western Desert due to a lack of concrete information from their subordinates, they are momentarily stirred with excitement. A few among them vocally question and criticize Dr. Lake's findings, expressing profound skepticism toward the data provided by the Kamabarshan. In this regard, their sentiments are unprecedentedly aligned, as they collectively deem the results to be the consequence of a malfunction in Dr. Lake's detector. They scoff at the data he has provided, stubbornly insisting that, aside from the well-known Jabbar, no such formidable warriors could possibly exist on Aegilis. The reality remains unchanged. No amount of skepticism can alter the fact of the super warrior's emergence. Faced with such a multitude of doubts, Dr. Lake calmly adjusted his glasses and replied in a measured tone. He then looked up at Jabbar and remarked, "My lord, the opposing force has surpassed our capabilities. Only you possess the means to confront him. However, I must caution you that, considering the opponent's age and the manner in which his combat prowess has been enhanced, he still holds significant potential for further growth. You must make a decision promptly." Silence. A flicker of menace crossed Jabbar's eyes as his furious voice immediately quelled the tumultuous hall. Those present quickly retreated to their designated places, appearing as obedient as children in a kindergarten. Yet, this did little to extinguish the ire within Jabbar. He could sense that with the passage of time, his former authority was gradually waning. An increasing number of individuals were eyeing his position, and although they dared not display their ambitions overtly, they were certainly engaging in covert maneuvers. Jabbar observed all of this keenly. Fortunately, his loyal subordinates remained steadfast, diligently executing his commands without significant error. Much of this loyalty could be attributed to Dr. Lake, without his support. Establishing a formidable faction to counterbalance others in the alliance during his rise would have been exceedingly difficult. Ascending to his current stature would have been nearly impossible without several years of effort. It was precisely due to Dr. Lake's brilliant intellect and his esteemed reputation among the Hainians that Jabbar had access to a continuous influx of resources and talent, allowing him to stay decades ahead in technology compared to other factions. This was instrumental in his rapid rise and expansion, laying the foundation for Jabbar's reign over Agilis. Indeed, Dr. Lake's contributions are invaluable and his loyalty is beyond question. However, the bluntness of his words is often irksome, as evidenced by his recent remarks, which clearly implied that Jabbar was aging and that his potential for growth had dwindled, suggesting that he might soon be surpassed. Was this not a public slap in the face, especially in front of so many outsiders? How could a long-established ruler endure such a predicament? In contrast, the words of a mere sycophantic combat alien possess a certain charm, for at least he is aware of his own preferences and taboos, devoid of any suspicion of arrogance due to age. Nevertheless, it must be said that Jabbar exhibits considerable wisdom, having managed to retain someone as obstinate and unyielding as Dr. Lake by his side for decades. Had he been under the command of Frisia, that individual would scarcely last a quarter of an hour before being reduced to a corpse carted away. Kara, what is the meaning of your return? Did I not assign you to patrol outer space? Why have you returned, and why are you in the company of Lake? Jabbar's gaze shifted to the warrior who had first spoken, his eyes sharpening with intensity. It was evident that Jabbar stood on the precipice of fury. Should this warrior fail to present a sufficient explanation for his dereliction of duty, he might swiftly become the target of Jabbar's wrath. Yet Kara's expression grew serious, and he spoke gravely. My lord, another group approaches. Jabbar scoffed. What do they desire this time? Kara swallowed hard and replied with difficulty. They demand our unconditional surrender. Otherwise, they threaten to raise all of Agilis to the ground. This proclamation sent a tremor through everyone present, who instinctively turned to gaze at the nominal ruler of Agilis. Jabbar's face darkened, his teeth grinding audibly as he thundered, such audacity. Who is it? Is it Cooled or his arrogant son Frisia? Which of the two dares to threaten to annihilate my Agilis? Let them come. I await their arrival. No, my lord. It is neither Cooled nor Frisia, Kara interjected, shaking his head, his throat constricted as if obstructed by a thorn. It is Quira. With a resounding crash, Jabbar's hand crushed the armrest of his throne, shattering the material, comparable to adamantine, into countless fragments scattered across the floor. Awaken. The Scion, Chapter 46, Internal Strife and External Threats, The Sorrow of a Monarch, Part 2, Quira. A name that evokes nightmares. He leads his invincible legion, conquering countless star systems and trampling ancient civilizations beneath his heel. How many beautiful and prosperous planets have turned to dust under his merciless assault, and how many vibrant lives have been cast into eternal damnation by his mere command? His hands are soaked in blood, yet this does not deter his relentless expansion. The anguished cries of countless dying souls fail to evoke even the slightest spark of compassion within him. If one were to quantify it, the corpses amassed under his command would equal the volume of a sun. Thus, he is hailed as the most formidable and brutal ruler in the northern galaxy. His notoriety eclipsing that of his father Cooled, Frisia, stand aside, and he is even perceived as a potential usurper in the making. Even the most ruthless and malevolent marauders within the galaxy tremble in fear at the mere mention of this name. A decade ago, Kvila was but one of many colonial factions in the northern galaxy, subordinate to his father, Cooled, wielding dominion over a mere segment of this vast expanse. Perhaps it was Kvila's uniqueness that instilled profound trepidation in Cooled, who feared that his son's extraordinary ability to transform 4 times might threaten his own position. Rather than bestowing upon Kvila the status he deserved, Cooled actively impeded his development, leaving him with little more than the elite Kvila mech squad he had painstakingly assembled, devoid of any significant talent or resources. Despite this, Kvila's prowess had already eclipsed that of his pampered brother, Frisia. Little did anyone anticipate that this seemingly doomed individual would return, and with even greater strength, so formidable that even his own father came to fear him. The events leading to this transformation remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that 10 years prior, his influence burgeoned inexplicably, seemingly establishing an immensely powerful empire overnight, right under the noses of all. Presently, the only information available pertains to Kvila's inexhaustible and formidable army of biomonsters and the sudden emergence of a new member, Abbas. a super warrior whose combat power reportedly exceeds 500,000, who disrupted the established hierarchy of the Kvila mech squad. Such rare snippets of information only serve to heighten the reverence others hold for Kvila and fuel speculation regarding the extent of his capabilities. However, contemplating such matters is merely an exercise in futility. Few would dare to test the waters. Those who have audaciously challenged this new sovereign of the cosmos have met their demise, and not only have they perished, but their homeworlds have been annihilated, becoming inevitable victims of Kvila's ascendant tyranny. Jabal, with his disdain for Kuld and Frisia, recognized their trepidation and thus felt emboldened, comfortably reclining in his position. Yet, Kvila is a different entity altogether, a reckless and unpredictable force, capable of any deed without regard for consequences. This realization incited panic among the leaders of the alliance, who cast aside their dignity, engaging in loud disputes and even feigning physical confrontations. The scene within the Grand Hall appeared both comical and tragic, evoking feelings of sorrow and humiliation. Jabal found himself unable to quell the chaos, rising with a cough and an impassive expression, making his way deeper into the palace, trailed by the obsequious Kambarshan. In truth, Jabal understood well that the display of urgency from those assembled was nothing more than a fade. How many truly felt the weight of their predicament? Though it is often said that a new ruler brings forth new ministers, in truth, throughout history, it is only the realm of the sovereign that meets its demise during a regime change, rather than that of the scholar officials. These learned individuals merely bow to a new emperor, continuing to serve in their local capacities with a clear conscience. Even in this realm of otherworldly dimensions, when the time comes, would it not be the same? The leaders of these alliances represent the affluent merchant class of the universe, serving as the nexus connecting colonial powers such as Quila and Kurd with intergalactic trade. Even if the empire of Igelas were to fall, their existence would remain unscathed. Ultimately, their task would be to submit to Quila and, as sycophants, re-establish their dominion in the aftermath of war, claiming the resources and territories that rightfully belonged to Jabber. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, Jabber's expression grew increasingly menacing. Upon reaching the end, he abruptly halted and addressed a shadowed corner, saying, "Luz, what is your perspective?" Although that corner appeared void of life, merely housing an ancient statue of a beast and its accompanying shadow, at Jabber's inquiry, the shadow suddenly bulged as if something were about to emerge from beneath the ground, startling the Kambatarians who followed Jabber. Had it not been for Jabber's icy glare, this timid soul might have cried out in fright. In mere seconds, the shadow transformed into a tall youth with flowing hair, resembling Jabber yet lacking his maturity and severity, devoid of the assertive demeanor typical of those in power. Instead, he exuded an air of courteousness reminiscent of a well-bred gentleman, casually smoothing his hair while a faint, enigmatic smile graced his handsome visage. "Father, do not worry. Quila lacks the appetite to swallow Igelas whole. He is merely testing our limits. I am well aware of that." Jabber replied, his countenance darkened. Yet the hearts of the people have begun to waver. "Those rascals are undoubtedly conspiring in the shadows on how to dethrone me, eager to welcome the Quila army with open arms and revert to their old, unscrupulous ways." Luz smiled reassuringly. "Things have not yet deteriorated to that extent. We still possess opportunities." "Oh, what thoughts do you harbor?" Jabber inquired nonchalantly. "Father, are you testing my wits?" Luz teased, twirling a lock of his hair as he organized his thoughts. "Our turning point lies with Kurd." "Elucidate further." "It is well known that Frisia and Quila are at odds. The latter's exceptional abilities have evidently garnered the favor of Kurd, unlike his inept son, Frisia. Furthermore, in light of Quila's rampant expansion over the years, marked by relentless slaughter and destruction, he has disrupted the territories once delineated by cosmic powers, adversely affecting their interests. It is likely that even Kurd harbors profound dissatisfaction with his son's actions. What remains is merely the spark that will ignite the flames of discord." Luz spoke slowly, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. "Awaken. The Science, Chapter 47, the Planetary War Plan. We can exploit this opportunity to ignite the fuse, to fire the first shot in the battle for supremacy in the universe." As Luz continued, he gently spread his fingers, combing through his long hair like a brush. Yet his expression remained one of disdain. "When that time comes, no matter what, Quila will no longer be so arrogant. Such a monumental conflict, one that concerns the reshuffling of all major cosmic powers, will inevitably impact the entire universe, leading to the annihilation of countless races. It will be a relentless war to the bitter end. By then, even if they wish to halt the fighting, Quila will not spare them. Moreover, Quila and his army will find themselves ensnared in the torrent of cosmic domination, struggling for mere survival. Even if his power is as formidable as the legends suggest, what does it matter? Just considering the formidable demon lord, Shaolike, who ranks just below Cuter within the colonial forces, stationed 2 billion troops across 7 star systems adjacent to Quila's territory, with innumerable cosmic bases and several super warriors boasting combat prowess exceeding 1 million. It is clear that the stage is set for a fight to the death. How many of these tough bones can Quila truly chew through? Of course, the greatest variable in this interstellar war spanning countless star systems remains Cuter. Surely, he has long harbored dissatisfaction with his son. Yet, despite this, Quila remains his son, embodying a portion of his family's interests. Thus, Cuter's stance will be pivotal in this great conflict. Should he choose to intervene and deliver a blow to Quila from behind, the downfall of that arrogant figure would be inevitable. Conversely, if the situation were to unfold differently, the outcome would be uncertain. It is impossible for Cuter to assist Quila, even though he is his biological son. Jabber observed his son's demeanor and nodded in approval, remarking, "I know that fellow well. He is but a cold-blooded butcher." Given this, Cuter is most likely to remain neutral. Once the war concludes, would it not allow this opportunist to reap the greatest rewards? Luz pondered. It seems we must incite discord within their family. At the very least, we should embroil them in this conflict, sacrificing a few key members. Otherwise, we would be remiss. You mean Frisia? Luz replied, lifting his head with a slight smile. To be precise, it is the resentment and jealousy of the designated cosmic king's heir towards his brother's meteoric rise. Frisia's actions will undoubtedly be crucial in determining the outcome of this battle. This does diverge somewhat from my earlier thoughts, but it matters not. The sharper the blade, the more exhilarating the kill, the more grievously they are wounded, the more advantageous it will be for us. The father and son exchanged glances and simultaneously let out a sinister chuckle that echoed with an unsettling similarity, evoking an atmosphere thick with treachery. The Cambard alien, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and struggled to swallow. By the way, what are your thoughts on that western desert base? Jabbar's gaze turned icy, as if imbued with a glimmer of cold light, and he spoke again. Oh, that mysterious force that has suddenly emerged? Luz's expression grew serious. He gathered his thoughts before slowly articulating, I just visited Dr. Ryan's laboratory, and it is indeed home to a super soldier with a combat power of 570,000. Furthermore, I stumbled upon an intriguing detail. Following the emergence of this super soldier, the mysterious force temporarily lifted the camouflage shrouding their underground base, allowing us to glean some insight into their operations. To my astonishment, I discovered that their base harbors over a dozen energy fluctuations indicative of high-ranking warriors. The strongest among them has reached 300,000, while the weakest surpasses 120,000. It is quite formidable. However, such power could hardly belong to a newly risen force, especially one unknown to the Alliance. I suspect a far more potent entity is covertly orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. It appears they did this intentionally, to allow me a glimpse of their capabilities, Jabbar remarked, narrowing his eyes with a cold smirk. Intentionally? Luz paused, quickly coming to a realization. I see. It seems this mysterious force is likely a vanguard of Quila or Kurdish, infiltrating Augulus to prepare for a rise at this stage, aiming to carve out a place for themselves. They may even seek to sow discord between the Alliance and us, igniting conflict among us. There is another possibility. Jabbar continued his analysis. They may not fear an attack from me at all. In fact, they might be deliberately provoking me to strike. From what you have described, it appears they wish to instill a fear of the 570,000 warriors' potential in me, deliberately taunting me in hopes that I will take matters into my own hands to obliterate them. Luz's mouth fell agape, his brow furrowing as he exclaimed, But, father, that is impossible. They can't be madmen. Jabbar snorted dismissively. Luz, your youth renders you unaware of the brutal realities of these matters. They would stop at nothing to undermine my power and topple me from my throne. But, Luz interjected, that is an extraordinarily potent warrior. Surely, they wouldn't be willing to sacrifice that. Extraordinarily potent? Nonsense, Jabbar retorted with a scoff, stubbornly asserting, have you ever encountered a race whose power multiplies without ever having fought? Moreover, this report indicates that this warrior's combat strength has surged dramatically, soaring from over 100,000 to more than 500,000 without transformation. This is utterly implausible. If such a formidable race truly existed, they would have dominated the entire universe, leaving no room for the Kurds to stake their claim. Observing his son's incredulous expression, Jabber remarked, "Do not forget the gene repair serum that stirred such chaos in our city a few years ago." What? Luth's expression shifted, visibly concerned. Are you suggesting they injected their warriors with that substance? It is not a mere suspicion. It is an absolute certainty, Jabber asserted. Or perhaps this very serum was a product of their own creation. This genetic agent has the capacity to unlock the latent potential within organisms, activating ancient genes and merging them with their current state, thus accelerating evolution and giving rise to formidable individuals. However, the use of such a substance irrevocably seals the fate of that organism's potential for further development, confining it to this singular stage of existence, rendering its boundless potential explosively unleashed in a rather cheap manner. This is evidently a tactic previously employed by the experimental bases under the Kurds. The origins of this serum are undoubtedly traceable back to them. The so-called tournaments of champions, the astonishing potential, and the surging combat prowess are nothing but mere illusions, designed to exert pressure on me, compelling me to act personally, thereby allowing these inferior factions a chance to injure me in battle. Subsequently, they would conspire with those scoundrels from the Alliance to oust me, even inciting the likes of Gauss and Syndra to eliminate me. Such trivial schemes could never elude my perception. In contrast to Jabber's paranoia, Luth appeared considerably calmer. Although he acknowledged that his father had a point, it was evident that Jabber had become obsessed, overly cautious in light of the myriad internal and external crises. Once one becomes stubbornly fixated on a notion, it is exceedingly difficult to redirect their thoughts. Thus, Luth could only sigh and shift the conversation, saying, "What you say holds merit. So what is your plan? A conflict with Quila and the myriad cosmic forces is inevitable. We must also take action during these years of reprieve. Otherwise, once the dust settles on their battle, regardless of Quila's fate, we will face the same pressure from the Kurds as before. However, given your demeanor earlier, it seems you must already have a comprehensive plan in place. I find this quite intriguing." "Indeed, my son. This buffer period has provided me with ample time to surpass the Kurds and emerge as the most formidable ruler in the universe," Jabber stated, his body trembling with barely contained excitement. "Awaken, Scion." Chapter 48. He is doomed. You have revealed the news of the Spirit Tree, haven't you? Best's underground research center, a spacious and uniquely designed room, awaited within. An elderly man, diligently polishing the exterior of a large hourglass-shaped machine, suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance escaping from his squinted eyes as he gazed with a sense of nostalgia at a bald youth across the room. Opposite him sat Best, the creator of this research facility and the mastermind behind numerous calamities and Igelas, which had resulted in untold casualties and widespread panic. This perilous young man lounged leisurely in the room, accompanied by his chief aide, Dwin, nonchalantly pressing buttons on the colossal machine, inadvertently disrupting all electronic devices in the vicinity. A torrent of chaotic signals surged forth, only to be analyzed and decoded by this supercomputer, yielding coherent dialogues that echoed throughout the space. Currently, the supercomputer was relaying the clandestine conversation of a father and son hidden in the courtyard of Fengdu. Listening to Jabber's confident proclamation of aspiring to be the ruler of the universe, Best could not help but close his eyes, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. The elderly man was none other than Dr. Mark, a distinguished figure within Best research base and the true second in command, renowned for his pioneering work on the supercomputer. His stature in this field was undoubtedly comparable to that of other illustrious figures in the realm of Dragon Ball. Much like Dr. Jaro's research on androids in Dragon Ball Z, or the formidable Hachiyak from the theatrical version, a supercomputer designed to harness resentment to create immensely powerful undead warriors. Dr. Lao's mutant robots in GT also stood at the pinnacle of personal technology in this universe. While Dr. Mark's supercomputer, Campaign, was not crafted for combat but rather for civilian applications, its extensive utility made it a prized possession for Best, undeniably pivotal for future wealth. However, to assume that Campaign lacked lethality would be a grave misconception. In truth, Campaign's destructive capabilities rivaled those of the other Doctor's creations, as its defining feature lay in its ability to indiscriminately absorb the chips of other supercomputers, continually enhancing itself and possessing the potential to influence or even control other electronic devices. Consequently, anything from a small radio to a colossal interstellar spacecraft could fall prey to Campaign, rendering it susceptible to remote manipulation. One could only fathom the chaos that would ensue if Frisia's spaceship were to spiral out of control towards the sun, a colossal and perilous star. Even if Frisia could rely on his innate racial prowess to survive, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous consequences. Moreover, considering the vast distances between planets, could he truly return unaided? Such an endeavor would be exhausting, and if fortune smiled upon him, he might find a habitable planet to recuperate. Should fortune not favor you, then I regret to say, you may find yourself adrift in the cosmos. Thus, the wisdom possessed by this elder is beyond question, earning him the unwavering trust of Best, who treats him almost as a mentor. However, this old curmudgeon appears ungrateful for his employer's attentions and seems indifferent to Best's regard. He possesses a certain stubbornness. It is worth noting that he was once a prominent figure in Augulus, having allied with Dr. Ryan to rally the entire Hain faction to support the nascent Jabbar, firmly positioning himself within this burgeoning power. Following that, Dr. Mark served as Jabbar's right-hand man, entrusted with significant responsibilities, essentially handling logistics and support. Even now, the most senior and esteemed Ryan under Jabbar can only serve as his deputy. Yet, those are tales of yesteryear. After decades in service, Mark gradually discerned that Jabbar was fundamentally unambitious. Upon seizing the throne, the highest symbol of power in Augulus, Jabbar recognized the limitations of his capabilities and understood he could not confront the mighty families that had ruled the universe for generations. Thus, he exploited Augus's unique position and its intricate environment to forge various agreements with the Alliance, choosing instead to revel in complacency as a complacent prince. Enjoying a life of ease, he became complicit with the larger powers, descending into moral decay. Failing to address the entrenched exploitation of the populace by the fragmented powers within Augulus, and ultimately becoming part of the new oppressive class. This left Dr. Mark, who once harbored great hopes for Jabbar to unify Augulus and quell domestic discord, deeply disillusioned, the more so resigned. Coupled with his advanced age, he chose to retreat quietly to his hometown, a small place named Agaka, preparing for a life of solitude as he awaited death. However, the events that followed were utterly unforeseen by Dr. Mark, unfolding with startling abruptness. Initially, his lackluster nephew, Duane, who dealt in second-hand furniture and appliances, approached him, seeking assistance to join an enigmatic organization as a consultant. Naturally, Dr. Mark declined. He was not a muddled old man like Ryan, but rather a keen intellect who immediately sensed the ulterior motives lurking behind his nephew's vague words. Nonetheless, he felt detached from the matter. Had this occurred a decade earlier, he might have entertained the idea. But at that time, Dr. Mark was wholly resigned to waiting for death, and mere persuasive words from Duane would not sway him. Ultimately, in a moment of opportunity, Duane struck him from behind, rendering him unconscious and effectively abducting him to Best. There, he resumed the responsibilities that were rightfully his. Despite the years that had passed, the environment and atmosphere at Best revitalized Dr. Mark, rekindling his spirit and invigorating him with the enthusiasm of his youth. However, regarding the individual who incited his own nephew to irrationally bind him, Dr. Mark held certain reservations. No matter how Best treated him, he found the situation inherently displeasing. His manner of speaking was far from courteous. Nevertheless, Dr. Mark was a perceptive man, aware that Best had been orchestrating significant affairs over the years. Endeavors aimed at transforming the existing order of Augulus and truly unifying the planet. Moreover, he had, to some extent, witnessed Best's capabilities and recognized that this young man indeed possessed such talents, allowing him to remain here in service to Best. Dr. Mark was eager to observe what Best could achieve and whether he could fulfill the aspirations he had harbored in his youth. Otherwise, in a place like Best's, where neither fame nor fortune was to be found, it was inconceivable that such a formidable presence could be accommodated. The old man's temper was notoriously stubborn. Compelling him to comply was utterly implausible, and if pushed too hard, he might resort to drastic measures. Furthermore, Best's method of mind control was merely a makeshift imitation of the original control magic developed by Buffetti, which inflicted certain psychological harm on the subject. Thus, it was unwise to employ such tactics on an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Consequently, the group found themselves at a loss. They could only treat him with utmost respect and care. Had he not chosen to remain here and provide Best with some guidance in his research, matters would have remained unresolved, necessitating the return of this obstinate elder. In recent days, Best's frequent visits and significant shifts within the research institute indicated to Dr. Mark that this young man was finally prepared to take action. The earlier conversation between the Jabbars had been quite revealing, and upon hearing his once promising employer's morose and paranoid demeanor, He couldn't help but mutter in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Nevertheless, Dr. Mark was somewhat perplexed by Jabber's sudden declaration of aspiring to become the cosmic sovereign. Although Jabber had grown increasingly confused with age, he had always been exceedingly cautious. His prolonged retreat to Aguilas stemmed from an awareness of his own limitations and an understanding that he could not compete with the likes of the Kurdish faction. Yet, he had brazenly proclaimed his intention to become the ruler of the cosmos, suggesting either madness induced by internal and external pressures or an unshakable confidence. Observing that bald-headed fellow reveling in his schemes and recalling his nephew's recent mention of the spiritual tree, Dr. Mark experienced a moment of clarity. Unable to restrain himself, he voiced his thoughts aloud. Upon hearing this, Best merely smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed. Seeing how hard they're struggling to investigate Yuri, I thought I would lend them a hand," thus revealing the information to the Cantabartian. Although Best's tone was casual, a discerning listener could easily detect his ulterior motives. The reason the Cantabartian had become Jabber's trusted confidant was not simply due to flattery. More importantly, it was the intelligence network that these Cantabartians commanded, a vast web encompassing nearly the entirety of the universe. Wherever there were Cantabartians, there was a wealth of information regarding the planets they traversed. The colonial powers of Ur relied upon these individuals to strategically position themselves, ascertain the approximate value of territories, and dispatch warriors with the requisite combat prowess to undertake missions based on the intelligence gathered. It is evident that the Cambatarians possess remarkable qualities. Jabbar's interest in this Cambatarian stems from his prior engagement with the upper echelons of Cambatar, where he forged a certain accord, seeking to leverage their strength to uncover the reasons behind Yuri's inexplicable rise in power. In essence, it was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Currently, Best does not divulge information to outsiders, but chooses to share it with the Cambatarian, revealing his insidious motives. This Cambatarian, after all, serves under Jabbar and is plagued by issues of insufficient credentials. Moreover, his arrogance and inability to restrain his tongue have alienated Jabbar's subordinates, inciting a desire among them to eliminate him. In his ambition to ascend, he must present something that satisfies Jabbar. Otherwise, even Jabbar may grow discontented and eliminate this inept individual. In contrast to the agreement between Jabbar and the Cambatarian elite, he merely serves as a messenger, and his demise would be inconsequential. Thus, the information that Best secretly procured is, without a doubt, a timely boon for him, especially since it is authentic. He promptly scurried to present the verified data to Jabbar, eager to establish his credibility and status within Jabbar's faction. Were it another individual, they would at least scrutinize the source of such information. Do you wish to lure him into the cosmos? Dr. Mark lifted his gaze slightly, squinting as he spoke. I comprehend now. This time, Jabbar is doomed. You truly are cunning. Duane glanced at his uncle and then at the enigmatic Best, scratching his head in confusion. Feeling somewhat bewildered. Awaken, Scion, Chapter 49. Preparation. Half a month later, a spindle-shaped spacecraft ascended from an inconspicuous port, gradually departing from Agilas and venturing into the vastness of space. Luz gazed up at the spacecraft as it faded from view, his warm smile dissipating, replaced by a somber expression. Lowering his head, he appeared to be lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he touched his cheek and murmured to himself, "The haste of departure is quite uncharacteristic of you, my dear father. Have the threats from the Kurd family truly driven you to such extremes? Ah. The allure of immortality and boundless combat prowess is indeed captivating, compelling you to shun your own son and conceal the truth from me. Yet, if one could attain eternal life, what need would there be for a son? To dominate this universe alone would suffice. It seems I was not mistaken. How about it? Are you now intrigued by the plan I proposed?" A shadow emerged, its bald head and the tightly bound tail around its waist conspicuously apparent. It was Best, the young clone of a scion. "If you can truly provide me with what I need, I would not mind becoming your servant. However, how can I be certain that your words are genuine?" Russ cast a wary glance at Best, his eyes betraying a deep-seated trepidation. Despite the boy's combat power being merely in the thousands, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a terrifying beast, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Being in his presence made one feel overwhelmingly uneasy. Time will reveal the truth. Within 3 months, I shall witness the results. Best chuckled softly as he strode toward the door, affording Russ no opportunity for negotiation. Russ's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively called out, "Wait. Are you not concerned that I might expose your plan? You value your life too much to take risks when uncertain." Best continued his stride unperturbed, his voice striking Russ's chest like a hammer, rendering him breathless. By the time Russ turned around, Best had already vanished. Despite possessing combat power in the tens of thousands and equipped with exceptionally advanced detectors, Russ could not sense his presence. As if the young man had simply evaporated into thin air. Very well, 3 months it is. I shall wait. If you can truly achieve that, I am willing to become your subordinate. Father, do not blame me. It is you who has forced my hand. I have no other choice. Russ clenched his teeth, oblivious to the fact that he had bitten his lip, drawing forth a trickle of faint purple blood. Meanwhile, within the Western Desert Base. What? Are you jesting? The cost of Porter-Esch treatment is how much? In the specialized ward, Kieran stared wide-eyed at the list before him, exclaiming in shock and anger. Please remain still. Your injuries are quite severe. Although they have been treated, you still require proper care, the young nurse urged, her sense of responsibility evident as she restrained the agitated man. A diminutive Haiyan, burdened with a hefty briefcase and clutching the list, stood by the bedside, resembling a student punished for tardiness, yet his face consistently bore a professional smile. Unperturbed by the other's irate inquiries. Displaying impeccable professionalism, the Haiyan responded courteously to his client's query. The cost is 50,000 jas. In truth, this does not even encompass your treatment expenses. Kieran, infuriated yet unable to shake off the nurse holding him down, could only stifle his anger and mutter, at the time. Your doctor stated that healing capsules would be provided free of charge, with no additional fees. Indeed, we do have such a policy. The hygiene individual continued to chuckle. Jylan, filled with anger, retorted, how can you still expect me to pay? The situation is as follows. Our hospital is solely responsible for providing medical apparatus and basic care. The expenses for treatment medications, doctors' consultation fees, subsequent rehabilitation, and sustenance must be borne by you. Generally speaking, those injured during competitions receive only basic treatment. Once they regain mobility, they are assigned a dedicated escort to return home. As for the two of you, lacking a place to stay and remaining here indefinitely, we can only continue to offer medical assistance and care. However, rest assured, the wards and nursing services provided by our hospital are undoubtedly the most luxurious in all of Igelas, without exception. The hygiene rubbed his hands together, his eyes nearly disappearing in his grin, shamelessly extolling the virtues of their medical facilities and service. This explanation nearly caused Jylan to explode with fury. The implication of such luxury was that the fees charged were also exorbitant. The medical expenses for Porter alone had soared to 3 million. How they arrived at that figure was beyond comprehension. It was nothing short of extortion. The consequences of mocking a warrior could be dire. Jylan fixed a cold stare upon the hygiene, speaking in a menacing tone. Instinctively, the hygiene stepped back, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, and replied, in fact, our riot control measures are exceptionally well equipped. I trust your capabilities have allowed you to sense that. Jylan's expression darkened. Indeed, he had felt several formidable presences nearby the hospital. However, these auras were peculiar, evoking a sense of numbness, akin to marionettes on strings. Nonetheless, the combat prowess of these entities was undeniable. Even the weakest among them possessed strength in the range of 70 to 80,000. If a confrontation were to ensue, even if he could force his way out, he would be unable to take Porter with him. What do you truly desire? After a prolonged silence, Jylan raised his head and spoke stiffly. However, his words were not directed at the hygiene beside him, but rather at a concealed camera on the ceiling. Report. The subject has become aware of our intentions, an alien researcher in the command room, adorned with a headset and deftly typing with 6 arms, suddenly stated. Best sycophant and chief overseer, Du-een, stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, this individual is quite troublesome. Despite administering numerous neuroparalytic drugs over the past days, we have been unable to suppress his boundless energy. Should he go berserk, he may cause significant destruction. Let us invite him to the reception room for now. We shall await the return of the superior to discuss matters further. Over a year has passed. Let us first test our abilities and see if we can still connect. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 50. Chi. 1 hour later, Jylan sat in the reception room, arms crossed and deep in contemplation. A hint of impatience flickered across the somber visage. How rude it was to keep our esteemed guest waiting. Amidst the subdued murmurs of reproach, the circular superalloy door creaked open, retreating into the wall. Kieran glanced sideways, momentarily taken aback. Standing behind the door was a boy with a gleaming bald head, accompanied by an impeccably dressed high knight. Kieran maintained a stoic expression, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the two individuals, calmly analyzing the situation. Another high knight, it seemed this locale was particularly abundant with them. What were their intentions in sending a mere child? This room felt peculiar, as though it subtly siphoned my energy, diminishing my presence. Had I not honed my understanding of personal energy during my training on the planet Yadralat, I might have overlooked such a nuanced shift. Outside, several formidable presences prepared for defense. Their security measures were impressively thorough. The High Knight strode in with a confident demeanor, unlike the obsequious and timid merchants of his kind, exuding an air of quiet authority. He nodded at Kieran and introduced himself. Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize for the delay. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duane, the head of this underground research facility. To be the head, what an impressive stature. Kieran's brow twitched, revealing a flicker of astonishment. However, it was Duyan's subsequent introduction that left him utterly astounded. This is Mr. Best, the founder of our West Sandstorm Company. The diminutive High Knight gestured towards the bald boy. Kieran felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Founder and owner of this child? Was this some sort of jest? Mr. Kieran, do you think I am too young? Best inquired, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed the expression on Kieran's face, already discerning his thoughts. This sensation is reminiscent of that child on the arena. Could it be that they belong to the same lineage? Yet, his smile instills an inexplicable sense of peril within Kieran, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. There is no need for alarm, in truth. The rudimentary arrangement here poses no real threat, serving merely as a fade. With your capabilities, Mr. Kieran, escaping this place should be a trivial endeavor. Best sat down opposite Kieran, and with a flick of his hand, a three-dimensional holographic screen materialized in the spacious parlor, showcasing the imagery of Kieran's battle against Petra. Mr. Best, and you must be Mr. Duane, he stated. I am a warrior who despises circumlocution. Pray tell, what is your true aim? Or rather, what do you desire from me? Given the adversary's negotiation posturing, he resolved not to falter. Nevertheless, Kieran felt compelled to clarify certain matters, hence he posed his inquiry. Mr. Kieran, you are undoubtedly forthright, Hayne chuckled, interjecting. In truth, we are profoundly intrigued by your method of energy utilization. At this, Kieran's expression shifted dramatically. No need to rush into a rebuttal. Allow me to proceed. Hayne's fingers danced rapidly across the holographic screen, causing ripples to emanate outward. The displayed imagery transitioned swiftly. First, the scene of the competition was stripped away, followed by the spectators, until only Kieran remained, launching shockwaves into the void. His entire form appeared to be digitized, reduced to mere lines and points of light. As he unleashed the shockwave, a vibrant green line erupted from his chest, moving in a manner distinctly unconventional. After a brief pause, it rapidly transmitted along his arm. During this interval, his arm's movements drew attention. The lines representing muscle and bone quivering, as if a high-powered compressing machine were condensing the originally robust lines by more than tenfold. Yet, the once loose lines became more refined and compact. At the moment of the shockwave's eruption, even the color of the lines transformed from green to a deep emerald. Simultaneously, a synthesized voice from the computer announced precise data. Upon evaluation, the initial energy intensity of this individual is 36,045 points. The normal burst intensity is 78,500 points. The maximum burst intensity is 168,640 points. The unconventional burst, self-explosion, intensity is 367,800 points. Notably, this individual has achieved an energy utilization rate of 30 times the norm. Kieran's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the holographic screen as sweat drenched his brow. In that instant, he could no longer maintain his composure. He stood abruptly, grasping the table, and exclaimed hoarsely, You all. Isn't it astonishing? Hayne replied with a grin. In fact, we have recorded the competition data of all participants. As long as we are willing, the supercomputer within the base can meticulously analyze all the techniques they employ, deconstructing them into numerical data. It can also replicate the most rational applications of these techniques, whether it be a simple method of energy emission or unique racial abilities, under the calculations of our supercomputer. Nothing can evade scrutiny, leaving no room for concealment. Of course, their meager skills are utterly incomparable to yours. Duane, maintaining an air of calm, deftly soothed the agitated Kieran, flawlessly embodying the role of a spokesperson. He clapped his hands and continued, according to our researchers' analyses. We unanimously believe that the control method you possess is an extraordinarily advanced superpower, one that remains largely unrecognized by most cosmic races. Not only can it compress scattered energy, rendering it more solid, but it can also amplify the intensity of that energy by several dozens of times. Thus, in that fleeting moment, The peculiar phenomenon of an explosive increase in combat power occurs. In truth, what has surged is not the energy within you, as its reserves are quite limited. Rather, you have merely triggered a qualitative transformation through this method. You have already acquired what you desire. What do you want from me? Please, release me at once. Kieran stated bluntly, veins on his forehead bulging like worms. In truth, we hold your intellectual property in high regard. You are undoubtedly aware that should this control method disseminate, its impact on the entire universe would be immeasurable. By the way, Mr. Kieran, it seems you are in need of funds, Best added with a smile. Though his final inquiry was rather abrupt, Kieran snorted coldly, remaining silent. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 51, The Fall. This chapter is sourced from ECM. Please visit for further reading. Can it be that a high-ranking warrior is in need of money? Such a topic, if spoken aloud, would undoubtedly provoke laughter and perhaps even mockery from the crowd. It is essential to understand that even a warrior whose combat power barely exceeds 10,000 possesses the ability to obliterate a small planet when fully unleashed. Such individuals are revered wherever they go, existing on a pedestal above the ordinary. In life, sources of wealth are never lacking. Furthermore, what does it matter if they take advantage of free offerings? Who would dare to utter a word against them? Comparatively, ordinary people inhabit entirely different realms, devoid of any basis for comparison. Were it not for the delicate balance of power among the various factions in Ogulus, which strictly regulates the actions of these warriors, currency would be nothing more than worthless scraps of paper to them, hardly worthy of consideration. Before us stands a warrior named Kieran, a formidable figure whose combat prowess has reached an impressive 19 and who is also a master of martial arts, truly a paragon among the elite. By the standards of ordinary individuals, such an extraordinary being would naturally be the focus of fervent recruitment by the major factions. Thus, it seems improbable that he would lack financial resources. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Kieran is indeed in dire need of funds, and that need is pressing. As negotiations reached an impasse, Best smiled, casually snapping his fingers. Instantly, a holographic screen materialized before them, displaying a scene of a colossal, rotund extraterrestrial indulging in a lavish feast. The table before this being was already overflowing with dishes and a variety of fruits, while individuals scurried to bring in carts laden with more food, piling them before the gluttonous alien. Despite the abundance, the creature's insatiable appetite soon rendered the mountain of provisions utterly vanquished. Watching the spectacle unfold on the screen, Kieran felt a wave of mortification wash over him, his face alternating between shades of white and red. This alien, indulging in gluttony, was none other than his companion, the one called Porter. At this moment, Du-Een spoke up. Mr. Kieran, we are fully aware of your companion's situation and deeply admire your noble sentiments. If you do not mind, our Western Sandstorm Company is willing to invest $10 million to cover the expenses for the supplies you require. Additionally, we will dispatch 10 medium-sized transport ships to facilitate this migration. I believe that within 6 months, we will be able to relocate all the inhabitants from Porter's planet. Is that truly the case? A flicker of excitement crossed Kieran's face, but he quickly composed himself and replied coolly, "What do you desire in return?" "Considerate compensation for the loss incurred due to the theft of your martial arts," Best replied with a smile that showcased his gleaming white teeth. "Is it really that simple?" "Spare me your tricks," Kieran retorted, skeptical yet increasingly appreciative of the two men before him. He took a deep breath and sat down again, this time feeling considerably more relaxed and casual. "By the way, Mr. Kieran is a local, isn't he?" Best inquired seemingly at random. This question, however, caused Kieran to tense up once more, the earlier relaxation dissipating. "Why do you say that?" "Oh, it's nothing. If Mr. Kieran is indeed a local, we should have crossed paths a few years ago." Best pressed his temple and continued. "A few years ago? Ever since that incident, I have not returned here to evade pursuit." "Why would he ask that? This child does indeed resemble someone I have encountered before. And that Haiyan. If only he were to remove his beard and don a wig." In a flash of insight, Kieran suddenly recalled something. Springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fixating his gaze on Du-Een, and stammered, "You are the cosmic merchant who sold the gene repair fluid. How do you know?" Du-Een was startled and also rose to his feet. Anyone would be taken aback when their greatest secret is unveiled. Du-Een's current reaction reflected this sentiment. "Du-Een, there is no need to panic. In truth, we have already met before. Is that not so, Mr. Poboski?" The first statement was directed at Du-Een, while the latter was aimed at Kieran. "Poboski, the wanted criminal." Du-Een seemed to grasp something, and his gaze towards Kieran shifted. Despite his inner turmoil, He obediently sat back down, choosing silence. Kirin, too, snorted coldly, having already discerned the other's identity. 3 years ago, the gene repair fluid wreaked havoc in Aegilis, resulting in countless fatalities. Yet, there were also many who succeeded, among them 2 individuals who became particularly renowned. One was the now famous Syndra, known as one of the 3 great powers of Aegilis, and the other was a man named Zwadandi. After injecting the gene repair serum, Zwadandi unleashed an extraordinary potential that surpassed even Zendila, nearly rivaling Gauss, the second among the 3 great powers of Aegilis. However, his wild ambitions and flamboyant actions led him to disregard the overtures from various factions, choosing instead to follow his own path. He gathered warriors who had also become formidable through the serum and formed an organization known as the Brotherhood. This, however, was merely the beginning of his transgressions, as his subsequent actions deeply offended the powerful elites, inciting their intense animosity. The magnates of Aegilis monopolized almost 95% of the planet's resources, thriving like parasites on these assets to achieve their current splendor. Yet, this individual, Zwadandi, led his motley crew in defiance of these great powers, advocating for the distribution of resources to ensure basic living standards for every resident on Aegilis. Although this demand was not inherently difficult, it was predicated on the ruin of these factions, which they could never concede to. Worse still, this discourse resonated significantly within the lower classes. And under the guidance of the Brotherhood, the situation escalated dramatically, nearly paralyzing the order of Aegilis. Consequently, the name Zwadandi became synonymous with loathing among the elites. In their unprecedented unity regarding how to deal with him, the consensus was clear: he must be eliminated. Thus, a conspiracy against the Brotherhood was set in motion. Zendila, a genetically modified warrior of equal standing with Zwadandi, acted as an informant, inviting Zwadandi under the pretense of a banquet, only to poison his food with lethal substances, thereby extinguishing the life of this champion of freedom. Following this, members of the Brotherhood were pursued relentlessly, with Zwadandi's brother, Poboski, becoming a wanted fugitive across the planet, with a bounty of 100,000 bages placed upon his head. In the years that followed, where did you vanish? How could your strength have transformed so drastically? After a prolonged silence, Best finally expressed the questions that had long plagued him, shedding his veil of concealment. Kirin, or Poboski as he was known, gazed deeply at the young scion before him. He recognized the profound connection between his brother's actions and this youth. In those days, they had masqueraded as cosmic merchants, sharing tales of a world of freedom and a land of peace, inadvertently inspiring his brother to entertain thoughts that opposed the will of the elite. Regrettably, even though his brother had once been in contact with these two and received their financial support, his aspirations remained unfulfilled until his death. It is truly vexing to encounter you here. This world is indeed a curious place. Kirin shook his head vigorously, attempting to banish the sorrowful memories, and instead adopted a tone of calm resignation as he spoke. Since then, I have been wandering the cosmos, until my spacecraft lost its energy and descended upon a planet known as Yadarat, where I finally found some semblance of stability. The inhabitants, though lacking in combat prowess, possess an extraordinarily mysterious power that allows them to manipulate the fluctuations of energy within themselves, thereby enhancing their own strength. They refer to this technique as chi. It was from them that I learned this method of controlling combat potential. Building upon this foundation, I endeavored to compress my internal energy significantly, culminating in the development of a technique for instantaneous eruption of power, which has led to my current capabilities. How intriguing it is to discover that this ability was self-taught. This individual is indeed remarkable. Yadarat is the very planet where Sun Wukong acquired his instantaneous movement and fusion skills. How fascinating. Best nodded and remarked, so, your return is solely for the purpose of vengeance. Indeed. Kirin's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity as he declared, that scoundrel, Syndra, I shall ensure he meets a fate most gruesome. However, your strength still pales in comparison to his. Furthermore, once hostilities commence, Jabbar and his formidable subordinates will not remain passive witnesses. Best closed his eyes, contemplating the situation. It appears you are resolved to face certain death. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, you would resort to self-detonation in a bid to take your enemy down with you. Yet, the consequence of such an act would be the demise of all life on this planet. Kirin's facial muscles twitched slightly, revealing an inner turmoil. Nevertheless, he ultimately replied with a fierce determination. So what? This enmity must be avenged. I can offer you the opportunity for a fair duel with Syndra, and ensure you can slay him, presenting his head as a tribute to your late brother. You are aware of my capabilities in this regard. I could have accomplished this 3 years ago, and now it would be effortless. However, there is one condition. Best opened his eyes. His blood-red gaze seemingly imbued with an irresistible allure, enticing Kieran. What condition? Kieran stammered, his entire being trembling involuntarily. At that moment, he had completely succumbed to the temptation. In the long corridor, apart from the energy-efficient lights suspended high above, there was a monotonous array of hallways and decor. The faint light cast down revealed a cold, steely hue emanating from both the floor and walls, instilling an inexplicable chill in the air. The soundproofing effect of the space metal is exceptional, isolating each experimental room so that one can only glimpse the busy figures through the circular glass lenses, yet not a whisper of sound escapes. Occasionally, a silhouette flits by, silent and hurried, seemingly perpetually occupied with endless tasks. The occasional murmur of complaints reverberates through the silent corridor, adding a touch of liveliness to this otherwise lifeless place. Old uncle, your perspective is misguided, Best remarked with a knowing smile. Mindless thugs are easy to find, but seasoned martial artists are a rarity. Even if their strength is not remarkable, their capabilities and insights are exceptionally profound, far surpassing those of us ordinary folk. If he were to become a teacher, the students he nurtures would undoubtedly excel. Teacher? Who would he teach? Petrus? My heavens, does that kid even need instruction? Ian exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous. Certainly not. Best replied as he paused in a room filled with neatly arranged petri dishes. His voice softened, becoming gentle as he continued, apart from Petrus. There are these 300 little ones. They require the finest nurturing and education. Once they mature, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of our strength. Just wait. I will present the entire universe with a grand surprise, showcasing the rise of the Saiyan race. The Saiyan Empire, Ian whispered, suddenly shivering. A sense of trepidation washing over him. When these little ones grow up, will you still need us Hanians, Best? You were raised before my eyes, and emotionally, you are like my own child. However, when that time comes, will you still regard us? It's not that I doubt you, but certain realities are indeed disheartening. Of course, you Hanians will always be our closest allies, regardless of how times change. Our friendship cannot be destroyed or altered. Best seemed to sense the shift in Ian's demeanor and suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, startling the diminutive Hanian. Gazing into Best's crimson eyes and hearing his sincere words, Ian inexplicably felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, as if a heavy burden had slowly lifted from his heart. In another room within the base, a corpulent, toad-like extraterrestrial smoked a cigar, disdainfully surveying the Hanian before him. Your technology is woefully outdated. This, and this, what are these trinkets? And your concept of spatial jumping. I apologize, but that idea has already been put into practice at our headquarters. It was successfully tested months ago. Hence, to us, this information is nothing but a pile of refuse. With such nonsense, to expect our Chamber of Commerce's support is nothing short of a delusion. Hayne rubbed his hands together, trembling uncontrollably, whether from anger or some other emotion. After a long moment, he finally steadied his breath and forced a smile. Our Sandstorm Company, in terms of scientific research and technology, naturally cannot be compared to your esteemed chamber. However, we have designed some intriguing little gadgets. I believe they may hold some utility for certain travelers. Oh, let me see. The frogman flicked the ash from his cigarette, utterly unconvinced that this desolate place could produce anything of merit, so he merely mentioned it in passing, paying it little mind. From his pocket, Hayne produced a small capsule-like object, pinched between his thumb and forefinger. One end of the capsule had a tiny button, its purpose a mystery. What is this? A little pill for enhancing potency, perhaps? This notion was rather amusing, and with a hearty laugh, the frogman let his superiority resurface, not sparing any sarcasm. To further underscore his humor, he opened his mouth wide, emitting a harsh, raucous laugh. Yet, midway through, as Hayne gently pressed the button on the end of the capsule, a soft pop sounded, abruptly silencing the frogman's laughter, akin to a duck being grasped by the neck. Is this some sort of magic trick? The frogman's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he beheld the sudden appearance of a refrigerator, a wine cabinet, kitchenware, and a myriad of other miscellaneous items. He extended his rough hands, poured himself a glass of red wine, and took a sip. Instantly, a rich, aromatic flavor blossomed on his palate. Undeniably genuine and not an illusion. Spatial compression technology, or perhaps spatial folding. Though the frogman was arrogant, he possessed a measure of insight and immediately grasped the principle behind the technology, prompting an inquiry. Both concepts are present, of course, along with several other technological principles. Hayne replied ambiguously. Sensing that he had finally subdued this arrogant individual, he felt a sense of satisfaction and enthusiastically continued. This little device is called a space capsule. Its specific function, as you have witnessed, allows any product we release to be compressed into such a small capsule for convenient transport, whether it be ordinary appliances or travelers' lodgings. With just a gentle press, they can be reduced to this compact form, making it exceedingly convenient. Technically, it has already been proven feasible. I believe it can soon be promoted in IGLS. Then, may I inquire, what are the limits of this technology? Specifically, what volume of objects can it accommodate? The frogman, having set aside his previous disdain, sat upright with a serious expression. Truly impressive, as expected from a representative of the Clark Chamber of Commerce. You have hit the nail on the head, Hayne smiled, pride evident in his tone. In fact, we have yet to test the limits of this technology. This technology is characterized by limitless expansion. In other words, as long as sufficient funding is provided, we could even encapsulate an entire planet. The amphibious figure coughed violently, taken aback by a sudden gulp of his drink, appearing quite disheveled. He was a member of the Clark Consortium, one of the few venerable trading houses of Aguilar's. A super conglomerate that stands shoulder to shoulder with Jabbar, having operated on this planet for many years. They are acutely aware of the monumental impact that this compression technology could have on the world. The potential for unrestricted compression and portability alone is sufficient to generate astonishing wealth in the billions. Indeed, we are speaking of billions, not just a mere handful. The thought sent the amphibian's eyes bulging with a fervent intensity, as if on the verge of an explosion. Thus, it seems imperative to collaborate with this obscure little company. To speak candidly, the industrial technology of these cosmic powers bears a resemblance to that of Russia on Earth. They excel remarkably in heavy industry, be it aerospace technology, weaponry, or the sophisticated art of spatial traversal. They have matured into an era of grand interstellar navigation. Even the likes of the notorious Kurdish, who reigns supreme across the cosmos, occasionally finds it necessary to humbly engage in commerce with them. They often expend astronomical sums annually to procure vast quantities of spacecraft and aerospace equipment, vying for supremacy in the universe. At times, planets suitable for biological habitation that have fallen under their dominion are treated as intangible assets, mortgaged to them in exchange for more advanced technological products. These merchants have amassed fortunes rivaling that of nations through this venture. However, in the realm of light industry, they have not made significant strides to the point that it can be deemed quite dismal. This time, the Western Sandstorm Company has chosen an unconventional approach. Aspiring to penetrate the cosmic market with affordable light industry and daily necessities, aiming to share a substantial portion of the lucrative pie. Their actions, while seemingly inconsequential to certain powerful entities, are dismissed as they are not viewed as competitors, merely purveyors of everyday goods. They are allowed to proceed unimpeded. However, should they establish a foothold and develop a significant scale, these seemingly trivial ventures could transform into formidable cash guzzlers, truly enticing. In terms of revenue generation, they may prove to be as formidable as their heavy industrial counterparts. Nevertheless, these cunning Hayne people are aware that rashly venturing out would jeopardize their standing, likely inviting the scrutiny of other powers, leading to potential absorption. Hence, they sought our commercial association for cooperation. They perceive a need for a robust support system, which the Frogman believes to be essential. Our association also seeks to gain a competitive edge in the light industry sector. Thus, collaborating with the Sandstorm Company is indeed a necessity. It must be acknowledged that these shrewd Hayne individuals possess keen insight, recognizing the value of aligning with our Clark Association. Ultimately, we shall claim a staggering 99% of their profits. Had they sought assistance from other factions, they would have been devoured, leaving not a bone behind. Cognizant of this, the Frogman humbly stated, "Very well, I shall report what I have witnessed today to the upper echelons of the association. I assure you, within 3 days, nay, within a day, we shall devise a proposal for our collaboration. I hope that during our next meeting, your representative will also be present." Naturally, came the reply. As the Frogman hurriedly departed, the Hayne individuals breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to themselves, "Finally, we've managed to see this fellow off. Heh. They should be wrapping up their discussions soon as well." In this vast, labyrinthine underground base, a similar scene unfolds repeatedly. These individuals have been dispatched by powerful factions to engage with this suddenly ascendant new force. Whether they approach with humility, disdain, or veiled threats, they will inevitably be astonished by the modest innovations presented by the Sandstorm Company. All express a willingness to collaborate, yet concurrently, they insist on meeting the highest echelons of authority here. The astute Hain people readily acquiesce, promising to arrange a meeting at a suitable time. Yet, what awaits these individuals is likely beyond their imagination. In the expansive control room, observing the myriad images on the screens, Best could not suppress a faint smile. At long last, the moment has arrived. By controlling these individuals, I effectively control the entirety of Aegilis, allowing me to depart without hesitation. Duin, unable to mask his own excitement, voiced a note of caution, methodically analyzing, "These fellows will undoubtedly be accompanied by formidable bodyguards. While your brainwaves can manipulate those weakened by indulgence, you may find yourself powerless against warriors with battle prowess exceeding 10,000. Should an incident occur, it could prove exceedingly troublesome. Rest assured, the EEG enhancer from experiment number 3 has been successfully developed. This remarkable device can instantaneously amplify my abilities by over 100-fold. With this, even warriors boasting combat powers exceeding 100,000 cannot escape my control," Best remarked nonchalantly. Of course, there was one crucial detail he withheld. The excessive use of mental power would exact a toll on his vitality. 3 days later, a fleet of luxurious flying vessels, trailing magnificent flames, performed a dramatic display before gracefully landing at the spaceport established by Best. As the influential figures aboard the vessels descended from the lift, they were momentarily taken aback by the bustling crowd before them, soon exchanging greetings. Among them were the presidents of aerospace companies, arms dealers, and tycoons profiting handsomely from the extraction of rare minerals. In essence, these were prominent figures of Aegilis, even if they were not leaders of factions. They wielded significant influence and authority. The attendees were well acquainted with one another, with some even being rivals. Despite their smiles and cordial exchanges, beneath the surface, they were engulfed in a turbulent sea of speculation regarding the true intentions of the Western Sandstorm Company in gathering such esteemed individuals. However astute their deductions might be, none could fathom that Best intended to gather them all in one fell swoop to eliminate any future threats. Such audacity, even the nominal ruler of this planet, Jabber, could only contemplate but never dare to approach the highly sensitive trigger. "I believe the guests have mostly arrived. There is no need to wait any longer. Welcome to my base. I am the creator here, Best." With a resonant greeting, the influential figures turned their heads to behold an unforgettable sight. A youth with crimson eyes sat upon a formidable, oversized steel throne, slowly rising from the underground platform. One hand supported his chin as he watched them with keen interest, his arrogant demeanor unmistakably dismissive of their presence. "I suspect you have many questions. By the way, it seems 3 guests have departed without notice. Pietra, kindly bring them back." The youth instructed a boy beside him. This boy, with spiky black hair and an air of coldness, was indeed the fearsome warrior documented in the files, the champion of the martial arts tournament that had sent shockwaves throughout Aegilis. Having forcibly interrupted the event due to Best's display of power, Pietra had rightfully earned the title of champion. His presence was undoubtedly a tremendous source of intimidation for these magnates. Among them were some who were notoriously defiant, accompanied by bodyguards with combat powers exceeding 10,000. Yet, under the boy's subtle pressure, they appeared increasingly helpless, even feeling an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in trembling submission. Upon hearing his brother's command, Pietra nodded, his expression impassive as he gazed at the sky, swiftly locking onto the departing vessels. A glimmer of light flickered in his hand as he launched hundreds of disc-shaped projectiles imbued with immense energy. In an instant, they caught up to the craft, engulfing them in a blinding explosion. A decisive strike. This scoundrel, does he intend to take our lives? In this moment, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within the esteemed figures of the spaceport, a sentiment they all shared instinctively. They could no longer maintain their composure, erupting into frantic exclamations. Some clambered onto their vessels, frantically pressing a myriad of buttons, while others retrieved their communication devices, desperately attempting to relay the unfolding events to headquarters. However, under the influence of the supercomputer, Cambrian, all electronic communication devices failed, rendered as useless as heaps of rusted scrap metal. "Damn it, attack. Whoever kills those 2 will receive 10 million. No, 100 million bages." Amidst the rising panic, one individual screamed in a frenzy, resembling a madman. In the shadows, the soldiers remained inactive, already ensnared by the genetically engineered warriors lurking in ambush. Even one of Best's adversaries, possessing the ability to change color and attempting to assassinate the Best brothers through stealth, was swiftly detected and met with a fatal blow from Pietra. Today was destined to be an unprecedented spectacle. As witnesses to this grand event, You should feel an immense sense of honor and pride. Observing the frantic escape of the cosmic merchants below, Bess could not suppress a cold smile. Previously, they had regarded themselves as lofty and self-important figures. Now, they had been reduced to mere prey. Life and death hung in the balance of Best's whims. "Let us commence," he declared. "You should consider yourselves fortunate, for I shall not take your lives." Suddenly, a circular device descended from the menacing chair, akin to a sophisticated instrument, encircling Best's head. His fathomless eyes transformed, becoming wild and unrestrained, as if a tranquil lake had been violently stirred into a tempest. This unleashed an unprecedented psychological storm upon all present. Under the brilliant night sky, the eastern city remained aglow, a stark contrast to the desolation of the west, resembling a vibrant metropolis that never slumbered. On the immense electronic screen, alluring starlets posed seductively, introducing an array of high-tech products with enticing tones. Their provocative gestures ignited a primal fervor, stirring the blood. The atmosphere was thick with spirits, exhaust fumes, drugs, senseless insults, brawls, and bouts of inexplicable laughter, enveloping the city in an intoxicating ambience. Syndra stood at a height, gazing out at the grim scene beyond the window, a nameless agitation brewing within him. Ever since the death of his son, he had not experienced a single restful night. He resorted to consuming copious amounts of alcohol merely to grasp at sleep. Today, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawed at him, as if something momentous were about to transpire, rendering sleep impossible. In a fit of frustration, he donned a coat and leaped from the window, seeking diversion in the city below. Yet, before he could soar far, a figure materialized before him. A figure, half of its body composed of intricate machinery, stands before you. It is you. What brings you here? Upon the sudden appearance of this being, Syndra momentarily falters, her expression laden with caution as she inquires. "Oh, nothing much. An old friend is returning today, and I merely wish to pay him a visit." The metallic figure before him was none other than Gauss, the second among the formidable trio of Aguilas and a longtime adversary of Syndra. Today, however, he appeared somewhat altered. Not only had he cast aside his haughty demeanor, but he also refrained from deliberately antagonizing Syndra. Even his tone was unexpectedly subdued, as if he were recounting an event entirely unrelated to himself. What an enigma! Syndra, feeling a surge of trepidation, took a step back, wary of this unpredictable madman suddenly launching an assault. Just as he contemplated a strategic retreat, an overwhelming force surged toward him, propelling him through the air with astonishing might. What, if not Gauss, then who could it be? Beneath the somber sky, a towering warrior clad in a form-fitting black suit materialized before Syndra without warning, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, as if he were a mere ragdoll despite possessing a combat prowess exceeding 200,000. With a swift motion, the warrior crunched the bones of Syndra's limbs, leaving him utterly defenseless against the onslaught. In excruciating agony, Syndra locked eyes with the vaguely familiar visage of his assailant, whose ocular implant began to pulse with frenzied intensity. The readings fluctuated wildly, as if capable of escalating indefinitely. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the overburdened device shattered into fragments. In that fleeting moment, the displayed value had soared to an astonishing 600,000. Simultaneously, Syndra's complexion drained of color as he recognized the identity of this formidable foe. "Syndra, do you remember me?" The figure taunted, a hint of disdain lacing his words. "I had intended to engage you in a fair battle, but now you stand before me like a lifeless dog." Utterly devoid of any intrigue, Kirin bent down to scrutinize his terrified nemesis, seemingly intent on imprinting his visage indelibly into Syndra's memory. With venomous contempt, he declared, "Go to hell and repent, you wretched scum." Suddenly, the overcast horizon erupted with blinding brilliance, akin to the sun rising amidst the darkness, an unstoppable force illuminating the world. It was a spectacle of grandiosity and magnificence, rendering the onlookers momentarily incapable of discerning whether they inhabited day or night. Following this cataclysmic event, the city below erupted into unprecedented chaos, the shrill wails of alarms reverberating through the air, a cacophony that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. "You have grown and become stronger," Gauss remarked, gazing at the now unfamiliar young man before him, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. His tone suggested a long-standing acquaintance between them. 3 years is hardly a lengthy span. Had it not been for your assistance back then, I would not have escaped. Kirin exchanged a glance with Gauss and replied nonchalantly, "This gratitude has lingered in my heart for 3 years. Now, I finally have the chance to express it. Fulfilling a long-held desire. What foolishness! It was Lothandi who saved my life. Were it not for him equipping me with this powerful exosuit, I would not be here today. Despite his disapproval of Lothandi's methods, Gauss was resolute in acknowledging the importance of his life and death. Regrettably, by the time the news reached us, it was already too late to save him. Gauss sighed. You have done your utmost. By the way, I am currently employed by the Sandstorm Company in the West. Today they are poised to take action and prepare to seize control of this planet. If you have no pressing matters, I suggest you leave this place immediately. Their power is beyond your imagination. Kieran nodded, kindly reminding him, as a way to repay Gauss's kindness. Should he choose to remain steadfast and refuse to depart, there would be no alternative but to apprehend him by force. Gazing down at the brightly lit city beneath him, Kieran felt an unreal sensation wash over him. After seeking vengeance, he seemed to have lost the drive that once sustained him, adrift in a land of bizarre hues. He was uncertain of what lay ahead and where the path truly led. Perhaps his life had reached its conclusion, and the latter portion would merely be lived for the sake of others. Observing Kieran's silence, Gauss reflected, I shall not depart. 30 years ago, my homeworld was annihilated by the ruthless Frisia clan, causing me to lose all my kin and my homeland. Now, this land beneath my feet has become my second home, one I can no longer abandon. Though the times have changed, I shall remain steadfast. Please convey to the proprietor of the Sandstorm Company that they must cease trampling this land and stop desecrating our home. I am willing to relinquish my resistance and offer all the resources at my disposal. Awaken. Science, Chapter 54. Set sail. Within a single night, this high-energy planet, located on the fringes of the northern galaxy and long coveted by countless schemers, was completely conquered and had become the possession of Best. Remarkably, after Jabberal's palace fell, the majority of the inhabitants remained in a daze, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. The course of developments was surprisingly smooth. Initially, Best anticipated a significant backlash from this offensive, even fearing it might incite a rebellion. To prepare, he had set in motion contingency plans and was ready for a bloody crackdown. However, no one could have foreseen that, at the onset of the turmoil, Gauss, the second-in-command of Aguilas, would emerge to maintain order and disperse Jabberal's guard, who had come in response to the chaos. This action effectively stripped the city of its last line of defense, allowing Best's forces to seamlessly infiltrate, secure various strongholds, and apprehend the bewildered members of the guard. Subsequently, events unfolded in a bewildering manner. Prince Russ, who enjoyed an excellent reputation in Aguilas, surprisingly joined the effort to calm the populace and made a public statement via electronic media, claiming that spies from an alien force had infiltrated Aguilas to steal vital secrets, thus prompting the military search. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and the spy has now been apprehended. Apologies have been extended for the inconveniences caused to everyone's nightlife. Nevertheless, many have sensed the undertones of a conspiracy amidst the chaos. In such a grand setting, however, it is inconceivable for mere individuals to raise their voices in dissent. All they can do is patiently await within the confines of their homes, hoping that the dawn will herald some earth-shattering news. Yet, as the sun ascended, they found no trace of any significant developments. Upon opening their windows, they were greeted by the familiar sight of bustling crowds and vehicles, the clamor and congestion remaining unchanged. As if nothing had transpired at all, everything seemed to have returned to normalcy, devoid of any disturbances or espionage incidents. As for the influence of the business associations, Best has managed the situation with remarkable efficacy. Under the dominion of the supercomputer, Cambane, their base, essentially a privately controlled city, found itself in a state of complete paralysis. With all electrical power, energy facilities, and electronic systems rendered ineffective, incapable of mounting any semblance of defense. Amidst the pervasive unease, when their leader or the second-in-command of the base returned aboard an aerial vehicle, what awaited them was undoubtedly a dramatic reshuffling of power. These individuals, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Jabbar and even influence his decisions, undoubtedly possess extraordinary clout. Moreover, having operated on this planet for many years, their influence is deeply entrenched throughout Aguilas, to the point where even a minor disruption could trigger a colossal upheaval, plunging the entire region into profound panic and paralysis. Thus, it would be more prudent to control these individuals and compel them to serve one's own interests. As a researcher, Best is also quite envious of the array of cutting-edge technologies they wield. On a grand scale, the advanced technology in their possession is certainly centuries ahead of the entire universe. Some among them have even established formidable weapons such as superconducting rail guns and antimatter annihilation cannons within their bases. With the mere press of a button, These devices can effortlessly obliterate a planet or reduce an asteroid to cosmic dust. In terms of destructive capability, even a super soldier with a combat power of 1 million at full throttle would only achieve a fraction of such devastation. Moreover, this represents only a portion of their overall power. One can only imagine the magnitude of the energy these cosmic merchants possess. Naturally, a considerable number of Hain people under Best S command have been assigned to these bases, acquiring substantial administrative authority. Once the main computer of these research institutions is connected to the supercomputer at Best S experimental base, his plundering of these unscrupulous merchants can be deemed truly concluded. Even if they manage to regain consciousness and recall the events that transpired, they will be utterly incapable of escaping Best S control, let alone stirring any trouble. For under the vigilant gaze of the supercomputer, Cambane, every electronic device on this planet has become its eye, constantly monitoring and observing everything, rendering all individuals unable to hide. As for the subsequent cleanup operations, Best has little interest in participating. After conveying a few important considerations, he, alongside Petra, boarded a sophisticated spacecraft produced by Cruise Company, embarking on their second cosmic voyage. At last, everything has come to a conclusion, occurring at least 5 years earlier than I had anticipated. In retrospect, it seems almost surreal, as if I were ensnared in a dream. So what lies ahead? Is it Planet Namek? Dragon Ball, here I come. Best sat comfortably in an armchair, pressing the button on the spacecraft, a strange smile gracing his face. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 1. Planet Namek. The scene shifts, inviting us to gaze into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Several star systems away from Igyrus, a spindle-shaped spacecraft steadily approaches a flickering point of light, guided by signals detected by its intelligent computer. The seemingly unremarkable spacecraft, upon closer inspection, is equipped with the most advanced navigation system in the cosmos. A vast electronic display showcases a multitude of three-dimensional images, continuously transforming to reveal the coordinates of nearly 100 galaxies within the Milky Way. The density of this information surpasses even the most intricate palaces unearthed by industrious ants beneath the Earth. Moreover, the distance between galaxies cannot be traversed with mere steps, as one might navigate through neighboring dwellings. Instead, these cosmic realms are separated by an unfathomable chasm, within which the travelers resemble insignificant insects, humble and diminutive. To traverse this abyss solely with fuel propulsion would be nothing short of a fantastical dream unless one possesses decades or even centuries of accumulation. Thus, within the realm of aerospace exploration, audacious concepts such as spatial leaps have emerged. These notions exist solely to diminish the time required for interstellar travel, enabling specially designed vessels to execute transitory jumps between points separated by hundreds of light years, facilitating an instantaneous passage from one galaxy to another. This technology is exceptionally sharp and tremendously powerful. At present, the vessel known as the Eternal Voyager embodies the culmination of these cutting-edge advancements. One can only imagine the staggering and terrifying cost associated with its creation. The vessel in question is owned by Jabal, known as the Emperor of Aegilus. The target they have been pursuing has lingered on a planet for several days. This revelation has provided Jabal with a sense of reassurance, alleviating his burdensome worries. Under the pressure of both internal and external turmoil, his position of power is perilously precarious. Thus, he cannot afford to display any semblance of composure. In the depths of despair, the emergence of the spirit tree has undoubtedly become his last lifeline. Upon receiving this news, his first thought was not to verify the authenticity of the source, but rather to contemplate how he might obtain it. At this moment, he trusts no one and relies solely upon himself. Only by personally securing this legendary divine tree can he find peace and rest soundly. Quickly, is the energy charged? He urged. We are not far from our destination. With one more spatial jump, the spirit tree will be mine. Jabal's eyes burned with a crimson intensity, his demeanor now revealing none of the previous calm and grace, but rather resembling a desperate and frenzied fiend. Almost there, almost there. A balding crew member in the cockpit stammered, frantically manipulating the controls. Theoretically, after 12 hours of overloading the energy, we should be able to initiate the spatial move. However, this might cause irreparable damage to our lifebringer. His face contorted in panic, beads of sweat cascading down as if something horrifying lurked nearby. Damn it. I do not wish to hear shit, or perhaps. You must and absolutely. Do you understand? Jabal smashed the alloy armrest of his seat, rising to his feet. His ferocious visage nearly petrified the crew. Breathing heavily, he paced the cabin until he halted before a charred corpse, growling. If you do not wish to meet the same fate as this fool, you will follow my orders. No more excuses. I demand speed, speed, speed. The crew stood frozen in fear, trembling at their posts, careful not to provoke Jabal's wrath. Meanwhile, they remained oblivious to the peculiar craft cloaked in a reflective black exterior, lingering outside their vessel. It had followed them from Aegilis, akin to a relentless parasite. As the spatial move commenced, the entire Lifebringer would be engulfed by a sudden black hole. And at that moment, the strange aircraft emitted a series of beeping sounds. Subsequently, within the sealed cabin, rows of lights representing buttons flickered to life, ultimately fixing upon a colossal machine nearly 2 meters tall. Before long, the machine was illuminated by a myriad of numerical signals. After undergoing filtration, it suddenly emitted an electronic synthesized sound. Detection complete. All facilities within the cabin are functioning optimally. The vessel is approaching the target planet, with an estimated arrival time of 30 minutes. Upon the completion of spatial relocation, separation from the carrier will occur, alongside the deployment of Experiment 1, which will enter the carrier for self-detonation. The capture operation is now underway. Experiments 2, 3, and 4 will also engage in the capture. Meanwhile, prepare the electromagnetic rail gun for extermination strikes on the target should the capture operation fail. Repeat mission parameters. The black hole has been traversed. Experiment 1 has awakened, with an expected self-detonation energy reaching 130,000. The survival rate of biological entities within the carrier is less than 1 in 100,000. Prepare for separation from the carrier. Countdown, 9, 8, 7, 6. Separation complete. With a crisp sound, the outer layer of the Eternal Life vessel, a sleek black spacecraft, gradually departed, leaving behind a deep purple cultivation dish. This dish was filled with a pale green liquid, within which lay a swollen, unconscious giant. His decaying skin, engorged muscles, and exposed tooth roots rendered him strikingly reminiscent of a stalker from a biohazard scenario. Suddenly, without warning, the cultivation dish erupted. The giant's eyes flew open, as if awakening from a deep slumber. His massive form sank momentarily, only to exert tremendous force downward. The thick space alloy crumbled under his immense strength, as though it were but a fragile layer of fiber, creating a vast void. The intrusion triggered an immediate response from Jabbar aboard the ship, who sensed the disturbance and rushed to the scene. However, what he beheld was a grotesque biomonster, blood coursing through its veins, grinning maniacally at him. "Yuri, how could this be?" Jabbar exclaimed in horror, just as he prepared to subdue this unexpected apparition. His expression suddenly shifted. The blood-filled creature exploded without warning, unleashing energy that obliterated the Eternal Life vessel, reducing it to cosmic dust, with not a single remnant left behind. The self-detonation was merely a process. With Jabbar's combat prowess, the defensive shield he conjured could have offered him some protection. Yet, he needed to comprehend his surroundings. He was adrift in the vast cosmos. Despite his noble lineage and exceptional bloodline, Jabbar was not of the Frisia race, capable of withstanding a vacuum explosion and cosmic pull. Thus, in the instant of the ship's explosion, only death awaited him. Nothing more, nothing less. No one could have anticipated that the ambitious king of Aegilis, Jabbar, would meet such a tragic end. Meanwhile, in another direction, a more advanced spacecraft, having completed a series of spatial jumps, was nearing a verdant planet. This planet is remarkably unique, with a diameter approximately 10 times that of Earth, and is orbited by 3 small stars. As such, daytime prevails eternally, banishing the night. This setting is none other than Namek, the homeland of Piccolo and the deity, as well as the origin of the Dragon Ball saga. When the spaceship, which had roamed the cosmos for a fortnight, finally descended upon Namek, its hatch opened, revealing a grand staircase. Emerging from this vessel were 2 youthful figures. Nay, one might better describe them as children. Awaken. Scion, Chapter 2, A Chilly Reception. According to the available data, Namek is a relatively dormant planet. Although its crust comprises several tectonic plates, their movements are sluggish, resulting in a scarcity of earthquakes and volcanic activity. Beneath its surface lies a wealth of resources, particularly high-energy and heavy metal deposits. The Namekians have historically extracted and refined these lightweight, high-strength metals, renowned for their remarkable corrosion resistance, to advance their space-faring technologies and shipbuilding industries, achieving notable success. In terms of energy, vast deposits of combustible mud, akin to coal, are buried approximately 100 meters underground, containing energy potential 900 times greater than that of coal. The inhabitants of Namek typically range in height from 1.3 to 1. 9 meters, with a few exceptional individuals exceeding 2 meters, such as Piccolo, Nail, and Slug. They are devoid of body hair, possessing 2 antennae on their heads for light sensitivity. Their skin is green, exhibiting a function akin to photosynthesis. Consequently, they can sustain their physiological needs by merely drinking water and utilizing photosynthesis to produce starch. There is no centralized government among the Namekians. Instead, they are scattered across small settlements, each overseen by an elder. Thus, there are neither armies nor large organizations. However, each village boasts 1 or more warriors dedicated to defending their homeland, with the elders safeguarding the Dragon Balls against any invaders. The above is not mere fiction. It has been extracted from Baidu Encyclopedia. Hence, this represents a peculiar race straddling the line between advanced civilization and primitive settlement. It appears that earning their trust may not be a straightforward endeavor. It seems someone approaches. Our presence has evidently been detected. Best looked southeast and nodded, remarking, truly. This ancient race, deeply attuned to ki, can sense the energy fluctuations of outsiders at once. Their caliber far surpasses that of the inept individuals from Aegilus. Pietro lifted his gaze towards that direction but quickly averted his eyes, coldly remarking, they are too weak. Pietro, you are mistaken. The strength of energy does not dictate all outcomes. Best observed his brother's puzzled expression and gently ruffled his hair, explaining, within the same tier. A martial artist who has mastered various techniques will far surpass a mere brute. Even when confronted by foes several times stronger, relying on certain extraordinary energy techniques, they still possess the potential to turn the tide in their favor. Therefore, one must never underestimate such individuals. However, brother, you once proclaimed that only warriors are the mightiest in this world. Petra furrowed her brow and offered a rare rebuttal. This brought a look of surprise to Bester's face, followed by a muted smile. That is indeed the case. In truth, martial artists also belong to the ranks of warriors. Yet, more often than not, they focus on cultivating their own energy and techniques rather than enhancing their prowess through combat. As the conversation unfolded, the energy of the Namekians rapidly approached, not just 1, but a total of 5 individuals. However, they halted at a considerable distance, seemingly cautious in their observation. It was only after confirming that there was no imminent danger that they drew nearer, settling upon a nearby slope. Never before had they encountered such formidable energy. The essence emanating from these 2 was rife with brutality and bloodshed, possessing an extreme power that was equally terrifying. Particularly the overwhelming pressure they exerted, which induced feelings of suffocation and despair. Were they also here on Namek for the Dragon Balls? Such wretched beings are beyond our ability to confront. We must swiftly alert Dazer. Only he can contend with such fearsome intruders. The Namekians concealed atop the slope observed with great caution. Experiencing their energy up close transformed their previously vague sensations into a stark and vivid reality. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, quickly coalescing into streams that cascaded down uncontrollably. One Namekian gritted his teeth and whispered to his companion, these 2 are formidable. While they remain unaware of our presence, you must leave quickly to inform the Elder and Dazer. I will stay here to continue monitoring them. Remember, be swift. No, it is too perilous for you to remain here alone. I shall stay to assist you. Another Namekian immediately countered. Now is not the time for disputes. Trust me. Hurry to notify Dazer. Only he can deal with these 2 powerful invaders. Additionally, do your utmost to evacuate our fellow villagers. Please. The Namekian who spoke earlier grasped his companion's arm firmly, his tone resolute and non-negotiable. You must wait for our return. The 4 companions exchanged deep glances with him before swiftly retreating, each taking flight in different directions with utmost urgency. In such circumstances, they had long endured countless trials. Yet, it was only this time that they truly felt the ominous threat of extinction. Their companion was correct. This was not a moment for impulsive actions. It was imperative to swiftly evacuate their fellow villagers and inform the Elder of the situation. In the grand scheme of their race's survival, individual lives had become trivial. At this juncture, his ability to articulate such thoughts clearly indicated his readiness for the ultimate sacrifice. What folly is this? Believing that concealing one's energy could elude my perception? Best rubbed his chin, casting a discreet glance towards the earthen slope. He remained silent, and naturally, Pietro stood quietly, head bowed, devoid of any reaction. They appeared entirely oblivious to the presence of the Namekian, showing no sign of awareness whatsoever. Fortunately, these 2 did not possess the ability to manipulate energy like their predecessors. Otherwise, their presence would have been discovered long ago. The Namekian, hidden on the slope, cautiously observed. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, in the next moment, he was jolted with shock, nearly leaping to his feet upon realizing that the larger of the intruders was indeed focused on him, addressing him with a tone laced with mockery. Namekian, is this how you treat visitors from afar? Dreadful, I have been discovered. In an instant, the Namekian was drenched in sweat, grappling with an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet he stifled his panic, forcing himself to stand and confront the unexpected guests, stating, I apologize, but Namek does not welcome outsiders. If you seek supplies, I regret to inform you that we have nothing of what you desire. Though he deliberately raised his voice to mask his trepidation, the subtle tremor in his words betrayed his fear, clearly indicating his profound anxiety. This was indeed a perplexing challenge. He had not anticipated being confronted with such a dilemma upon entering Namek. The privileges of the protagonist were evidently not bestowed upon just anyone. Best pressed his forehead in contemplation, musing over the predicament. Yet, he spoke candidly. What I seek is indeed here, the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 3, Dazzle Curse being, you have indeed come for the Dragon Balls. The Namekian tensed, clenching his fists tightly. After a brief silence, he suddenly became animated, resolutely declaring, despair, outsider. We shall never relinquish the Dragon Balls to wicked beings such as yourselves. Wicked? Best pondered this term. Abruptly inquiring, what leads you to believe I am wicked? Do not attempt to argue. The aura surrounding you is chilling, blood-stained, and replete with a suffocating stillness. It unmistakably belongs to a ruthless executioner, a being such as yourself, if not deemed malevolent. Then who could ever be labeled as such? The Namekian's antennae twitched slightly. Initially cautious, but upon hearing Best's inquiry, he spoke aloud. So it is, I momentarily forgot that certain masters of aura can discern one's moral alignment while interpreting chi, for instance. When Klin first sensed Frisia's presence on Namek. How intriguing. However, this method of judgment seems rather hasty. Indeed, I have taken many lives, Best admitted candidly, or rather. He never contemplated denial, instead stating plainly, but how can you ascertain whether I have slain the virtuous or the wicked? If my victims were all malevolent, does that not attest to my righteousness? The Namekian found himself momentarily speechless, rendered unable to respond. Beautiful flowers and serpents often harbor lethal toxins, capable of unwittingly stripping others of their right to exist. Fools tend to judge by appearances, infatuated with the exquisite and the alluring while despising the mundane and the grotesque. They hastily deem individuals as good or evil, ensnaring the innocent in unfathomable predicaments, allowing transgressors to roam free. One might have thought the Namekians possessed extraordinary qualities. Yet it appears they are no different after all, Best continued. His words left the Namekian sweating profusely, feeling a sense of unbearable pressure. Nonsense. You speak falsehoods. I do not judge by appearances. Your aura is undeniably steeped in malevolence and indifference. The essence of a good person could never be suffused with such pervasive chill. You shall not deceive me. The Namekian retorted, though his tone lacked the earlier conviction. In truth, the intelligence of the Namekians is beyond doubt. In certain innate talents, their abilities are indeed astonishing, evoking admiration. However, they are not a particularly eloquent people and lack engagement with the outside world. This has directly resulted in their verbal inadequacies and powerlessness. Now, though this Namekian harbored a wealth of rebuttals, he found himself at a loss for the most fitting expression. In a moment of distress, he could only hastily utter a single remark, appearing somewhat flustered. It is due to certain afflictions within my body that I must suppress my emotions, unable to relish the joys and sorrows as a normal person would. It is for this reason that I traversed the vast expanse of galaxies to reach Namek, seeking your assistance. At present, only the fabled Dragon Balls can restore my health. However, witnessing the treatment of visitors by your people has genuinely astonished me. It appears that the prevailing notion in the universe regarding your kind, the Namekians, being amicable and peace-loving is merely a fabrication, disseminated by those with ulterior motives. You are not like that, not at all. If I were truly a malevolent villain, there would be no necessity for such extensive discourse or explanations, nor would I permit your companions to depart. How do you account for this? In stark contrast to the Namekian's verbal inadequacy, Best's responses remained measured, deliberate, and profoundly logical, leaving no room for rebuttal. It can be asserted that from the very onset of this debate, the Namekian found himself at a disadvantage. As his confidence was gradually dismantled, he was astonished to discover his inability to counter the inquiries posed by his opponent, leaving him ensnared in contemplation. The steadfast position he once held began to waver amidst the growing uncertainty. How infuriating it is! Are his claims genuine? If what he asserts is true, then I have unjustly wronged an innocent. The reputation of the Namekians must not suffer due to my singular misjudgment. Yet, what evidence exists to substantiate his claims as the truth? What is the essence of reality? Who can enlighten me? The antennae on the Namekian's forehead quivered violently, as if struck by an inexplicable stimulus. He clenched his fists tightly, appearing to summon all his strength, yet remained at a loss regarding his next course of action. In that moment, his thoughts were clearly ensnared in a tumultuous chaos, unable to extricate themselves. The age-old conundrum of cause and effect, which came first, the chicken or the egg, poses a challenge for those with a simple disposition to ponder. Nevertheless, I have managed to stabilize this fellow. To inadvertently end his life would yield exceedingly troublesome consequences. A faint smile crept across Best's lips as he lifted his gaze toward the direction from which the Namekians had retreated. There, a formidable aura was rapidly approaching, its intensity seemingly exceeding 20,000. Moments later, an elderly Namekian, gaunt and resembling a celestial being from Earth, materialized before Best. Upon his arrival, the Namekian, who had been deep in thought, jolted with a start, suddenly awakening. He gazed upon the elder Namekian as if he were a beacon of hope and exclaimed with fervor, "Dassel, you have finally arrived. This must be the warrior guarding the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Strangely, he is not the Neru from the original work. Could he be a forebear of his? Yet, judging by his age, it seems he belongs to the same generation as the Grand Elder of the Namekians. The god of earth and slag from the spin-off. He undoubtedly holds an extraordinary position among the Namekians," Best contemplated silently. Standing beside him, Petla cast a glance and suddenly inquired, "Brother, is he also the martial artist you spoke of?" "Indeed," Best replied, momentarily taken aback, then added with a smile. "What prompts your question?" "Because a warrior who has fought for years, upon reaching such an age, will inevitably experience decay in bones and muscles. It is impossible to maintain the combat prowess of youth. One could hardly appear as spirited as he does." To Best's surprise, Petla spoke with utmost seriousness, her words leaving him astonished. "Who taught you such things?" Best pondered aloud. "I observed it myself," Petla replied earnestly. "What a tenacious little one," Best mused. "To fight until death, such is the fate of the Saiyans." Unaccountably, he sighed. He gently patted Petla on the head and said, "Well done. You are a good child." On the other side, under the watchful gaze of Daxel, the Namekian recounted the recent events, finally lamenting while holding his head, "I truly cannot make sense of it. Forgive me, Daxel. It was my mistake to invite you without discerning the nature of these two outsiders." "No, you did well," Daxel reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder and taking a deep breath. "If it's perplexing, do not dwell on it. Leave it to me to handle." "Very well," the young Namekian responded. After a moment's thought, he addressed Best and his brother, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. This is our Namekian warrior, Daxel. If you wish to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls, you must first obtain the consent of both him and the Grand Elder." Following the earlier altercation, his aversion towards Best had evidently diminished. "Greetings. I am Best, a traveler from Aguilas, and this is my brother, Petla." Best introduced himself. "Hello, travelers from afar. I am aware of your intentions. The Grand Elder and I have been anticipating your arrival for quite some time." The Namekian nodded, his words leaving Best astonished. Awaken. Scion Chapter 4, The Spirit Tree in the North Galaxy, upon a planet teeming with life. The records indicate that this celestial body possesses fertile soil and a temperate climate, making it an exceptionally suitable primitive world for human habitation. Although no traces of advanced biological activity have been discovered, the seeds of intelligent life are beginning to germinate. Akin to newborn infants taking their first tentative steps in the world, one eagerly anticipates their growth. Just a few days ago, this place still exuded the vibrant vitality of lush mountains and clear waters. Yet now, it is reduced to withered vines, ancient trees, and the cawing of mournful crows. The stark contrast before one's eyes evokes a profound sense of inexplicable pain. The once verdant peaks, cloaked in abundant foliage, have long lost their emerald hue, now appearing desolate and parched. The once thriving rivers seem to have been maliciously severed at their source, gradually drying up and losing their former vigor. Creatures lie motionless amidst the withering thickets, their soft lamentations echoing in the stillness. Fish, too, struggle helplessly in the dwindling waterways. A group of rugged figures brandishing torches conducts rites to appease the deities beneath the dimming sky, stricken by fear and hunger. During this time, individuals continuously succumb, and lives are extinguished. The land is awash in sorrow, bereft of its former vitality. The entire landscape has succumbed to an eerie silence, as the soil inexplicably loses its nutrients. In the span of mere hours, the once fertile earth has lost its vibrant luster. The texture has hardened and become brittle, cracking apart as if weathered for millennia. When the wind sweeps through, it crumbles into fine grains of sand, carried away with the mournful whispers of the breeze. A sinister pall hangs over the entire planet, as if it is being devoured by a malevolent beast. It resembles a gaunt patient, having reached the end of its existence under the relentless grip of disease. Yet, amidst this bleakness, a singularly robust giant tree stands tall, flourishing and soaring into the heavens. A stark contrast to the desolation that envelopes the planet. The towering tree stands as a magnificent and awe-inspiring giant, evoking a sense of terror. Even its elevated roots rise several dozen meters high, resembling fierce dragons with their bodies partially buried in the soil, spreading their formidable presence in all directions. Its trunk is akin to a colossal pillar, supporting the vast expanse of the heavens. Its roots delve deep into the earth, entwining the steepest cliffs and the darkest depths of the ocean, resembling a vast net that firmly ensnares the entire planet. Its immense crown resembles a floating continent, nearly enveloping the entire sky. When gazing upward, one is met only with a compelling sea of green that saturates the vision. As the wind sweeps through, the leaves undulate like waves in a tumultuous ocean, instilling an indescribable sense of awe. It seems as though this unparalleled tree before us is none other than the world tree of Norse mythology. This colossal tree marks the inception of all wickedness and serves as the very root of this planet's desolation. At this moment, a child, no older than 8 or 9, stands beneath its towering trunk, clad in tattered garments, with disheveled hair. His entire being is stained with blood, exuding an intense aura of malevolence. Typically, children of such tender age should embody innocence and naivety, basking in the purity of youth. Yet, this child resembles a ravenous beast, instilling fear and trepidation, driving all to flee in haste. The spiritual tree nears its ripeness. Soon, it will bear fruit. Once I consume this bounty, no one shall ever harm me again. Those scoundrels who dare to seize the seeds from my grasp shall meet their demise. I shall crush their heads beneath my feet with relentless fury. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to those individuals. Had it not been for their spacecraft, charting the coordinates of various planets, I could never have discovered so many suitable worlds for the spiritual tree to flourish in such a brief span. As recompense, I shall locate each of you and personally ensure your demise. The child fixated intently on the towering tree above, murmuring softly to himself. His eyes resembled those of a famished wolf prowling the prairie, gleaming with a vivid, emerald light. His contorted visage appeared somewhat grotesque, instilling a chilling sense of dread in those who beheld him. The child in question is none other than the pure-blooded Scion warrior, Dales, who appears in the Dragon Ball movie, specifically in the Earth Super Battle and the Scion Extinction Plan. The wait is solitary and arduous, a time when unpredictability is most likely to strike. Suddenly, 3 brilliant beams of light pierce through the atmosphere, reminiscent of falling meteors, trailing long tails of flame as they crash down with a thunderous roar. Who are they? Are they those fiends again? How infuriating! Their malevolence lingers. Standing beneath the great tree, Dale seems to sense something, his demeanor shifting to one of agitation. A furious roar escapes his throat, a guttural sound of rage. His eyes blaze with an uncontrollable fury. Eliminate them. Annihilate them all. I shall eradicate you, he bellows, suddenly erupting into a frenzy as he darts towards the location where the 3 meteors descended. In an instant, his petite form transforms into a streak of radiant light, hurtling forward at supersonic speed. Before he arrives, a cataclysmic shockwave erupts, akin to a roaring celestial dragon. On the ground, 3 massive sealed incubation pods suddenly explode, releasing 3 burly men clad in thick military attire, their bodies adorned with intricate circuitry. Yet their expressions remain eerily blank, resembling lifelike puppets. Under the onslaught of the shockwave, the earth itself ripples, as if on the brink of collapse, trembling under the strain. The 3 titans are the first to be engulfed, swiftly submerged within the blinding light. Simultaneously, a peculiar small spacecraft hovers quietly in the atmosphere. It begins its scanning procedure, detecting an energy level of 254,000, a significant enhancement compared to the original. Currently, no anomalous elevation has been observed. Subject 2, Subject 3, and Subject 4 exhibit initial energy levels of 50,000, which, after the application of a perfect genetic serum, have reached 205,000, 197,000, and 202,000, respectively limited enhancement due to the residual genetic repair fluid inherent in Yuri's clones. Furthermore, they are equipped with third-generation energy conversion armor, capable of absorbing energy strikes below 60,000. The analysis indicates a 99.99 probability of success for this capture operation. The operation commences now. Happy New Year to all. May the year of the rabbit bring prosperity. Awaken, Science. Chapter 5. The Great Prophecy. The dwellings of the Namekians are constructed from gel, a secretion from a particular green plant native to Namek, which solidifies the soil. They feature an elliptical structure, standing only 1 story tall, somewhat reminiscent of a snail's shell. However, the interior space is remarkably spacious, devoid of the cramped and crowded sensation one might expect. The Grand Elder of the Namekians resides alone atop a steep cliff. His dwelling, divided into 2 stories, stands in contrast to the abodes of other Namekians. Upon entering, Best felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, stirring something within him. Recalling the latest updates, he remembered that the Namekians possessed formidable mental powers, including telepathy and psychokinesis. They could conjure objects from thin air, much like a magician, whether it be a funnel or garments. This indicated that their mental development far surpassed that of ordinary cosmic races, suggesting there were aspects from which he could learn. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he found the spacious room sparsely furnished with a uniquely Namekian chair and, resting upon it, an elderly Namekian man who appeared serene, as if in slumber. Best recognized this imposing figure, seemingly harmless, as the owner of the Dragon Balls and the supreme leader of the Namekians. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. The elder intoned, clearing his throat. His squinting eyes partially opened, directing their gaze toward Best and his brother below. His attention briefly flickered to Petra before settling entirely on Best, discerning their significance within moments. Just now, it seemed he cast a glance at Petra's crystal pendant. Best mused, his fingers brushing his nose, keenly aware of the subtlety. However, since the elder had initiated conversation, it would be remiss of him to remain silent like Petra. Remembering the ambiguous remark made by Darcel upon their meeting, Best inquired, "Greetings, revered elder of Namek. May I audaciously ask if you were aware of our impending arrival?" "I was not aware of your visit," the elder replied, causing Best to furrow his brow and a cloud of unease to envelop his mind. Yet, what followed astonished Best. "What I do know is that in a few years, our Namek will face a tremendous calamity. However, a scion will emerge to help us navigate this crisis." In that instant, Best felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, a profound chill enveloping him, almost freezing his very blood. Impossible! How could you possibly know what is to come? Best struggled to contain his shock, his expression betraying disbelief in the elder's words. "This knowledge comes from the dragon," the elder sighed, turning his gaze toward the window as memories flooded back. "Long ago, our Namek faced an unprecedented disaster. At that time, the majority of Namekians perished in that cataclysm. Only a few children were spared, sent away by adults in the chaos. I, along with Darcel, were among the 2 children who survived. Years later, after traversing countless planets, we finally returned to Namek. However, upon gazing at the desolate landscape, devoid of any signs of life, our hearts were filled with an overwhelming sorrow. In an effort to restore our homeland and rejuvenate Namek to its former vitality, I inherited the 7 Dragon Balls passed down by my ancestors and summoned the Eternal Dragon. With its omnipotent powers, the dragon breathed life back into Namek, granting us the ability to pass on our legacy in the spin-off. As a Super Namekian, Shrag lacks the ability to reproduce. At that moment, only one wish remained. We inquired of the dragon whether it could, with its boundless capabilities, ensure the safety of Namek and all Namekians, preventing any further calamities from befalling us. Yet, the dragon revealed that such a wish was beyond its capacity. At this juncture, the Grand Elder suddenly began to cough violently, his expression betraying a sense of fatigue, as if this brief moment had drained much of his strength. "Grand Elder, please take a moment to rest," Darcel said, gently patting the elder's shoulder. He then turned to the solemn-faced Best and continued, "At that time, we were filled with disappointment and fear, apprehensive that the home we had painstakingly rebuilt would once again be destroyed by disaster. Thus, we pressed the dragon for insight into the calamities that awaited the Namekians, seeking guidance on how we might evade them. The dragon responded that the intelligence of the Namekians would become the greatest factor leading to your demise. Referring to the 7 Dragon Balls, countless years hence, you will face a monumental catastrophe that will plunge all of Namek into peril once more. Only when a Scion warrior appears will this crisis be averted, allowing the Namekians to continue their existence. As the Grand Elder and Dassel gazed intently at him, Best fell into silence for a moment before breaking into laughter. What a remarkable prophecy. In truth, I do possess some knowledge regarding the calamity you mentioned. However, I have one more question to pose. What question? The Grand Elder and Dassel exchanged glances and nodded in encouragement. The Scions have also endured a significant catastrophe, nearly facing extinction. Yet many warriors have survived. What leads you to presume that I am the Scion foretold to alleviate your plight? Moreover, the reputation of Scions throughout the universe is notoriously vile. They are often selfish and brutal individuals, as I'm sure you've heard. Surely, you cannot expect to encounter a Scion and immediately consider him a savior? Best's smile faded as he voiced his most pressing concern. The Namekians are certainly not Na'vi. If they regard themselves as akin to Son Goku, there must be a compelling reason behind it. In the realm of the ancient and wise, where countless years have shaped their existence, misjudgments and misattributions are utterly foreign to these venerable beings. It is noteworthy that the Namekians once possessed extraordinarily advanced technology, even at the expense of their environment. Consequently, Namek faced severe pollution, with the destruction of its carbon protective layer leading to a cataclysmic transformation into a desolate world, nearly resulting in the extinction of the Namekians. Fortunately, their advanced spacefaring technology allowed a select few to endure harsh conditions on distant planets before returning to Namek. They, having learned from their grievous mistakes, dedicated themselves to cultivating abundant greenery to restore the carbon barrier. Another narrative posits that the Namekians were driven to extinction by the onslaught of the Scions. However, the truth remains elusive and warrants further investigation. In the absence of a definitive conclusion, speculation flourishes, and here, I shall refrain from adopting either of the aforementioned accounts, instead offering my own interpretation. Awaken, Scions. Chapter 6. The Seizure. Upon hearing Best's inquiry, a faint smile graced the face of the Grand Elder. His gaze once more settled upon the crystal pendant adorning Petla. In the dire times that befell Namek, it was the Brada aliens who sheltered both myself and Darsel, enabling our survival. They were also the ones who imparted the methods of cultivation to us. The Brada aliens. So it was. Best's pupils contracted as memories of the enigmatic and profound Brada alien, Bibite, resurfaced in his mind, dispelling all doubts that had clouded his thoughts. Conversely, on the planet designated T-12, the capture team made significant strides in their operations. Exhausted, Dales gazed at the three seemingly impervious creatures before him, unaffected by any assault. As if devoid of sensation, a profound and inexpressible fear welled up within him, escalating with the passage of time. Cursed monstrosities, what manner of beings are you? Can you not perish? Dales bellowed in anger, his fist striking fiercely against the face of one of the Unicron entities. With a twist of his waist, he evaded the creature's grasp and executed an acrobatic maneuver in midair. As he descended, he seized another experimental subject by the head, forcefully driving it downward. The sound of two crisp bone fractures resonated through the air, followed by a torrential spray of blood and flesh, akin to the splintering of a large watermelon. The energy conversion devices currently developed can only passively absorb various forms of energy attacks. They are ineffectual against pure physical strikes. Thus, this limitation becomes Dale's most substantial reliance. Regrettably, by the time he realized this, he was already breathless and utterly fatigued. A surge of strength erupted forth, yet it was undeniably diminished from what it once was. Moreover, the three adversaries he faced were mere clones, products of the assembly line, devoid of self-awareness and sensation. Their neural actions were entirely governed by an electronic chip implanted within the side of their bodies, rendering them ignorant of death and fear. No matter the ferocity of the blows they received, as long as they remained alive, the notion of retreat was utterly foreign to them. More critically, the physical limits of these genetically modified beings were alarmingly formidable. As long as their bodies were not obliterated instantaneously, the vials of catalysts and division agents sealed within their military garb would continuously act upon their flesh. Injecting these substances into their systems caused their cellular structure to undergo relentless division and proliferation, unleashing a grotesque growth that manifested as overwhelming destructive power. Thus, even after enduring severe combat, with 80% of their skeletal structure shattered by Darius's strikes, they could still regenerate, unwavering in their assault. However, despite this resilience, these artificial monstrosities could not transcend the realm of organic life. After sustaining such grievous injuries, they could only be destroyed, never to be reclaimed for further use. In the words of Best, these entities were mere disposable instruments of warfare. Infuriatingly, this was the predicament they had forced upon him. I roar. Enraged, Darius threw back his head and delivered a powerful headbutt, forcefully dislodging a clone of Uric that had grasped his hair, followed by a thunderous roar. A blinding radiance surged within his palm, which he swiftly hurled skyward. Beneath the dim sky, a dazzling light erupted, illuminating the world in brilliance. Ultimately, it transformed into a radiant energy body resembling a full moon, casting waves of luminescence from the heavens. Beep, 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 unidentified energy detected. Warning, the energy intensity of the target is escalating in an unconventional manner. Immediate defensive measures are advised. Warning, target intensity has reached 173 W. Capture success rate has plummeted to 0.01. Subject 3 has been irreparably destroyed. Please take action. The artificial moon radiated over 1,700 W of Brut's waves from the sky, causing Darius's form to undergo a drastic transformation. In mere moments, he morphed from a childlike appearance into a colossal, fearsome gorilla, covered in coarse hair. Following the directives from the central brain, the remaining 2 experimental subjects soared into the sky, circling the mental tree at high velocity, seeking to engage the gorilla in a tactical maneuver. Little did they anticipate that, despite his chaotic destruction and loss of reason, Darius's instinct for combat had not vanished. Rather, it surged exponentially. In a surprising display of perception, he swiftly discerned the intentions of the 2 ants that had previously inflicted harm upon him. His colossal arm, resembling a mighty pillar, swept through the air, creating a shockwave that reverberated outward. A prolonged moment passed before the atmosphere was pierced by a terrifying roar akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. The first experimental subject collided directly with the fist propelled by the gorilla, despite the overwhelming force of the impact. His body did not soar into the air, but rather disintegrated into a mist of crimson, obliterated instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Following this, the gorilla pounded its chest and let out a thunderous roar toward the heavens. With a powerful upward thrust of its massive fist, it forcefully yanked down the second experimental subject, who was similarly crushed, meeting a fate even more gruesome. An alarm rang out. Capture operation failed. Capture operation failed. Initiating secondary protocol, eliminate the target. The electromagnetic railgun prepared to lock onto its target, counting down. 10, 9, 8. Far away on Namek, Best pressed his ear, where a miniature electronic communicator conveyed the battle status on T12. Wait, Best interrupted, holding the communicator. Before the electromagnetic railgun is fired, use the small impact cannon to destroy the artificial moon. The interval between the 2 shots should be set at 3.5 seconds. In the next instant, the synthesized voice of the computer announced, "New task received, recorded." This should be a form of interstellar communication, I suppose. To my surprise, during our time of rebuilding, such advanced technology has emerged beyond our world. The wisdom of those intelligent species is indeed not to be underestimated. The Grand Elder and Darcer gazed in astonishment at Best, who was lost in his own musings, suddenly awakening to a realization. At the same time, Best fixed his intense gaze upon the Grand Elder and remarked, "It appears that the situation has become quite clear. However, I trust you are aware of my purpose for coming to Namek. I shall not engage in a transaction that results in loss. As a symbol of the wisdom and power of the Namekians, the Dragon Balls belong to anyone who harbors a dream." The Grand Elder grasped the armrest of his chair, trembling as he stood. He extended a finger and pointed into the air, whereupon a faint yellow light burst forth from the void. From the Grand Elder's exclusive seat, a colossal Dragon Ball suddenly ascended, radiating brilliantly in the sky. In Namek, 6 larger villages were also illuminated by 6 beams of golden light. They spiraled in the sky before converging in a singular direction. This extraordinary sight prompted the usually silent Petra to lift her head, revealing a hint of surprise on her delicate face. "Child, tell me, what is the reason for the existence of the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder fixed his gaze intently on Best, calmly inquiring. "The festive season brought family gatherings and feasts, and I anticipate that updates may be somewhat sporadic. Awaken, Scion." Chapter 7, The Dragon Balls. "Child, tell me, what is the reason for the existence of the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder watched Best in silence, awaiting his response. Undoubtedly, this is a multiple-choice question lacking a singular answer, much like the inquiry, "What is happiness?" I believe that each individual harbors their own interpretation within their hearts. Furthermore, this answer may evolve depending on varying locations and circumstances. There exists no definitive definition. Of course, This serves merely as an analogy. The elder does not intend to create unnecessary difficulty. Rather, his questions are grounded in reason. Upon reflecting, I quickly discerned two key points for the Namekians. The Dragon Balls symbolize their wisdom and strength, as well as their faith in the eternal dragon. For adventurers and schemers alike, the Dragon Balls undoubtedly represent a shortcut to realizing their dreams and fulfilling their desires. However, this raises a question. Regardless of the shifting stances, opposing viewpoints will always exist. Their relationship is simply one of guardians versus usurpers. If one were to choose a side, it may appear evenly split, yet such a decision is not easily made. Indeed, the significance of the Dragon Balls is to fulfill the wishes of individuals like us. This remains true in both the animated series and the manga. Yet, is this the answer you seek? Observing the elder's calm gaze, I shrugged my shoulders in resignation, pondering whether I had misinterpreted your intent, and that perhaps the answer you desire is not this. Outside, the 7 Dragon Balls had gathered together, resembling magnets that produced an inexplicable attraction, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Their grandeur was awe-inspiring, making it difficult to gaze directly upon them. Wait, perhaps I have genuinely misunderstood. The answer is, in fact, simple and clear, requiring no further contemplation. I have unnecessarily complicated a straightforward question, leading myself into a metaphorical dead end. Suddenly, a spark ignited in my mind, recalling a phrase previously uttered by the elder. Instantly, all my confusion dissipated, and I understood the elder's inquiry, a confident smile emerging on my face. It appears you have reached a conclusion. Noticing my expression, the elder chuckled. So, can you share your answer with me? Certainly, I nodded, unhesitatingly stating, the Dragon Balls exist because of dreams. Whether it be the Namekians guarding them or the treasure seekers traversing the cosmos, each individual carries dreams and possesses an unwavering belief. The Dragon Balls exist solely because of these aspirations. Without dreams, they would lose their value entirely. Indeed, the Dragon Balls exist because of dreams. Your ability to grasp this from my brief words demonstrates your remarkable wisdom. The elder laughed heartily before shaking his head and adding, however, you are only half correct. What? Bester furrowed his brow, perplexed by the meaning behind the elder's words. Regardless of their nature, be it benevolent or malevolent, every being harbors its own aspirations. When countless beliefs converge, they can transmute into a remarkably potent force. This force has the ability to manifest the desires residing in one's heart, turning wishes into reality. It can even distort the fabric of time and space, resurrecting that which has long been forgotten from the annals of history and bringing it back into this world. Regrettably, despite the omnipresence of this power throughout the cosmos, few are aware of its existence, and it cannot be directly harnessed by individuals. The elder pointed to the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls suspended in the void and spoke slowly. The Dragon Balls serve as a vessel for the collective beliefs of all beings. They extract the essence of these beliefs from the vast universe. Thus, they can summon the magnificent dragon, granting wishes and manifesting desires. For this reason, I assert that the Dragon Balls do not solely belong to the Namekians, but rather to all who possess dreams, with the aim of awakening the Scions. Chapter 8. Polona reveals the true secret hidden within the Dragon Balls, capturing the thoughts of all beings, forcibly altering the sequence of cause and effect, and resurrecting elements that once existed in history to bestow them upon the Wishmaker. It is akin to the crumbling jade of death, the master god of infinite terror, and the divine ranking of infinite future. Undoubtedly, these entities possess the power to alter the fabric of causality and conjure existence from nothingness. However, in a comparative sense, the Dragon Balls may indeed surpass the former 3 in utility. After all, each of the first 3 is encumbered by various limitations. If one's strength is inadequate and one cannot harness their power, one ultimately becomes a mere facilitator for others, unwittingly enriching them. In contrast, the Dragon Balls stand apart fundamentally. They impose no stringent requirements. Anyone, even the most ordinary individual, can utilize them if they manage to gather all 7. Moreover, once the Eternal Dragon is summoned, irrespective of whether the Wishmaker embodies good or evil, they may make their wishes known, and the dragon will fulfill them without bias or neglect based on one's identity. This exemplifies the impartiality inherent in the Dragon Balls. Thus, they resemble a wish-granting apparatus meticulously designed for the common folk, channeling the collective desires of humanity and reciprocating in kind. Of course, such reciprocity is not without cost. It is crucial to recognize that with every gain, there inevitably follows a loss. Much like consuming a beverage, each sip leaves a void in the container, which will invariably be filled by air. As the liquid diminishes, The air within increases. The act of wishing upon the Dragon Balls is no different. It depletes the collective will of the beings involved while fostering the dark energies of the negative cosmos. Frequent use can lead to perilous consequences. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls, symbols of hope and aspiration, would not become tainted by malevolent energy, ultimately birthing an evil dragon, a destructive force of utter annihilation. In a moment of clarity, Best contemplated these matters in light of the plot of GT. Although the purpose behind the Elder's revelations remained unclear, he could not suppress a gasp of amazement, exclaiming how the thoughts of beings could reshape causality and alter the course of history, even reversing what was deemed inevitable. Truly, it was a terrifying prospect. Who would have imagined that the Namekians could coalesce intangible thoughts and maximize their utility? They are indeed a race of ancient wisdom. Countless intelligent species inhabit the universe, many capable of manipulating fate. The Namekians simply seized an opportune moment and found a foundation to build upon. The Elder chuckled softly and then lowered his gaze, inquiring, "So, child, what is your wish? Is it for yourself or for others?" It was evident that your pursuits are far removed from fame and fortune, and certainly not the pursuit of eternal life. Fame and wealth are but fleeting illusions. Immortality holds little value for me. Life, imbued with meaning, is ample even in a span of a few decades. Why, then, should one embellish their existence with an unending shackles of time? With a sly smile gracing the corners of Best's mouth, he remarked, "I merely wish to witness the myriad of secrets that lie hidden within this world. If possible, I shall strip away their veils of mystery, allowing humanity to glimpse what truly resides within." From your words, it is evident that your ambitions surpass even those of the most audacious dreamers who aspire to dominate the cosmos. May this be a fortuitous endeavor. The Elder sighed deeply, then turned his gaze skyward, fixating intently on the 7 Dragon Balls. In a voice that echoed with cryptic undertones, he uttered phrases laden with obscurity. As these words flowed forth, the eternally radiant Namek became inexplicably dim, gradually shrouded by a thick veil of darkness. Thunderous roars of lightning descended with wild ferocity, as if compelled by some unseen force, striking the earth in a cacophony of explosive sounds, resembling a frenzied dance of silver serpents. The Namekian dragon, transliterated as Purunga, embodies the essence of a deity of dreams in the Namekian tongue. In comparison to the Earth's dragon, the powers of the Namekian dragon are undoubtedly more expansive, akin to a divine being from ancient myth. However, as it was crafted by the Namekians, the summoner must invoke the Namekian language to call forth the dragon. Similarly, wishes must be articulated in this tongue. It is akin to a security code inscribed by the Namekians for the Dragon Balls, decipherable only by them. Unless one gains their approval, even if one were to seize the Dragon Balls, summoning the dragon to grant wishes would remain impossible. In the original narrative, the ill-fated Frisia fell victim to this very oversight. Beneath the shroud of darkness, lightning flickered, unleashing resonant booms. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls converged, transforming into a breathtaking column of light that soared skyward, filling the heavens in mere moments. In the face of such a staggering spectacle, everything appeared diminutive and powerless, like a speck of dust adrift in the vast ocean or a solitary grain of sand. Is this the divine dragon? Indeed, it is immensely colossal. I fear that only the dragon summoned from the Black Star Dragon Balls within GT can rival its magnificence. I wonder if it can breach the barriers of space and allow me to return to my own world. Best stood transfixed, gazing at the enormous creature that had manifested in the sky, his heart racing with an overwhelming impulse. We, the Mekians, refer to it as Purunga, the deity of dreams. The Grand Elder remarked, "Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. Within the realm of possibility, I shall grant you 3 desires." The Mekian dragon cast its gaze upon the earth below, its commanding voice resonating throughout the cosmos. The Grand Elder turned to Best and said, "Child, articulate your wish. Will you return or remain here?" How unexpected it is, Best thought to himself, to realize the instability of his emotions upon the true summoning of the Dragon Balls. Pressing his aching temples, Best had already made his decision. When he opened his eyes, his expression had returned to one of serene composure. "I wish for the dragon to heal the injuries of my brother and me, and restore our bodies to their optimal state," he declared with certainty. "Is it truly that simple?" Daziel questioned, uncertain. "Indeed, it is as straightforward as that," Best replied with a smile. The Grand Elder nodded and recounted Best's wish in the Mekian tongue. "I understand. A complete healing, is it? That is quite simple." The Mekian dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Instantly, two waves of pale yellow energy surged into the chests of Best and Petla, enveloping them in a sensation reminiscent of gestation within a womb. Though Best and Petla appeared outwardly indistinguishable from ordinary humans, their bodies harbored severe deficiencies. They had never undergone the typical development within a maternal body. Rather, they were mere clones birthed from a petri dish, while others take 9 months to develop from a fertilized egg to a fully formed being. They had completed this process in a matter of mere days within a sterile dish. Such a rapid development could not be compared to that of a naturally growing organism. Even Petla, an anomaly in her own right, could not transcend this inherent flaw. Left to grow naturally, the functions of their bodies would age rapidly and diminish. A teenager would resemble an elderly person in their 80s or 90s, ultimately not living to see their 20th year. Doctor. Fate had never intended for them to become anything but mindless, selfless weapons for battle, to procure fame and fortune. This misguided ambition had led to the plight of the Best brothers. In comparison, Best's condition was far worse than that of Petla, with even graver implications. Thus, he made such a wish. In a world stained crimson, with the air thick with the sin of blood and the agonizing pain inflicted by mutated genes, I have finally found my liberation. As Best took a deep breath, the dark red world before his eyes began to fade, revealing both light and darkness. He realized he was truly free at last. What lay ahead was the fractured genetic chain. For this day, I have prepared for 5 long years. Come now. Let me witness the violent impact you shall bestow upon me. My apologies, it seems I must take my leave for a while. However, I shall return shortly. As Best's shattered genetic chain gradually began to mend, he suddenly let out a furious roar, tearing apart his garments and vanishing from planet Namek in a flash. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 9. The genetic chain. What is happening? How did he suddenly disappear? Gazing at the empty space where Best once stood, Darcel's expression changed, and he spoke with uncertainty. Ahem, it must be a form of instantaneous teleportation. No matter, once the dragon is summoned, it can linger for an extended period. Since we have nothing but time, let us wait for him. The elder spoke with a calm demeanor, then settled into his designated chair, closing his eyes as if in slumber. Nevertheless, the fleeting aura that escaped at the moment of his disappearance was indeed chilling. What a terrifying figure he is! Is this person truly the savior of our planet Namek? Darcel furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition swirling persistently in his mind. At this moment, Petrus stood there like a wooden statue, seemingly overlooked by everyone. However, he lifted his head and proactively addressed, "Greetings, warrior from Namek." "Eh, what?" Darcel turned in astonishment to look at the child, who barely reached his waist, and inquired curiously. "Child, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Indeed," Petrus replied seriously, nodding his head. He pointed at Darcel and then at himself, stating, "I wish to engage you in combat." Upon hearing this, Darcel couldn't help but cough, as if he had been choked. Initially, his face displayed surprise, which soon morphed into confusion as he spoke. "I can sense that your strength far exceeds my own. If you seek to gain battle experience, it seems unnecessary to challenge an old man like myself. My brother once mentioned that warriors of the same level are vastly superior to mere fighters. Thus, I am eager to witness firsthand whether martial artists truly possess such formidable prowess. Therefore, I wish to restrain my combat power to match yours and then engage in a battle, to verify the differences between the martial techniques of martial artists and the fighting style of warriors." Petrus earnestly conveyed his intentions, clasping his hands together in a serious manner, and added, "I implore you to accommodate this request. Ah, young lad, should I deem you audacious or simply naive? Scions are indeed a breed of battle-hungry lunatics." Darcel mused internally, a hint of fervor appearing on his face as he broke into a grin. "As a distinguished guest of our Namekian kin, I shall certainly oblige your request. However, prior to our duel, we must select a suitable battleground to avoid disturbing the elder's rest." Petrus nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on a small asteroid not far from Namek, the elusive Best was rampaging like a crazed rhinoceros across the parched earth. His ability to teleport stemmed from Kirin, a high-ranking warrior under his command. This individual had spent several years training on Yardrat, often engaging in discussions about the intricacies of energy with the Yardratans, acquiring numerous techniques from them. Teleportation was among these skills. Upon his defection, these techniques naturally became invaluable assets, freely offered to Best for their study. In truth, mastering teleportation is remarkably straightforward. The threshold for entry is even lower than that of conventional energy techniques, as long as one can mentally pinpoint a coordinate and, through energy sensing, expend a certain amount of energy for the transmission between the 2 points. the requirement for teleportation can be met. However, as one advances in this ability, the demands on the user's stamina, energy, and mental acuity increase exponentially. Ordinary individuals simply cannot meet such stringent criteria. Thus, even the creators of this ability, the Yardratans, could only achieve free transportation within 100 meters. Moreover, after several consecutive attempts, one may find oneself utterly exhausted, unable to proceed. This phenomenon bears resemblance to the blink ability of the Night Elf hero, Maev's Shadow Song, from the realm of Warcraft. It was subsequently bestowed upon extraordinary individuals such as Sun Wukong, which allowed the art of instantaneous movement to flourish, evolving into a superlative skill transcending the cosmos. Although Best could not be compared to Sun Wukong at that stage, he still managed to traverse from one nearby planet to another, albeit with considerable effort. At this moment, he found himself engulfed by a surging torrent of primal energy, his muscles contorting in unnatural ways. Prominent veins bulged on his forehead, neck, and arms, twisting like lurking worms beneath his skin, seemingly striving to break free, evoking a chilling dread in any onlooker. Indeed, as I anticipated, the components of the genetic enhancement serum from years past continued to influence my physique. My genetic strands had previously ruptured due to excessive strain, granting me an unexpected reprieve from death. Now, as they were reconnected, the toxins that had pervaded my body for years erupted forth. However, I had adequately prepared for the current predicament. While Best's mind remained lucid, his body struggled to obey. In an attempt to alleviate his torment, he collided with a towering peak, causing the earth to tremble violently. Instantly, the hardened rock exploded, debris scattering like shrapnel. The entire mountain crumbled, accompanied by a thunderous roar, sending dust soaring into the sky. A sudden, fearsome roar echoed from the dark crimson earth, followed by a seismic tremor. Enormous fissures snaked across the ground, spreading like serpents, extending thousands of meters in an instant. From the sunken earth, a massive, fur-covered arm emerged, shattering the soil and stones above, revealing a colossal and terrifying figure, a gigantic gorilla. Astonishingly, Best managed to undergo his transformation into a great ape even in the absence of the moon. How was he able to achieve this? Moreover, what purpose did his transformation serve at this moment? Awaken. Scion Chapter 10. The third type of scion. There has long existed a misconception among many, believing that a scion's transformation into a great ape could only occur under the light of a full moon, stimulated by Blutz waves. This, however, is a fallacy. While the full moon serves as a crucial catalyst, the primary factor remains the Blutz waves themselves. Before delving further, we must examine the origin of these Blutz waves. According to Vegeta, Blutz waves are generated when sunlight strikes the moon and is subsequently reflected. Furthermore, it is only during a full moon that Blutz waves can exceed 17 million units. Upon absorbing the Blutz waves of light, the eyes of the scions trigger a reaction in their tails, prompting their transformation. However, this raises a perplexing question. In the latest developments of Dragon Ball Z, there exists a narrative wherein a young Gohan, upon witnessing the full moon projection from a space pod, uncontrollably transforms into a giant ape, wreaking havoc. Given that what he beheld was not the true full moon, it is impossible for him to have absorbed the so-called Blutz waves. Thus, what could have induced his transformation? This contradiction seemingly places the original storyline at odds with Vegeta's assertions, rendering them incongruent. In truth, the reality is far more nuanced. Through meticulous research, Best has discovered that even in ordinary circumstances, scion physiology can unconsciously absorb the Blutz waves emitted by the moon. Although the quantity may be minimal over time, it accumulates to a significant extent. This phenomenon likely explains why certain scion warriors possess the ability to create artificial moons. Naturally, these waves remain dormant within the scion's body, akin to a locked door awaiting the right key to be opened. It is only upon witnessing a full moon or an object mimicking one that their primal instincts are stimulated, unleashing the latent Blutz waves within and facilitating their transformation into giant apes. This encapsulates the true essence of the great ape transformation. Best, a master of psychology, possesses the capability to hypnotize himself. Even in complete darkness, he can vividly conjure the image of a full moon in his mind and convince himself of its authenticity. Consequently, his transformation diverges from that of other scions. He can, to a certain degree, achieve this metamorphosis at any time and place, independent of external stimuli. As long as the Blutz waves within him are not depleted, he can sustain his giant ape form indefinitely. On the desolate earth, a colossal gorilla roars, bellowing with fury. Occasionally, it emits a towering beam of light from its mouth, akin to a raging dragon, obliterating everything visible in its path into mere rubble. Even the sprawling mountains and hills are swiftly leveled, reduced to nothingness. The raging ape violently pounds the rocky terrain, thrashing about as if to vent its pent-up fury and the surging energy within. Suddenly, it leaps high into the air, then descends with ferocious intensity, its limbs crashing into the ground, producing a resounding crack as the earth trembles. In an instant, a massive crater, reminiscent of one struck by a colossal meteor, appears on the surface of the planet, with numerous wide fissures radiating outward, gradually covering the entire asteroid. The force of the Berserk Ape strike is astonishing. Leaving onlookers astounded and incredulous, it is a display of might that transcends mere calculations of power. Generally speaking, ordinary cosmic warriors, when obliterating planets, rely on cunning techniques regardless of the methods employed. It is akin to piercing a balloon with a needle. The needle's mass is not sufficient to crush the balloon, but its sharp tip can effortlessly breach the balloon's surface, providing an escape route for the air within, allowing it to erupt within mere fractions of a second. The principle remains the same when they unleash shockwaves upon a planet's surface. The ability to annihilate a planet does not stem from their inherent capacity to destroy celestial bodies, but rather from their application of certain principles that trigger the planet's self-destruction mechanisms. In cases of direct scattering, the results are considerably less impressive. They can merely create a few openings on the planet's exterior, rather than exerting direct influence on its interior. Now, the colossal gorilla, transformed by Best, shatters the surface with sheer force, a feat that surpasses previous efforts by an immeasurable margin, akin to the difference between cracking a walnut with teeth versus using one's hands. The comparison is strikingly evident. Thus, even if this asteroid possesses a modest mass and overly loose strata, achieving such a feat is indeed remarkable. Were this to occur in the past, even a warrior with combat prowess exceeding 1 million would have been incapable of such an act. It necessitated reliance on energy attacks rather than brute force. In a normal state, my physical capabilities are approximately 20 times that of an average person. And upon transforming into a giant ape, they soar to an astonishing 230 times. My tolerance has also significantly increased. Thus far, I have endured the madness of the gene for 1 minute and 36 seconds, surpassing my previous record by over 10 seconds. The energy intensity has risen from 45 watts to 80 watts, nearly doubling. It appears that one's endurance can indeed evolve alongside their physical attributes rather than remaining static. Best silently calculated while allowing the gorilla to wreak havoc, trampling the planet beneath its feet until it was nearly shattered. Among the vast fissures, a faint crimson hue emerged, intermittently erupting with searing flames. The surface fragmentation intensified the internal magma activities, permeating through to the surface. If this continues, this asteroid shall not endure much longer. Remarkably, I have yet to reach my limit. It seems that my body, after the transformation into a giant ape, has reached a threshold where, to some extent, it can withstand the explosive potential of the Scion's perfect genes. If successful, I would become the first Scion to achieve a complete gene energy outburst without succumbing to death. Currently, Scions are classified into 3 categories. The first category includes warriors like Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, representing 999 of all Scions throughout history. They are a naturally combative race, predisposed to battle and possessing volatile temperaments. Their physiques are exceedingly robust, and their strength significantly increases after recovering from severe injuries. Best posits that their gene chains are triggered when they are on the brink of death, releasing an immense amount of energy. Therefore, their bodies are rather ordinary and lack substantial research value. The second category encompasses legendary Scions like Broly and the likes of Petra. It is said that every millennium, a singular entity is born, endowed from its inception with an extraordinary reservoir of power, representing the mightiest and most valiant warrior of the Scion lineage. They require no rigorous training. Even in their quotidian existence, their combat prowess burgeons with the passage of time, eliciting both astonishment and envy. This phenomenon arises from their genetic strands, which exist in a state of extreme instability, akin to a door ajar, perpetually releasing energy that influences their physical form. Consequently, their mental state tends to resemble that of a great ape, teetering on the brink of madness. When they unleash their full potential, the resulting terror is beyond comprehension. As for the final category, there have yet to be any successful instances. Best can only be regarded as a half-formed entity. The 2 Scion clones previously confined in Dr. Fight's subterranean laboratory also fall into this category. After undergoing gene completion injections, their genetic chains were in a state of wild volatility, nearly fully open. continuously erupting with surging energy. Typically, in mere seconds, they could obliterate a host. This was the fundamental reason Dr. Fight's Super Saiyan project encountered insurmountable obstacles. He had fundamentally misstepped in his approach. At present, Best's endeavor is to achieve equilibrium between these two extremes. Should he succeed, he would ascend into the ranks of the third type of Saiyan, wielding a power that is supremely divine. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 11. The Catastrophe 12 Years Hints and Truth. The third category of Saiyan exists solely in theory. In the realm of reality, its realization is exceedingly unlikely. Prior to this, Best had conducted countless calculations using a supercomputer. The resultant data indicated that only a Saiyan like Petla, with a partially open genetic chain and freely augmenting strength, represented the most rational existence. While the Saiyan genetics are undeniably perfect, they harbor a fatal flaw. No matter how robust Best's physique may be, capable of withstanding such explosive energy. Should the genetic chain erupt excessively, it would inevitably rupture, reducing everything to naught. Conversely, if the body cannot endure, it will be ruptured by the surging energy, leading to a catastrophic demise. This relationship is strikingly simple and pure. Thus, once unleashed, the average individual can merely close their eyes and await their fate. Yet now, Best forges a new path, possessing a 90% assurance regarding this experiment. Otherwise, given his disposition, he would not take such risks lightly, trifling with his own life. It seems that his body is nearing its limits. The final assessment indicates a capacity of 1.2 million. In post-Great Ape transformation, he might retain approximately 80,000 to 130,000. The growth rate has increased by roughly 25 times compared to the original energy intensity. Indeed, it is terrifying. However, such a dramatic increase at the outset is comprehensible, especially under my deliberate suppression. Thus, let us conclude the first phase of the experiment and commence the simulation of genetic chain rupture. As this thought crystallized in Best's mind, the rampaging gorilla suddenly paused. Becoming utterly still, it felt as though an immense force was constraining him, rendering him incapable of any further movements. Engaging in such activities resembled cradling a ticking time bomb. Yet haste was not an option. One misstep could lead to utter devastation. Best silently admonished himself. Meanwhile, the mutated organization within his skull, which had inflicted countless agonies upon him, began to operate in a frenzy alongside his own brain, as if his mind housed two supercomputers. A gentle wave of psychic energy cascaded down like a net, enveloping his entire being. Under the guidance of this mental force, the wildly fluctuating and tumultuous cells within Best gradually began to calm, and before long, they fell silent. Logically speaking, a human body contains billions of cells. While it might be feasible to attend to one or two, it is impossible to manage the sheer volume of mutated cells. Yet, Best had achieved this feat. With the assistance of the mutated organization, he effectively possessed two brains, or rather, two extraordinarily powerful supercomputers, capable of dispersing his psychic energy into billions of fragments, precisely targeting each individual cell. Such an ability transcended mere appearances, delving deep into the molecular and even quantum realms. In an instant, he could sever the vitality of another's cells, extinguishing their very life force. In other words, this was the essence of meticulousness. The uncontrollable genetic chain was akin to a rusted iron gate that could no longer be shut. In that moment, Best's objective was not to fully embrace this chaos and let it erupt uncontrollably, but rather to apply a touch of lubricant to the rusty gate at the opportune moment, allowing him to close it once again. Of course, his ability to achieve this was predicated upon his profound understanding of himself and the countless previous experiments he had conducted. Were he to face a different subject, he would not possess such precise control. Nevertheless, merely aiding himself in completing this simulation was sufficient to deplete the majority of Best's mental fortitude, even causing him to lapse into a brief state of unconsciousness. Suddenly, the form of the giant ape was forcibly retracted. The enormous gorilla, amidst a whirlwind of sensations, continued to diminish, transforming into a frail youth. A chuckle escaped him, a 90% success rate. It appeared that Lady Luck was indeed on my side. There was no need to squander a wish to have Petra resurrect me. Although the transformation had been undone, at that moment, Best found himself utterly drained of strength. His body convulsed, with each nerve and muscle appearing grotesquely swollen, involuntarily twitching and inflicting waves of excruciating pain. It seemed the planet was on the verge of explosion. Dying here would be most unwise. Fortunately, I had prepared for this eventuality. The watch adorning Best's wrist emitted a series of beeping sounds as a small aircraft, previously positioned nearby, unleashed a magnificent plume of flame and paused not far away. "No more, I concede," a child remarked, standing upon the desolate plains of Mexstar. Hearing this, Darcel felt his body weaken, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. Beads of cold sweat adorned his brow as he cast a bitter glance at Petra in the distance, muttering, "What a troublesome little brat." The victor, breathless and utterly exhausted, contrasted sharply with the loser, who remained brimming with energy, untouched even by a scratch. The situation exuded an air of absurdity and strangeness. Yet, such was the reality. Under Darcel's formidable onslaught as a martial artist, techniques such as the phantom fist, transformation, and concealed presence converged upon Petra. In an instant, Petra's defenses crumbled, receiving a thorough beating that left him momentarily dazed. Accustomed to the straightforward brutality of combat, Petra struggled to adapt to this intricate style of fighting, remaining perpetually on the defensive, treated as a living target for Darcel's practice. However, Darcel equally felt a profound frustration. Despite pouring every ounce of his strength into each strike, he could not breach Petra's defenses nor inflict any real harm upon the child. It was as if this seemingly fragile boy were not of flesh and blood, but rather a creature forged from indestructible steel. Thus, the two remained locked in this peculiar stalemate, continuing the battle to this very moment. In truth, Petra's indomitable spirit would never allow him to concede, even if it meant facing a brutal defeat. Yet, the oppressive nature of this fight left him utterly disinterested. Lacking a deep understanding of the nature of energy, he felt an inexplicable aversion to overly complicated techniques, rendering him incapable of finding any intrigue in this form of combat. Through this exchange, Petra recognized the martial artist's reputation was well-deserved, far surpassing that of a mere warrior. However, such techniques demanded an equal measure of strength to realize their full potential. Otherwise, they amounted to nothing more than empty shells. Nevertheless, as a Scion warrior, he thrived under adversity, growing fiercer and more resolute with each passing moment. The longer the battle endured, the more invigorated he became. Once roused, no opponent could stand against him, unless they could extinguish him in an instant. Otherwise, anyone would ultimately fall victim to his relentless assault. Observing that his opponent was already winded, Petra felt little inclination to continue the fight. He understood that as long as he maintained his position, victory was inevitable, merely a matter of waiting for Darcel to exhaust his energy. Yet, such a mode of triumph would be nothing short of a disgrace. Thus, he would rather concede at this moment than attain such a hollow victory. After a while, Darcel stood up, remarkably having regained most of his expended energy, which was indeed astonishing, particularly so, as this phenomenon occurred in an elderly man whose vitality had waned, leaving one utterly bewildered. "Child, you possess great strength," he remarked with a cough. "I assume you did not exert much effort just now." "Indeed, I promised not to draw upon more than your energy." "I cannot go back on my word," Petra nodded earnestly. "What an excessively honest child he is," Darcel mused, momentarily taken aback and pondering. Yet, he soon considered that this young lad did not possess the cunning of his elder counterpart. Why not seize the opportunity to inquire about the calamity that would befall Namek in a few years? With this resolve, Darcel could hardly contain his curiosity and eagerly asked, "Child, do you know what disaster awaits Namek? Prior to this, did your brother impart any knowledge to you?" "Yes," Petra contemplated briefly before uttering words that tightened Darcel's heart. "My brother mentioned that in 12 years, Namek will attract an extraordinarily powerful cosmic force. Their leader will become my most formidable adversary." 12 years, you say? Darcel lacked the luxury of pondering how best understood this so clearly. He merely murmured, "I wonder, to what extent is that individual powerful?" "At least 100 times stronger than I am now." Petra extended his hands and silently calculated for a moment before suddenly speaking. "What?" Darcel exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Petra, beads of sweat forming on his azure skin. How could he possibly be so powerful? Petra nodded seriously, stating, "Within 10 years, I am confident I can elevate my strength to 100 times what it is now. Since he can be my opponent, he must possess at least equal strength to mine. Thus, 100 times is merely a conservative estimate. Awaken, O Scion." Chapter 12. 3 Wishes. Several hours later, the unfortunate little planet, which had borne the brunt of Best's unleashed power, could no longer withstand the cataclysmic upheaval from within. With a tremendous roar, it disintegrated like fireworks, utterly transforming into cosmic dust. However, at that very moment, the The architect of this chaos had already returned to Namek aboard a small spacecraft, reappearing beneath the watchful eyes of the dragon Purunga. Observing Best, whose complexion resembled that of one gravely ill, the elder's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he slowly remarked, "It seems you have completed a certain stage of transformation. The energy emanating from you is distinctly altered." "One could say that," Best replied. Best remarked, however, "This merely serves as a preliminary validation of a hypothesis. There remains a long journey ahead before we can claim success." At that moment, two blinding beams of light suddenly streaked across the sky, and amidst the vast, inky darkness of the night, a swift descent occurred. It was Petera and Dasser who, sensing Best's presence, had returned to hone their skills. "Brother, are you all right?" Petera inquired, gazing at Best's pale complexion with concern. "I'm fine. I'm perfectly well," Best replied with a reassuring smile. He then turned to Dasser and added, "This little fellow is quite the warrior. He must have sought you out for a battle. I truly apologize for the inconvenience." "What? Oh." Dasser appeared momentarily perplexed, as if he had not fully comprehended the words, and after a brief pause, he responded with an awkward expression, "It's nothing. He is very strong. In fact, I am hardly his match." "Well then, let us commence. We must not keep the dragon waiting." The Grand Elder, having worked alongside Dasser for many years, could easily discern that his old companion was currently disoriented and not fully present. Clearing his throat, he interrupted their inconsequential exchange. The Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Best, asking calmly, "Child, tell me, what is your second wish?" Without uttering a word, Best merely nodded towards his wristwatch. The black timepiece emitted 7 or 8 dense beams of laser light, which wove through the air to construct a grand luminous projection. The screen flickered gently, revealing a series of close-up images capturing the transformation of a planet. The cracked earth, desiccated rivers, and lifeless oceans all indicated that this was an exceedingly desolate world. However, this desolation appeared strangely abrupt. Signs of past species proliferation were evident throughout. Not long ago, the flora here had thrived abundantly, flourishing with vitality. One could only speculate what circumstances had drained this planet of its life force, rendering it so barren. What is this?" The Grand Elder abruptly rose, gazing in astonishment at the gigantic tree depicted on the screen. Could it be the legendary Tree of Spirits? Indeed, it is the Tree of Spirits. My second wish is to replenish this energy-depleted planet with boundless life energy, to nurture this divine tree and allow it to truly flourish, Best stated candidly, without reservation. "What do you intend to do?" The Grand Elder gasped, his composure fracturing as he exclaimed, "You are treading upon divine territory, which could bring unimaginable misfortune upon you. Moreover, with your capabilities, you surely do not require such external means to enhance your strength." "Certainly, I do not. However, I am simply curious to witness the miraculous transformation that will occur when this divine tree has feasted upon energy and truly matured," Best stated with a smile. He understood that everyone present was astute. There was no need for concealment. It was far better to speak openly and share one's genuine thoughts with one another. Cough, cough, cough. The divine dragon can only manifest that which has existed in history and cannot conjure from thin air. Are you certain that there exists an inexhaustible reservoir of life energy in this world? The Grand Elder suddenly inquired. Certainly. If not, how could the deities have planted the sacred tree in the first place? Would they resort to the annihilation of an entire planet, indiscriminately siphoning life energy? Best replied with a chuckle. The Grand Elder sighed and remarked, "Do you not feel that this is a challenge to certain rules? With my current strength, I am insufficient to alter the rules. I can only strive to adapt to them. From the existing rules, I shall seek the most potent means of evolution to enhance my own power." Best inhaled deeply, seemingly enchanted by the fresh air of Namek. He unabashedly declared, however, "When my power is sufficient to alter the rules, I wish to discover what lies beyond this universe. Is it an unbounded chaos, or a series of neatly arranged boxes, each housing a world akin to ours?" At times, possessing extensive knowledge does not equate to exceptional prowess. Those who aspire to change the rules inevitably fall victim to divine retribution, the Grand Elder stated calmly. "Are you referring to the malevolent sorcerer, Babidi, the creator of Majin Buu and father of Babidi?" Best suddenly inquired. "Ah, so you are familiar with that taboo name." Indeed, he too sought to alter the rules. And he was but a step away from success. The Grand Elder's tone grew somewhat unnatural, as if recalling an exceedingly terrifying memory that sent shivers down one's spine. This formidable sorcerer, who instills terror in the hearts of many, must still be confined within the infernal realms, I presume? Logically speaking, individuals such as Frisia, Cell, and Babidi, notorious for their malevolence, continue to wreak havoc in the depths of hell even after their demise, unbound by the constraints of King Yama. Why then? Has he vanished without a trace? It is as if his very existence has been deliberately erased. Surely, there lies some hidden truth within this mystery. Bastet nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Alas, at this juncture, I cannot go back on my word or dismiss your desires. I can only hope that you will conduct yourself wisely henceforth. The Grand Elder lamented. Subsequently, he conveyed Bastet's wish to Barunga in the language of planet Namek. I understand. Your wish remains within the realm of my capabilities. This time, Polona exhibited a marked contrast to his previous directness and candor. Instead, he paused for an extended moment before solemnly speaking. Simultaneously, hundreds of miles away, the ship's mainframe, connected to a series of communication devices, erupted into a frenzy of alarms. Attention! A substantial quantity of unidentified energy has been siphoned away. Attention! There exists no shortwave information pertaining to this particular energy within the computer. An analysis of this shortwave signal has commenced. Preliminary findings suggest that this energy shortwave is generated by the brainwaves of living beings. Specific details remain unquantifiable. Warning: another type of unidentified energy shortwave has been detected, coalescing near coordinates 234-456, which also corresponds to Polona himself. Please note, this energy is exceedingly perilous, entirely discordant with the energies of the material realm. Should it be released, it poses a significant threat of devastation to the world. Analysis complete. The mainframe lacks the capacity to dissect these two energy shortwaves. Mysterious shortwave A and mysterious shortwave B have been duly recorded. Further analysis will await the return to the main base, where connection to the supercomputer will allow for advanced examination. Thus it is revealed, the collective belief of sentient beings serves as a vast protective membrane enveloping the entire cosmos, akin to the ozone layer safeguarding Earth. Silently, it sustains this world, shielding it from the invasive energies of the negative universe. Once the power of belief wanes, the negative energies will seize the opportunity to infiltrate, resulting in the earlier predicament. However, given that the ship's mainframe was capable of detecting it, it appears that the void created by my wish is quite substantial. A flicker of brilliance crossed Best's eyes as he discreetly glanced at the Grand Elder, only to find him wearing a countenance of grave concern. It seemed he too had recognized the energy void elicited by my desire. Meanwhile, the imagery relayed by the wristwatch underwent a transformation. The celestial body known as T12, under the influence of an inexplicable energy, began to undergo violent changes. Minutes later, this turmoil gradually subsided. The earth remained that parched, cracked terrain, yet amidst the apparent desolation, not a single blade of grass could be discerned. However, every inch of soil and every breath of air emanated an extraordinary vitality. The essence of life was so potent that it nearly solidified into substance, instilling an utterly absurd sensation. Very well, your second wish has now been fulfilled. Now, please articulate your third wish. Polona turned his gaze toward Best, maintaining a rigid tone devoid of any alteration. This time, Best pondered for an extended period, so long that even the Grand Elder, Daxer, felt a twinge of unease. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself in this world. For many years, I believed I had acclimated to life here, no longer clinging to the memories of my past. Yet just moments ago, I realized that deep within my soul, I could not forget that world, nor the loved ones and friends I left behind. Best spoke softly, a flicker of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. Although it quickly vanished, it was nonetheless noticed by the astute Daxer. Once he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted his gaze and earnestly implored, if possible, please send the version of me that exists in that time back to his own world. Let him not repeat the mistakes I made. This presents an exceedingly challenging dilemma, as it necessitates reverting the erroneous timeline to its origin. It has been years since I encountered a youth so intriguing. In comparison, the aspirations for immortality seem utterly trivial. The Grand Elder mused to himself, a faint smile of bittersweet irony gracing his features. After making his wish, Best lingered on Namek for several days, further exchanging insights on mental abilities with the Grand Elder. After all, the inhabitants of Namek are undoubtedly masters in this realm. Although Best unexpectedly acquired a mutated capability, rendering his mental energy exceptionally formidable. His earlier endeavors in harnessing this energy had been largely self-taught, fraught with missteps along the way. Over the years, he had yet to formulate a comprehensive cultivation method. Thus, regardless of his prowess, Best could not be compared to these ancient sages who had dedicated countless years to their craft. especially in the presence of the Grand Elder. No matter how formidable Best might be, he could only adopt the role of a disciple, seated in quietude, absorbing the wisdom imparted to him. Meanwhile, Petra tempered her battle prowess, engaging in numerous skirmishes with the combat-oriented Namekians, fighting recklessly multiple times a day. Initially bewildered, she gradually acclimated to their peculiar and diverse combat styles, shifting from a defensive stance to an offensive one. In doing so, she developed her unique fighting technique. The experiences gleaned from these encounters proving invaluable. Yet, regardless of how long they tarried, they ultimately had to depart from this place and return to their homeland. On that day, the Best brothers departed aboard a small spacecraft, while numerous Namekians silently observed from below, bidding farewell to their newfound guests with a wave. The unpredictability of fate is indeed remarkable. At that moment, who could have foreseen that 7 years hence, Namek would transform into a hellish battlefield? By then, the tranquility that the Namekians had painstakingly preserved would be utterly shattered, trampled underfoot by those who coveted it, dissipating like a mere illusion. With his hands clasped behind his back, Best gazed down at the diminishing throng, lakes, and mountains, murmuring resolutely, "I shall never allow those individuals to ruin this place. Regardless of their numbers or strength, I will confront them." Petra silently observed Namek, and suddenly spoke with unwavering conviction, "Namek," upon a prominent hillside. As they looked up at the spacecraft that had transformed into stars, a figure known as Dacier sat cross-legged, having vanished for several days. Beside him was a small child, playfully chasing butterflies and catching caterpillars on the lush green grass. The innocent face of the child radiated a profound curiosity about the world, despite appearing merely 4 or 5 years of age. However, given the reproductive nature of Namekians, this child had likely just recently come into existence. Dacio abruptly coughed, his aged visage and ashen complexion evoking thoughts of an impending departure from life. "Neil, come here," he beckoned to the child. "Yes," replied the young Namekian, who, clutching a butterfly, joyfully rushed over to showcase his triumph to his father. "My child, do you understand? Our homeland is on the brink of an unavoidable catastrophe. Soon, all the beauty of this land will transform into a battlefield shrouded in smoke and chaos, devoid of its former splendor and peace." Dacier gently stroked Neil's head, gazing into the innocent eyes of the child, and sighed deeply. "If I had not encountered that scion child, I would have ensured your peaceful existence, allowing you to protect the elder and uphold our ancestral duty to safeguard Namek. However, upon learning that our future adversary is an exceptionally fearsome villain, I can only place my hopes upon you. Promise me, will you? You must diligently train and strengthen your abilities so that one day you may fight for the glory of our Namekian people." Neil stared, bewildered, into Dacier's loving eyes, the words echoing in his mind as he nodded earnestly. "My child, I am nearing the end of my days. Throughout my life, I have guarded Namek with trepidation, without a single dereliction of duty. I hope that you will likewise protect Namek with all your heart, safeguarding our homeland and preventing even the slightest spark of war from tarnishing this land. Forgive my selfishness in placing such a heavy burden upon your shoulders." "Forgive me," Dacier murmured, suddenly grasping Neil's shoulders with fervor, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. "We cannot place all our hopes in outsiders. If we cannot even defend our own homeland, what right do we have to call ourselves warriors? I am destined to perish. This body serves no purpose. It would be better for you to absorb me, to devour my strength and soul. No, no, I cannot accept your death." Neil was taken aback, his large eyes brimming with tears as he cried out, "Listen to me. Only in this way can you become stronger." Dacier replied with a faint smile. In an instant, his body transformed into photons, erupting without warning. "Alert! Alert! A massive energy response detected near coordinates 675 for 198. Energy intensity at 34W. The ship's mainframe blared an alarm. Best was momentarily stunned, taking a second to comprehend the situation. "Next time I visit Namek, it will surely be an adventure. Awaken, Scion." Chapter 14. Stepping into a new era. GOLD. Roger, the Pirate King, once proclaimed that the will inherited through generations, the evolution of time, and the dreams of humanity are unstoppable forces. As long as people continue to seek the answers to freedom, this pursuit shall never cease. These few words encapsulate not only his lifelong conviction and the dreams of the world, but also eloquently express Best's own beliefs. Nurturing the spirit tree with boundless vitality was merely his first step. By recalibrating the erroneous timelines to their origins, he could restore countless parallel versions of himself to their original worlds, preventing tragedy and positioning himself as the singular entity within this realm, be it past or future. In this world, there exists only one best, as depicted in the Li Lianjia movie universe. The main antagonist, Gabriel, can siphon life and energy from each of his duplicates he eliminates. He firmly believes that by extinguishing all his parallel selves, the remaining version shall attain godlike powers, immortality, and eternal glory. Of course, this is merely an experiment, and its efficacy remains to be seen. Moreover, Best is not foolish enough to believe that merely wishing for such a fate would grant him divinity and everlasting life. This is not his aspiration. Time does not pause for any individual. The relentless current of time surges forth like an unyielding tide, racing ahead without respite. In the years to come, a myriad of events shall unfold. Many occurrences have already embarked on distinctly divergent paths, irrevocably altered. In the far reaches of the northern galaxy lies a vibrant blue planet, the very origin of all tales, Earth. 6 months prior, a demon who claimed the title of King Piccolo suddenly emerged, launching a relentless assault on the king's city and capturing the monarch of the Democratic faction. The entire ordeal was broadcast live through cameras to global media, instantly shocking the world. The terrifying demon showcased the formidable prowess of a warrior, not only overpowering the machinery of the state with his personal might but achieving an overwhelming victory. Such a fantastical event delivered a resounding slap to the faces of politicians who incessantly prattled on. It spread like a rapid plague, shrouding the entire world in an atmosphere of dread and terror. In a moment, everyone was engulfed in fear, and the tranquility of days gone by was lost. However, King Piccolo's reign was transient. He departed as swiftly as he arrived. Just as he intended to obliterate the western capital and transform the entire Earth into his playground for slaughter, a youth named Sun Wukong hurriedly appeared, engaging him in a life-and-death struggle. Ultimately, King Piccolo faltered, his chest shattered by Sun Wukong's dragon fist, his ambitions and desires extinguished on the path of conquest. Yet, this was merely the beginning. On the Pacific Ocean, as the sun rose, it ignited countless shimmering waves, reminiscent of millions of golden carp swimming in unison, venturing to far-off places in search of the legendary Dragon Gate. A child, clad in oversized garments with green skin, traversed the tumultuous waves with an expression of nonchalance, as if strolling leisurely. Inadvertently glancing back, he witnessed a cargo ship, heralded by its blaring horn, suddenly tilt as if an invisible hand had forcefully toppled it. Moments later, the capsized vessel was engulfed by the sea, meeting its demise in the depths of the ocean. The scene shifts to a violently erupting volcano. A youth with an eccentric hairstyle and youthful visage grinned broadly, sprinting up the mountainside, burdened by a boulder weighing several tons. Behind him flowed a torrent of molten lava, cascading down like an avalanche. In the sky, a corpulent figure clad in ancient Arabian garb scrutinized a stopwatch, calculating the youth's performance. Suddenly, the stout man widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wukong, you are remarkable. You've made even greater progress." Deep within the mountains, a mighty river cascaded over rocky cliffs, resembling a dragon hanging upside down, crashing down with thunderous force. A bald man, bare-chested and muscular, stood steadfast beneath the waterfall. Suddenly, his brow twitched, and a third eye opened upon his smooth forehead, causing the cascading waters to momentarily halt, exploding outward like a burst of spray. Everything appears to be proceeding along its original trajectory, seemingly untouched by any external forces. However, on the grander chessboard of the cosmos, the storm stirred by the butterfly known as Best has begun to reveal its formidable claws, affecting an ever-increasing number of individuals. This has left the ruler of the northern galaxy in a state of utter turmoil. In this year, Quila, poised to unleash its full potential, harbored no reservations. It dispatched an inexhaustible legion of biochemical monstrosities, having wholly appropriated Dr. Fight's experimental base. One star system after another fell under its dominion. The bloodshed upon its hands rendered incalculable. In an instant, the northern galaxy descended into chaos, no longer resembling its former tranquility. In this year, the self-proclaimed cosmic emperor, Frisia, could not resist the allure of the colossal cake and resolutely ventured beyond his dominion to compete with other colonial powers. In a bid to outpace his brother and conquer more territories, the beleaguered Frisia committed all of his soldiers to the battlefield. He further assembled 15 elite combat squads, each composed solely of distinguished warriors, tasked with undertaking exceptionally challenging missions at the front lines. Among them was a young scion named Vegeta. In this tumultuous year, which has swept across the entire universe, countless reclusive powerhouses have emerged, each driven by diverse motives, some to defend their homeland, while others seek to satisfy their personal desires. They have stepped onto this vast cosmic stage with varying intentions, performing remarkable displays in both light and shadow. Among them are several familiar names, such as Redok, Muchi, and Machi, characters from Dragon Ball GT, each possessing strength comparable to that of Frieza. There is even the infamous Dr. Reiki, who can harness resentment to create death warriors. Featured in the Dragon Ball movie The Saiyan Extinction Plan. However, none of these events concern Best. At this moment, he has set foot upon the land of Igelas. Returning to the base he constructed. Observing the orderly environment of the base, Best couldn't help but feel immense joy. The smile on his face was natural and warm, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, providing immense comfort, in stark contrast to his previous cold and rigid demeanor. This remarkable transformation caused the researchers passing by to turn their heads frequently, filled with astonishment. Outside a special chamber, Best, accompanied by several doctors clad in white coats, opened the heavy hatch. Upon entering, he beheld a spacious room filled with an array of cribs, each containing a plethora of cherubic infants. Most astonishingly, each of these little ones bore a small tail reminiscent of a monkey. Indeed, they appeared to be in excellent health. Best pinched the cheek of one of the tiny creatures, only to be met with a surprising display of defiance as the little one swatted his finger away with a fierce expression, wiping the sweat from his brow. One of the attending doctors cautiously remarked, "In accordance with your instructions, we have spent 10 months meticulously simulating the growth of a fetus within the womb, allowing them to develop. Hence, they are as healthy as normally born infants." "That's splendid," Best replied. "These little ones are delightful. Exercise extra caution when it comes to disease prevention." Just as he was about to elaborate further, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation at his feet. Looking down, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. A bare-bottomed little one had somehow escaped from its crib and crawled onto his foot. The doctor's expression shifted dramatically as he sternly reprimanded the nearby nurses. "What is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch over these little ones? How did a child manage to escape from its crib?" The young nurse shrank back, her large eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly aggrieved. "Do not scold them," Best interjected with a smile. "This little rascal must simply be too mischievous." He then carefully lifted the spirited infant, bringing it closer to his eyes. "What a restless little imp you are, at such a tender age. Already attempting an escape. How will you be managed when you grow up?" Upon hearing Best's words, the baby let out a delightful, bubbling laugh. The adorable little creature seemed to be endearing itself to the man before it. Such a charming little sprite, truly irresistible. "By the way, what should I call you? How about Alex?" Best, holding the little one, suddenly had a moment of inspiration and bestowed upon him this name. Awaken. Chapter 15, The Super Saiyan Project, Part 1. When one is engrossed in a single pursuit, time invariably slips away swiftly. 12 years may appear lengthy, yet for Best, who was fervently dedicated to his research, it was but a fleeting moment. T12, a planet once shrouded in the shadow of death and nearly devoid of life energy, was transformed by Best's singular wish into a realm of boundless vitality. Not only did it evade the fate of being drained by the Tree of Might, but it also miraculously revived, bursting forth with vigorous life. However, this newfound vitality was far from normal. It could even be deemed grotesque. Much like a river poisoned by the effluence of a chemical plant, it underwent a series of transformations, resulting in a state of eutrophication. The aftermath was a rampant proliferation of microorganisms, which encroached upon the living space essential for ordinary aquatic life, rendering them unable to survive. Thus, despite every inch of land and every breath of air being saturated with an overwhelming energy, traces of flora were exceedingly rare. Conversely, the roots of the Tree of Might erupted, giving rise to countless branches, like a coiled dragon piercing through the Earth's crust and surface, enveloping the entire planet in its dense network of roots. The surface of the planet bore no semblance of soil. Instead, it was a terrifying and grotesque sight, filled with intertwined massive roots. Within the trunk of the Tree of Might, there existed a vast hollow, covered with a thick layer of panels and energy-saving lights. After traversing a dim and narrow passage, the space suddenly opened up, evoking a sensation akin to finding a glimmer of hope amidst despair. The interior of the tree hollow was immense, reminiscent of the fabled paradises of yore. Illuminated by bright lights, it appeared remarkably pristine and orderly. In this plaza-like expanse, a multitude of costly instruments and machinery were operational, creating a symphony of beeps and whirs. It was indeed a well-equipped research facility. At that moment, Two children, both in their early teens, stood nervously inside a large, sealed apparatus. Waves of light, akin to floating ribbons, continuously washed over their bodies, recording the changes within. The electronic display nearby revealed their likenesses, confirming that they were a boy and a girl, two young Saiyans. Let us begin. A young man with a shaved head stood outside the apparatus, gesturing toward the interior through the elliptical alloy glass. Upon receiving the signal, two children's expressions tightened, and they instinctively clenched their fists, as if preparing for a tug-of-war, their nerves taut and their strength fully summoned. The third phase of the Super Saiyan project was about to commence, initiating the data analysis. As the two children exerted all their might, a sudden surge of golden energy erupted from their bodies, resembling a blazing inferno of golden flames, fiercely radiant and exuberant. Ray, Purusha, do not be anxious. Simply act as you normally would. Best observe the children silently. He noticed their eyes gradually manifesting a hint of green, oscillating eerily between shades of green and black. The energy emanating from them fluctuated unpredictably, amplifying dozens of times, much like two unstable bombs on the verge of detonation. From the age of 2, you have been chosen and brought here. Over the past decade, you have consumed countless fruits of the spirit tree. The energy you have accumulated within far exceeds that of an ordinary Saiyan, sufficient to shatter the barriers of the primal Saiyan and ascend to become Super Saiyans. Now, close your eyes. Attempt to perceive the changes occurring within your bodies. Listen to the sound of your blood. Is there not an overwhelming, exhilarating impulse coursing through you? Best gazed at the two children, establishing a mental bridge with them. Though his lips remained still, his thoughts continuously nudged and hypnotized them, striving to propel them into a state of heightened exhilaration. After a period of soothing, witnessing the two children gradually stabilize into a focused state, Best stroked his chin and inquired of the computer, "What are the current readings?" Experimental Subject 1, Ray male, brain activity increased by 55, cellular vitality enhanced by 23. 5 times. Energy intensity is on a continuous rise. Status, highly exhilarated, agitated. Experimental Subject 2, Purusha, female, brain activity increased by 70, cellular vitality enhanced by 27 times. Energy intensity is on a continuous rise. Status, extremely fearful, agitated. Best gaze fixed upon the little girl, who bit her lip and clenched her fists, her mouth twitching slightly. Fear? Again? He pondered. What could this little one be afraid of? Or why does she exhibit such strong resistance to my comforting presence? Akin to a wary young leopard perpetually on guard against potential threats? Such thoughts occupied Best's mind as he intently observed the fluctuations within the apparatus. Suddenly, the golden aura radiating from Purusha swelled once more, subtly emanating an extraordinarily powerful magnetic field. Countless minute flashes of lightning flickered in the void, crackling and dancing in a lively display. Immediately thereafter, her tousled hair stood on end as if electrified. The originally tied-back black tresses broke free from their constraints, appearing as though they were ablaze, transforming into a resplendent and dazzling golden hue. The little girl, after undergoing her transformation, suddenly leaped into the air, her petite form stretching taut like a long bow in the void. It seemed as if every inch of her skin and each strand of hair brimmed with explosive, terrifying power. Within her eyes flickered an intense and reckless ambition as she glanced at Best, revealing a palpable impulse and exhilaration. She appeared highly aggressive, harboring a strong hostility towards me. Although she cloaked it well, her subtle emotional fluctuations were still evident to me, revealing her as a child unversed in the art of deception. Yet, this very quality was what I found appealing. Otherwise, I would not have singled out you few unstable elements to conduct experiments here. Within the apparatus, the space encased in alloy glass, though comparable to a room in size, could not withstand the overwhelming force of a Super Saiyan's movements. With a mere sweep of golden energy, that layer of alloy glass, capable of withstanding the impact of space meteorites, shattered explosively, disintegrating into dust. Purusha spun mid-air, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, yet landed silently, causing not a single sound. She delicately settled beside Best, anxiously gazing at the scattered shards of glass around her, her face flushing as she softly murmured, "Uncle, I apologize. I couldn't maintain control." What an adorable little spirit, managing to suppress her momentary restlessness in a fraction of a second and continuing to lie in wait. Truly remarkable. In contrast, Ray had faltered significantly. Just moments ago, he had displayed blatant murderous intent towards me, an act of sheer folly. Do not dwell on it. It seems your talent far surpasses that of Ray. A wider smile spread across Best's face as he effortlessly breached the aggressive golden aura enveloping her. He casually reached out to touch Purusha's radiant golden hair. In that instant of contact, Purusha's body tensed up, as if startled by an immense fright. Awaken. 3 minutes later, the boy named Ray had also completed his metamorphosis, breaking through the barriers of the Scion's feral instincts with a furious roar, erupting in a flash of lightning as he ascended to Super Saiyan. At the moment of transformation, a bloodthirsty grin stretched across the child's face, his facial muscles contorting with intense ferocity. He cast a glance at Purusha, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes, seemingly reproaching her for her inaction. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl had reverted to her previous state, coldly regarding him with a barely perceptible shake of her chin. Throughout all this, Best appeared utterly oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on the data displayed on the computer, betraying no discernible emotion. After a considerable pause, he finally stroked his chin and addressed the two children. Well, the results of the third phase of the experiment have finally emerged. You've both worked hard this time. Ray, Purusha, you may step outside now. All right, Uncle. Purusha exhaled with relief, the tension that had gripped her body beginning to dissipate. Noticing Ray's bewildered gaze, she coldly grasped his sleeve and half-dragged him out. Although she had been psychologically prepared, the outcome of the experiment was indeed disheartening. Best closed his eyes, instinctively pressing his temples, a faint smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. In truth, their energy intensity under normal conditions was already approaching that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, their prolonged dependence on the fruits of the Tree of Might had reduced their energy utilization to a mere 5%. The rate of energy expenditure was 10 times that of others, meaning they could not maintain their transformed state for long. Furthermore, once engaged in battle, that figure would multiply several times over. Given their physical constitution, they were ill-equipped for prolonged conflict. The final and most crucial point was that all the aforementioned deficiencies had become entrenched and were irreparable. Nevertheless, my Super Saiyan project has finally made some progress. Dr. Fight, if you were aware from beyond, you would surely be grateful to me. Reflecting on the past, Dr. Fight had utilized the remnants of Saiyan blood samples as a foundation, employing biological means for restoration, ultimately leading to the successful cloning of Saions. This remarkable feat revived a nearly extinct race, bringing them back into existence. However, this individual's ambitions were excessively grand, resorting to unscrupulous methods to achieve his goals. His motive for cloning the Scions was to assemble an invincible Scion army, granting himself the power to overpower King Cooled and even to dominate the universe. This ambition led to the subsequent inhumane Super Saiyan project. Of course, due to his overreaching aspirations and lack of understanding, compounded by the severe consequences of gene drug misuse, Dr. Fight died without succeeding in his plan. Instead, he left behind an immensely rich legacy for Best, enabling the project to be genuinely perfected and elevated in his hands. By augmenting individual strength with external forces and employing certain methods to stimulate their emotions, he would facilitate their ascension. This was merely a branch derived from Best's Super Saiyan project. Although it yielded rapid results, it also harbored significant risks. Thus, from the very beginning of the experiment, Best held little hope. He merely approached it as a trivial endeavor, utilizing the resources at his disposal for a small experiment. Now, the results from the third phase of the experiment had indeed corroborated Best's initial thoughts. These two children, forcibly elevated in combat power through the tree's fruit, appeared vigorous. Yet their future was decidedly bleak. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, the two children felt an unsettling sense that someone was watching them from the shadows. The hurried footsteps quickened, vanishing anxiously down the corridor, akin to two small creatures eager to break free, unwilling to compromise despite the hunter's soothing attempts. They were determined to devise every possible means to escape the confines of their prison, which bound them from freedom. In this regard, both intelligence and insight were markedly superior in Purusha compared to Ray. The unfortunate Ray seemed to possess only brawn in his mind, contemplating an attack against me despite his lack of any viable chance. This, however, was quite consistent with the brash and arrogant traits of male Scions. Regrettably, Best shook his head, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly exhaling a sigh. Genetically speaking, both Best and Pietra were merely second-generation clones, directly replicated from the original few sets of bloodlines. 80% of the experimental subjects used in research back then were such clones. To put it bluntly, they were mere products rolling off an assembly line, crafted with rough precision and little finesse, belonging to the category of mass production. Physiologically, They retained the physical appearance and characteristics of their original bloodline. However, these children differed significantly. Though products of the laboratory, they had transcended the classification of mere clones in certain aspects, evolving into distinct scion individuals. Indeed, Dr. Fight had once questioned whether his research had veered into a misguided direction, leading to repeated failures and stagnation. After considerable contemplation, he hastily initiated a second plan, blending and optimizing genes from two or more groups through hybrid breeding. Subsequently, he would select the strongest and most exceptional seeds, fertilizing them artificially to cultivate embryos. He intended to forego drug injections initially, focusing on nurturing a batch of outstanding scion individuals and observing their growth to gather detailed data for future considerations. Thus, these delightful little beings came into existence. In terms of lineage, they resembled the descendants of Best after several generations, exhibiting remarkable physical strength and resilience. Due to Dr. Fight's enhancements and optimizations regarding their bloodlines, these youngsters came exceedingly close to the royal lineage of Vegeta, inheriting nearly all the commendable genes characteristic of scions. Theoretically, they possess superior developmental potential compared to ordinary scion warriors. Yet, during the incubation of the 300 fertilized eggs, two exhibited distinctly abnormal traits, namely, Purusha and Ray. A caregiver had detected that their brain activity during the fetal stage significantly surpassed that of other embryos. Even more astonishing was the fact that the brain waves they emitted were comparable to those of a child aged 8 or 9. At the time, this was an unimaginable phenomenon. The only explanation was that they possessed consciousness from the moment of their birth, capable of imagination and thought. When Best first received this news, he was utterly astonished. He had initially believed that they, like himself, were outsiders who had arrived here for some inexplicable reason. Thus, he had been covertly observing the growth of these two youngsters, even going so far as to isolate them from other scion children, creating a dedicated experimental base for them, where certain experiments could be conducted. It was only a few years ago that Best finally discerned the truth. These two were not traversers like himself, but rather individuals who had activated a segment of their genetic code, resulting in the revival of certain memories, much like the two scion clones he had awakened in the experimental base of Fit years prior. This realization was the foremost reason behind their animosity towards him. Furthermore, Best discovered that the two had been secretly plotting ways to eliminate him, the one who can find their freedom, in order to seize all the treasures for themselves. Of course, no matter how cunning the prey, they could not escape the keen eyes of the seasoned hunter. In Best's view, these two clever little rascals were quite amusing and brought him a modicum of entertainment during his moments of ennui. Nothing more than that. Awaken. Scion Chapter 17. The Super Saiyan Project, Part 3, standing at the mouth of the cavern, surrounded by a wooden structure that appeared to have been hewn with precision. It was as rigid and formidable as any sheer cliff, seemingly more steep and perilous than any precipice. Gazing outward, one beheld a sea of mist and rolling clouds, an expanse of white that seemed boundless. The magnificent cloud sea shifted incessantly with the winds, presenting an array of bizarre and unpredictable forms. A gust of cool wind swept over the faces of the two children, causing them to involuntarily shrug their shoulders, enveloped in a sense of chilling solitude at such heights. At this moment, the spiritual tree had grown considerably compared to 7 years prior. It appeared no longer as a frail singular entity, but rather resembled a continuous range of mountains, rising majestically to touch the heavens. A faint, ancient aura emanated from it, reminiscent of the mythical Mount Bujo, the world tree that upholds the heavens and the earth, stirring the heart and leaving one in awe. In the cloud sea, the two diminutive figures flitted about like playful fish, lively and elusive. In an instant, they resembled arrows released from a bow, their speed astonishing. Why didn't you act earlier? Do you think we cannot defeat him together? Lei cautiously surveyed the surroundings before suddenly grasping Palusha's arm and speaking with a fierce intensity. Kill him? On what grounds? Palusha withdrew her arm, her body momentarily pausing, yet she remained steadily suspended within the mist, her expression cold as she responded. You dare question our capability? Damn it. We transformed just moments ago. We have become the legendary Super Saiyans. With such overwhelming power, what could possibly hinder us? Ha. I felt as if I could shatter the spiritual tree with a single punch. Lei's eyes sparkled with fervor, his excitement palpable. Fool. Purusha let out a cold snort. Speaking with disdain, what is a Super Saiyan worth? Is he not merely a specimen for testing data? After all we've been through, have you still not discerned his true strength? That fellow is an unfathomable monster, astonishingly powerful. Our previous schemes have likely not eluded his gaze. He simply cannot be bothered to reckon with us. If he were to take us seriously, given our current state, we would undoubtedly falter within 2 exchanges. What a jest! For all these years, apart from those tedious experiments, he has shown not the slightest hint of his capabilities. Do refrain from frightening yourself unnecessarily. Ray's eyes widened. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he exclaimed in disbelief. This is precisely where his terror lies. Prush sighed, casting his gaze upon the undulating sea of clouds beneath them, suddenly proclaiming, "From now on, let go of such thoughts. In truth, living as we do now is rather agreeable." Beneath the world tree, immense, gnarled roots were enveloped in lush moss and low-lying ferns, nourished by the abundant life force. These humble plants thrived remarkably. Only a few species managed to cling to the world tree, coexisting in symbiosis. After years of growth, these primitive plants had flourished, cloaking the entire continent in verdure. Walking upon them imparted a sensation akin to treading on a soft, slippery carpet, rendering the experience dreamlike. Amidst the thriving ferns, a group of green-skinned Namekians toiled diligently. Wait, Namekians? What could this mean? As we focused our gaze, observing them closely, it became clear that these industrious figures were tall, sporting antennae and elongated ears, unmistakably Namekians by their physical traits, and their lineage appeared remarkably pure. In truth, the presence of Namekians in this locale was not without the influence of Best. Let us not forget that Best had lingered on Namek for an extended period. During this period, apart from consulting the Grand Elder on various matters to refine his spiritual abilities, he engaged in numerous endeavors. For instance, he dispatched a multitude of miniature robots to collect the dermal tissues of the Namekians, extracting viable cells for cloning and cultivation. The aim was to ascertain whether these clones would possess the capability to create Dragon Balls once matured. Regrettably, the experimental outcomes were dismal, yielding no successful instances whatsoever. Among the 1,300 Namekian clones, aside from one derived from Darcel's cells, which exhibited formidable combat prowess, the rest were uniformly mediocre, utterly devoid of utility. Consequently, they were banished to this place by Best, tasked with reforestation and other laborious activities. The Namekians were produced according to the diverse intentions and needs of the Grand Elder, categorized into intelligent, medical, and combat types. A select few with exceptional talents were referred to as the Dragon Clan, such as Dandan or the Earth's Guardian, capable of forging Dragon Balls and bestowing life upon Shinran. Among them stood a particularly towering Namekian, nearly 2.5 meters tall, distinctly standing out. Adorned with a pristine, fluffy scarf around his neck and clad in garments fashioned from tree bark, he was intently receiving saplings from the hands of other Namekians, focusing deeply as he used his fingernails to pierce the seemingly impenetrable roots of the spirit tree, creating a series of varying depth holes. That will suffice for today. Once you plant the seeds, in approximately 3 days, a small grove will emerge, he stated, wiping the sweat from his brow with a warm smile. The surrounding Namekians gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Kel, you are truly remarkable. You can create holes in the spirit tree." Another chimed in, "Indeed. Whenever we concentrate our energy in our fingers and attempt to emulate you, the spirit tree absorbs our strength, leaving us utterly helpless." A voice, tinged with bitterness, lamented, "We are truly useless, merely watching you toil without being able to assist." This left the group of Namekians enveloped in silence. "Do not be disheartened. In truth, you are capable as well. It merely requires practice," Kel reassured them, patting their shoulders. While he sought to comfort his companions, an unsettling shadow lingered in his heart. What were those 2 formidable energy fluctuations he had sensed moments ago? Could it be that they had succeeded? Truly, they were a terrifying bunch. As I pondered, a group of Scion children, no more than a decade old, suddenly rushed by, shrieking and flipping thick patches of moss, hurling them at the Namekians while loudly exclaiming, "Kel, why are you planting trees again? That's so boring. Come play with us. Hee hee, you mischievous little monkeys. If you catch me, I'll treat you to some fruits." What is so delicious about that? Recently, we cultivated a vegetable called pumpkin. Really? Hurry, show us. Yes. Purusha seemed to be infected by this joyous atmosphere, and a hint of a smile emerged on his cold face, a smile that radiated from within. However, Ray scoffed dismissively. What nonsense is this? They are scions, possessing immense power, yet they can't even fight. Have they lost their essence? If everyone banded together, conquering this planet would be effortless. And what else with those green fellows? All they do is plant trees all day long. They are utterly foolish. It's a shame they've consumed so many spirit tree fruits. If you continue to speak out of turn, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson, Purusha warned, casting a cold glance at him, which promptly silenced Reyes' complaints. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, amidst swirling dust and howling sand, resembling the chaos of a battlefield, two figures engaged in a fierce bout. One of them, engulfed in a fiery red aura, unleashed powerful punches and kicks, each infused with a torrential heat, exuding an overwhelming force akin to boiling water in a kettle. His upper garments lay shredded, revealing bulging muscles, and his youthful face bore an expression of intense focus. It was none other than Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball series. His opponent, a tall and robust man with a slender face and shoulder-length golden hair, appeared as if he had stepped out of ancient Greek mythology. Every gesture he made seemed composed, yet he could effortlessly transform dire situations into miraculous outcomes. At this moment, he stood smiling, effortlessly parrying Goku's tempestuous onslaught with one hand. Still not enough? Then let me try the six-fold Kaioken, Goku exclaimed, drawing in his breath as the crimson energy surrounding him swelled once more, crackling like fire igniting dry kindling. In an instant, his speed and strength surged to an unprecedented level. With a single punch, the force echoed like the cataclysmic crash of a meteor, capable of shattering stars. Yet, even under such a ferocious assault, the man remained steadfast, refusing to budge an inch, not even requiring both hands to defend himself. Bring them here to train Goku. I truly possess foresight. With their guidance, we may stand a chance against that Saiyan after all. Wearing a pair of small sunglasses, the rotund King Kai covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Suddenly, the two antennas protruding from his hat seemed to have detected something, buzzing loudly as they shot upright. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, Goku, this is dire news. The Saiyans are approaching Earth. They will land in just 10 minutes. What did you say? King Kai?" Came a loud crash as someone stumbled nearby. In a flash, Goku appeared, urgency etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Did you not tell me earlier that we had ample time?" The king, stroking his chin, hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. He certainly could not reveal that he had been speaking frivolously. No need to worry. 10 minutes is more than sufficient, he declared, though his silence betrayed his uncertainty, leaving Goku in a state of frantic agitation. At that moment, a diminutive man, barefoot and clad in the garb of an ascetic, stepped forward. His gaunt face bore a subtle smile, and with each step, he moved with an air of unfathomable strength. Most striking was the fiery red mark on his forehead. This man was Shadi, a martial artist hailing from the northern galaxy, renowned for his formidable prowess. Approximately 3,500 years prior, a colossal meteor had plummeted toward his homeland, threatening to obliterate the entire planet. In that critical moment, Shadi summoned all his strength to push the meteor beyond the atmosphere, returning it to the cosmos, a feat that ultimately cost him his life. After his demise, he trained in the underworld and was subsequently invited by King Kai to mentor Goku in his martial arts journey. The golden-haired man accompanying them was named Oliver, another martial artist born on Earth, possessing an enigmatic depth of power. In the original narrative, following the Cell games, it was Oliver who engaged in a spectacular battle during the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, showcasing his extraordinary combat skills despite ultimately facing defeat. Observing Goku's anxious demeanor, Shadi smiled and said, "Over the years, I have devised a rather intriguing technique. I believe it may aid you." "What technique?" Both Goku and King Kai inquired in unison. In truth, this technique had existed for quite some time, though few had mastered it. Those who did referred to it as instant transmission. With a slight smile, Shadi grasped Goku's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Awaken! The Saiyans are coming. Chapter 18, The Saiyan Assault. Above Earth, a sudden burst of blinding light streaked across the sky, trailing long fiery tails as they raced toward a singular destination. At that moment, all communication devices on Earth were disrupted by an unseen magnetic force, rendering them inoperative, with some even exploding without warning. Meanwhile, a torrent of formidable and unrestrained energy cascaded down like a relentless stream, heedless and devoid of any intention to temper its ferocity. This overwhelming force incited a cacophony of cries from the myriad beings along its path, sending them into a frenzied disarray, akin to headless flies darting chaotically in every direction. Utterly beyond restraint, the scene was reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. In an instant, the Earth responded, resonating from countless directions, as a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. A monumental clash was imminent. How perplexing! Were there not only two Saiyans? How could such an abundance of terrifying energy manifest? What on earth was transpiring? A rugged off-road vehicle barreled across the desert, suddenly coming to a screeching halt. kicking up a cloud of dust that billowed wildly in its wake. A young man with tousled long hair and several scars etched across his face leaped from the vehicle, his gaze fixed intently on the luminous streaks flashing across the sky. With a sudden roar, he took to the air, hastily pursuing the source of the radiant light. Master Lepin, wait for me. Behind him, a peculiar creature, reminiscent of a cat yet distinctly different, with a long tail, spoke with human-like urgency as it hurried after him. However, it only seemed to grow more distant. In the depths of the forest, a robust man with 3 eyes held a handful of spring water, poised to wipe his face. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he froze in place. After a moment, he straightened up and addressed a nearby dazed child, saying, "Dumpling, we must take our leave." The child appeared listless and pallid. Yet his cheeks bore a peculiar flush, exuding an unsettling hue reminiscent of the paper effigies burned for the deceased during funerals. An indescribable sense of eeriness enveloped him. Even under the blazing sun, a chill swept through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. However, when he stood beside the bald man, an inexplicable tranquility and harmony emerged between them. The child scratched his head and inquired, "Are we not waiting for Ranchi? We have more pressing matters at hand." The bald man gently tousled the child's hair, his sweat-drenched visage radiating an ineffable aura of nobility and solemnity. In the distance, the roar of a motorcycle echoed, accompanied by a woman's wild laughter. "Tianjin fan, today I've prepared an abundance of nourishing delights for you. You cannot escape today. I came house." Krillin abruptly rose from his tea with Master Roshi, clenching his fists tightly, his face glistening with sweat, expressing his alarm. What an overwhelming energy. Dreadful. The Saiyans have already arrived. I must hurry. With urgency propelling him, he dashed outside. "Krillin, wait." Master Roshi called after him, but he was unable to keep pace. By the time he reached the doorway, Krillin had already taken flight, soaring away like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In another room, a girl with blue hair, dressed in a red short-sleeved top and sporting a lovely ponytail, emerged with a heap of clothes, grumbling. After placing the neatly folded garments down, she noticed Master Roshi standing at the door, his expression grave, prompting her to curiously ask, "Where is Krillin? Why is he missing?" Turning back, Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and murmured, "The Saiyans have arrived." Just as the girl grasped a glass of orange juice, preparing to sip, she accidentally dropped it, shattering the glass and spilling most of the juice onto her attire, accentuating her already striking figure. "Oh no." Master Roshi grinned broadly, displaying a rather lecherous smile, and, like a fly drawn to blood, he approached her without regard for his own safety. "Get away, you filthy old pervert." With a thunderous crash, a girl's furious scream pierced the air. Master Roshi, with his panda-like eyes wide open, joyfully collapsed to the ground. The blue-haired girl lifted her foot, intending to stomp on his bald head. Unexpectedly, the lecherous old man, who had been feigning unconsciousness to sneak a peek at her skirt, sprang up with astonishing speed, adjusting his sunglasses and solemnly stating, "What? Goku, you have already arrived at Yama's realm? Fear not. We have gathered the Dragon Balls and will soon bring you back to life." In the underworld, a voice echoed, "Hold on, everyone, you must wait for me." Clad in the training garb of the Turtle School, Sun Wukong paced anxiously in the grand hall, his demeanor a flurry of agitation as he awaited news. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. King Kai had a matter of utmost importance to convey. "Wukong, I regret to inform you of a critical detail. You must take heed." "What is it, esteemed King Kai?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "You will be confronting a total of 13 adversaries. They are the minions of a particularly nefarious entity among the prominent factions of the North Galaxy, known as the Vegeta Elite Force." "What? King Kai? I was led to believe there were only 2 Saiyans. How could their number have multiplied so dramatically?" Wukong exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, there are merely 2 Saiyans. But there are also other formidable warriors from various universes. Exercise caution. Each of these opponents is exceedingly powerful. Even the weakest among them surpasses the Saiyan you previously vanquished by tenfold. You must remain vigilant." "Is that so?" Wukong, however, seemed unfazed by the gravity of the situation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Fighting such skilled opponents will surely be exhilarating. Wait, my intention was to warn you to be careful." At that moment, Shadi, seated in meditation nearby, suddenly felt a tremor in his brow and intoned sharply, "They are here." Before the words fully left his lips, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, having been resurrected by the dragon. In the skies above the city, a dozen egg-shaped vessels erupted with brilliant flames, and in an instant, a blinding flash accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced apart heralded their descent with ferocious intensity. The earth trembled violently, reminiscent of countless titans stomping upon the ground in furious chorus. Subsequently, a colossal cloud of dust ascended, engulfing the surroundings within moments. Stretching thousands of meters outward, more ferocious than the aftermath of explosives detonating against skyscrapers. The once bustling city, vibrant with life, was reduced to chaos in the blink of an eye. Pedestrians and vehicles fled in panic, colliding amidst the turmoil, creating an utter pandemonium. Rows of impacted structures groaned under the strain, their foundations cracking as concrete fragments cascaded downwards. Ultimately, they crumbled into a heap of rubble, leaving an unknown number of innocent citizens buried beneath the debris. No one could have anticipated that a bright morning would descend into such calamity. What had once been a thriving city was transformed into a veritable hellscape. The locations struck by the egg-shaped vessels bore the brunt of the devastation, revealing 13 enormous craters dotting the concrete expanse, each measuring 10 meters in diameter, truly colossal. Amidst these pits, a thick plume of blue smoke billowed, saturating the air with a charred and unpleasant odor. As the hatch of the space capsule opened, wisps of white vapor emerged, revealing the pure oxygen that had been contained within, now liberated into the atmosphere. The first to emerge was a diminutive figure clad in a snug combat suit, an alien of unsettling appearance. His oversized head was riddled with a multitude of grotesque bumps, repulsive to behold. His slanted eyes sparkled with a menacing glint, reminiscent of famished predators poised to pounce. Adorning his left ear was a standard-issue combat power detector, blinking rhythmically with a cascade of digits. One need not glance twice to discern that he was a ruthless villain of the highest order. At that moment, a curious group of citizens approached the edge of the pit, peering anxiously at the peculiar flying vessels. The urgent wail of police sirens echoed through the chaotic streets, signaling an impressively swift response. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were numerous powerful energy reactions, and they were heading in our direction. It appeared that the inhabitants of this planet were quite alert. The extraterrestrial being parted its thick lips, extending a purple tongue to moisten its mouth. Suddenly, with a sideways glance, it turned its gaze toward the onlookers, emitting a peculiar laugh. Annoying flies, do you not fear my presence? Simultaneously, other alien warriors emerged from the space capsule, each varying in height and shape, yet all exuding an overpowering aura of bloodlust, thick and palpable, akin to inky stains that instilled a sense of dread. The last to emerge was a slightly shorter man, with pronounced brow ridges and sharp features. His smooth forehead was crowned with a dense mane of black hair, each strand jutting upward like spikes, forming a sharp tower. He stepped forward with arms crossed, his expression one of cold indifference. Captain, upon the appearance of this man, the 12 other aliens shifted their feet, gathering around him as if in the presence of royalty. Heads bowed in utmost submission. How goes it? Vegeta inquired, directing his question at the first alien to emerge. Captain, we have detected 7 significant energy responses approaching us. However, the strongest among them possesses only a combat power of 4,500. In truth, they are merely a group of formidable lesser beings. Any one of us could easily subdue them. At this point, the alien hesitated, a peculiar expression crossing its face. Moreover, on this planet, there are 4 or 5 exceedingly powerful energy sources, each exceeding 1,000,000 in intensity, and they do not appear to be of natural origin. Unbeknownst to them, prior to their arrival, Earth had also experienced 5 enormous pits of varying sizes, reminiscent of the situation at hand. Even the smallest of these craters measured over 100 meters in diameter, appearing unfathomably deep, as if struck by colossal meteors. Fortunately, these pits formed in remote, uninhabited wilderness, preventing any casualties. At that time, a large cohort of adventurers and government researchers established an exploratory team. After extensive investigation, they found no anomalies, nor any fragments of meteorites. This incident became the subject of local folklore. However, among the regions exhibiting these strange energy reactions, there was a conspicuous emergence of peculiar mutations. For instance, the local soil and air contained radioactive materials far exceeding levels of nuclear contamination. The strength of the Earth's surface has begun to harden. Even a parched piece of soil possesses the resilience of an alloy. More significantly, the local gravity far exceeds that of other regions, the deeper one ventures. The more intense the gravitational force becomes. It resembles a series of bizarre, layered plates. These areas are referred to by outsiders as the Death Valley, a forbidden zone for humanity. Only those warriors who deem themselves sufficiently formidable dare to delve into its depths to prove their worth to the world. Since Raditz' dying words proclaimed that the Saiyans would return a year later to exact vengeance. Many of the warriors from Dragon Ball Z have spent a considerable amount of time training in these harsh environments, risking life and limb solely to enhance their strength. On top of a towering skyscraper, a man clad in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles idly stirred the soup in his cup with a gilded spoon. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed out at the apocalyptic scene beyond the window, letting out a yawn. He then turned to the trembling waiter nearby and said, "Please bring me another serving of blue cheese, thank you." "Sir, this place is quite dangerous. Perhaps we should leave." The waiter stammered, his words barely coherent. "You coward. We are perfectly safe here, I assure you. Our building is the most secure in the entire city. You must trust me." The businessman waved his hand dismissively, adding, "And bring me a medium-rare steak. Hurry up. If you take too long, I'll dock your pay." As the waiter nervously made his way back, the seemingly oblivious man adjusted his glasses, which quickly reflected the details of a certain group. The Vegeta Special Force comprises 13 members. Leader, Vegeta, male, 30 years old. A Saiyan. He belongs to the elite combat team of Frisia's 2nd Division, with a status and power only surpassed by Frisia's most formidable Ginyu Force. Overall strength, 130,000. Evaluation rank, D class. The businessman stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "The boss has sent us here and waited for years just for these individuals? They don't seem particularly impressive. That spiky-haired one is the only noteworthy one. Besides, as a successful individual myself, with earnings in the millions per minute and 7 or 8 meetings a day, I have no time for them. Let the heroes save the world. I'll pass on that. Hey, hurry up. I'm starving. Watch your pay. Awaken, Scion." Chapter 20. The Lone Wolf. I have no interest in those matters. I merely wish to know where this Dragon Ball is located, Vegeta stated coldly, crossing his arms. Ahem, we lack relevant intelligence on that. Perhaps we should capture a human to inquire? The first alien suggested, scratching his head before a sudden idea struck him. Baralu, did you grow up eating dung? How can you utter such foolishness? At that moment, a slender-faced man, bald with a glistening dome and adorned with a small mustache, suddenly spoke up. His voice dripped with scorn. Nappa, what did you say? You scoundrel. The diminutive alien glared fiercely at the towering bald brute, his visage a mask of bloodthirsty madness. Nappa, with a cold smirk, retorted, if the Dragon Balls were so easily found, wouldn't everyone on this planet be able to make wishes for immortality? To utter such nonsense is utterly foolish. Noticing the other alien warriors nodding in agreement, Nappa's pride swelled as he declared loudly, in my view, only those connected to Kakarot truly know the precise location of the Dragon Balls. They might even have them in their possession. Let us not forget, when that worthless Raditz perished, we overheard through the scouter that they intended to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Kakarot. In other words, if the Dragon Balls were not in their hands, how could they possibly make such claims? Nappa, your analysis is quite astute. Is it because your fighting prowess has dwindled, leaving you fearful of being abandoned by the captain, that you've taken to playing the strategist? Chuckled a tall alien warrior, eliciting a raucous laughter from the others. You despicable wretch. Nappa's face flickered with shades of purple and blue as he clenched his fists tightly. The muscles on his face bulged, twitching in a manifestation of extreme rage. Throughout this turmoil, Vegeta stood aloof, observing them mock Nappa as if he were mere entertainment. Hey, you down there. Pay attention. I care not who you are or where you hail from, but your actions have caused significant destruction and panic in this city. We, the police, have just cause to apprehend you. Surrender immediately and cooperate with our efforts. I repeat, you must surrender at once. At that moment, a booming voice emanated from a loudspeaker, accompanied by the mocking laughter of the extraterrestrial warriors, which pierced through Naba's senses, igniting an unprecedented fury within him. Damn flies, perish, Naba exclaimed, extending his index and middle fingers skyward. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted from the earth, far more dazzling than any lightning strike. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of energy exploded forth, akin to a blossoming firework, engulfing everything within 1,000 meters, transforming it into mere ashes in an instant. Ah, Naba, why the anger? What merit is there in exterminating such insignificant pests? An extraterrestrial approached, draping an arm over Naba's shoulder, speaking to him in a congenial tone. He then gestured towards a certain direction, saying, look, there approaches a being with a combat power of 3,500. For us, he is utterly feeble, devoid of any challenge. Hardly worth our effort. However, it would be perfectly suited for you to handle such an opponent. Ah ha ha ha. You despicable bastards. How infuriating. Once my combat power surpasses yours, I shall eradicate all of you. I will crush you like the vermin you are. Naba gritted his teeth. His face shadowed with anger, yet he dared not strike at this individual. He could only swallow his rage and, with a stoic expression, fixate his gaze on a single point. How infuriating. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly echoed through the air. A figure, hurtling forward with immense force, descended with a thunderous crash. In midair, his spine arched dramatically, transforming his body into a taut bow, and then, with a flash of brilliance, a ki blast, measuring several meters in size, was unleashed, crashing down upon the energy sphere. The first to arrive among the Z fighters was none other than Lu Ping. For some reason, I prefer to call him Yamcha, a mere weakling with a power level below 10,000, utterly overestimating his abilities. The extraterrestrial onlookers wore expressions of disdain, appearing lethargic as they apathetically observed the colossal ki blast plummet towards them without a hint of evasion. With a swift motion, Lu Ping's eyes gleamed with determination. He raised a finger and swept it across the air. As he executed this maneuver, the energy sphere, which was rapidly descending towards the ground and was on the verge of making contact with the surface, momentarily hesitated before astonishingly shrinking to roughly 1/10 of its original size, striking with the speed of lightning against a towering alien. At this moment, the energy intensity of the chi bomb surged dramatically from a mere 2,000 to an astonishing 7,000. The shockwave generated by the explosion of the chi bomb was not to be underestimated, rivaling even the most powerful blasts. The swirling dust rose with unparalleled ferocity, akin to a terrifying sandstorm in the desert, evoking fear in all who beheld it. Within the tumultuous clouds of dust, yellow sand billowed and fierce winds roared, momentarily obscuring all sight and sound, rendering everyone around as blind and deaf. In this chaotic environment, Lu Ping approached a cosmic being like a ravenous wolf racing across the grasslands, silently closing in on his target. With a swift and forceful kick, he aimed straight for the creature's chest. The cosmic entity, sensing an unusual gust of wind beside him, instinctively raised his arm to defend. In the next instant, he felt an immense force collide violently with his arm. Immediately following, a barrage of attacks surged towards him like a relentless tide. "You insolent brat! How dare you challenge me?" he roared amidst the swirling winds and sand, even with his battle-hardened experience. The blinding dust and deafening noise caused his combat effectiveness to plummet by 30%. In his fury, he inadvertently gulped down a mouthful of sand, prompting a violent coughing fit. Seizing this moment of distraction, Lu Ping, shrouded in silence, allowed a glint of ferocity to flash in his eyes, concealing his presence once more, causing the cosmic being to falter momentarily. Wolf Fang Fist. Lu Ping's fingers clenched and then slightly spread apart, resembling the jaws of a famished wolf. It is essential to understand that many techniques within the Dragon Ball universe require formidable energy to unleash their devastating might, capable of obliterating stars. As battles progress, the significance of energy intensity becomes increasingly pronounced. Initially, complex and varied techniques powered by physical prowess were gradually phased out, unable to keep pace with the evolving times. However, Lu Ping chose to defy this trend, fully aware that in terms of pure energy, he could never rival his opponent. The initial retreat of his adversary was merely due to the advantage gained from the chi bomb, catching the opponent off guard and granting him a momentary edge. Once the dust settled and the foe regained composure, Lu Ping would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. At that point, it would be his demise. Over the years, although Lepin has meticulously honed his energy pathways and diligently enhanced his vitality, he has not abandoned his most celebrated techniques. His training amidst the treacherous ravines has allowed him to relentlessly strike the formidable, unyielding stones with his fists, significantly augmenting his physical prowess. Now, even without the use of energy techniques, his grip possesses the formidable strength to crush refined steel and iron with unparalleled ferocity. Although these extraterrestrial beings are formidable and unparalleled in strength, their flaws are conspicuous. The most significant of these is their reliance on a singular detection device to assess one another's power. Should they refrain from utilizing energy and emit even the faintest hint of their presence, they would be utterly oblivious to the existence of others. It is this very insight that emboldened Lepin to take a daring risk, aiming to eliminate a few adversaries before the advantage of his home ground dissipates, thereby clearing some obstacles for his comrades. With a swift motion akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey, Lepin launched his attack. his eyes gleaming with a predatory green light. The extraterrestrial, oblivious to the imminent approach of death, frantically shielded his face with one hand while wildly swatting at the swirling debris with the other, muttering incessantly in a flurry of curses. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tingle at the nape of his neck, followed by a searing pain. With a chilling crack, his neck was gruesomely ruptured, severed completely. In the fading moments of his consciousness, he could only vaguely perceive the contemptible human he had underestimated retracting his arm, along with the ferocious glint of a ravenous wolf reflected in the depths of his opponent's eyes. All of this, though it may seem lengthy to recount, transpired in mere seconds. The average person would merely extend their arm in a gesture of concealment, scarcely grasping the unfolding events. A lifeless body lay amidst the ruins, the battle having reached its inevitable conclusion. Croc had perished. This individual had the audacity to slay Croc. As the dust settled, the other extraterrestrials finally discerned the scene before them. They beheld the nearly decapitated corpse and the figure of Lepin tumbling from a distance. Each of them widened their eyes in disbelief, erupting into a chorus of incredulous and furious exclamations. Upon reflection, I realized that there had been a miscalculation in the timeline. According to the protagonist's birth date, Frisia's arrival on Namek would occur at least 11 years later, rather than the 7 years I previously indicated. My apologies. Awaken. Scion. Chapter 21. The Fallen Hero. These individuals are indeed formidable adversaries. Even with my utmost effort, I have only managed to eliminate one. How splendid it would be to dispatch a few more before Krillin and Tien arrive. As for that one with the pointed hair, he must be a Scion. He appears rather unremarkable, yet the aura emanating from him is undeniably potent, exceeding that of other foes by an astounding tenfold. Such a being, it seems, could only be confronted by Goku. Liu Ping assumed a bow stance, his posture firm yet relaxed. One hand curled into a claw before him while the other clenched into a fist, resting at his waist. This was the customary starting position employed by martial artists on Earth during combat. He pondered, when suddenly, an alien, stained with patches of blood across its chest, let out a furious roar. With its massive metallic boots, it propelled itself off the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, it surged forward like a tempest, reaching Liu Ping with astonishing speed. What? Liu Ping gasped in shock, his form tilting back as he swiftly retreated, crossing his steps to gain distance. Simultaneously, he shaped his fists into a wolf-like form, unleashing a torrent of strikes. In mere seconds, he delivered hundreds of punches, engaging in a frenzied exchange with the alien, which charged forward with its own clenched fists. In that moment, the ground trembled violently, erupting into clouds of shattered dust. The concrete beneath them bore countless spiderweb-like cracks, spreading outward in all directions. The air crackled with explosive sounds, reminiscent of a multitude of firecrackers being ignited, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. This extraterrestrial being is the very one who had been caught off guard by Liu Ping's compressed energy blast at the onset. Although an explosive force of around 7,000 is insufficient to threaten his life, enduring such an unexpected hit has nonetheless inflicted wounds upon him, a consequence of his own negligence. Naturally, the reason Liu Ping refrained from pressing the advantage after injuring him and sought another opponent is well-founded. As the saying goes, a cornered beast still fights. This refers to ordinary wild animals, which, when ensnared in a trap set by hunters, typically exhibit emotions of panic and fear. However, severely wounded creatures behave differently. Aware of their imminent demise, they unleash their fury and ferocity, becoming increasingly savage and violent. In such circumstances, provoking them would yield little success and could even lead to one's own demise. It is far easier to contend with those who are in a state of confusion. At this moment, the extraterrestrial warrior seized the initiative, not only out of embarrassment over his own injuries, but also to regain his pride in the eyes of others. Thus, he unleashed a frenzied blow. Little did he know that this seemingly weak human possessed the fortitude to withstand his formidable strength. Not only was the speed of his punches comparable, but the force behind them was equally formidable. In a short span of time, he found himself unable to overcome his opponent. Eager to reclaim his honor, the alien warrior, in a fit of rage, tensed his muscles, which bulged and throbbed with visible veins, twisting violently to reveal an unnatural, steel-like sheen, as if forged from the finest steel. With a thunderous crash, the alien swung a punch that resembled a hefty steel whip, its sheer power slicing through the air, producing an exceedingly sharp sonic boom. Liu Ping, unable to withstand the force, hastily retreated. Unexpectedly, the opponent tilted his head back, inhaling deeply, causing his abdomen to swell dramatically, resembling a pregnant woman in her 5th month. Then, with a wide-open mouth, he unleashed a terrifying beam of radiant energy. In his swift retreat, the force was overwhelming, typically impossible to redirect. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have met their demise. However, Lu Ping, a master of Qi, was among the elite of Earthlings, especially adept at leveraging power. With a deft push off the ground, he managed to sidestep several meters, altering his retreat trajectory with remarkable precision. The dazzling beam, though rapid and fierce, was narrowly evaded. Damn it! The alien roared in fury, charging forward once more, his fist raised like a massive cauldron, crashing down with a thunderous resonance. Despite the simplicity of their combat style, each punch and kick was honed from the brutality of the battlefield. Coupled with their robust physiques and immense strength, their attacks became exponentially more devastating, akin to a force capable of splitting mountains. Although Lu Ping had managed to withstand the previous exchange, it had taken a significant toll on his stamina, leaving him breathless. It is said that initial vigor leads to subsequent decline, and after this bout, while Lu Ping's fighting spirit surged ever higher, his physical energy waned, unable to keep pace with the escalating speed of combat. He knew that if this continued, his vulnerabilities would surely be exposed, and he would be unable to reverse his fate. In desperation, he resorted to a risky maneuver, propelling himself to narrowly evade the alien's fist. With a surge of energy, he pivoted, suddenly manifesting 7 or 8 identical images of himself, creating a mesmerizing illusion. In that instant, it became impossible to discern which was the true Lu Ping and which were mere phantoms. What is this? A technique of duplication. Beep, beep, beep. The detector on the alien's left eye flickered in alarm as the energy signature it had been tracking suddenly vanished, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, an apparition ahead swung a fist with great force, prompting him to sidestep. He retaliated with a lateral kick, intending to send his opponent flying. To his astonishment, the kick, infused with immense power, passed through the figure, striking only emptiness. It was a mere illusion. At that moment, another apparition lunged from the side, aiming directly for the nape of his neck, reminiscent of the move that had previously dispatched Croc. Startled, the cosmic being swiftly turned, unleashing a powerful punch once more. Yet again, this blow met only air, returning fruitlessly. On another front, 3 figures lunged simultaneously, targeting his eyes, back, and groin, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Their malice palpable. The cosmic being twisted at the waist, summoning all his strength, and spun like a whirling windmill, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, culminating in a fierce back fist that struck those apparitions. The result, however, was yet another illusion, a cruel deception. Damned. The intricate maneuvers executed were remarkably clever, significantly diminishing the opponent's strength and vitality. Exhausted from his previous efforts, he found it impossible to concentrate and unleash his full potential. Seizing the moment of his inner turmoil and unbridled fury, a figure, akin to a ravenous wolf, surged forth silently, delivering a crushing blow to the old wound on his chest. Instantly, a burst of crimson erupted, blood splattering in all directions. Spirit bomb. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ping roared, as his arm, piercing through the opponent's chest, suddenly radiated an intense brilliance. Following this, a massive beam of light soared forth, propelling the towering extraterrestrial into the air, where he disintegrated into dust. Having completed this feat, Lu Ping found himself utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and face. Ha! Ha ha! Earthling, you came here alone and managed to slay 2 of us. I truly admire your courage. However, your demise is imminent. Suffer and lament. A figure flickered beside him, seizing Lu Ping by the hair, and with a mighty fist, pierced through his chest. Accompanied by a mocking voice, blood gushed forth violently, as if tolling the death knell, siphoning away his remaining spirit and strength. Lu Ping emitted a muffled groan, his pained gaze fixed upon the elongated face of a bald giant, whose waist was adorned with a thick tail. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 22. The gathering blood flowed incessantly, staining the ground beneath him. That figure, gripping Lu Ping's hair with one hand, slowly withdrew the arm that had pierced his chest, causing his muscles to writhe and convulse in a desperate struggle. With a gasp, Lu Ping spat out blood, feeling his life force waning, his vision gradually losing focus. Look. Earthling, your companions are desperately making their way here to save you. That figure lifted Lu Ping's drooping head, directing his gaze forward. There, a fast-moving silhouette was rapidly approaching. Is that Krillin? Lu Ping murmured, barely clinging to consciousness. However, A twisted expression of malice surfaced on the giant's face as he tightened his grip on Lu Ping's neck. Sneering, "Unfortunately, you will never see them again." In the next moment, a muscular arm bent slightly, and the hardened elbow came crashing down like a colossal hammer upon Lu Ping's head. Blood sprayed in all directions. "Lu Ping," a voice, hoarse and heart-wrenching, cried out in despair. In the fading recesses of his consciousness, Lu Ping vaguely heard someone calling his name from a great distance. He struggled to lift his head, yearning to discern the identity of his assailant. Alas, his neck felt increasingly heavy, as if a colossal stone were suspended from it, rendering him utterly incapable of raising it any further. "Farewell, Earth. Farewell, Pool. Farewell, my comrades. Into Bulma. Is this how I meet my end? Ha ha ha." The fragility of human life is indeed striking. At that moment, he raised his head to the direction of the voice, his brow twitching suddenly, his fingers loosening. And with a swift kick, he sent Lu Ping's lifeless body flying across the ground. Lu Ping, a figure, swift as a shooting star, resembled an eagle soaring through the sky, made a sudden and sharp turn, descending rapidly. With utmost care, he caught Lu Ping's corpse, his face etched with sorrow. It was none other than Krillin. Unexpectedly, in that fleeting moment, the two extraterrestrial beings exchanged glances and instinctively began to move, their speed beyond the limits of the human eye, swiftly approaching Krillin. For hands, sharp as iron hooks, descended in unison to grasp him. They had already discerned that these earthlings possessed peculiar powers, unpredictable in nature, defying conventional understanding. Take the previous human, for instance. With a combat power of merely 3,500, he had managed to slay two warriors whose power exceeded 15,000. Such astonishing feats, if not witnessed firsthand, would be deemed unbelievable, even at the cost of their lives. At this very moment, their sensors indicated that this hastily arriving bald man possessed a combat power of 3,200. In other words, he was not significantly inferior to the earlier human. A formidable adversary indeed. Faced with such a powerful enemy that could not afford to be complacent and instinctively opted to strike first. In an instant, for tiger-like hands opened wide, like iron claws, and descended with force, trapping Krillin in the midst, cutting off all avenues of escape, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. Krillin, filled with rage and despair, lifted his head, tucking Lu Ping under his arm, and with fingers spread, positioned them at his temples, bellowing, "Solar flare." In that moment, a brilliance erupted in the sky, more dazzling than any lightning strike, blinding to the eyes, rendering it impossible to open them. The sensation was akin to the sun itself plummeting to the earth. Even someone as powerful as Vegeta could not resist closing his eyes, shielding his face with his arms. "Spirit bomb." They faintly heard a furious shout. The next instant, as the blinding light dissipated, their vision returned, but when they opened their eyes, they were horrified to discover that the two extraterrestrial beings who had attempted to ambush Krillin had, unbeknownst to them, been decapitated. On the ground, two jets of green blood sprayed far and wide, with the severed heads resting over 100 meters away. What? In an instant, the extraterrestrial beings were collectively struck with astonishment, their gazes instinctively directed towards their captain, Vegeta. With a slight arch of his brow, two piercing glints flashed within his inky black eyes, compelling the aliens to lower their heads in trepidation. Among them, despite the majority being adversaries vying for glory, three stood steadfastly by Vegeta's side, their expressions stoic and unwavering. This was not due to a lack of strength or opportunity to engage. Rather, these three warriors were the true backbone of Vegeta's elite squadron. The others, at best, were mere scraps gathered along the way, disposable and easily replaceable, never warranting a moment's concern from Vegeta. The extraterrestrial known as Wix stepped forward with imposing strides. His taut visage relaxed slightly as he observed the anxious and furious Krillin, declaring, "Earthling, we have come solely for the Dragon Balls. Surrender that artifact, and your lives shall be spared. Dream on. We shall never relinquish the Dragon Balls to you malevolent beings." Indeed, the Dragon Balls rested in their possession. This revelation significantly simplified matters. A glint of cunning flashed in Wix's eyes as he continued, "Your comrade has already perished in battle. Now, it is your turn. Are you truly unafraid?" Krillin was about to respond when, to his astonishment, Wix vanished from sight and reappeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful strike. By the time Krillin perceived the danger, Wix had grasped his bald head and forcefully pressed downwards. Crack! Blood splattered from Krillin's lips as his body, seemingly devoid of gravity, soared backward. "Little bald one, how can you afford to be distracted in combat? This is a matter of life and death, Wix murmured, seizing Krillin's airborne form. With a swift bending of his knee, Wix unleashed a tremendous force, resembling a drawn bow ready to release its arrow, and struck Krillin's abdomen with a thunderous impact. The blow made Krillin expel a mouthful of blood, revealing the devastation within as fragments of his internal organs became apparent. Do you understand why you are losing? It is because your speed is woefully inadequate. No matter how intricate or powerful your techniques may be, if I can suppress your ability to execute them at the outset, they become utterly ineffective. A cold smirk graced Wix's face as he clutched Krillin's head, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, at that critical moment, a robust arm materialized from behind the small bald figure, delivering a fierce punch. The sound echoed like two massive iron stakes colliding, abruptly halting Wix's momentum. Wix's pupils constricted as he released Krillin, his hands resembling a pair of springs equipped with superhuman energy, launching a barrage of strikes towards the front. In mere moments, he unleashed nearly 1,000 punches in a relentless flurry. Yet, his opponent displayed equal tenacity. One arm gently encircled Krillin, cradling him, while the other, reminiscent of a deity with 1,000 hands, moved in a majestic rhythm, conjuring an array of limbs that seamlessly intertwined to deflect every attack with effortless grace. Meanwhile, two extraterrestrials advanced, but a pale-faced child with rosy cheeks suddenly positioned himself before them, his feet lifted from the ground, appearing weightless and ethereal. With a piercing gaze, they silently observed, instilling a chilling dread within their hearts. Get lost. One alien shifted his body and delivered a kick. However, his companion swiftly maneuvered and clawed at the dumpling's head. Inflicting harm upon oneself, the dumpling extended its hands and with a gentle touch, redirected the ferocious assaults of the two aliens, causing them to uncontrollably strike themselves. Simultaneously, atop a relatively intact skyscraper, a Namekian clad in a billowing white cloak, rustling in the fierce wind, lightly descended to the ground. Beside him stood a tense child, around 5 or 6 years old. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 23. Super Machines. The vast populace took heed, urging cooperation with our military's operations for an expedited evacuation. I repeat, please cooperate with our military's operations and evacuate swiftly. In the sky, several new model Thunderhawk fighter jets roared across the horizon, their thunderous sounds amplified 100-fold through loudspeakers, adding to the chaos below. High-altitude satellite imaging rapidly communicated the anomalies in Island City. Following extensive media coverage, the nation was shaken and the world was astounded. Hello everyone. I currently stand in the heart of Island City. As you can see from the television footage, the scene behind me is one of utter chaos, reminiscent of a large-scale bombing. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, Island City was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. Before the television screen, a blonde-haired reporter stood amidst the smoke-laden ruins. Her speech rapid yet clear, relaying the latest developments in Island City to the entire world. The images on television trembled, faintly revealing skyscrapers collapsing without warning, swallowing the streets, pedestrians, and vehicles below. From this, one could surmise the intensity of the battle that had unfolded there. Penguin Village, Divine Village, a remote and exceedingly secluded hamlet far from the city. This place was once a veritable paradise, untouched by the outside world. However, today it was disrupted by the arrival of a dozen roaring military jeeps, forcefully advancing along the congested roadway, shattering the tranquility that once prevailed here. As a row of solemn-faced, agile soldiers descended from the vehicles, unloading countless sealed alloy boxes from the compartments, numerous residents hid in the shadows, peering curiously and whispering among themselves, bewildered by the unfolding events. A young man, clad in an oversized military uniform and sporting black-framed glasses, emerged from one of the jeeps. After adjusting his spectacles, he made his way directly to a house and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" A drowsy voice responded, followed by the creaking sound of the door opening. A short, plump man, dressed in a white work uniform and a floral tie, with tousled hair and wearing a pair of black bear slippers, emerged, looking utterly perplexed. "Who are you?" The man gazed at the scene outside, momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking with an ominous premonition. "Greetings, Dr. De Bing, Zhuan Xian Bing Wei, IQ Doctor. I am Major General Stork, the chief officer in charge of Earth's defense operations. We met 3 months ago at the robotics conference in Dongguan City." The young man, noticing the other's failure to recognize him, lowered his head slightly and offered his right hand in a gesture of greeting. "Stork? Ah. You are the military's rising star in research, known for the fastest promotion rate in history. My goodness, when we first met, you were merely a colonel." "Doctor." De Bing's face reflected surprise. Swallowing hard, he extended a grease-stained hand to shake the young man's and nervously inquired, "So, may I ask what brings you here?" Seeing Dr. De Bing's bewildered expression, Stork shook his head and succinctly explained, "At 9:15 this morning, an alien attack occurred in Hideout City, located 300 kilometers from here. Thus far, the casualties have reached over 150,000, with countless buildings damaged, resulting in direct losses exceeding 200 billion. How could this happen? An alien invasion of Earth?" Were it to be uttered by another, Dr. Big Pancake would undoubtedly scoff, deeming the speaker still ensnared in the realm of slumber. Yet, the individual relaying these words is a distinguished figure within the military, renowned for their meticulous work ethic and serious demeanor, unlikely to jest with such trivialities. Thus, even Dr. Big Pancake, known for his laid-back disposition and occasional befuddlement, found himself taken aback by this revelation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he bit his nails and, with a grave expression, inquired, "What is it that you seek from me?" "One should hasten to deploy the forces for rescue." Skoke received a laptop from a nearby soldier, positioning the screen toward Dr. Big Pancake, allowing him to experience the harrowing scenes firsthand. They possessed the capacity to unleash such formidable power through sheer physicality. Initially, Dr. Big Pancake remained unconvinced, but upon witnessing an extraterrestrial deliver a forceful strike, emitting an intensely powerful beam of light that obliterated a significant portion of the city, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock, "According to military assessments, these aliens are extraordinarily potent, with their individual energies capable of wreaking havoc surpassing that of a 4,000-kilogram nuclear explosion. In other words, with proper control, at the moment they unleash their energy in an explosion, they could annihilate 80% of Earth's species." Skoke adjusted his glasses, his expression stern as he queried, "What is the latest situation? Can they be contained?" Dr. Big Pancake suddenly lifted his gaze, his demeanor unusually solemn. "The soldiers engaged in the battle for Earth have reached the front lines, but how long they can endure remains uncertain. Additionally, some martial artists, concealed among the populace, have emerged on the battlefield, battling the aliens. Truth be told, their displayed prowess is astonishing. Until now, we had failed to notice the presence of so many formidable super beings on our planet. They are, in essence, evolved superhumans and represent our greatest hope for surviving this crisis." At this juncture, Skoke furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, just moments ago, a satellite designated for military reconnaissance detected footage of an extremely fierce battle before losing contact with the military systems. We are utterly oblivious to the current conditions there." Dr. Big Pancake bit his nails and replied solemnly, "What assistance can I provide you?" Skoke nodded, stating, "Concerning the survival of Earth, you are our only recourse. Your old rival, Dr. Macelet, also known as Dr. Master, mentioned that you have developed liquid-state nanomachines. Our military is in dire need of this technology. Moreover, what of your associate, the fool who transformed himself into a robot? It has been many years since I last laid eyes upon him. Is he still alive?" Dr. Dabing's expression shifted to one of nostalgia upon hearing that long-lost name. 7 years prior, Dr. Macelet had clandestinely joined our organization, dedicating himself to the deployment of Earth's defensive perimeter. Additionally, there was the founder of the Universal Capsule, Dr. Brevis, the creator of the super electronic chip, Dr. Chris, and the university professor passionate about extraterrestrial exploration, Dr. Comer. Over the years, we had preliminarily constructed several blueprints for super robots and had even commenced production. However, our super robots still lack the capability to contend with these extraterrestrial beings, and significant disputes persisted regarding their power sources. Naturally, if you were to join us, these challenges would cease to be obstacles, enabling a qualitative leap in our robots' capabilities. Dr. Skoke adjusted his glasses, revealing the internal circumstances candidly, without a hint of reservation. He gestured for the soldiers nearby to bring forth the sealed alloy boxes, which unveiled partially assembled robotic skeletons within. Moreover, there were massive cannon barrels glimmering with a cold sheen and minuscule chips resembling fingernails. "The individuals you mentioned are among the most brilliant scientists on Earth." Haha. "Is this a miniature particle cannon? And this is an anti-gravity device. There are even the latest super electronic chips." Dr. Dabing's earlier despondence and confusion dissipated as he caressed the machinery, recounting their details with fondness. Subsequently, his lips quivered, and he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Initially, I delved into these studies solely for my eternally youthful child, Alaire, hoping she could live joyfully like a true human. I never envisioned that one day my research would evolve into instruments of warfare. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Our time is of the essence. I hope you can expedite your preparations. By the way, do you have anything else to gather? No, I'm ready. Let us proceed. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 24, Balance of Fierce Wind Swept Through. Stirring up billowing black smoke and dust, a small child, around 5 or 6 years of age, donned in a white scarf and a dark purple training outfit, gazed anxiously at the fearsome extraterrestrial before him and boldly declared, "You villains, I'm not afraid of you." The infuriated extraterrestrial, with a slightly swollen cheek, glared at the little brat, his teeth clenched and his expression menacing, yet internally, tumultuous waves surged within him. Just moments ago, Tien Shinhan had rescued Krillin, single-handedly withstanding the onslaught from Wix. Meanwhile, Dumplings had utilized his psychic abilities to restrain the actions of 2 extraterrestrials, no matter how hard they struggled. The force they unleashed would ultimately redirect and strike upon themselves. Such an enigmatic ability swiftly quelled the rest of alien warriors, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. However, it was not long before several of these extraterrestrial fighters discerned the underlying issue. Their keen perception revealed that the peculiar white-faced youth, while wielding his power, became rigid and entirely focused, entering a state of profound concentration that precluded any other movement. In other words, this was a moment when he could not afford to be distracted, making it the optimal time for them to strike. Aware of this, they all, in unison, began to contemplate their next move. Yet, speculation remained mere conjecture, and none dared to test the waters hastily. After all, they valued their pride more than the thrill of victory. A miscalculation could lead to a fate akin to that of the 2 unfortunate souls who had been ensnared and manipulated like puppets, resulting in both humiliation and becoming a subject of ridicule. Weighing the pros and cons, they preferred to have a teammate probe the situation first, and only then would they seize the fruits of victory for themselves. Of course, the majority of the extraterrestrials shared this mindset. Yet, some reckless souls could not contain their impatience and charged forth, one of whom now stood in confrontation with Gohan, just as he was about to land a blow on the white-faced lad, intending to split his skull with a punch. This impudent child suddenly leaped forth and delivered a powerful kick to his cheek, sending him hurtling away. "Damn brat, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death." The alien's eyes widened with fury. In an instant, he sprang into action, his limbs pressing against the ground as the muscles along his spine bulged and rippled like flowing water. The next moment, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, aiming directly at the visibly anxious Gohan. Simultaneously, from his elevated perch, the formidable Piccolo finally intervened. The most significant antagonist from the first Dragon Ball series, the strongest rival of Goku, tore away the billowing cloak draped over him. He descended like a great bird, and with a mere wave of his hand, numerous slender beams of light erupted from his fingertips, cascading forth like a machine gun's rapid fire, violently surging toward the cluster of aliens. Beep, beep, beep. The energy intensity registered at 18,000. Indeed, this individual surpassed the previous ones by a considerable margin. The alien warriors, compelled by circumstance, swiftly retreated to the heights of the sky. On the ground, only Vegeta and 2 other extraterrestrials remained unmoved. "Destroy him! Destroy him! Destroy him!" One silver-haired, red-skinned alien gazed up at the torrential barrage of energy beams raining down. A hint of indescribable excitement flickered across his indifferent visage. He strode forward, adopting a wide stance, extending his arms in a bizarre gesture reminiscent of a high school student performing morning exercises, and with a vigorous flourish, unleashed a torrent of thick electric currents that collided with the incoming beams. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Beaten by surprise, Piccolo's pupils constricted as he beheld the extraterrestrial being that materialized before him, its lower leg darting forth at an alarming speed, leaving behind only a faint silhouette. He instinctively bent backward, narrowly evading this unforeseen attack. However, that leg proved to be as tenacious as a parasite, relentless in its pursuit. Seeing that its initial strike had failed, it curled and lashed out again, releasing a series of sharp, thunderous cracks, accompanied by a flurry of fiery afterimages. The speed was impressive, yet the force behind those kicks fell short. With an astute gaze, Piccolo quickly discerned the opponent's vulnerabilities. Rather than exposing them, he feigned weakness, struggling through a few exchanges. When the adversary unleashed a full-force kick, he suddenly smirked, seized the foot with a swift motion, and forcefully pulled the alien closer. With a swift bend of his elbow, he delivered a crushing blow, resulting in a resounding impact that sent the extraterrestrial reeling, blood spewing forth. and a significant dent forming in its chest. Utterly bored, Piccolo sneered, intending to shake off the alien, kicking it aside. Unexpectedly, the being's face flushed crimson, swelling grotesquely, with a deep purple hue emerging. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth like a high-pressure water jet, allowing it to break free from Piccolo's grasp and counter with a blow to his neck, crashing him down. Ouch, that hurts. Now it's my turn. How does that feel? Ha ha ha. The transformed alien exhibited a dramatic enhancement in power, both in strength and speed, surpassing its previous state. It was evidently more aggressive and increasingly frenzied. With a manic laugh, its muscles bulged grotesquely, straining against its protective suit. As it swung its arms with tremendous force, the air was filled with a thunderous roar akin to a propeller, culminating in a powerful punch to Piccolo's chest, followed by a fierce kick that sent him flying. What? The energy has intensified. This guy can transform. Caught off guard, Piccolo was struck by a headbutt, followed by a flurry of punches. Although the injuries were minor, a sense of dizziness clouded his mind, igniting a simmering anger within him. As the alien prepared to charge once more, one of Piccolo's arms suddenly expanded, resembling an exceptionally elastic serpent, firmly pressing against the alien's forehead, forcing it down with immense pressure. Simultaneously, his other arm flicked, unleashing an extraordinarily thick beam of light, akin to a colossal sword cleaving through the heavens, sweeping down with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Tian Shinhan, with one hand transformed into 1,000 arms, managed to counter the onslaught from Wix. As the continuous shadows of arms converged, they created a cataclysmic illusion reminiscent of a tsunami crashing upon the shore. It seems as though countless arms strike from every direction, leaving Weskier ensnared and increasingly agitated. Ha ha ha, what an intriguing journey this has turned out to be. I never anticipated encountering such tenacious resistance in such a remote location. It is truly astonishing. Shiwa, you have held back long enough. Go forth and select an opponent. Vegeta observed the breathtaking battles unfolding before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his admiration evident in his murmured exclamations. Beside him, the last of the towering figure cloaked in a voluminous coat stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a wild beast. His entrance was akin to the final straw that would bend the camel's back, poised to shatter the balance of confrontation and obliterate the tenuous hold the Earthlings maintained. Awaken. Science. Chapter 25. The Grievous Battle. Earth is indeed a fascinating realm. A year ago, the mightiest among you possessed merely around 1,000 in battle power, insufficient to challenge the third-rate disgrace that was Raditz. Yet, astonishingly, within just a year, you find yourselves evenly matched against the elite team I have assembled. The Vegeta Special Forces. The rapidity of your advancement is nothing short of remarkable. I am now exceedingly curious as to what has catalyzed such a monumental leap. Is it the Dragon Balls? Or perhaps some other force? If I were to grasp the method behind this enhancement, Vegeta crossed his arms, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Nevertheless, he maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze fixed on the ongoing duel, showing no inclination to intervene. On the other side, the warrior known as Shiwa strode boldly into the fray, his eyes ablaze with fervor reminiscent of a famished predator. The flaring nostrils on either side of his face quivered as he inhaled the chaotic atmosphere of the battlefield, intoxicated by the acrid scent of smoke and conflict. Moments later, the metal armor he donned, along with his heavy superalloy boots and gauntlets, succumbed to an overwhelming surge of power, bursting apart as if struck by shrapnel. Propelled outward by a violent gust, a chilling, bloodthirsty aura erupted, sweeping across the land like a demon from the depths of hell, shaking the very earth beneath. Since 12 years ago, when Kfila arrogantly showcased his iron-fisted dominance, heralding the dawn of interstellar warfare, the cosmos has known no tranquility. The delicate balance maintained among various factions has been violently disrupted by this sudden and unreasonable emergence of power. All treaties and agreements, once upheld, have been rendered mere scraps of paper under Kfila's relentless onslaught, devoid of any binding authority. Reluctantly, whether willing or not, they have been forced into this unprecedented turmoil, igniting a cataclysmic clash in the stars that has endured for over a decade, with countless casualties. Throughout these 12 years, formidable warriors have surfaced across the universe, some even rivaling the terror that is Frisia. Warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000 have become as common as fish crossing a river, no longer a rarity. In such an environment, even those who are accustomed to boasting, who consider themselves the second to none in the universe, have shed their former arrogance, focusing solely on fierce battles and diligently enhancing their strength. This holds true even more so for others. It is precisely within this chaotic milieu that a tremendous opportunity has arisen for Vegeta. Countless cycles of life and death have accelerated his growth and strength. At this very moment, he stands 10 times stronger than when he first descended upon Earth in the original narrative, incomparable to his former self. Since the establishment of the Vegeta Special Forces, 7 to 8 years have elapsed. The frequency of personnel changes has been remarkably high. Aside from Captain Vegeta and the miscellaneous soldier Nappa, the rest of the team consists mostly of newly recruited blood. The 3 core members, having followed Vegeta for several years, have yet to match the seniority of the veteran Nappa. However, in terms of strength, they surpass him tenfold, serving as Vegeta's trusted aides. Currently, the member making his entrance is Shiwa, ranking 3rd in the Vegeta Special Forces, the second being the reckless one who plays with Piccolo. Although his rank is slightly lower, he possesses a meticulous mind, an exceptionally ruthless disposition, and a battle instinct as sharp as that of a hungry wolf. He is favored by Vegeta far more than the rather dim-witted fool. Upon entering the battlefield, he does not rush to attack. Instead, he observes the unfolding chaos with keen interest, analyzing the situation. With a sharp gaze, he spots a large, rotund figure, dressed like a Ronin and wielding a katana, attempting to conceal himself among the ruins. Despite his efforts to hide, his immense girth betrays him, exposing a significant portion of his backside behind a large boulder. What is that rotund individual plotting while hiding there? As for the pale-faced youth, he is allied with that bald-headed one. The boy, seemingly a scion, is with the Namekian. How intriguing. Let me first test the bald one's reaction. Shiwa licked his cracked lips, a savage glint sparking in his eyes. With a swift motion of his fingers, a beam of energy shot forth, exploding upon impact with the dumpling-like figure. Dumpling. The previously steady Tien Shinhan was taken aback as his comrade suffered a severe blow. His heart raced, and in that moment of hesitation, Weskier seized the opportunity. The long-suppressed warrior surged forward, his eyes flashing with fierce intent as he bared his gleaming white teeth. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Tien Shinhan's neck, followed by a series of rapid kicks, each blow resonating like a hammer on a drum, exuding immense force. Tien Shinhan let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps. As Tien Shinhan's foot struck the ground, cracks resembling a spider's web erupted beneath him, scattering fragments until, after 7 steps, the remnants faded away into nothingness. However, Tianjin Fan redirected the immense force onto the ground, significantly diminishing the impact of the opponent's assault. Witnessing the alien's menacing grin, a beam of light suddenly emanated from his hand, striking the dumpling. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in fury, unable to maintain his composure. Just as he intended to rush to the dumpling's rescue, Weskio appeared before him in an instant. Step aside. Tianjin Fan pivoted, shifting directions repeatedly, yet was thwarted at each attempt. Growing increasingly agitated, he muttered, "If you wish for me to move, you must first contend with me." Weskier shrugged, a cold smirk on his face. What transpired earlier was merely a warm-up. The true battle has only just commenced. The bald man's thoughts became muddled. Next, it would be the turn of the Namekian. I am curious to see if your heart is as tender as this bald one's, Shiwa mused to himself, a cruel smile emerging. His gaze fell upon Son Gohan, who was locked in combat with an alien warrior, their fists and feet colliding with explosive force. Meanwhile, from the towering Karen Tower, a figure engulfed in flames, resembling a meteor plummeting through the atmosphere, descended with tremendous ferocity. The squinting cat sage promptly tossed a small bag, exclaiming, "Goku, these are the last of the Senzu beans. The rest are with Yajirobe. I have already asked him to deliver them." "Thank you, Karen." The figure shot forth like a cannonball, its form barely discernible, moving with the swiftness of the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed tens of thousands of meters, a force both wild and domineering. On another front, the elderly king, coughing violently, pounded the table with fervor, his voice laden with urgency. "Due to your negligence and incompetence, countless lives have been lost. We cannot afford any more casualties. We must halt these rampaging extraterrestrials." "Understood, Your Majesty." "The Divine Weapon Project will commence immediately." A general saluted sharply, raising his voice. However, a soldier interjected, concern etched on his face. "But General Skok is not here. In the absence of General Skok, I shall issue the commands." The general declared resolutely. "The Earth is in peril. We must activate the Divine Weapon Project. Soldiers, your foremost duty is to obey the orders of your superiors." He raised his voice, pressing down on a crimson button. Within the military's experimental base, colossal steel doors creaked open, revealing towering robots, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall, their bodies glistening with a cold sheen. However, it is rather astonishing that emblazoned upon the chests of these robots is a conspicuous hurricane emblem, the meaning of which remains enigmatic and bears a striking resemblance to the insignia devised by the Sandstorm Company, located far to the west in Aegilus. I have made some amendments to the preceding text, particularly concerning the calculation of time and a misremembered plot point. Awaken. Science, Chapter 26, Naba. These extraterrestrial beings are indeed ferocious, merciless demons that kill without a second thought. If I were to venture outside, I would undoubtedly be slain by them. At my tender age, I am not yet ready to embrace death. Yakalobii crouched amidst the ruins, cautiously peering out to observe the battle unfolding in the distance. The more he watched, the deeper his terror grew. In a moment of panic, he swallowed hard, only to choke and trigger a fit of violent coughing. Earlier, as he set out, he had felt quite confident, even boasting to the sage Carlin that he would not let him down and would accomplish the task. He had even bragged about personally donning armor to confront the aliens, declaring that with a single strike, he would take them all down. However, upon arriving and witnessing the aliens' formidable power, the confidence he had painstakingly built up dissipated under their aggressive onslaught, leaving him devoid of any courage to fight. Just as he was cautiously peeking out, a shockwave surged above Yakalobii, accompanied by a thunderous blast that shattered a precarious building into fragments. A large stone hurtled toward him, striking his skull with a force that made him grimace in pain, drawing in a sharp breath like a startled monkey, while he scratched at his scalp in distress. His appearance was utterly pitiable. At that moment, a small figure, battered and burned, was kicked through the air, landing with a thud. It was the dumpling, previously targeted by Zyva and severely injured from multiple energy blasts. 3 or 4 aliens seized the opportunity, mercilessly attacking him with fists and feet, pummeling the already weakened dumpling into a state of unconsciousness. With a tremendous force, the dumpling was flung away, crashing into a thick concrete slab, shattering it to pieces. His body continued to slide across the scorched earth like a racing car that had suddenly lost control, tumbling over 100 meters before finally coming to a halt, lying motionless as if lifeless. Coincidentally, the spot where he fell was merely a hair's breadth away from Yakalobii's south hiding place. Startled, Yakalobii plopped down onto the ground. Then, using his hands for support, he scrambled backward at a speed comparable to running, retreating several meters. Only then did he realize that the fallen figure was a human, prompting him to anxiously inquire, "Hey, are you all right?" Suddenly, another deafening explosion echoed through the air. A bald man, his head gleaming and a malevolent grin etched upon his face, plummeted from the heavens like a cannonball, crashing down upon the delicate dumpling. The impact forced a gasp of blood from the little creature, contorting its body into a grotesque twist reminiscent of twisted dough. The epicenter of the collision bore the mark of devastation akin to a cruise missile strike, leaving a significant dent in the ground. The surrounding earth, however, was pushed upwards, radiating outwards in a chaotic web of cracks. "Ah, the little bald one seems rather resilient. Let us see if you endure." The brute's hand reached out with ferocity, extracting the severely mangled dumpling from the shattered earth, noting its faint breath. A sinister smile crept across his face as he tightened his grip, intent on snuffing out the life of this barely breathing wretch. In a moment of distraction, his gaze caught sight of a nearby plump figure, panic etched across its visage, momentarily startling him. Beep, beep, beep. Energy intensity, 2,100. What a pitiful creature, lurking here to spy. Watch as I extinguish you. With the prospect of another unsuspecting target before him, the brute's eyes gleamed with excitement as he carelessly cast aside the bloody dumpling and advanced towards the frightened figure of Yachirope. Since the onset of the Interstellar War, the 18-year-old Vegeta had been dispatched to the front lines as an elite warrior by Frieza, tasked with executing extraordinarily perilous missions. Day and night, he danced on the precipice of death, and as a result, his strength surged dramatically, advancing at an astonishing pace. In contrast, Nappa and Raditz, having been overlooked in the initial recruitment and instead thrust into the chaos of the interstellar battlefield as mere fodder, had seen their own power grow over the years. Yet, when compared to Vegeta, the disparity had only widened. By the time they crossed paths once more, the difference was stark and insurmountable, erasing any semblance of their former camaraderie. Vegeta, often indifferent to their presence, had little desire to engage with them. Subsequently, Vegeta began to gather elite warriors, forming the Vegeta Special Forces, leading to a significant decline in Nappa and Raditz's standing, stripping them of any lingering sense of superiority. With Vegeta's newfound strength and wisdom, he no longer acted with reckless abandon. While he retained a fierce offensive and aggressive nature, he now sought opponents of extraordinary power, those capable of pushing him to the brink of life and death. The planets harboring such formidable beings were far from ordinary, often boasting advanced scientific technology or being bastions of martial prowess. The challenges of conquest were immense, and a single mistake could spell disaster. Consequently, each mission resulted in heavy casualties among his team members, necessitating frequent replacements. Nappa, as a mid-tier member of Vegeta's elite squad, possessed a power level barely above 10,000. His continued survival amid such intense conquest battles was nothing short of miraculous. The only explanation that seems plausible is the phrase fear of life and death, and a tendency towards passive indolence. Indeed, while Nappa's strength may be advancing at a sluggish pace, he possesses a keen self-awareness. He recognizes that he can no longer match Vegeta's ambition and pace, thus he can only trail behind him, gradually seeking opportunities to grow stronger and prosper. Over the years, he has learned the virtues of patience and endurance, for he understands that those who can endure often outlive the arrogant and ignorant. As long as he survives, there lies a chance for him to become more powerful. Therefore, despite the incessant ridicule and mockery from others, he remains steadfast, knowing that as long as he continues to live and seizes the opportunity for strength, he will eventually settle the score with them all. When that time comes, he will not hesitate to incapacitate and humiliate them. The hour will not be too late. Of course, during this period of swallowing his pride, Nappa finds fleeting moments of self-respect and confidence only when he bullies the weak. Especially in such instances, his exertion far surpasses that of the cosmic beings, with a ruthlessness that sends shivers down the spine. At this very moment, the frightened little rotund figure before him serves as an excellent outlet for his pent-up frustration. Nappa can hardly contain his eagerness to feel the thrill of his fist connecting with the soft flesh of his face. Awaken, O Scion. Chapter 27. Casualties at this moment. The appearance of a Chirolobe is reminiscent of a girl cornered in a narrow alley, on the verge of being torn asunder. His chubby face is marked by an indescribable fear and panic. Nappa lets out a sinister laugh and abruptly raises his leg, delivering a fierce kick to a Chirolobe's chin. In an instant, he sends the over 200-kilogram figure flying, as if gravity had forsaken him, suspended in the air. Nappa arches his brows and unleashes a flurry of combination punches. With each strike, the air crackles, producing thunderous sounds. A Chirolobe seems at a loss for how to defend himself, merely managing to shield his head and face, while the relentless blows rain down upon his body, leaving him bruised and in excruciating pain. You wretched little rotund figure. You certainly know how to behave. Acknowledging your inability to contend with me, you have wisely chosen to forego resistance and allow me to unleash my fury upon you. Haha. Perhaps I might spare your life after all. Nappa chuckles heartily upon witnessing a Chirolobe's lack of retaliation. Big bald brother, you are truly a good person. I will never forget you, a Chirolobe wheezes, his swollen face betraying a desperate attempt at flattery. Ha ha ha, indeed. That is only natural, Nappa responds, bursting into laughter, while his hands continue their relentless assault. In the next instant, he seized the hefty man's head and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Subsequently, he raised his fist, as large as a cauldron, and struck down mercilessly upon the back of his skull. That man was ruthless. His taunts were merely a reflection of his malicious intent, and there was no chance he would truly spare Akalobe. His assault was extraordinarily vicious. A single blow could reduce a 100-ton boulder to dust, and even a Tyrannosaurus would find its bones shattered and its organs ruptured. How much less could a mere mortal withstand? It was evident that the portly man was gasping for breath, struggling to muster any strength, and Akalobe had vented a fraction of his pin-up fury, dismissing the worthless wretch entirely. Bah, you can't even fight back. You're nothing but refuse, he spat, his expression one of disdain. However, as he turned away, he failed to notice the slight motion of Akalobe's throat as he swallowed. Of course, even if he had, it would have mattered little. Who would pay heed to a dying man? In that fleeting moment of fiery brilliance, a blade's glimmer appeared, manifesting a razor-sharp arc several feet long, akin to the moonlight gradually rising beneath the night sky. What? His eyes bulged in terror as he felt his body involuntarily lift off the ground, instinctively glancing down. He was horrified to discover that his lower half had completely detached from his upper body, still standing upright amidst the rubble. The flash of the blade was followed by a spray of blood, and mere moments later, his anguished scream echoed, heart-wrenching and fearsome. Foolish alien! Did you truly believe I was incapable of resistance? My earlier submission was merely a ruse, a ploy to catch you off guard at your most relaxed moment. Akalob stood unscathed, one hand resting upon the exposed blade of his katana, maintaining a stance as if he had just launched into an attack. At that moment, his expression was grave and sacred, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Drawing the blade, Iato, he sheathed his sword with precision, stepping over the dismembered body of his foe. It was only after several paces that the man's enraged roar abruptly ceased. Upon his form appeared countless gashes, flesh and organs severed as if butchered, cascading down like a butcher carving beef, leaving him utterly dismembered. Akalob, clad in wooden clogs, hurried over to Dumpling, carefully lifting him into his arms. Hold on, I shall feed you a magical bean, consume it, and you will be fine. He produced a mystical bean, preparing to pry open Dumpling's mouth and force it inside. To his dismay, Dumpling's limbs stiffened, and his body became devoid of any breath, causing Akalob's actions to falter as he looked down and murmured, I am sorry, I have done all I could. On the other side, sensing the disappearance of the Dumpling's aura, Tianjin Fan felt a sharp pain in his heart and suddenly roared in fury. In a frenzy, he disregarded Weskier's entanglement and attempted to forcefully break through his interception. Do not underestimate your opponent. It is I who stands before you now. A flash of fierce light glimmered in Weskier's eyes as he grasped Tianjin Fan's shoulder, forcibly lifting his body. With a surge of strength from his waist, he spun like a whirling top, sending Tianjin Fan hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, he collided with countless residential buildings, sending a massive cloud of dust soaring into the sky. Die. Weskier extended his arms as if cradling an unimaginably heavy object. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted from his palms, unleashing hundreds of long energy waves that swiftly pursued the direction in which Tianjin Fan fell. The ground trembled violently, and the continuous roar of explosions echoed as if a catastrophic earthquake of magnitude 10 had erupted, enveloping the entire island city in this earth-shattering tumult. Meanwhile, on another front, let Gohan go. Piccolo rose from a heap of rubble, shaking off the debris clinging to him, and coldly gazed at a towering alien not far away, who was gripping Gohan's neck and lifting him into the air. You want me to release this little brat? That can be arranged, but it depends on your performance. Shiwa exerted slight pressure, causing Gohan's face to turn a deep shade of red, his limbs flailing in evident agony. You vile creature. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. He shifted his stance, ready to charge forward, only to find the alien who had been entangled with him reappearing before him. Despite the fact that much of his body was severely damaged, with wounds deep enough to expose bone, strangely, he remained alive. A look of excitement upon his face as he emitted a raspy sound from his throat. It seems my companion is rather fond of you, Shiwa remarked, stepping onto a massive rock, bending slightly, and smiling without a hint of fear. So, if you wish for this little brat to remain unharmed, you will obediently stand there and allow my companion to finish you off. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 28. The Guardians. A multitude of swift energy currents tore through the air with a tremendous roar, racing through the skies at an extraordinary speed. If one were to observe with the naked eye, it would be impossible to capture the trajectory of these objects as they moved at such high velocity. Their existence was nearly imperceptible. Only through aerial surveillance conducted by reconnaissance satellites could one barely capture images of these entities. I have just learned that these objects, moving at extraordinary speeds, are in fact humanoid war machines forged from steel. These colossal humanoid war machines, officially named Earth Defenders, stand an impressive 7.5 meters tall. Their entire bodies are entwined with electromagnetic coils of arm-thick proportions, and beneath their cumbersome exteriors lies a glimmering, steely sheen. Aesthetically, the Earth Defender is far from pleasing. Its rugged mechanical arms and clumsy armor resemble those of laborers clad in heavy protective gear, specifically designed for demolition tasks. These machines represent one of the two super weapons developed by Stark after assuming command of Earth's defense operations, and they have been unveiled to the public as the most formidable combat apparatus under governmental control. Unlike another combat robot studied by Stark, these humanoid war machines are akin to the towering mechs of Gundam and EVA, being piloted entities. Initially, Stark had envisioned a miniature version of the machines, akin to the Iron Man suit crafted by Tony Stark, allowing for effortless assembly onto the human body and significantly reducing the readiness time for mobile troops. Unfortunately, it became evident that perfection is an elusive goal. The miniaturization of high-strength armor rendered some high-powered weaponry impractical to carry, and the defensive capabilities plummeted to less than a tenth of their original strength. These limitations severely hindered the utility of the Earth Defenders. Subsequently, With the involvement of the scientific prodigy Dr. Masalite, the focus shifted towards the development of another type of super robot, causing this costly research to be indefinitely shelved. As a result, the Earth Defenders could only manifest before the world in their cumbersome and unsightly forms, becoming the subject of media fascination as Earth's protectors. As these dozen or so humanoid machines soared through the skies of the city, several figures appeared, swaying as they ascended, searching for targets to attack. They were the extraterrestrial warriors recruited by Vegeta. With the core members of Vegeta's special forces already engaged, these lesser beings found themselves rendered superfluous. Their comrade Yakalob, having concealed himself after eliminating Nappa, remaining undetected. Reluctantly, they entered a period of free action, seeking amusement for themselves. This was their moment to indulge their emotions and unleash chaos. When these heavy humanoid war machines came thundering forth, the extraterrestrial warriors in the sky were taken aback. Among them, one born of a technologically advanced civilization expressed astonishment, remarking on the unexpected existence of such advanced mechanical civilization on this remote planet. It seems these robots are quite impressive, he mused. What? Just a collection of useless scrap metal. I could easily shatter them with a single punch, retorted another extraterrestrial, who had been controlled by Dumpling and had spent the day inflicting self-harm. To him, the arrival of these clumsy machines was a perfect opportunity to vent his pent-up frustration and fury. As he spoke, his figure shifted swiftly, propelling himself atop a defender's head. With a formidable punch directed at the thick layer of alloy armor, he struck down. Boom. The defender, upon receiving such a tremendous blow, trembled violently. Its highly resilient alloy plating warped and twisted, creating a massive indentation in the shape of a fist. However, contrary to what the extraterrestrial warrior had claimed, the punch did not obliterate it. The smile on the alien warrior's face faltered as his arm bent, preparing to launch another attack. To his astonishment, the colossal mechanical beast before him was suddenly enveloped in a swirling magnetic storm, its coils flickering to life one after another. Then came a resounding crack, as the sky erupted with a dazzling array of blinding, fragmented lightning. It resembled the infernal thunder summoned by a sorcerer in a legendary tale. The destructive power of this magnetic storm weapon is extraordinarily formidable. At the moment of its eruption, it can generate temperatures soaring to thousands of degrees Celsius, melting even the most resilient steel plates into molten iron. Simultaneously, under the force of its potent electric currents, any armor, no matter how thick, would be utterly defenseless. The magnetic storm beams emanating from those coils can effortlessly penetrate several meters of steel, incinerating all electronic devices within, rendering large electronic weapons entirely inoperative and incapacitated in an instant. Indeed, when directed against living beings, this magnetic storm weapon exhibits unparalleled might and lethal capability. As the defenders endure a fierce onslaught, their electronic systems promptly issue commands to activate self-defense protocols. Thus, a ferocious burst of magnetic storm lightning erupts, enveloping the extraterrestrial being in its tempestuous embrace. In an instant, the tumultuous current fills the sky, writhing like serpents in the void, dazzling in its brilliance. Under the relentless onslaught of the magnetic storm, a cascade of fragmented sparks surges unimpeded into the adversary's body, piercing through vital organs and countless blood vessels and cells. The expression of sheer horror on the alien's face is forever frozen in time. When the magnetic storm subsides, the being resembles a charred remnant, transformed into a brittle, pitch-black mass of carbon. The signals of life have vanished entirely. The soldiers among the defenders, clearly well-trained, may not match the superhuman strength of their foes in terms of neural reflexes. However, with the assistance of electronic devices, they respond with remarkable swiftness, quickly adapting to the astonishing turn of events before them. They raise their cumbersome mechanical hands and, with great force, crush the charred alien into a fine powder, which scatters like ash in the air. What? In an instant, the remaining extraterrestrial beings are struck with astonishment, their previously indifferent expressions replaced by sheer shock. Invaders, you have been thwarted. Surrender at once, declares one defender, revealing a row of formidable cannon barrels from within their chest cavity. Dark particles crackle ominously within the barrels, colliding violently and inciting an immensely intense reaction. This weapon, remarkably common aboard interstellar battleships, bears a resounding name: the Planet Annihilator Cannon. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 29, Son Goku. To ensure the safety of this little imp, you must stand there obediently, the silver-haired alien taunted. Let my companions eliminate you. How infuriating. To threaten me with this child is nothing short of delusional. Upon hearing these words, Piccolo froze momentarily, his knuckles cracking as he strained to suppress his emotions. Yet, he quickly turned away, feigning indifference as he retorted, "Oh, really? Let me see if your words match your heart." Shiva chuckled lightly, applying pressure to Gohan's leg, causing the boy to flail helplessly, his small face flushed with distress. The agony was evident in his expression. "You scoundrel!" Piccolo's forehead bulged with prominent veins. His sharp teeth had pierced his lip, blood trickling in a deep purple hue. Though he clenched his fists and assumed an aggressive posture, his movements lacked their former vigor, almost as if suspended in time, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. "I will destroy you. I will end you." The silver-haired alien chattered excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable. The wounds inflicted by Piccolo, from broken arms to shattered leg bones, healed rapidly within mere moments, restoring him to full strength. Suddenly, this formidable opponent ceased his assault and halted in his tracks. The alien's eyes sparkled with mischief as he charged forward, delivering a vicious headbutt to Piccolo's chest. Piccolo was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a towering building with a thunderous roar, sending debris soaring into the sky. "Go ahead and strike him. He won't retaliate. If he dares land a blow on you, I shall break a bone of this little imp in retaliation," Shiva remarked with a smile. Piccolo's eyes bulged in fury. On the brink of explosion, while the silver-haired alien cackled maniacally, his attacks growing ever more frenzied and fierce. In truth, I long to express that, compared to the tender-hearted, I hold a greater admiration for those who are utterly unyielding. For it is such individuals who are flawless, devoid of any imperfections. Shiva coldly observed the silver-haired alien plunging into the swirling dust, engaging Piccolo in another fierce bout, extending his slender tongue to moisten his lips. He then turned his gaze to the struggling Gohan in his grasp, loosening his grip slightly, and asked with a smile, "Little one, is it not rather foolish that the Namekian, possessing such formidable power, is burdened by needless emotions? You insolent wretch, Uncle Piccolo would never succumb. Uncle Piccolo, along with my father, will undoubtedly vanquish all these nefarious villains." Young Gohan coughed a few times before vehemently retorting. His youthful voice resonated amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, evoking an indescribable sense of awe, momentarily dimming the smile on Shiva's face. "Apparently, you remain oblivious to the reality of your situation. It is hardly surprising. How could a hybrid like you comprehend the honor and solitude of a true warrior? All feudal emotions only serve to encumber the strong. Only those who sever their attachments can ascend to the pinnacle of this world." Shiva scoffed, continuing his tirade. Gohan bared his teeth, utterly disinterested in Shiva's fallacious rhetoric. Instead, he fought back like a little tiger, striving to break free. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit fiercely into Shiva's finger, eliciting a flicker of pain on the face of the alien warrior. The grip around Gohan's neck slackened, allowing the young boy to tumble free in a moment of opportunity. "You insufferable brat, how dare you bite me? You are utterly ungrateful. I shall see you perish." Shiva seethed, fury igniting within him. In an instant, he swiftly maneuvered behind Gohan, seizing both of the boy's arms, and raised his knee to deliver a brutal blow. With a sickening sound, Gohan spat out a mouthful of blood, his pupils dilating in shock. The once radiant world around him began to fade, gradually enveloped in a shroud of darkness, losing its luster. "Die." A sinister smile crept across Shiva's lips as he raised his arm high, poised to deliver a fatal strike that would shatter the obstinate child's skull. However, just at that critical moment, a furious roar echoed from the heavens. "Stop right there." The sound echoed from a distant realm, yet as the final syllable resonated, it felt as though it were right beside him, a mere whisper at his ear. Xiva's expression shifted dramatically, turning in terror to behold a hazy, furious flame surging towards him. With a violent onslaught, it obliterated all of his defenses, sending his body flying like a tattered sack. The crimson aura swept aside the dust and debris, warping the very air around it. Standing amidst this chaos was a figure with hair standing on end, muscles bulging, a sight unmistakably that of Sun Wukong, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball series. Simultaneously, from two other directions, powerful energy reactions erupted, causing the detector over Vegeta's left eye to flicker wildly, with a faint whiff of burnt circuitry wafting from the machine's interface. "Awaken, Scion." Chapter 30. The beating the previous lightning-fast punch was unleashed by Sun Wukong, fueled by his pent-up fury. Thus, the force behind it was immense, surpassing even the direct impact of heavy artillery. To encapsulate its essence in 8 words: unyielding and dominant, a flash of fire and lightning. Therefore, even though these extraterrestrial warriors possessed formidable physiques, their skin and bones as resilient as steel, capable of withstanding the relentless barrage of missiles that could not endure such a fierce strike. In the moment he was sent flying, Xiva initially felt little more than a dull ache in his limbs, a weakness that rendered him incapable of exertion. However, as the overwhelming force permeated through his very being, his body became rigid, beyond his control. He crumpled helplessly to the ground, no matter how he strained or struggled. He could not muster the strength to rise. This also reflects Sun Wukong's pure-hearted nature, characterized by integrity and an unblemished spirit. Even in the throes of fury, he remains mindful of the martial virtues and ethos of a warrior. He merely administers a slight punishment, refraining from taking a life. In truth, this presents an exceedingly intriguing topic. Throughout the 3 parts of Dragon Ball, the adversaries encountered by Sun Wukong and his family are countless. While it cannot be claimed that they are as numerous as the fish in a river, a rough tally would certainly amount to at least 100 or 80. However, the actual number of those who have met their demise at Sun Wukong's hands is astonishingly few, almost pitifully so. Among the most notorious are the Demon King Piccolo from the first installment, Kid Buu from Z, and Super Xing Long from GT. Aside from these 3 notable figures, the rest fade into obscurity. Furthermore, in most instances, even when engaged in life and death struggles, Sun Wukong ultimately displays great mercy, granting his foes a chance for redemption. This extends even to the infamous villains such as Piccolo, the second generation, Frieza, and Vegeta. There has never been an exception, which is truly perplexing. Now, amidst the searing crimson aura, Sun Wukong gently cradles Gohan and retrieves a Senzu bean, placing it in his mouth, stroking little Gohan's head. He speaks with sincere regret. "I'm sorry, Gohan, Daddy is late. Quickly, consume the Senzu bean, and you will soon recover." Though little Gohan is gravely injured, he manages to cling to life and understands the act of swallowing. With a soft gurgle, he ingests the Senzu bean. In the next moment, his curled-up form suddenly quakes, and he is revitalized with a surge of immense life force. With a whoosh, he leaps up, embracing Sun Wukong's neck, exclaiming excitedly, "Daddy, this is wonderful, you're back." Just as Sun Wukong is about to respond with a knowing smile, an ominous warning surges within him. He swiftly shifts his position, narrowly evading a blinding flash of light that erupts from the very spot he had occupied. This is swiftly followed by a thunderous explosion, crackling with violent energy. The force obliterates everything within its vicinity, turning soil, stone, and man-made structures into mere dust. The entire world becomes enveloped in a radiant light, growing brighter and more blinding, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. Unlike the brilliant illumination of the solar flare, this searing light symbolizes pure destruction and annihilation. A hellish ray potent enough to obliterate a planet. Kakarot, how astonishing you are. It is truly remarkable that you, reborn, possess such overwhelming power. As the blinding light dissipates, what once existed within a radius of several miles, homes, streets, and any artificial edifices, has vanished without a trace. Furthermore, the previously flat ground has sunken significantly, and with a gust of wind, a whirlwind of dust is stirred, creating the semblance of a desert basin. Vegeta approaches, arms crossed, strolling leisurely as if unperturbed by Sun Wukong's appearance. His face bore an intense and fervent thirst for knowledge. The wild gleam in his eyes sent a shiver down one's spine, as though one had encountered a malevolent spirit. An involuntary chill arose, instilling a sense of dread that gripped the heart and chilled the soul. Sun Wukong gently set down the small Gohan he had been cradling, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Gohan, stay back. This place is perilous." Vegeta, stretching his shoulders and loosening his joints, allowed a haughty demeanor to resurface, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. A Saiyan child can only thrive in an environment of brutal combat. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the warrior blood coursing through his veins. "You are mistaken. We are Earthlings." Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, his face taking on an unprecedented seriousness. The crimson aura enveloping him, fueled by an overwhelming battle spirit, erupted like a splash of gasoline igniting, soaring high and intensifying with ferocity. It shattered all debris caught within its tumult, reducing them to mere dust. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo, under assault from the silver-haired cosmic entity Jirgeo, noted Gohan's newfound freedom. Though he concealed his relief, a weight lifted from his heart, allowing him to finally exhale. "Don't run. I'll make you pay." As Jirgeo relentlessly charged again, his excited cries echoed in the air. Piccolo let out a cold snort, engaging in a flurry of blows that resulted in a rapid exchange of dozens of strikes in mere moments. Jirgeo, growing increasingly exhilarated, found his power surging with each emotional spike, creating an air of danger akin to facing a wounded beast. Do you think this is all the strength I possess? Piccolo stepped back, evading Jirgao's attack. As he moved, he shook his slightly stiff neck and twisted wrist, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. With a commanding shout, he spread his legs into a horse stance, and his body suddenly swelled to an enormous size, resembling a formidable demon standing tall. His joints crackled ominously, emitting sounds akin to popping beans, while the flow of his energy resonated with a thunderous roar reminiscent of mountains collapsing and tsunamis crashing. The sheer terror of it was enough to instill fear in any onlooker. In fact, during the first part of Dragon Ball, Piccolo had once harnessed this transformation ability to avenge his father, the original Demon King Piccolo, by participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament and confronting Sun Wukong directly. At that time, the giant Piccolo had indeed delivered a fierce beating to Sun Wukong, unleashing an astonishingly powerful offensive. However, he eventually fell into a trap when Sun Wukong discovered a flaw, seizing the opportunity to enter his mouth and unleash a brutal assault, forcing him to revert to his original form. The story ends there. Subsequently, perhaps realizing that such transformative abilities harbor significant risks and flaws, it was never employed. Similarly, the Super Namekian Slug, who appeared in the theatrical version of Super Saiyan Goku, wielded this ability. Upon its utilization, his combat prowess surged exponentially. According to the Kai's accounts, in this form, Slug was far more formidable than Frieza. Thus, the gigantification technique stands as Slug's most powerful secret art. A year prior, the forceful incursion of Raditz, along with his arrogant final words before death, instilled profound pressure upon the warriors guarding Earth. They could only bravely advance in adversity, continuously honing their will and strength in search of opportunities for breakthroughs. Among them, Piccolo, who had faced Raditz, possessed a deeper understanding of the invaders' might and terror. It can be said without hesitation that throughout this year, the sweat and toil he expended far exceeded that of the other Z warriors by severalfold. For over half a year, Piccolo honed himself in the Death Valley, enduring gravitational forces 100 times greater, living like an ascetic in an exceedingly harsh environment. Abstaining from food and drink, sitting in silent meditation, refining his will. Month after month passed in this manner. It was only at the brink of death that he suddenly comprehended the shortcomings inherent in the gigantification technique, methodically addressing each flaw, ultimately awakening the combat ability that lay deep within his blood, allowing him to unleash an unparalleled and formidable battle form, akin to Slug's. At this moment, to refer to him as a Super Namekian would be utterly justified. With a cold chuckle, Piccolo swept his fingers together in a motion akin to casually waving away a fly or a mosquito. Little did he know that such an unremarkable gesture would cause the eyes of his opponent, Gerger, to bulge in astonishment, emitting a series of ambiguous sounds from his mouth. Subsequently, his movements faltered and grew sluggish. In the next instant, his head rolled off, gushing forth a fountain of blood, leaving an incredulous expression etched upon his face. Meanwhile, amidst the thunderous cacophony of artillery, countless beams of energy cascaded down alongside Tenshinhan. In an instant, there erupted a deafening roar. The earth trembled violently, painting a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The spectacle was nothing short of terrifying. I possess the will to dispel demons, yet find myself powerless to alter fate. I loathe my own inadequacy, my inability to rescue the world from its peril. All I can do is close my eyes and await death, becoming but a drifting soul. Dumpling, I am sorry. I lack the strength to save you. Allow me one last glimpse of this world. This beautiful land that has ensnared my soul, and for which I vow to defend with my life. Tenshinhan lay weakly upon the hillside, his head turned to the side. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body bore countless wounds, leaving no unscathed flesh. His forehead, with 3 eyes straining to remain open, resisted closure despite the overwhelming fatigue and pain. Indeed, a world devoid of smoke and flames is the most beautiful of all. The scriptures proclaim that in every grain of sand lies a universe, and in every flower, a realm of enlightenment. Just as the vast world before me. Every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, and every stone possesses its own soul, its own life. Cough, cough, cough. So it is. The strength of an individual is always limited. No matter how valiant, there comes a time when one reaches their limit. Only the power of the world is boundless. The true embodiment of infinity. I understand now. I truly understand. Thoughts raced through Tenshinhan's mind like a fleeting panorama. Suddenly, his 3 eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, erupting with an unmatched vitality. Under such intense duress, Wix was confident that no one could evade his onslaught. just as a victorious smile began to form on his face. He faintly perceived a figure emerging from the billowing smoke and flames. With steady steps, each footfall resonated like an insurmountable mountain. What? This is impossible. How has his battle power surged to such heights? In an instant, Wix's expression transformed, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, clearly struck by sheer terror. Just as he prepared to act, a radiant hand was placed upon his forehead. Before him appeared a figure, ethereal yet vivid, emanating a luminous glow. Softly uttering the words, "Be subdued, demon." Tenshinhan pressed his palms together. In a sudden and astonishing manner, an abundance of photons surged forth from the orifices of Weskier, converging upon the figure of light as if a great whale were siphoning water. This influx rendered the luminous image increasingly refined and exquisite. In the midst of this spectacle, Weskier, overwhelmed by terror, withered away, transforming into nothing but an empty husk. At that very moment, three figures approached with synchronized steps. Among them stood the expressionless Vegeta. Awaken. Saiyan. Chapter 31, Unrivaled. Tenshinhan. Piccolo. It is indeed you. Goku exclaimed in surprise as he beheld the two figures standing not far away, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Piccolo's lips as he confidently declared, "Of course. How could I allow you to surpass me? This Saiyan is more than enough for me to handle alone." Tenshinhan's three eyes lowered, appearing to be neither fully closed nor open, seemingly oblivious to Goku's exclamation. Yet, the brilliance emanating from him intensified, taking on a palpable quality. At times, it erupted with the force of tumultuous waves, pulsating with overwhelming energy. At others, it waned into a dim, feeble presence akin to a fragment of decayed earth merging into the cosmos. In this ebb and flow, he traversed the spectrum from life to death, experiencing countless cycles of rebirth. Each cycle granted him a more potent aura, crystallizing the divine light surrounding him. Kakarot, 85,000. The Namekian, 87,000. The Earthling Warrior, 105,000. Unexpectedly, by the end of this, Kakarot, your battle power is the lowest. Vegeta pressed the button on his eye-mounted scouter, scrutinizing the displayed figures. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, yet it was but a fleeting moment before he donned a disdainful expression and remarked, "But with such strength, you truly believe you can defeat me? You are merely daydreaming." Before Goku and Piccolo could respond, Tenshinhan opened his eyes wide. Two bolts of lightning seemed to flash within his snowy gaze. Crackling with intensity as if a dragon were startled, he propelled himself forward with a single motion, refraining from uttering a word. In an instant, countless beams of light erupted from his shoulder, momentarily suspended in the air, transforming into hundreds of robust arms, each wielding mystical seals as though he were a formidable guardian of the mountain gate, exuding unparalleled might as they struck down together. Before the assault reached its target, a ferocious energy, akin to a hurricane, surged forth, unleashing a torrent of furious sand that roared and howled in every direction. Amidst the tempest, grains of sand scattered like bullets, accompanied by a few massive boulders that rumbled ominously, propelled by the gale with tremendous force. The mortal body, if it were to enter this realm, would inevitably be left battered and broken unless clad in a formidable suit of armor. Vegeta, with his wild hair billowing, was struck repeatedly by the chaotic forces around him, each blow shattering into dust. As he raised his head to confront the terrifying tempest before him, rather than flinching, his fierce warrior spirit ignited, revealing a glimmer of fervent anticipation on his face. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of shadowy fists converged, erupting into a cataclysmic sound that reverberated through the air. The earth trembled violently, creaking as if a giant were lifting it into the skies. The scene was dominated by an overwhelming spectacle of fists, more awe-inspiring than falling meteors or volcanic eruptions, evoking a profound sense of wonder from the depths of one's soul. Amidst the flurry of fists, Vegeta's raucous laughter grew louder, akin to thunderous explosions or a torrential flood, commanding attention with an unparalleled ferocity. His presence was magnificent and unmatched, rendering all other sounds insignificant. With relentless vigor, driven by his fervent spirit, he unleashed a torrent of power, culminating in a decisive blow to Tenshinhan's chest. In an instant, a burst of photons erupted from Tien's back, dispersing like water splashing forth. Unexpectedly, these photons lingered momentarily in the air before returning to Tien's, who barely wavered as the onslaught of his 1,000 arms surged forth once more, untouched by the impact. The power of the world was astonishing. As Sun Wukong gathered his energy, enveloped in a magnificent aura, he stood resilient even without any defensive measures against the frenzied assault of the Super One-Star Dragon. Displaying an extraordinary prowess akin to a paladin invoking divine armor. Cloaked in radiant light, his unwavering faith rendered him indestructible, a bastion against all attacks. In this moment, Tien found himself in a similar state, imbued with an invincibility that could not be undermined. Suddenly, Tien's countenance darkened with fury as he unleashed a fierce roar. His third eye opened, emitting beams of light that shot forth like lasers, seemingly aimless yet unmistakably aimed at Vegeta. In mere moments, a dazzling net of electric light ensnared the area, sealing off Vegeta's path with an inescapable grip. Unfazed, Vegeta's wild hair resembled a vibrant firework display as he grinned, revealing a set of fierce white teeth. With a powerful leap, he advanced boldly, refusing to yield, and retaliated with a punch of his own. This punch, imbued with immense force and vigor, was a formidable strike that encapsulated all of his strength. As the saying goes, it is better to confront directly than to seek through cunning. Rather than engaging in a protracted guerrilla fight, it is far more effective to collide head-on and determine whose strength prevails, whose might is more domineering. Thus, this punch bore no embellishments or intricacies, solely carrying an indescribable, terrifying power, akin to a meteor crashing into the earth, causing the stars to shatter. It exemplified the art of overwhelming dominance through sheer strength. Tianjin Fan's three eyes widened in fury as he raised his hands, executing a myriad of gestures: the four demon fists, the new ki blast, the piercing wave, the fiery lightspeed fist, the volleyball fist, the turtle school's ki blast, the four-body fist, the demon sealing wave. He unleashed all the key techniques he had mastered throughout his life in one sweeping motion, momentarily eclipsing the sky with his brilliance, only to be overshadowed by the terrifying figure that descended with a resounding force. Reflecting on his past, Tianjin Fan emerged as a lethal warrior, meticulously trained by Master Crane. Endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable prowess, he once engaged in a captivating duel with Sun Wukong, resorting to any means necessary to triumph over his opponents, even at the cost of his own life by unleashing the Ki Blast. His audacity and dominance rivaled that of the former Piccolo and the current Vegeta. However, after being touched by Master Roshi's benevolence, he joined the ranks of the Dragon Ball warriors, undergoing a profound transformation in spirit and thought. He emerged cleansed of vanity, bearing a pure and innocent heart, ready to battle the malevolent King Piccolo, a testament to his evolution. Subsequently, he retreated to the depths of the mountains with his companion, Dumpling, leading a life of austere discipline akin to that of a monk. For 10 years, he devoted himself to the pursuit of understanding the natural way, experiencing a profound metamorphosis in temperament, shedding the arrogance of his youth. His martial practice grew increasingly attuned to nature and the world. As the adage goes, the sharpness of a sword is forged through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. After a decade of arduous honing, he awaited this moment of soaring ascendance. Following the tragic demise of Dumpling, the near-death Tianjin Fan reflected on his youthful experiences. In a moment fraught with peril, he finally comprehended that the power of the world is the true infinity. This realization shattered the shackles that had long confined his heart and transformed him into an extraordinarily potent being. Though Sun Wukong and Piccolo were taken aback by Tianjin Fan's sudden acquisition of such formidable power, their astonishment was overshadowed by delight. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai clenched his fists, his expression filled with dread. The fusion of the world's power is the essence of the spirit bomb. This human is truly from Earth. Through space photography, one could clearly observe a sudden bulge of a yellowish half-circle on the Earth's surface, exceeding 100 miles in diameter, resembling a pustule bursting forth from the Earth, ready to explode. The winds howl, and the air is thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. The land lies ravaged and fragmented, resembling the battered surface of the moon after a meteor shower. The once resplendent form of Tianjin Fan is now shattered, bearing a countenance of despair. Within his three eyes, a flicker of exhaustion manifests, hinting at an overwhelming urge to succumb to darkness. Prior to this moment, he had already sustained grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The mere act of drawing breath and enduring this prolonged battle is undoubtedly sustained by the power of the universe, yet more significantly, it is fueled by the fierce warrior spirit that burns within him, ignited by the desire to fight for the world. After exchanging blows with Vegeta, this weary Earth warrior begins to falter, the brilliance of his aura flickering and waning, akin to a candle's flame swaying in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. In stark contrast, Vegeta, though drenched in blood and with his battle attire in tatters, radiates an even more formidable presence than before, his aura swelling exponentially. With a boisterous laugh, his cold gaze seems to survey the world, exuding an air of dominion. Ah, what a thrill! Only in such life and death clashes can my blood boil and my combat prowess ascend to new heights. You lot are merely my whetstone. Once I vanquish you, my strength shall ascend to unparalleled levels. As Vegeta's laughter subsides, his attention shifts to Son Goku and Piccolo, narrowing his eyes with a sardonic smile. So, who shall step forth next, Kakarot, or you, Namekian? Or perhaps you would prefer to face me together? Do not grow too complacent. To my eyes, your power is but trivial. I alone am more than sufficient to handle a foe like you. Piccolo, internally shaken, feels the surging tide of dread, yet cannot restrain himself from speaking. What an intimidating fighting spirit! It appears I am indeed no match for him. Cursed be this fate. I thought I had rectified the flaws of my giant form, believing I could sweep all aside and claim the title of the strongest in the world. Yet, it seems I am still lacking. However, if I can hold this opponent at bay and drain his energy, perhaps when it is my turn, old Son will be able to defeat him. Lost in thought, he attempts to advance, only to be overtaken by Son Goku, who steps forward with resolute determination. Wait. Let me take this one. Old Son, you. Piccolo grits his teeth, having just begun to voice his strategy when Goku silently strides ahead, the crimson aura enveloping him erupting like a tempest. Let us settle this with a single blow. Eightfold Kaioken. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 32. Dr. Gero. In the eastern part of the Earth, as night descends, the stars shimmer brilliantly. Unlike the southern hemisphere besieged by Vegeta's invasion, the time here has clearly advanced into the depths of night. Countless night owls awaken during this hour, adorned in eccentric attire, jesting and lamenting beneath a cascade of vibrant neon lights, wandering in search of amusement, releasing their exuberant energy and wealth. Under the veil of night, an array of imposing skyscrapers stand proudly, exuding grandeur. Even in the depths of slumber, the city sparkles with twinkling lights, a spectacle that captivates the senses. Amidst this modern metropolis, a towering edifice looms like a colossal steel beast, its formidable structure piercing the heavens, characterized by its exaggerated and domineering design. This is the Hurricane Tower, renowned as the second tallest building in the world, the first being the Kaling Tower. 3 years ago, the chairman of the Hurricane Group, deemed the wealthiest individual globally, invested billions here, utilizing 3 million cubic meters of reinforced concrete, 800,000 tons of steel, and 150,000 square meters of diamond glass. After 2 years of labor, this marvel, standing at 3,600 meters and comprising 600 floors, was completed. On the day of its inauguration, it resonated around the globe, truly unparalleled in its magnificence. The lower 100 floors of the Hurricane Tower house bars, dance halls, auction houses, shopping centers, and various exhibitions, creating a veritable paradise for consumers. The floors from 100 to 300 are designated for private residences, featuring over 15,000 luxurious suites, encompassing hotels, apartments, and business centers. Above the 400th floor lies the workspace and research facilities of the Hurricane Group, equipped with amenities that are second to none in the contemporary world. At this very moment, at the pinnacle of the Hurricane Tower, in the most enigmatic high-level conference room, silence reigns supreme. Only the voices of a few men break the stillness, resonating with a notable clarity. Is this not a meeting? Why does it seem that one person is missing? A rotund, balding man dominates a sofa, leisurely raising his hand to snap his fingers, igniting a substantial cigar with a satisfying crackle. He pours himself a glass of red wine and savors a sip before turning to the others, grinning and saying, "My memory truly fails me. Come, don't be shy. Make yourselves at home. There is no need for formalities. Let us expedite this meeting and be on our way. It's rather late, and you're disturbing my sleep." A scruffy youth, with ear piercings and tattered jeans, resembling a delinquent, yawns and mumbles indistinctly, struggling to stay awake, his body swaying as he succumbs to drowsiness. Opposite the young man with yellow hair sat a tall figure adorned with black-framed glasses, dressed in a military uniform with a turned-down collar. He was silently engrossed in a substantial tome, his expression one of intense concentration, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion. It was none other than Major Stork, who had previously appeared in Penguin Village. What was perplexing was that Penguin Village and Hurricane Tower were situated on opposite sides of the Earth, separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers. How could he possibly have traversed such a distance in such a brief span of time? It was truly confounding. Aside from these three individuals, there was also a young man in a black suit, distinguished by his white hair, who appeared to be no older than 25 or 26. His complexion was pallid, bearing an unhealthy demeanor that suggested fragility. Yet, paradoxically, a pen in his hand spun with remarkable speed, darting left and right, flipping up and down in a rapid frenzy as he busied himself with fervor, astonishing those around him. "Where is that rascal Gaofei? He's taking forever," the yellow-haired youth mused. The white-haired man, having shifted his gaze from the window, tapped his forehead with a hand and said with some resignation, "Let's not wait for him any longer. We shall commence." Major Stork closed his book and adjusted his glasses, remarking, "He is likely observing the ongoing battle and cannot be disturbed." At that moment, the stout man, after listening intently, seemed to have a sudden realization, exclaiming joyfully, "That Gaofei fellow is from Island City, isn't he? Perhaps he has already been dealt with during the Scion invasion." "That is a possibility," the white-haired man nodded thoughtfully. Stroking his chin, the young man with yellow hair, still drowsy, mumbled, Who has died?" Major Stork frowned and let out a weary sigh. Enough of the jesting. The white-haired man straightened his posture, emanating an inexplicable authority as if he had undergone a profound transformation. "I trust you all understand the reason for our gathering here." "Yes, we are aware of the Scion invasion. Such matters are beyond our concern," the stout man leisurely replied, puffing on a cigar. "Regardless, the identity of our adversary is that of a Scion. While we are uncertain of their connection to our employer, it is prudent for us to remain uninvolved. Should complications arise, none among us would escape unscathed." The yellow-haired youth, still half asleep, mumbled, "In any case, the Earth's defense perimeter has been activated. The core of the Earth, modified by us, can effortlessly absorb energy strikes amounting to 10 million units, which can then be redirected back to the planet for various extreme transformations. Its limits exceed even 100 million. Their meager combat prowess is but a trivial matter. Let them create their turmoil. Such sentiments cannot be taken lightly, after all. Many lives have been lost, and the losses are indeed substantial." The stout man spoke nonchalantly, his expression betraying indifference. The silver-haired gentleman picked up a remote control and pressed a button, causing a large electronic screen to materialize at the center of the conference room. The flickering images displayed a live broadcast of the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the footage, both combatants had entirely forsaken unnecessary variations in their techniques. Engaging in a relentless exchange of blows, their strikes colliding with sheer force, swift as lightning. The all-encompassing projection imparted an indescribable sense of realism, igniting the viewer's fervor and excitement. The stout man squinted, a sudden grin spreading across his face. "The Scions are bound to win. What a ferocious fighting style!" he exclaimed. The blonde-haired youth sat up with a start, a serious expression crossing his face. "However, judging by their current state, they seem evenly matched. Even if a victor emerges, it will undoubtedly be a costly victory for both sides. Moreover, the defenders have a Namekian watching from the sidelines. Why do you believe the invaders are assured victory?" Displaying a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, the stout man replied, "The prowess of that spire-headed fighter is tangible. Sun Wukong's combat strength, on the other hand, is artificially augmented through techniques. If my conjecture is accurate, such techniques likely have a limit similar to Commander Jiren's burst technique. The strain on his body is considerable. Although Sun Wukong appears invincible and unstoppable in this state, prolonged engagement will inevitably wear him down. Unless he can achieve a swift resolution, the longer the battle drags on, the more he will suffer. Besides, that spire-headed fighter has a fiery temperament, clearly one who grows bolder with each confrontation. If he manages to defeat Sun Wukong in one decisive blow, his fighting spirit will undoubtedly surge to new heights, and the Namekian will be overcome with fear, losing the will to fight, making him no match for the spire-headed warrior." "Impressive deduction," the blonde youth exclaimed, admiration evident on his face. "Indeed. Who do you think I am?" The stout man thought to himself, reveling in his own cleverness. He had articulated his views to impress those around him, wanting them to recognize his enduring prowess. Unexpectedly, Stock raised his head and remarked coolly, "Have you forgotten that the defenders have senza beans?" The stout man, parched and about to sip some red wine to quench his thirst, coughed violently at this revelation and hastily turned away to mask his emotions. The silver-haired gentleman chuckled. "Now, let us discuss the reconstruction plan for Island City. I believe everyone here understands that after such a terrifying attack, the government will designate Island City as a no-man's land. At this time, we can acquire the land at an incredibly low price. What good will that do?" the blonde youth questioned, drooling in confusion. Stock glanced at him. Speaking in a measured tone, Sun Wukong and his companions will undoubtedly devise every means possible to restore this place to its former state. Possessing ownership of this parcel of land equates to holding dominion over the entire island city. In due course, one could reap substantial rewards. The silver-haired gentleman chuckled, stating, "We are not opportunists. As you are aware, I will be campaigning in 6 months. If I can secure this leverage, securing a position akin to that of a king will be effortlessly achievable. Are you implying that you wish to borrow money from me?" The rotund man puffed up his cheeks, instinctively covering his pockets. The blonde also shrank back, pitifully asserting, "Do not look to me. I am devoid of funds. Damn it. To summon us at such a moment just to discuss this." Stark furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking when a series of sharp beeps emanated from his wristwatch. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. "Stark, what is happening?" The silver-haired man, with keen perception, noticed Stark's sudden change in demeanor and understood that a grave situation had arisen, prompting him to abandon his jovial facade and adopt a serious tone. The rotund man and the blonde also turned their gazes towards him, their faces reflecting curiosity. "The main computer at the base has relayed 2 messages to me. Approximately half an hour ago, someone infiltrated the experimental facility under my identity, stealing the blueprints for the super robot and the latest set of test samples," Stark proclaimed. His face ashen. "What? That is impossible. Don't you have fingerprint and retinal recognition? How could an outsider gain access to the laboratory without your consent?" The rotund man interjected. "It is likely the newly developed synthetic skin," Stark explained, noticing the confusion on the faces of the others. "This technology can instantaneously alter one's skeletal structure, physique, appearance, and even vocal frequency. Well, so they stole it. What's the big deal? I've seen your super robots. And none of them are formidable." The blonde scratched his head, attempting to provide reassurance in his own peculiar manner. "What do you know?" Stark retorted sharply, seemingly struggling to contain his emotions, startling the blonde with his expression. "The blueprints for the robots are insignificant. What truly matters are the materials employed in their design. The indomitable, regenerative adamantium can absorb various forms of energy strikes and convert them into stored energy. The nanobots, capable of disregarding physical impacts, can liquefy. The superchip, housing millennia of knowledge, can dissect and optimize various techniques, coupled with the anti-gravity device that can adapt the robot's combat forms to their optimal state in any adverse environment. These components, when amalgamated, present an insurmountable challenge." Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, the expressions of the silver-haired man, the rotund man, and the blonde shifted, turning serious. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, evoking a sense of suffocation. The elderly man with white hair rapidly turned his thoughts, and the pen in his hand came to an abrupt halt as he remarked, "This individual managed to steal these items from the heavily guarded laboratory in such a short time. It must be someone from your lab." "Indeed. I have already ordered an investigation. We must uncover this person," he continued. Skok, feeling agitated, rose to his feet and began pacing around the room. Minutes later, news arrived. Projecting a 3-dimensional image onto his wristwatch, an elderly man with graying hair and a somewhat portly figure. Chris, a scholar. Male, 64 years old, a lifetime scholar from Dennis University, and the champion of the 36th Robotics Design Concept Competition. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. He was the one who led the development of the synthetic skin project. Skok muttered to himself, just as he was about to issue a capture order. Wait a moment. The elderly man's expression shifted as he suddenly exclaimed, "This identity is a FAAD. What?" Skok raised his head, incredulous. "How do you know?" The elderly man replied, "I have met Chris. Although this person bears a striking resemblance, Chris's gaze is exceedingly gentle, devoid of such aggressive hostility. Quickly, compare this individual's eyes against the profiles of all high IQ criminals." Skok nodded, his fingers swiftly working over his wristwatch. Half a minute later, the returned information revealed a gaunt, brooding elder. His malicious, aggressive gaze was eerily reminiscent of Chris's. Simultaneously, the projection displayed the information, Dr. Gallo. Male. Damn it, we must apprehend this dangerous individual. You wouldn't want to encounter such an unforeseen monstrosity upon the boss's arrival. Skok declared, suddenly shattering the crystal coffee table in frustration. "I require your assistance. Awaken. Science." Chapter 1, Space Wanderers. 3 days into the Scion invasion of Earth. News finally reached Augulus. Oh, it seems the situation has become even more intriguing. After listening to the battle report and viewing the combat footage transmitted from Earth, Best, seated in a rocking chair, closed his eyes and gently swayed, a subtle smile gracing his face. In truth, Best was not surprised by Vegeta's retreat. After all, even if the Dragon Ball warriors were unable to fulfill this task, the pieces he had laid years prior could serve as saviors in a critical moment, driving away this arrogant villain and imparting a lesson he would never forget. However, Tien's ability to break through in the heat of the moment and harness the energy of the world for his own aid was something Best had not anticipated. Much to his astonishment, in light of the current circumstances, it is reasonable to believe that Tien Shinhan will not assume a role akin to that of a mere passerby for quite some time. Indeed, he may even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Super Saiyans, becoming a formidable force in the defense of Earth. Mr. Best, my subordinate asserts that such an individual must be accorded the utmost attention. The communications officer, with a stern countenance, spoke gravely. It was evident that he had sensed a whiff of danger from the battle reports. He held Tien Shinhan's potential for growth in exceptionally high regard. The situation has unfolded in a manner I had not anticipated. However, I remain uncertain about the limits of the technique Tien Shinhan has devised. Can it harness the beliefs of all beings, or perhaps the negative energies of an antimatter universe? If so, could his ultimate form not be akin to a humanoid Dragon Ball? A thought can manifest as either a demon or a deity. Clearly, Mr. Best contemplated deeper implications. Very well, let us designate this Earthling as a subject of close observation. Mr. Best squinted, casually remarking. The communications officer looked at Mr. Best, his lips moving as if he wished to speak, but hesitated. What is it you wish to convey? Mr. Best inquired. I have discovered some anomalies that I would like to report to you. Oh, pray, continue. Upon hearing Mr. Best's inquiry, the communications officer immediately straightened his posture, resembling a taut spear, and spoke rapidly. The time taken for this message to arrive from Earth was twice as long as usual, an unprecedented occurrence. Spock is my subordinate. His work ethic is meticulous and diligent, and he would never commit such an error. Furthermore, I have inspected the battle report facilities along the route and found no faults or issues. Everything is functioning well. The only plausible explanation is that Earth may be concealing some vital information, or that unforeseen complications have arisen. Commendable observational skills, Mr. Best acknowledged with a nod and a smile. It is merely a matter of employing some bait to lure in a big catch. By the time he has fully devoured the bait, it shall be our moment to cast the net. For now, let him continue his antics. The communications officer, perplexed, furrowed his brow. By the way, where is that battleship currently located? Mr. Best continued his inquiry. Please hold on for a moment. The communications officer's fingers danced across the control panel, producing a rapid, crisp sound that resonated like a flurry of percussion. The speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of afterimages that dazzled the eye. Moments later, the information was relayed back. The communications officer promptly reported, the Wanderer is currently situated at Black Corner Star. Without considering the use of warp technology, if all goes smoothly, it will take another month and a half to reach their destination. Of course, this voyage is intended to test those young ones. Unexpected tasks and events may arise along the way, likely extending the schedule to approximately 2 months. However, this extension will not hinder their journey. Within 3 months, the Wanderers are certain to reach Namek and accomplish their rescue mission. Excellent, as long as they arrive on time. There shall be no issues whatsoever. Best smiled. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, revealing only his holographic image. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of outer space, an unprecedentedly colossal warship was progressing slowly, embarking on a lengthy 3-month voyage. This formidable battleship, known as the Space Wanderer, measures an astonishing length of 116,700 meters, a width of 83,500 meters, and a height of 3,500 meters. It dwarfs other aircraft carrier-class starships by several magnitudes. Standing as a true behemoth in the cosmos, the Space Wanderer is equipped with the most advanced propulsion system of its era, boasting a power configuration that approaches the concept of a perpetual motion engine, alongside an unparalleled defense system. It is reputed to traverse the depths of outer space for a millennium without concern for energy depletion. Within the vessel, one can find 12 meticulously crafted ecological zones that replicate authentic environments, designed to nurture a variety of rare flora and fauna. Following the advent of miniature technology and spatial folding techniques, both serendipitously derived from research into the concept of a temporal sanctuary, these ecological zones can expand to occupy 50 times their original area. They are not only more vivid than genuine forests, grasslands, and deserts, but also serve dual purposes, fostering the growth of diverse species and providing a serene habitat for biological inhabitants to unwind. Moreover, These areas can function as training grounds, facilitating a series of data assessments. This unparalleled super battleship is the result of the tireless efforts of thousands of scientists and numerous factions over a decade, consuming countless resources and manpower to create this formidable weapon. Across the vast universe, the spacewalkers stand as the epitome of strength, unrivaled and unmatched. At this moment, within a training room characterized by cold, hard tones and a somewhat somber ambience, a space warrior with a buzz cut and clad in a black fitted vest stands at the center, arms crossed, delivering a stern address. His physique, sculpted and muscular, emanates a sheen reminiscent of steel, presenting him not as a mere mortal, but as a being forged from countless strands of wire, possessing a coppery, ironclad resilience. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, penetrate with a chilling intensity, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who meet his gaze. Before him stands a group of solemn children, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, gathered in small clusters like disparate factions. However, unexpectedly, each of these children is adorned with a black tail, affirming their identity as Scions. Recently, my time has been consumed by work, with days filled from dawn till dusk, leaving little room to breathe. At times, I even find myself pondering the concept for another novel. Thus, my updates have been somewhat erratic, for which I apologize. Awaken, Scions. Chapter 2. The Elite. It is astonishing how swiftly a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. The once naked, crawling infants have now matured into robust youths, each one towering and strong, reminiscent of young calves. Indeed, the future remains unpredictably enigmatic. 12 years ago, I could never have fathomed that I would become a caretaker for a group of children. As Jylan's gaze swept over the faces of these children, he couldn't help but reflect. Yet, his expression remained stern and resolute. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated. Finally speaking, you little ones have emerged from rigorous trials, proving your capabilities. It is no exaggeration to declare that you are the elite among the original 300. In the future, you shall undoubtedly be the pillars of Agilis. Jylan's eyes settled upon a child with tousled hair and a fierce demeanor, a glimmer of admiration evident as he nodded and remarked, especially you, Helios. As the reigning champion of the Agilis Youth Division for 7 consecutive years, you truly embody your name. You are indeed the elite among elites. 12 years ago, the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament hosted by Agilis was undeniably infused with intense personal flair. At that time, Best was not only training Pietra's combat skills and balancing his fighting abilities, but also seeking to expose his own strength to various factions, enticing their attention with the aim of ensnaring them all. Thus, the arrangements at the venue, including the rules of combat, were astonishingly rudimentary, almost non-existent. As long as a contestant could strike their opponent, victory was theirs, allowing them to advance. Consequently, a plethora of ruthless tactics emerged, steeped in the darkness and bloodshed reminiscent of ancient gladiatorial arenas, leaving one astounded and unable to fathom the brutality on display. However, as Best later unified Agilis, he absorbed the minds of those various factions, rendering them his vassals. The initially simplistic martial arts tournament, organized by the Western Sandstorm Company, was entrusted to those factions for collaborative management, which enhanced its administrative structure and significantly increased financial investment. As for its influence, it became widely renowned, echoing throughout the northern galaxy and even reaching the ears of the other 3 galaxies. Each year, it attracted numerous travelers eager to witness the spectacle of thousands of extraterrestrial warriors battling fiercely for the title of the world's greatest and the substantial rewards that accompanied it, resulting in a scene of carnage. The so-called Junior Division was precisely the project meticulously curated and launched by these factions after they took over the martial arts arena. Its purpose was to cultivate the gradually maturing Scion youth, allowing them to amass substantial combat experience while mitigating the risks of loss in the adult competitions. Thus, Agilis innovatively introduced the Junior Division competition. The tournament stipulated that any youth aged 5 to 15, regardless of their race, could participate in the Junior Division after paying a certain registration fee and insurance. Moreover, the rules of the competition were relatively mild, devoid of the gruesome and wild scenes that could ignite one's bloodlust. Nevertheless, with the inclusion of these young Scions, the battles in the Junior Division were equally thrilling and should not be missed, rivaling the adult competitions in excitement. Among them was a Scion youth named Helios, who had reigned as the champion of the Junior Division for 7 consecutive terms, a prodigious talent adorned with the crown since the inception of the junior competition. Kieran did not conceal his admiration for this young boy, His extravagant praise elicited a shift in expression among the other young scions, who could not suppress their indignation. "Instructor Kieran, don't you think you're being a bit excessive?" One youth could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed loudly, though he was questioning Kieran. His gaze remained fixed on Helios, his dark, glistening eyes betraying a profound sense of trepidation. Undoubtedly, this youth was not fighting alone, although he stood solitary in his confrontation. His inquiries echoed the sentiments of all Scion youths, resonating with their collective frustrations. Why should glory belong solely to Helios, while he himself is relegated to the status of a subordinate? Why? The members of Helios' team wore smirks on their faces, seemingly mocking this youth's audacity. Among them, one voiced disdainfully, "Kratos, if you lack ability, do not envy my captain." Another chimed in, "Do not underestimate him. After all, he was the runner-up 7 years ago. It is no small feat to be the eternal second." Following this, they all burst into raucous laughter, causing Kratos to clench his fists tightly, his face flushed with indignation, seemingly at the pinnacle of humiliation. "Enough," Kieran scoffed, his long-established authority not to be trifled with. In an instant, the Scion youths who were poised to speak further fell silent, standing rigidly like javelins. The more timid among them trembled in fear, their hearts racing. Throughout it all, only the youth named Helios remained silent, leaning against the wall with his head bowed, seemingly lost in distant thoughts. Kieran's icy gaze swept over Kratos as he remarked, "I know you have long harbored resentment over your defeats. However, a loss is a loss to me. Anything but first place is but refuse. If you seek glory, you must earn it by defeating Helios. My apologies, instructor, I have overstepped." Kratos suddenly relaxed his fists, addressing Kieran with sincere contrition. He then took a deep breath and, turning to the silent Helios, proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be my benchmark. One day, I will surpass you. My only rival is Alex." Helios lifted his head and replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the name of another eccentric, the Scion youths exchanged alarmed glances, cautiously searching for the owner of that name. Even Kieran displayed an uncharacteristic expression, rubbing his forehead in frustration as he muttered, "Why must it be that troublesome child again?" Suddenly, Kieran's gaze sharpened as he scanned the crowd, exclaiming, "Where is that fellow? Why can I not see him?" The group of Scion youths exchanged bewildered looks, unable to provide an answer. "Damn it, I told you to keep an eye on that boy and not let him wander. He's a veritable troublemaker." Kieran's teeth ground together audibly, prominent veins throbbing on his forehead. Caught in a predicament, the situation concerning a boy named Alex has become exceedingly exasperating. Awaken, O Scion. Chapter 3, Alex in another location. The hatch opened to reveal a scene of utter disarray. An abundance of bowls and plates, along with remnants of food, lay scattered about, heaped into small mountains as if plundered by marauders. Ah, how satisfying, how comfortable. Consuming those bland nutritional meals daily merely fills the stomach, yet the taste is woefully lacking. Akin to tepid water, devoid of flavor. It's a mystery how those individuals have endured such fare. The Scion youth, Alex, emerged with a burp, leisurely stepping out. After a brief sway, he boldly sauntered into the elevator, intending to press a button, but was momentarily dazed by the array of gleaming numbers. "Hey, which floor should we go to?" He scratched his head, turning to inquire of his companions. Beside him were 2 other Scion boys. One, with a darker complexion, possessed striking features and an extraordinary physique, towering and robust, entirely unlike a mere 12-year-old child. His mere presence exuded an imposing aura reminiscent of a standing grizzly bear, sending a shiver down one's spine. The other boy, in contrast, appeared quite frail, his pale visage bearing a sickly pallor. He resembled a middle school student recovering from a severe illness, seemingly powerless, the type that would topple with the slightest push. Were it not for the soft, drooping tail trailing behind him, one might question his Scion identity. "I'll do it." The sturdy boy eagerly stepped forward, and under Alex's hopeful gaze, extended his finger, suddenly pressing a chaotic array of buttons, at least 10 in total. He then clapped his hands in satisfaction, declaring, "All set." "Don't press that, Hercules. That's the launch button." "Good heavens, you fool." Alex glared at him, his frustration palpable, yet before he could speak, the frail boy's face turned ashen, unable to suppress a cry of alarm. No sooner had his words left his lips than the elevator jolted violently, rocketing forth as if yanked by an immense force, propelled into the unknown. Beep, beep, beep. Elevator number 75 is experiencing a malfunction. Elevator number 75 is experiencing a malfunction. The piercing alarm echoed through the control room. And fortunately, the guards on duty remained vigilant, averting their eyes from distractions to promptly deactivate the system. Otherwise, the malfunctioning elevator would have undoubtedly been ejected into the cosmos. When they arrived at the scene, their hearts racing, they found only a dilapidated cabin. The exterior bore countless imprints, along with several distinct handprints protruding from its surface. As for the occupants within, they had vanished without a trace. To leave such marks upon superalloy, what immense strength must one possess? Indeed, a minimum energy intensity of 30,000 is required. This mark appears to have been created solely through sheer brute force, devoid of any energy application. Could this be possible? Wait a moment. This handprint looks eerily familiar. It resembles that of Hercules, the extraordinarily powerful creature. The guards stared blankly at the series of handprints, a chill creeping up their necks, and then, as if in unison, they exclaimed, "Thank goodness it's not Alex." "My heavens, you fools, what do you mean by that? Hercules and Miss Hughes have been inseparable from that little ancestor since boarding the ship." The captain's eyes widened in alarm, and with a gulp, he nervously declared, "Quickly inform Lord Kieran. Tell him that Alex is on the 5th level of the Space Wanderer. We require reinforcement." "What? Is this truly happening? Goodness. It is indeed that fellow." Instantly, chaos erupted on the 5th level of the Space Wanderer, with people in disarray like frightened girls encountering a flurry of scurrying mice, leaving everyone astounded. Meanwhile, the 3 boys who had stirred up this trouble were climbing up the hollow elevator shaft, enduring the increasingly potent gravitational pull beneath their feet. "Curse you, Hercules, you troublemaker." The frail youth, being carried by Hercules, animatedly gestured toward his head. Perhaps in his haste, he triggered a fit of violent coughing, flushing his pale face with color. All right. It's not a big deal. If the instructor catches us, I'll take the blame," Alex chuckled lightly, speaking with an air of nonchalance. For him, shouldering the blame for others was evidently not a novel experience, but rather the act of a seasoned veteran. As he spoke, he glanced down at the 2 companions struggling to ascend, observing Hercules laboriously gripping the wall. With a series of jarring sounds, he managed to tear away a thick sheet of metal, yet the weight of his own body seemed to increase, and despite his efforts, he found it impossible to ascend further. Instead, he swayed precariously, as if on the verge of falling. Alex scratched his head, unable to resist lending a hand. He grasped Hercules' collar and effortlessly hoisted the 2 of them upward, subsequently bracing against the terrifying gravitational force of outer space to proceed. Damn it, is there a malfunction? Those idiots haven't even closed the hatch of the launch corridor. This is a matter of life and death. Alex muttered angrily, moving with the agility of a monkey. In no time, he reached the entrance to the 6th level, forcibly prying open the hatch and diving inside. That was close. Too close to becoming space debris. With no hope of a proper burial, Alex patted his chest, collapsing onto the ground in relief. However, upon observing the expression etched upon his face, one could discern not a trace of relief from the brink of disaster, but rather a profound, almost mundane composure. It is truly perplexing why, despite the opportunity to exit earlier, we felt compelled to ascend to the 6th floor before emerging. Hercules gasped for breath. Resembling a competitor who had just descended from the arena of life and death, his body exuding beads of sweat. Beneath his skin, muscles and veins twitched involuntarily, and when touched, his flesh felt as hard as stone. "You fool! Had we exited on the 5th floor, we would have scarcely gotten far before being apprehended by Instructor Kieran. Do you wish to be confined?" It was Micius who replied, despite being repeatedly labeled a fool. Hercules bore no shame. Instead, he scratched his head and let out a silly laugh. He clapped Micius on the shoulder and said, "I truly apologize for earlier." "Are you all right, Deputy Captain?" Micius's expression softened slightly as he shook his head, indicating he was fine. Although he too was panting heavily, his peripheral gaze fell upon Alex, and he began to ponder silently. Indeed, he was one of the most legendary figures of the Oculus. Upon his birth, during his first escape, he was discovered by the leader and subsequently named. At the tender age of 3, he infiltrated a spaceport, piloting a craft and boldly proclaiming his intent to circumnavigate the northern galaxy. Fortunately, security intervened just in time, deploying over 5 mechs to intercept him. At 5, he single-handedly breached the number 7 experimental base, severing the main power supply, which halted operations for half an hour, resulting in a staggering loss of 350 million beiges and causing some experiments to come to a complete standstill. Following this, he was sent to the Devil's training camp by Instructor Kieran, where he underwent a year of rigorous training, becoming the youngest member of the Oculus Guard in history. Based on various intelligence reports, it can be deduced that his overall combat capability exceeds 100,000, placing him a notch above Helios. More astonishingly, despite possessing such formidable combat prowess, he has never participated in any form of competition nor received any accolades. Instead, he has been apprehended 7 times for engaging in gambling at martial arts venues, confined 21 times, escaped from forced conscription 12 times, and feigned illness to evade duty 13 times. Such a person is nothing short of a disgrace among the Saiyans, either a complete failure or an extraordinary genius. This time, the authorities selected an elite team for a 3-month trial event. Alex unexpectedly approached the 2 of us to form this exceedingly rudimentary team, a decision that astonished the officials. To this day, no one knows his true intentions. Awaken. Scion Chapter 4, The Aircraft. Earth. It has been half a month since the Scion's invasion. The repercussions of this incident are unprecedented, far surpassing the chaos of the Demon King Piccolo 12 years ago. According to official statistics, the death toll has reached a staggering 360,000. The number of injured individuals is staggering, rendering any attempt at enumeration futile. Such immense casualties have only been witnessed once in the world wars over a century ago. This represents the gravest crisis the Earth Federation has faced since its inception. Television, computers, newspapers, and various electronic communication devices are incessantly updating the death toll as if possessed. Daily, numerous officials and experts express their concerns, urgently appealing for donations to aid the suffering populace of Island City. They repeatedly assert that the military's defender robots are capable of countering any sudden acts of violence, urging the public not to overly worry. Yet, is this the reality? The plight of Island City, with its apocalyptic imagery, has plunged all regions and communities into a state of dread. Dismal sentiments are rising among the populace, with calls for the abdication of the aging monarch growing louder. Following the alien invasion, they have become acutely aware of the government's frailty and ineptitude. The vulnerable masses are in dire need of a strong protector to safeguard their lives, property, and personal safety, rather than the increasingly senile king who resorts to appeasement at every turn. In West City, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, a gathering of individuals including Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Master Roshi sat in the hall, the atmosphere thick with tension. From behind the door, muffled voices of argument could be heard. Why should it be them? It was Mr. Bobo and I who discovered it together. Handing it over to them is nothing short of robbery. Shh, Bulma, keep your voice down. The military's actions stem from goodwill. Such a spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos is not something ordinary citizens can possess. Only under official control can it fulfill its purpose. Dad, when did you become so timid? Besides, those people will show up when we find the ship. Did you tip them off? It's truly you. You've disappointed me profoundly. With a loud bang, the door was flung open, and an irate, blue-haired girl stormed out, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she struggled to maintain her composure. Following her was a frail middle-aged man in a white lab coat, looking delicate and fragile. If not witnessed firsthand, who would recognize that this unassuming man is Dr. Briefs, the founder of Capsule Corporation and the wealthy father of the brilliant Bulma Briefs. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, mustering a forced smile as he addressed the gathering with a tone of resignation. Everyone, I apologize. Did they threaten you, Bulma's father? Krillin interjected, rising to his feet. Indeed, what are those individuals planning? At this juncture, only Goku and the others can save the Earth. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and murmured in displeasure. Under the gaze of the crowd, Dr. Briefs forced a wry smile and shook his head, stating, No, this was voluntary. Observing the abrupt shift in the expressions around him and his daughter covering her face, trembling, Dr. Briefs could only sigh and say, I understand that you possess remarkable abilities. However, most people living on Earth are merely defenseless civilians. To them, the government is the most authoritative and secure entity, the only one capable of safeguarding their safety. When the credibility of a government fails to be upheld, and no one believes in it anymore, that is when the world truly becomes irredeemable. Indeed, the populace is often blind. They venerate heroes and idolize them. Yet, such sentiments flourish only in times of relative peace, when they have the luxury to engage in such hero worship. Once they realize that their safety is not within their own control, that life and death hinge upon the whims of a select few, the state becomes nothing more than a superfluous puppet, devoid of credibility. What do you think will be their thoughts? Humanity is inherently selfish. They do not wish to coexist with beings capable of obliterating the Earth at a whim. Once you reveal yourselves to the world, no matter your past deeds of heroism, how will they perceive you? How will they regard this world? In comparison to individual valor, only the government and military can adequately fulfill the role of protectors. It is only by establishing the credibility and authority of the government that we can curb the spread of panic and chaos. The stronger the government, the more effectively it can defend the peace of this world. Dr. Briefs trembled as he spoke, his white mustache shaking, while the cigarette in his hand had dwindled to a mere stub, nearly burning his fingers. With a bitter smile, he lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. His pallid face appeared even more haggard amidst the smoke. In Bulma's recollection, her father, though somewhat absent-minded, was invariably kind-hearted and optimistic. He had little desire for alcohol and was not particularly fond of tobacco. Days like today, filled with worry and silent smoking, were exceedingly rare. Unable to contain herself, she turned and sorrowfully asked, "Dad, are you hiding something from me that you haven't told me?" "Yes. I'm sorry, Bulma. Please forgive me for not revealing the truth." Dr. Brief's expression softened as he spoke quietly. In fact, several years ago, during the rise of the Hurricane Group, my capsule corporation was already on the brink of bankruptcy. I had accrued significant research expenses and debts, and the company was acquired by the Hurricane Group. In my desperation, General Scott from the military approached me, inviting me to join the Earth Defense Force and work for the Army. I am merely a researcher. I established the company solely to provide a better material life for you and your mother. In truth, money holds no significance for me, regardless of the amount. It merely represents an inconsequential figure. In contrast, I am far more passionate about a plethora of research endeavors. The invitation from General Scott and the continuous flow of innovative designs and materials within the laboratory have rekindled the fervor of my youth. They have illuminated the reality that Earth is not frail. Rather, it possesses remarkable potential for development. With concerted effort, we can catalyze a collective evolution. Indeed, we can address various crises without the intervention of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Let Earth and humanity embark upon an era of interstellar navigation. As he concluded, Dr. Buliff's eyes sparkled with an intense fervor, his diminutive frame seemingly brimming with vigor. He clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted passionately. This sight deeply concerned Bulma, compelling her to rush forward to embrace her father. Yet, unexpectedly, someone was swifter. In a fleeting moment, a faint shadow darted past, followed by a figure cloaked in white, who seized her father by the neck and lifted him effortlessly. "Let go of my father!" Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward in alarm. The usually silent Goku also rose, his demeanor serious as he addressed Piccolo. "Piccolo, release Bulma's father." "Uncle Piccolo." Little Gohan peeked out, weakly calling out, but was promptly pulled back into Chi-Chi's embrace. "Humph." With a relaxed arm, Piccolo coldly regarded Dr. Buliff, who was coughing and sheltered behind Bulma, his eyes gleaming with menace as he declared, "I care not for the concept of the populace. You must surrender what we require. Otherwise, I shall reduce your so-called Earth Defense Zone to rubble." Cough, cough. Individuals like you, unrestrained in power, are precisely the unstable elements the populace fears most. At that moment, Dr. Brief boldly confronted the situation, declaring, "You." Release Dr. Brief. Just then, the door was thrust open with great force, and dozens of armed guards stormed in, their weapons trained on Piccolo. Unaware of the imminent danger, Piccolo, in a fit of rage, let out a sinister laugh, a surge of intense fury igniting within him, accompanied by a profound desire for destruction. He was born of the malevolent thoughts of a deity, and although he was a second-generation entity, his temperament was even more erratic, entirely unbound by any constraints. Witnessing Dr. Brief's obstinacy and the disrespect from these mere mortals ignited a fierce blaze of wrath in him, compelling him to unleash a merciless slaughter upon these foolish beings. Sensing the impending turmoil, Sun Wukong swiftly moved to position himself in front of Piccolo, urging him quietly, "Piccolo, do not act impulsively. Sun Wukong, step aside. Let me teach these ungrateful humans a lesson." Piccolo hissed in anger, his face a mask of uncontainable rage. Though he too found himself perplexed by Bulma's father's actions, he could not bear the thought of witnessing harm come to them. Sun Wukong shook his head firmly, his tone resolute and powerful. "Piccolo, I cannot stand idly by while you harm them." At his words, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly cold, his fury intensifying within him. In that moment, he longed to dismiss these trivial concerns and abandon the burdens of the mundane world. "Ah, it seems I have arrived late." A voice broke the tense atmosphere, halting Piccolo in his tracks as he turned to leave. The speaker was a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age. Impeccably groomed, dressed in a sharply tailored suit that seemed meticulously pressed, his shoes gleaming with polish, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and wielding a gilded cane. He exuded an air of gentlemanly sophistication. Accompanying him was a military officer, clad in a loose-fitting uniform with a broad collar and black-framed glasses, who also appeared relatively youthful. Together, they were the two most prominent figures currently favored by the populace, a rising star in politics, Bowen, and the military leader, Skok. Wait, this aura. Piccolo furrowed his brow, initially intending to cast aside these two ordinary men obstructing his path. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the young officer in military attire seemed to sense it, casting a discreet glance in his direction that sent a shiver down Piccolo's spine, causing cold sweat to beat upon his brow. It felt as though he were traversing a dense forest, suddenly fixated upon by a lurking panther. Although the sensation was fleeting, it caused Piccolo's complexion to shift, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Please, remain calm and composed, esteemed heroes. I stand before you as a representative of the people of Earth, to express our heartfelt gratitude for your valiant efforts in saving the world. Please accept this commendation from the government. He continued, here is a check worth 1 billion. And also this, the Grand Bauhinia Flower Medal. I implore you to accept them. Bowen rummaged through a plethora of items from his briefcase, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded the assembly of individuals in the room. His words, however, left everyone in a state of perplexity. Are these items truly meant for us? Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. Indeed. Bowen affirmed repeatedly, his expression earnest. You have saved the Earth and vanquished the malevolent extraterrestrials. Thus, these rewards are rightfully yours. Furthermore, by accepting these items, you shall also become representatives of our government, entitled to a monthly stipend. Additionally, you will receive health insurance, and your children will benefit from tuition reductions, granting them access to the highest quality of education. Before he could finish, Chi-Chi, holding young Wufan, exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Is that true? Absolutely, madam, he responded. The individual continued to speak at length, while his companion, Skok, adjusted his glasses and murmured, I understand that for you martial artists, these matters may seem trivial. Our desperate measure is merely to provide everyone with a plausible identity, as long as you gain official recognition. Even if exposed to the public eye in the future, we can avert mass panic. Furthermore, it would bolster the government's authority and reassure the timid citizens, making them aware that you possess unparalleled power capable of fending off alien invasions. Am I correct? At this moment, Bulma realized that these individuals were the very culprits who had manipulated her father, causing his drastic change in temperament. Naturally, she held no affection for them and retorted sharply. You certainly have a clever scheme. Yet, is it not rather fanciful to believe you can truly wield such formidable power? Of course not, beautiful lady, replied Bowen, shrugging nonchalantly. We are merely seeking a way for the government to save face, and we harbor no desire for conflict with you. Then why did you take the spacecraft I discovered? Bulma pressed on. That is a lengthy tale, Bowen began, scratching his head as if to build suspense. However, Skok interjected directly, stating that spacecraft is far too antiquated. And during the alien invasion, it suffered considerable damage from the combat, rendering its exterior compromised. It is utterly incapable of transporting you beyond the Earth's atmosphere, let alone navigating the cosmos, a sheer folly. Bulma furrowed her brow slightly, left speechless. In truth, the situation was as he described. The valley where the deity had concealed the spacecraft was not distant from the island city that fell prey to the Saiyan invasion. At that time, the area experienced a violent energy shock, resulting in tectonic upheaval akin to a catastrophic earthquake. Subsequently, landslides occurred and rivers overflowed. The spacecraft was buried beneath a plethora of rocks, its surface marred by countless impact craters. Otherwise, under Mr. Popo's guidance, they would not have searched for half a month without locating the exact position of the spacecraft. Humph, now that the spacecraft is in your possession, you can say whatever you wish. Bulma seethed inwardly. Glancing at her father, she continued indignantly, as far as I know, you government officials are nothing but unrelenting vampires. Each day, apart from your grandiloquent speeches, you accomplish nothing of substance, concocting nefarious schemes to exploit us, the ordinary citizens. Dare you claim that you are not coveting the technology contained within that spacecraft, which is why you seized it? Bowen turned to Dr. Briefs and inquired, Doctor, did you not inform them that the military has developed the latest model of spacecraft capable of traversing space? This is classified military information. I cannot divulge it so freely. He replied. Dr. Brief spoke with a grave demeanor. Then his expression shifted slightly as he appeared utterly perplexed, saying, "What is it? Have I done something wrong?" It seems that in doing good, he had been misunderstood. My Bo Wan, troubled, pressed his forehead, his expression reflecting immense anguish. Meanwhile, Skok paid no mind to his partner and continued, "We have comprehensively understood your situation through satellite surveillance. Although we are uncertain of your intentions, rest assured that the government will provide unwavering assistance to you, the heroes striving to save the world. Should you require it, we can readily offer you a spacecraft for an expedition into the cosmos." "Is that truly the case? That is splendid. With that, we can reach Namek," exclaimed Fu Lin joyfully. Just as he was about to utter the word revival, he suddenly remembered the presence of others and promptly closed his mouth, instead chuckling awkwardly to mask his thoughts. Meanwhile, the oblivious Goku scratched the back of his head and remarked, "That's wonderful. We truly appreciate your generosity. What on earth are these individuals up to?" Piccolo, with his exceptional intellect, certainly would not share the naive enthusiasm displayed by the people before him, who mistakenly believed they had encountered benevolent souls. Though he was not well versed in their intricate schemes, he instinctively sensed a whiff of conspiracy. Furrowing his brow, he was about to voice a cautionary word, but upon seeing the gleeful expressions of Sun Wukong and the others, he could only sigh in resignation. "Very well. I am not one of their kind. After resisting the seance, these matters no longer concern me. Why should I foolishly involve myself? I shall take my leave. For the deep mountains and vast wilderness are my true home." As Piccolo contemplated this, he turned to depart quietly when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, causing him to startle. "Where are you off to, Piccolo?" "We are headed to Namek." Turning to face him, Piccolo beheld Sun Wukong's earnest expression. A flicker of warmth arose within him, yet his countenance remained aloof as he coldly replied, "Those matters are sufficient with just you all. There is no need for an outsider like me to intervene." "That's not the case." Sun Wukong scratched his head, troubled. "The King Kai just informed me that a powerful and malevolent force has set its sights on Namek. If we cannot act within half a month, Namek will surely be destroyed. You are our comrade, and Namek is your homeland. This time, you must join us, no matter what." "What?" Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, astonished. "Is that true?" "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. "The King Kai told me that this evil force is immensely powerful. Even Vegeta is merely one of them. If we do not act swiftly, Namek will be utterly annihilated." "Very well. However, this is only for the sake of Namek. I am not aiding you." Piccolo crossed his arms and turned his head, his demeanor still unapproachable. "That's the spirit. We are comrades who fight side by side." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could not help but pat Piccolo's shoulder, speaking with delight. "Yay, Uncle Piccolo is going. I want to go too," little Gohan exclaimed, waving his tiny fist with excitement. Before he could finish, Chi-Chi scooped him into her arms, scolding, "No way, Gohan. You must stay behind and study. You cannot become a delinquent who knows only how to fight." "But there are no buts. You are to become a scholar, and you must study hard now." Chi-Chi emphasized her point, glaring fiercely at Sun Wukong, adding, "You can go, but do not take Gohan with you." On King Kai's planet, Baburus and Guriguri were engaged in playful antics. Meanwhile, North Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, pondered silently. "What is your true intention? Ever since you exiled your subordinates to Earth, have you been plotting? What do you truly seek? These matters, are they intentional or unintentional?" The mere thought of that increasingly terrifying scion, capable of masking his own reconnaissance and rendering his intentions utterly inscrutable, brings a trace of sorrow to the countenance of the naive North Kai. This fellow is even more worrisome than Broly's assault on the southern galaxy. And then there is that troublemaker, Kefla. How vexing it is that such formidable monsters should appear in the realm I oversee. It truly strains the mind. Goku, you are the martial artist I have faith in. You must grow stronger swiftly. These creatures must be vanquished by you. You cannot allow them to triumph. The Kai suddenly clenched his fists, a grave expression adorning his face. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 5. The harsh path of training. Drip, drip, drip. Large beads of sweat cascaded down, evaporating into the searing air before they could even touch the ground, transforming into wisps of nearly invisible azure smoke. The earth resembled an iron plate, seared over an open flame, every inch scorched to a deep crimson hue, emanating an astonishingly intense heat. The battered surface of the ground occasionally unleashed waves of scalding heat, capable of reducing flesh and bone to ashes in an instant. In broad ravines, tongues of fire licked hungrily, casting a brilliant red glow, a river of molten lava coalescing beneath, rolling silently in the depths. In the distance, volcanoes erupted sporadically, belching forth viscous torrents amidst the thunderous roars, eroding the land in all directions. In mere moments, the molten flow spread, scorching the earth for miles on end. How long do you intend to cower? I have already stated from the outset that you may unleash your full strength. I shall not respond in kind. Yet, in this environment, your combat prowess will multiply exponentially, yielding results far greater than the effort expended. The time, the terrain, and the spirit are all in your favor. What is there to hesitate about? Step forth and face me in battle. As this somber voice resonated, a towering, robust man strode forth with great strides. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him. An immense force seemed to come alive, forcefully dispersing the layers of molten lava and heat waves, erupting with a thunderous roar, flinging them to distant realms. From afar, his gait and the impact of his footsteps resembled a dragon striding and a tiger prowling, exuding an undeniable might. To encapsulate his presence in 4 words: unparalleled dominance. He is a young man of around 20, with jet black hair and deep-set eyes, embodying all the characteristics and features of an Asian. His appearance cannot be deemed handsome, nor is it particularly remarkable. However, beneath this ordinary visage lies an intense aura of strength and dominance, reminiscent of a celestial deity gazing down upon the world with an air of indifference, dismissing all that surrounds him. Yet, marred upon his porcelain-like skin are numerous deep, longitudinal scars, crisscrossing in a chaotic pattern, alongside countless burn marks that mar his entire body. Some of these wounds still ooze traces of blood, suggesting they are fresh injuries. His muscles are taut, with prominent, serpentine veins bulging from his rigid arms, a testament to his excessive fatigue, which has led to a slight cramping of his limbs. Nevertheless, his eyes continue to shine like the stars on a summer night, radiant and full of life, twinkling with an extraordinary luster. Around his neck hangs a teardrop-shaped pendant of amethyst, glimmering gently and occasionally exuding a cool breeze, which serves to calm the spirit and shield one from the tumultuous demons of the heart. The man, exuding an aura of valor, is none other than the once reticent child, the extraordinary scion individual, Pietra, endowed with boundless potential. What further schemes do they intend to conjure? Truly, they're a collection of inept and timid souls. Pietra surveyed his surroundings, muttering softly to himself. Suddenly, his steps faltered, halting him in his tracks. At the same moment, his eyes narrowed, as if sensing the presence of something ominous. With a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed a kick. Instantly, magma erupted, scattering violently like a burst of fireworks. Amidst the tumultuous flow of molten rock, a figure, hunched like a ravenous tiger, lunged forth, accompanied by anguished cries, racing away with blinding speed, crashing through countless sword-like peaks. But that was not all. As he struggled to rise, the deep imprint left by a foot on his chest seemed to pull apart bones and muscles with each movement, leading to incessant ruptures and explosions. His complexion changed dramatically, a pallor washing over his face, revealing a look of sheer horror. In an instant, before he could react further, his form trembled and then shattered with a resounding crack, disintegrating into a mass of minuscule flesh. His body was left unrecognizable. In that fleeting moment, amidst the fiery light and chaos, 7 or 8 figures erupted from the ground, shielded by the splashing magma and thick smoke, leaping forth to simultaneously roar, launching themselves towards Pietra like cannonballs. Including the previous one, this marked the 423rd. Pietra raised an eyebrow. It seemed as though a pair of eyes had sprouted from his radiant back, capable of perceiving all around him. With a mere shift of his foot, he retreated several steps gracefully, akin to a butterfly flitting through a garden, appearing perilous yet effortlessly evading the ferocious ambushes of 4 assailants. In a fluid motion, he flipped his body, using one hand to support himself, and with a powerful leap, he crushed the skull of one unfortunate soul attempting to break through the surface. "Stop him!" A voice roared, though the speaker remained unknown, as 3 alien warriors swiftly altered their course and accelerated. The friction between their bodies and the air ignited a shower of blinding sparks. 9 remain. Have you finally lost your patience? The sound of rapid gunfire echoed. With a sidelong glance, Pietra quickly assessed the number and situation of his adversaries. A smirk crept across his lips, and as he extended his arms, they moved with the precision of a wind-up steel machine, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, delivering a barrage of punches in an instant. In the midst of this fierce battle, neither side could claim victory, resulting in a stalemate. A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated in my ears, and in the next moment, a shadow loomed over the sky, accompanied by a howling tempest, descending with immense force. Before the attack even arrived, the heavens trembled as if shrouded in a dark veil, instantly transforming into a somber gloom. It was as if a multitude of colossal meteors had breached the atmosphere, obscuring the sun and descending with unparalleled ferocity. In this moment, enveloped by the onslaught, the earth cracked and the mountains crumbled. The surface sank and shattered as though the gravitational pull of this planet had suddenly intensified 100-fold, rendering the ground unable to bear its weight. At this instant, countless fragmented stones, deep crimson magma, and thick clouds of smoke seemed to lose their gravity, floating weightlessly into the air. After a series of violent tremors, with a resounding boom, these objects erupted with unfathomable force, transforming the space into a near-vacuum environment. Pietro gasped, feeling the invisible pressure cause his numerous wounds to burst open, releasing a mist of blood that floated upwards in a state of weightlessness. Phil's Daco. Pietro's pupils constricted as he recognized the newcomer. Faced with this monstrous being, imbued with strength far surpassing his own, a fierce resolve ignited within him. He bent his arm to his ear, his muscles contracting rapidly before expanding with tremendous force. In mere moments, gathering his strength, he delivered a powerful punch without retreating. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted with a surge of energy that shook the very heavens. A tempestuous gale swept across the surface, stripping away layers of rock and reducing them to a whirlwind of swirling sand. This chaos spread in all directions, vanishing into the distance. The ground had formed a deep, unseen pit, with a distance between its edges likely exceeding 100 kilometers, filled with the acrid stench of scorched earth. Though the spectacle lasted but a fleeting moment, it was far more shocking than a nuclear explosion. Weary and fatigued, Pietro managed to withstand Phil's Daco's devastating blow, one that had been prepared with great anticipation. The owner of that fist was a towering giant, 5 meters tall, entirely composed of massive granite. The granite was irregularly shaped, resembling a haphazard assembly of rock armor glued onto his form. Between the broad gaps, a faint red glow pulsated, continuously emitting tongues of orange flame, with temperatures far exceeding that of the magma flowing upon the surface. Upon witnessing his strike being withstood, disbelief flickered in the giant's eyes. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, he would not let a mere collision diminish the growing ferocity within him. Thus, after a brief pause, he swiftly swung his arm down with great force. However, unbeknownst to him, Pietro was quicker by more than double. As the giant moved, Pietro seized his finger and, with a powerful elbow strike, struck his chest, forcing the formidable rock creature to arch his back, his eyes bulging in shock. "Come at me, all of you." With a low growl, Petra shifted his body to the side, colliding directly into the embrace of his adversary. Grasping one arm of his opponent with one hand and maneuvering beneath his hips with the other, he effortlessly lifted the colossal figure. Weighing several tons and composed entirely of granite, as if it were a mere shield, this formidable body became an impregnable barrier against the relentless onslaught of other extraterrestrials. The sounds of countless attacks descended like a torrential downpour, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. These assaults were the culmination of their meticulously prepared lethal techniques, each punch, kick, and maneuver imbued with immense force, their lethality far surpassing the tentative strikes that had preceded them. In fact, their strategy had been devised with the intent for Fear's Daco to serve as a human shield, engaging Petra in close combat to distract him, rendering him unable to focus on the others. With this diversion, they aimed to unleash their full might in a unified assault to eliminate this unparalleled monstrosity. Little did they anticipate that Petra would prove to be this formidable. In a mere instant, he effortlessly subdued Fear's Daco, using his body as an effective tool for defense, thwarting their well-prepared attacks with ease. In that moment, thunderous lightning flashed and flames roared as myriad fists and palms rained down upon them. The cacophony echoed as if workers on a construction site wielded heavy hammers to strike stone, reducing Fear's Daco's body to a shattered mess, blood and flesh flying in all directions. His eyes widened in horror, fixated on them with a gaze filled with hatred, his mouth opening and closing as if desperately attempting to articulate something. "This is bad. Retreat now," one individual shouted, realizing the dire situation. A few exchanged glances and hastily withdrew, attempting to escape. Beneath the wreckage of his body, Petra bent his knees slightly, his calves sinking into the ground, giving the illusion that he had shrunk in stature. Yet, a faint smile crept upon his lips. In the next moment, a series of black arcs erupted from his form, initially scattering aimlessly like howling thunder across the void. Soon after, as if drawn by an unseen force, they converged into a singularity, creating a pitch-black, bottomless chasm that threatened to consume everything, tangible or intangible. At the center of this abyss, Petra radiated an overwhelming aura of dread, unleashing waves of incomprehensible and terrifying energy. The first to be affected was the mutilated giant Fears Dako, who found his body distorted as if stretched like dough. In an instant, he was drawn into the depths of this fearsome void, his robust form disintegrating at a visible rate, dissolving into mere molecules. A being from another universe, struck by profound terror, displayed an ineffable expression of horror upon its visage, though its reaction lagged a beat behind. It too was ensnared by the black hole. And despite its fervent struggles to extricate itself from this place, the outcome only accelerated its demise. And then there was you. Petra suddenly looked up. And from the heavens above, a silvery, frost-white blade of light cleaved through the air with magnificent force, descending with great speed. Initially, this blade of light was as thin as a cicada's wing, unmatched in sharpness, appearing from a distance as a shimmering silver glow. Unexpectedly, upon encountering the air, the momentum of the blade surged, its striking power and the spirit infused within it escalating dramatically. Within mere seconds, with a resounding crash, it transformed into a thunderous arc, slicing down like a lightning bolt. Its target was none other than Petra, who stood proudly, enveloped in a shroud of black energy. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 6. The Combat Simulation Laboratory. On Earth, there exists a formidable swordsman known as Achilo Bey, a portly figure blessed by fortune. His swordsmanship is fierce and straightforward, delivering lethal strikes with precision. When he unsheathes his blade, the edge gleams as if bathed in moonlight, moving with astonishing swiftness. With a single slash, his sword energy traverses the air, yielding a plethora of deadly techniques, reducing his foes to mere bones, as a butcher cleaves meat from bone. In terms of skill, he possesses the essence of a master swordsman. Moreover, his audacity to strike unexpectedly, delivering fatal blows, renders him a formidable adversary, one whose threat cannot be underestimated unless one is significantly stronger. Should one allow him to close the distance, one's life would be in peril. Nevertheless, when compared to the blade of light before them, his technique pales considerably. Indeed, it scarcely holds a candle to it. The blade of light initially appeared as delicate as a feather, seemingly insubstantial. Yet, as it spun, its power surged exponentially, descending with the weight of a mountain. With a single strike, it cleaved down like a torrential flood, its blade energy spanning dozens of miles. This was no mere stroke, but a culmination of thousands, even tens of thousands of strikes executed in an instant, converging into an unparalleled lethal technique. Originally, their plan dictated that as long as Phil's Darko could successfully ensnare Petra, other skilled fighters would engage to distract him, preventing him from attending to multiple threats. This sudden onslaught was expected to be a surefire means to sever the head of this harbinger of death. Little did they anticipate that their opponent would be so formidable, defying all conventional tactics. With a single blow, he countered strength with strength, unleashing a cataclysmic strike that subdued Phil's first, and then unleashed an ultimate death blast into the surrounding air, transforming it into a dimensional rift that devoured all in its path, sending the others into retreat. In but two simple movements, he had unraveled their carefully devised strategy. The remarkable opportunity, painstakingly crafted through the sacrifices of countless companions, was abruptly rendered futile, leaving them bereft of any means to act. The outcome was infuriating, almost blood-boiling, extinguishing any spark of resistance. This lethal strike was the culmination of a hidden master's fervent efforts, infused with a lifetime of hope and conviction, intending to embrace death for a greater cause and to be reborn from the ashes. Thus, it was far more ferocious and swift than any ordinary blade wielded in a tempest. Once unleashed, there was no room for retreat. Amidst the swirling clouds, a shimmering blade of light cascaded downwards, resembling a mighty river breaching its banks, illuminating the sky with an electric brilliance. In that instant, the heavens trembled, emitting a series of sounds akin to tearing silk, as if the air itself had been cleaved, fracturing the very fabric of space. The relentless momentum was overwhelming, capable of uprooting the most formidable barriers, surpassing even the might of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers combined. What a sharp technique! Petrus cast a sidelong glance, a trace of solemnity flickering in his eyes. He straightened his body like a taut bowstring, suddenly released from tension, and with a swift motion, he reverted to his original form. As he moved, the seemingly bottomless black hole of the alternate dimension expanded dramatically, undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. It was as if a barrel of gasoline had been thrown onto a roaring fire, amplifying its ferocity. Defying all, heedless of consequence. You, monstrous being, prepare to meet your demise. Within the blinding white light of the blade, an elderly figure with snow-white hair emerged, wielding a long knife, raised high with the intent to part the heavens in a single stroke. In an instant, the cascading blade light, reminiscent of a collapsing galaxy, descended upon the alternate dimension. There was no thunderous explosion, no ostentatious upheaval, not even a ripple stirred, like a solitary leaf drifting down in the heart of a lake. It created only the faintest of ripples, without a splash to be seen. What? The blade descended upon the alternate dimension, resembling the polishing of a grinding wheel, sending sparks flying. Though it did not stir a single wave, it was evidently a strike potent enough to cleave stars and split a planet in twain. Yet it was rendered null and void. The elder, gripping the long knife, exerted himself with all his might. His once pristine arms, meticulously cared for, now appeared grotesque, the veins bulging like coiling serpents. Overexertion had transformed his ivory-like limbs into a ghastly shade of purple. Subsequently, the engorged veins ruptured, bursting forth a mist of blood. A sight most terrifying. Observing his ultimate strike, an embodiment of his lifelong martial spirit and conviction, dissipating against the opponent's defense, fragmenting into scintillating photons. A pallor of despair washed over the elder's face. He let out a bitter laugh. Without even a chance to speak, utterly drained of strength, he plunged into the passageway. His body trembled, and even as he burst forth, it transformed into a mist of crimson. Such a formidable strike. Had he not transformed, he could only withstand it in this manner. Petra rose, dusting off the remnants of battle from his attire, murmuring to himself. The affairs of the battlefield, particularly those involving life and death, are ever-changing and unpredictable. The events that transpired moments ago, though they could be elaborated upon at length, condensed into mere seconds upon returning to reality. From the moment Firth launched his ambush to the subsequent astonishing strike, it was but the blink of an eye. One could say that the master of the blade, who unleashed that devastating blow, was already defeated and left in utter disarray. Meanwhile, the extraterrestrial warriors who had partaken in the ambush were still in shock, retreating without fully comprehending what had just unfolded. It seems, once again, you have lost. Petra's gaze shifted, sweeping over the extraterrestrials. His fingers danced, conjuring a series of afterimages, remarkably agile and graceful. The dimensional portal, as if responding to its master's call, rapidly contracted, reverting to its initial state. The ultimate death orb. Go forth. Petra casually hurled the massive, dark orb of light from his hand, unfazed by the tremendous explosion erupting behind him. As if strolling leisurely, he stepped forward. 432. Mission accomplished. Exit. In a spacious, pale, and sparsely decorated chamber, Petra sat calmly, suddenly awakening. His chest, spine, and even the muscles on his face spasmed violently, contorting in agony. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, its origin unknown. A researcher clad in a white lab coat and glass